But even if I'd thought that the coins would be split among other men, I still must make the deal as he wanted it. We'd nae option at all.
If you get outsmarted, Dirk, what chance is there for me, for Cullum?
None, unless you're ready to think for yourself and learn by the mistakes of others, and not treat the Chinese like one of us. They're different.
Yes, they are,
Cullum said. Ugly, repulsive heathen, and impossible to tell apart. I dinna agree. I meant they think differently, Struan said.
Then what's the answer to them, Father?
If I knew that, I'd be right every time. They've just had 5,000 years of practice, that's all. Now pass the stew, please, there's a good laddie. Cullum handed him the dish, and Struan helped himself to a third portion.
You don't seem perturbed, Dirk, Rob said. This could ruin us, ruin Asian trade.
You're not eating, Rob, and you, Cullum, eat. Struan tore off a chicken leg and put it on his plate. The situation's not quite so dismal as all that. First, the 19 men. Aye, they'll be spies for Wu Fang Choi and his scum. But for us to teach 'em, they have to learn English, eh? And if we can speak to them, why can we not change them? From pirate to useful citizen, perhaps even to Christian, eh? 19 chances to bring them to our side. Good odds, I'd say. And if they're on our side, even one of them, we'll know the pirate lairs. Then we control them and destroy them at will. Second, the Clipper. In a year and a day, I've a sea battle to look forward to. That's all. I'll hand the ship over, then sink it. I made nae promise not to sink it.
Why not hand it over with kegs of powder in the hold and a slow taper to them? Rob said.
Wu Kwok's too smart for that.
Is there no way you could hang mines on the outside of the hull, below sea level?
That'd be possible, perhaps. That might pass their scrutiny. But even when you're trapped, you have to try to work your way out. You cannot break a holy oath. Nae trick, Rob. We'd lose face for 100 years. I'm going to kill Wu Kwok.
Why?
To teach him the value of an oath, and to protect ourselves for the next generation.
There was a silence. I thought you were going home in 5 months, Rob said.
I am. I'll sail the new ship back when she's ready. We'll call her Lotus Cloud.
Struan wiped his mouth with a napkin.
The men and the ship I can understand, but why train 3 boys as toffs? I dinna understand that. The boys worry me, and I dinna know why.
They'd be Wu Kwok's sons?
Sons or nephews, aye, certainly, but why? What do they gain?
Everything English, all our secrets, Cullum said.
No, lad. The same applies to the boys as to the men. More so. Boys will be easier to convert to our ways. Wu Fang and Wu Kwok must have thought of that. Why would they be prepared to lose 3 sons? Why as toffs, not as captains or soldiers or boat builders or armourers or anything useful? Why toffs? They could not answer him. When China Cloud broke through the west entrance into Hong Kong harbour, Struan was coming onto the quarter-deck to join Cullum and Rob. The rain had ceased, and the wind was brisk. Dusk was gathering. Struan felt greatly refreshed and serene, but as soon as he stepped on deck, his serenity was shattered. Great God Almighty! The harbour was packed with the merchant shipping of Asia, and with the Royal Naval Fleet. and the beach was crowded with the tents which quartered the 4,000 soldiers of the expeditionary force. What really jolted Struan, however, was the hundreds of Chinese sampans clustered to the north of Glessing's Point. Swarms of junks and sampans were leaving and arriving. Thousands of tiny hovels had sprung up, like obscene mushrooms on the slopes of one of the hills. "Chinese have been pouring in ever since I got back from Canton," Cullum said. "God alone knows how many, at least 4,000 to 5,000. They're swamping us. They arrive by sampan or junk loads and stream ashore. Then they get swallowed up in that mess. By night those devils sneak out and steal anything that's movable." "Great God Almighty!" "At first they were spreading over all the island. Then I got Longstaff to allocate them that hillside temporarily. They call it Taiping Shan, something like that." "Why did you not tell me?" "We wanted you to see for yourself, Uncle and I. A few hours wouldn't make any difference. The European population, apart from soldiers, is about 150. Longstaff is tearing out what little hair he has left. We've been picking up 10 or 15 Chinese bodies a night in the harbour, murdered or drowned." "You've got to see the squalor up there to believe it," Rob said. "The way they live. There was space enough, but they keep coming with every tide." "Well," Struan said, "we will not suffer for lack of coolies and help." He turned to Orlov. "Salute the flagship and send a signal in your name. Permission to moor within 8 cables. All hands on deck and come aft." Orlov nodded. China Cloud's cannons boomed, and there was an answering gun. Permission was granted. The crew was assembled. Then Struan walked to the quarterdeck rail. "Everyone's confined to the ship till noon tomorrow, and no one's to come aboard until noon tomorrow. Nae word of our cargo, or that I'm aboard. I'll keel-haul any that spills a word. A double month's pay to all hands, paid in silver, tomorrow at dusk. Officers will mount armed guard by the watch on the quarterdeck. Dismissed." There were 3 cheers for the Tai-Pan, and the men dispersed. "What time's the land sail, Cullum?" 3 o'clock, Father, tomorrow, in Happy Valley." "Rob, make sure we've the correct lot numbers well in advance." "Yes, we brought a list. We buy the knoll?" "Of course." Rob thought a moment. "If Brock's as inflexible as you, we may have to put our whole future on that damned hill." "Aye," Struan beckoned Orlov. "At 2 bells in the forenoon watch, send a signal to Brock in Rob's name, asking him to come aboard at 4 bells. Wake me at 2 bells. Until that time, I'm not to be disturbed. You're in command now." "Good," Orlov said. "I'm going to get some sleep. Rob, you and Cullum do the same. We've a long day tomorrow. Oh yes, and Cullum, perhaps you'd like to think about the ball, where and how, in 31 days. He went below. When China Cloud was nearing the flagship, Cullum walked over to Orlov. "Please bring the longboat alongside as soon as we're anchored." "The Tai-Pan said everyone's confined aboard. There's no longboat without his permission." "That obviously didn't apply to us, to Mr. Struan and me," Cullum said sharply. Orlov chuckled. "You don't know your father, Cullum the Strong. He said everyone, and that's the way it'll be." Cullum turned for the hatch, but Orlov stopped him, the fighting iron easy in his hand. "He's not to be disturbed. That's his orders." "Get out of my way!" "He never gives an order without meaning it. Ask your uncle. No one goes ashore while I'm captain of China Cloud. If he wanted you ashore, he'd have said so." "We're aboard till noon, Cullum." Rob said. Through his fury, Cullum asked himself if he would be obeyed with such finality when he was Tai-Pan. He knew that such obedience was not paid automatically to the title. It had to be earned. "Very well, Captain." He went and stood beside Rob at the gunwale. Silently they watched the island grow nearer. Soon they could see the knoll. "That's going to break us," Rob said. "Now we've the bullion, Brock won't compete." "He'll bid and bid and bid, knowing that Dirk'll have it, whatever the cost. Brock'll stop bidding when the price is astronomic. Dirk's committed to the knoll like we're committed to the noble house. Now it's a matter of face. God-rotting face. Their God-rotting hatred for one another will destroy both of them eventually." "Father said he'd deal with him in 5 months, didn't he?" "Yes, lad. He has to. I canna. Nor can you." Cullum riveted his eyes on the knoll and Hong Kong. Like it or not, he told himself, his stomach twisting. There's your kingdom, if you've the strength and the guts to take it. Suddenly he was very frightened. At dawn, Orlov turned out all hands and had the immaculate ship holystoned and cleaned. At 2 bells, he sent the signal and went below. "Morning, 2 bells," Orlov said to the bolted door. "Morning, Cap'n," Struan said, opening the door. "Come in." He wore a green silk brocade dressing gown and nothing underneath. Cold or hot, Struan slept naked. "Order breakfast for me, and ask Mr. Rob and Cullum to join me in half an hour." "It's ordered." "Where's Wolfgang?" "Aloft." "And the Chinese lad?" "With him, following him around like a dog." Orlov handed Struan a neatly written list. "These boats came alongside last night or this morning asking for you. Your brother's wife sent a boat to ask for him to go aboard as soon as possible. Captain Glessing asked for your son. Sinclair and his sister asked for him too. She asked for you, so she's on your list. There were a signal from the flagship. Your son to go aboard the soonest. Captain Glessing cursed like a gutter rat when I sent him away." "Thank you." There was a knock on the door. "Aye. Morning, sir," the seaman said. "Signal from the White Witch. With pleasure." "Thank you, signalman." The man hurried away. Struan handed Orlov a bank draft for 1,000 guineas. "With our compliments, Captain." Orlov read the amount. He blinked and read it again. "That's princely. Princely." He handed it back. "I was only doing my job. Now with that amount of bullion, take it, you've earned it." Orlov hesitated, then put it in his pocket. He unthonged the fighting iron and thoughtfully placed it in the rack with the others. "Your son," he said at length. "Best watch him. There's bad trouble ahead for him." "Eh?" Struan's eyes snapped away from the list. "Yes." Orlov rubbed the stubble of his beard. "What's this? More of your devil witchcraft?" "More of my second sight, yes." "What trouble?" Struan knew from long experience that Orlov did not forecast lightly. Too many times the strange little man had been right. "I don't know." A sudden smile lit his face. "When he's Tai-Pan, he thinks he's going to take away my ship." "Then you'll have to earn his respect, change his mind, else you lose her." Orlov grinned. "Yes, and I will, never fear." Then the smile faded. "But he'll take over on a bad day. There'll be blood on his hands."
After a pause, Struan said, "Whose?" "Mine." Olaf shrugged. "I don't know, but he'll be much trouble to you. Of that I'm sure." "What son is na?" "You're right there." Olaf thought of his family in Narvik, of his own 2 sons, fine, strapping men of 20. Both of them hated him, despised him, even though he adored them and adored his wife, Leka, a Laplander. They had been happy until the sons turned her against him. "Yes," he said, feeling very tired. "You're right, as usual." "Best get some sleep," Struan said. "I'll need you at 8 bells." Olaf left. For a long time, Struan stared into space. What trouble? Whose blood? Why a bad day? Then he turned his mind away from the unanswerable, content to think about today, perhaps tomorrow. "You're becoming more Chinese every day," he said aloud. He smiled and perused the list again. Gorth Brock, Miss Tillman, Quantz, Gordon Chen, Skinner, Bosun Mackay. Mackay? "Steward!" he called out. "Yes, sir." The steward set the hot water on the cabinet beside the shaving gear. "Send word to Mr. Cudahy. If Bosun Mackay comes alongside, bring him aboard." "Yes, sir." The steward vanished. Struan stood by the cabin windows. He could see the pulsating mass that was the Chinese settlement of Tai-Ping Shan. But his mind was elsewhere. Why did Siobhan Tillman come alongside? Now there's a beddable queen, if ever there was one. I wonder if she's a virgin. Surely she is. Has to be. Would you bed her if you knew she was? Without marrying her? Nay, I would na bed her then. A man needs virginity but twice in his life, once with his wife, and once in the prime of life with a young mistress chosen with great care. When the man has learned the knowledge of patience and compassion, and can painlessly transmute girl into woman. Of course, Siobhan's a virgin, you're thinking like a fool. But the sparkle behind her eyes and the waggle of her buttocks promise well for her husband, eh? She'd make an interesting mistress. Do you want to marry Siobhan or just bed her? If you were Chinese, you could have many wives openly, and they'd all live in peace under the same roof, Struan chuckled. I'd like to see Siobhan and Mei together under the same roof. Who'd win that battle? For battle it would be, hellcats, both of them. "Hello, father." Cullum stood in the doorway. "You sleep well, laddie?" "All right, thank you." Cullum had had bad dreams. Orlov mixed with the knoll and prophesying poverty again. Oh God, don't let us lose again. Help me to do that which I must do. By the way, if we're to be hosts at the ball, should we invite a partner? Mary Sinclair? Cullum tried unsuccessfully to be offhand. Yes. Struan told himself that he had better find a girl for his son, and quickly. Perhaps, as we're hosts, it would be better if we just welcomed everyone without favour. There are 20-odd young ladies for you to cast your eye on. Olaf said there was a message from the flagship for me to come aboard. Can I leave now? I want to see Longstaff about the final details of the land sale. I'd like this job to be well done. Aye, Struan said after a pause. I would not fire Olaf, if I was you. Cullum flushed. Oh, he told you, did he? I don't like him. He makes my flesh crawl. Accept him as the finest captain afloat. Be patient with him. He could be a valuable ally. He says he has second sight. He has.
Sometimes. Many people have. Blood on your hands could mean anything or nothing. Dinna worry, laddie. I won't, Father. Can I go aboard the flagship now? Aye, as soon as Brock's left. You don't think I can keep a still tongue in my head? Some men have a knack of extracting information just by looking at a face. Orlov for one, Brock for another. You've changed since you saw the bullion. No, I haven't. Struan picked up his shaving brush. Breakfast'll be served in 20 minutes or so. How have I changed? There's a great difference between a young lad who knows he's bankrupt and a young lad who knows he's not. You've a wind under your tail, lad, and you can see it from 4 cables. Struan began lathering his face. Have you ever had a mistress, Cullum? No, Cullum answered uneasily. I've been to a whorehouse, if that's what you mean. Why? Most men out here have mistresses. Chinese? Chinese, or Eurasian. Have you? Of course. Struan picked up his razor. There are whorehouses in Macau, Oriental and European, but very few are safe, most diseased. So the custom... Do you know about woman disease, the French pox or Spanish pox, call it what you will? Yes, of course, yes. Struan began to shave. They say that it was first introduced into Europe by Columbus and his seamen who caught it from the American West Indians. It's ironic that we call it the French or Spanish pox. The French call it the Spanish pox or English pox, the Spanish call it the French pox, when we're all to blame. I'm told it's been in India and Asia forever. You know there's no cure for it. Yes. Then you'll know the only way to catch it is from a woman? Yes. Do you know about protections? Yes, of course. Nothing to be shy about. I'm sorry that I was away so much. I would have liked to tell you about life myself. Perhaps you know, perhaps you're just shy. So I'll tell you anyway. It's very necessary to wear a sheath. The best are made of silk. They come from France. There's a new type made out of some sort of fish skin. I'll see you get a supply. I don't think I'll need... I agree, Struan interrupted, but there's nae harm in having them. In case. I'm not trying to interfere in your life or to suggest you become a rake. I just want to be sure you know certain ordinary things, and that you're safe. A sheath will prevent the pox, and prevent the girl getting with child, thus avoiding trouble for her and embarrassment for you. That's against all the laws of God, isn't it? I mean, using... Well, it's a sin, isn't it? Doesn't it destroy the whole point of love-making? The whole reason is to have children. The Catholics think so, aye, and the very religious Protestants, aye. You question the Holy Book? Cullum was appalled. Nay, lad, only some of the... what's the word? Interpretations. I thought I was an advanced thinker. But you... Well, what you say is heresy. To some men. But the house of God is very important to me. It has precedence over me, you, everyone, even the noble house. Struan continued to shave. It's custom out here to have your own girl, for yourself alone. You keep her, pay her bills, provide her with food and clothes, a servant and so on. When you no longer want her, you give her some money and dismiss her. Isn't that pretty callous? Yes, if it's done without face. Usually the little money, on our standards, you give her is more than enough to provide the girl with a dowry and find her a fine husband. The selecting of the girl is done very gracefully. You do it through a broker, a matchmaker, and it's all according to ancient Chinese custom. Isn't that slavery, of the worst kind? If your idea is to buy a slave, aye, and you treat her like a slave. What do you do when you indenture a servant? Pay some money and buy them for a number of years. It's the same thing. Struan felt his chin and then began to re-lather the patches that were still rough. We'll go to Macau. I'll arrange it for you, if you wish.
Thank you, Father, but—
He was going to say, but buying a woman, whore or slave or mistress, is disgusting and a sin.
Well, thank you, but it's not necessary.
If you change your mind, tell me, lad. Dinna be shy about it. I think it's quite normal to have appetites, and nae sin, but beware of houses. Never go to one drunk. Never bed a girl unprotected. Never be forward out here with the wife or daughter of a European, particularly a Portuguese, or you'll end up very dead very quickly, and rightly so. Never call a man a son of a bitch unless you're prepared to back the words with steel or a bullet. And never, never go to a house that is not recommended by a man you can trust. If you dinna want to ask me or Rob, ask Aristotle. You can trust him. Very unsettled, Cullum watched his father as he finished shaving with firm, definite strokes.
He seems so sure of everything, Cullum thought. But he's wrong about many things. Wrong. The scriptures are quite clear. The lusts of the flesh are devil-sent. Love is God-sent, and love-making without wanting the child is lust. And a sin. I wish I had a wife, and could forget lust. Or a mistress. But that's unlawful and against the holy word. You bought your mistress? He asked.
Aye.
How much did you pay for her?
I'd say that was none of your business, lad, Struan said gently.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude, to be inquisitive or—
Cullum flushed. I know, but that's nae question to ask another man.
Yes. I meant, what does a woman cost to buy?
That'd depend on your taste, from as little as a tail to anything. Struan was not sorry he had begun this line of talk. Better you do it yourself, he told himself, than let others do it for you. By the way, Cullum, we've never settled your salary. You start at 50 guineas a month. That'll be almost pocket money, for everything will be found.
That's very, very generous, Cullum burst out. Thank you.
In 5 months we'll considerably improve the amount. As soon as we own the land, we'll begin to build warehouses, the great house, and a house for you.
That'd be wonderful. I've never had a house. I've never had even rooms of my very own, not even at university.
A man should have a place of his own, however small. Privacy is very important to a clear head.
50 guineas a month is a lot of money,
Cullum said. You'll earn it.
That's enough to marry on, Cullum was thinking. Easily. No whorehouses or stinking natives for him. He remembered with repugnance the 3 occasions he had gone to the house that the university students favoured and could afford. He had had to be half-grogged to act like a man and enter the stink-filled room. A shilling to tumble in a sweat-rancid bed with a cow-like hag twice his age. To get rid of the aches, devil-sent, that plague a man. And always the weeks of terror afterward, waiting for the pox to arrive. God guard me from sinning again, he thought. You feeling all right, Cullum? Yes, thank you. Well, I think I'll shave before breakfast. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, well,
I didn't mean to be rude. I know.
Brock, be alongside, sir, the seaman said.
Guide him below, Struan said. He did not look up from the catalogue of lots that Rob had left him. Cullum and Rob felt the tension in the cabin mount as they waited. Brock stamped in. He smiled broadly. "Ah, it be thee right enough, Dirk. I thought thee be aboard. Grog?" "Thank ye. Morning, Rob. Morning, Cullum."
"Morning,"
Cullum said, hating the fear that seized him. "Them clothes is suit thee right proper. Be you becoming a seafaring man now, like ye da?"
"No."
Brock sat in the sea chair. "Last time I seed your da, Cullum, he were listing terrible. Sinking he were. Terrible indeed. That be a horrid occurrence. The accident." He accepted a mug of rum from Struan. "Thank ye. By the time I'd doused that god-rotting fire what sprung out of the night like a bolt from the deep and were ready to help him, why, he'd vanished. Spent all night and best part of next day a-searching."
"That was considerate of you, Tyler," Struan told him.
"I sent Gorth last night to inquire after thee. Right proper strange, Cullum?"
"What's strange, Mr. Brock?"
"Why, that devil midget don't know your da's aboard. And no one be allowed aboard till noon, so I hears. And anchoring under the guns of flagship. Right proper strange."
"Did Gorth touch the flagpole?" Struan asked.
"Aye. He were proper sad. He said it were like putting another nail in your coffin. He were terrible reluctant."
Struan passed over a banker's order, 20,000 guineas.
"Thank ye, Dirk," Brock said without touching it or looking at it. "But it bain't mine. Perhaps thee'd best give it to Gorth, or send it aboard. It bain't payment to me."
"As you wish, Tyler. He'll be at the land sale?"
"Oh, yes."
Struan picked up the catalogue. "The choice marine lots are 7 and 8 to the west of the valley, 16 and 17 in the centre, 22 and 23 to the east. Which do you want?"
"You be giving me a free pick, Dirk?"
"There's enough for both of us. You choose which you want. We'll not bid against you, nor you against us."
"I'd the same thought. That be fair and wise. 16 and 17 of the marine lots and 6 and 7 of the suburban lots."
"We'll take marine lots 7 and 8, suburban lots 3 and 4.
"Done. And that leave the null. You be planning on bidding, eh?"
"Aye." Brock swallowed some rum. He could sense Cullum's unease.
"The fleet be leaving tomorrow, Dirk. Did they hear?"
"No. Leaving for where?"
"North, to fight the war,"
Brock said sardonically. "I'd forgotten about the war," Struan said with a short laugh. "To stab at Peking again in winter?"
"Yes, our leaders be ordering 'em north. Your lackey's cannonballs in his head. I heard the Admiral screamed, but Longstaff just ranted, 'North, by God, you be ordered north. We'll teach the heathen treaty-breaking scum. Teach 'em a proper lesson.'
"They will not go north."
"With thee back? Mayhaps not."
"It be a sorry state when the likes of Longstaff's Tai-Pan. Ridiculous. And when the likes of you've his god-rotting ear. When we've to rely on thee to save our fleet."
He cleared his throat noisily, then sniffed the air. "There be a right proper strange smell aboard."
"Oh?"
"Smells like bullion. Aye, bullion to be sure."
Brock shot a glance at Cullum.
"So, you bain't bankrupt, be you, lad?"
Cullum said nothing, but the blood soared into his face. Brock grunted.
"I smelled it when they anchored, Dirk.
Why, even when they come into harbour. So, they don't sink, and they've brass to pay, and I be beat again.
When are the notes due?
Today, as thee well knowed.
Do you want to extend the time?
Weren't for the lad's face, and all aboard, I'd ask myself if you was bluffing, that mayhaps the bullion weren't in your hold. But I knowed better. It'd be writ in every face on board, 'cepting yourn and Rob's. I'll take your banker's draft today, by God. No credit.
After the land sale, we'll settle.
Before. Aye, before. They'd better be clean of debts afore you bid, he said, his eye glittering, his anger surfaced. They beat me again. God curse you, and the devil you serve to hell. But the no be mine. It be mine.
It belongs to the noble house, nay, to the second best. Brock got up, his fists clenched.
I'll spit on your grave yet, by God.
I'll spit on your house from my knoll, by God, before sunset.
Mayhaps there bain't enough treasure in Asia to pay the price, by God. Good day to you.
Brock stormed off, the sound of his sea boots clattering up the gangway. Cullum wiped the sweat off his hands.
The knoll's trapped you, Dirk. He'll stop bidding and ruin us, Rob said. Yes, father, I know he will.
Struan opened the cabin door.
Steward? Yes, sir. Mr. Cudahy on the double? Yes, sir.
Listen, Dirk, Rob said. Here's your chance. Do to him what he'll do to you. Stop bidding suddenly. Leave him holding the mess. Then he's ruined. He is, not us.
Struan said nothing. There was a knock, and Cudahy hurried in.
Yes, sir?
Get the cutter alongside. Tell the boatswain to take Mr. Rob and Mr. Cullum to Thunder Cloud. Wait for Mr. Cullum and take him to the flagship. Then report back here. All hands on deck and aft.
Cudahy closed the door again. Father, Uncle's right. For the love of God, don't you see that damn pirate has you trapped?
Then we'll have to see if the love of God will get us out of the trap. It's a matter of face.
Dirk, Rob pleaded, will you not listen to reason?
Sarah wants you aboard. Nae word of the bullion yet, and Cullum, lad. If Longstaff asks about me, just say I'm aboard, nothing more.
Dirk, here's your one chance.
You'd better hurry, Rob. Give my best wishes to Sarah and the children. He returned to the pile of papers on his desk. Rob knew it was useless to argue further, and left without another word. Cullum followed, sick at heart. He knew nothing would change his father, or Brock. That the noble house was committed to a worthless hillock on a worthless rock. Stupid, he shouted to himself. Why is father so damned stupid?
Chapter 12.
That afternoon Struan was standing beside the large tent that he had set up on the foreshore of Happy Valley. He was watching Captain Orlov supervise the seamen as they hauled barrels from the longboat and stacked them neatly inside the tent. He was so engrossed that he did not hear Mary Sinclair come up behind him. Her face was framed by a bonnet which tied under her chin. Her maroon broadcloth gown swept the sand, tight at the waist to make a fashionable hourglass figure, but the cloth was of poor quality, and the cut old-fashioned. She carried a ragged muff, and around her shoulders was a grey shawl that matched her eyes. She appeared neat and plain and poor, demure, ladylike.
"Hello, Tai-Pan," she said.
Struan came out of his reverie. "Oh, hello, Mary. You look very pretty."
"Thank you, kind sir,"
Mary said with a fleeting smile. She curtsied gracefully.
"That's praise indeed." The beach and valley were filling up with traders and their wives and children, festive and in their best clothes, greeting one another and conversing volubly. Groups of soldiers and sailors, their officers resplendent, were dotted about. Longboats were bringing other families and officers ashore. Close to the shore were clusters of sampans fishing, and to the west a mass of noisy, curious Chinese, cordoned off from the valley by soldiers. The auctioneer's dais had been placed on a small rise 50 yards away, and Struan noticed Gordon Chen standing nearby. His son bowed immediately. It was obvious to Struan that the youth wanted to talk to him and must have been waiting patiently for an unobtrusive opportunity.
"Afternoon, Gordon. I'll see you in a minute," he called out.
"Thank you, sir," Gordon Chen called back, and he bowed again. Struan saw Rob strolling with Sarah, who was heavy with child, her face strained. Karen was romping beside them. Struan looked for Cullum, but couldn't find him and presumed he was still on the flagship. Then he saw him, deep in conversation with Glessing. He found it odd that Cullum had not sought him out as soon as he had come ashore.
"Excuse me, Tai-Pan, Miss Sinclair," Orlov said. "That's all of them."
"I should hope so, Captain Orlov," Mary said teasingly. "I hear you've been bringing barrels ashore for the last 2 hours. Do you want the whole European population inebriated, Mr. Struan?"
Struan laughed shortly. "No, thank you, Captain."
Orlov touched his forelock to Mary and entered the tent with some of the seamen. Others collected around it, while a few sat on the shore and began to shoot dice.
"You're early, Mary. The bidding does not start for an hour yet."
"Captain Glessing was kind enough to offer me escort," she said. "Let's walk a little, shall we?"
"Surely,"
Struan replied as he detected an edge to her voice. They began to stroll inland. The bed of the valley was damp, and the rain of yesterday was lying in quiet pools. A stream snaked placidly from the small waterfall. Flies and dragonflies and bees and gnats sang an undercurrent to the breakers. The sun carried the promise of spring. When they were well removed from the crowd, Mary stopped. "First, I wanted to tell you how sorry I was over your loss."
"Thank you, Mary."
"I tried to see you before you left for Canton."
"I remember. That was kind of you."
"Last night I tried to come aboard. I wanted to see how you were." "That was bad, Joss."
"Aye, but it's over. Past."
"Yes, but I can read the hurt in your face. Others won't, but I can see it."
"How are things with you?" he asked, staggered, as always, that Mary could seem so ordinary, sweet, gentle, everything she should be, but was not. "I shouldn't like her," he thought, "but I do."
"Life amuses me, for a time."
Mary glanced back at the beach. Brock, Gorth, and Negrek Thumb, Eliza Brock and her daughters were getting out of their longboat.
"I'm glad you've beaten Brock again. So very glad."
"Have I?"
Mary's eyes crinkled. 40 lakhs of bullion? 4 coins?
How do you know about that?
Have you forgotten, Tai-Pan? I have friends in high places. She said it conversationally, but when she was with the Tai-Pan, she despised these friends.
Who have the other half coins?
Would you like me to find out?
Maybe I think you already know.
Ah, Tai-Pan, you are a man among men. Her warmth deepened. I know where 2 are. When I know about the other 2, I'll tell you.
Who have the 2?
If you arranged such a huge loan, how many would you keep?
All of them. By God, all of them. Jinqua has 2.
1. She toyed with her shawl and arranged it more neatly. There are 4,000 bannermen in Canton now, and a big armada of fire ships. There's to be an attack on our fleet if it tries to force the Bogue forts. Another fleet's waiting 50 miles north. Does the name Wu Kwok mean anything?"
Struan pretended to think, but inside he was reeling. Before the meeting with Saga, he had never heard of Wu Kwok. Of Wu Feng Choi, the father, of course, but not the son. Mouse had not been told what had transpired on the junk or what Saga had said. Only Rob and Cullum knew. Impossible for Mary to have heard about Wu Kwok from them, so it must have come from Wu Kwok or from Jinqua. But how? "That's an ordinary enough name," he said. "Why?"
"He's Wu Feng Choi's eldest son."
"The pirate warlord? The White Lotus?" Struan feigned astonishment.
"I adore shocking you," she said gaily. "Well, the Emperor has secretly offered mandarinates to Wu Kwok and Wu Feng Choi through the Hoppo at Canton, and the Governor-Generalships of Fujian Province and Formosa in return for an attack on the shipping in Hong Kong harbour. Their entire fleet."
"When's the attack?" His shock was authentic.
"They haven't accepted yet. As the Chinese say, negotiations are proceeding."
Could the favours Wu Kwok requested be a blind? Struan asked himself. A devilish play within a play to put him at ease and trap him? Why then the coin? Would they risk their entire fleet? 3,000 junks manned by those pirate scum could finish us. Perhaps. Would you know if they accept, if there's to be an attack?
"I'm not sure, but I think so. But that's not all, Tai-Pan. You should know that the reward on your head is doubled. There's a reward on Cullum now, too. $10,000. On all the English. George Glessing, Longstaff, Brock." Her voice flattened. "And on May, Duncan, and Kate, if kidnapped alive."
"What?"
"I heard 3 days ago. You weren't here, so I caught the first boat I could for Macau, but you'd just left. So I went to see May. I told her I'd been sent by you, that you'd heard she and the children were in danger. Then I went to your comprador and told him in your name to take May and the children into his house, that if anything happened to them before you got back, you'd hang him and his children and his children's children."
"What did Chen Sheng say?"
"He said to tell you that you need have no fear. I saw May and the children into his house, then came back to Hong Kong. I think they're safe for the time being."
"Does he know about the bullion?"
"Of course. Part of it. A small part of it is his. What better investment could he make?"
"Who else put up the bullion?"
"I know about Chen Sheng, Jinqua, the Kohong merchants. They all have a share. That made about 15 lakhs. The rest I'm not sure. Probably the Manchu mandarins."
"Tisen?"
"No. He's in complete disgrace. All his wealth is forfeit. The Kohong estimate that to be about 2,000 lakhs, gold."
"Chen Sheng said he'd look after them?"
"Yes. Now that you're rich again, he'll guard them with his mother's life. For the time, anyway."
"Wait here, Mary." Struan turned for the beach. He picked out Wolfgang and shouted to him, beckoning, and hurried toward him. "Wolfgang, get Orlov and take China Cloud to Macau. Get May and the children and bring them and the Amar back. Full sail, leave Cudahy in charge of the tent." "Brings them here?" "Aye, be back by tomorrow. They're at Chen Sheng's." "Brings them here? Openly?" "Aye, by God, leave immediately!" "I won't do it, Tai-Pan. Not openly. You'd destroy yourself. You know you'd be ostracized." "The mandarins have put a ransom on their heads. Hurry!"
Gott in Himmel! Mouse tugged at his beard nervously. I'll bring them aboard secretly and swear all off to secrecy. Gott in Himmel, forgive this poor sinner.
Struan walked back to Mary. Who told you about the kidnapping, Mary?
No one you know.
You put yourself in great danger, lassie. Getting information, then acting on it yourself.
I'm very careful.
Leave Macau once and for all. Take yourself out of that life while you have your life. Your Joss will now last forever.
Let's talk about you, Tai-Pan. You can't flaunt your Chinese mistress here.
She and the children will be safe aboard, and that's all that counts.
Not in our society, by God, and you know it. They'll break you, Tai-Pan, even you, if you go against their god-rotting code. They have to. She's Chinese.
The pox on them!
Yes, but it'll be a lonely curse, and you've your house to think of. So long as May's kept private, she's no threat to them. What's not seen does not exist. It's not my place to advise you. You know that better than anyone. But I beg you, keep her private.
I do, and I will, unless they're in danger. I owe you a favour, Mary.
Yes.
Her eyes lit with a curious flame.
I would like a favour.
Name it.
Anything I ask?
Name it.
Not now. When I want my favour, I'll ask it. Yes, one day I'll want a favour.
Then she added lightly,
You should be more cautious, Tai-Pan. I'm a woman, and a woman's mind works very differently from a man's.
Aye, he said, and grinned.
You've such a nice smile, Tai-Pan.
Thank you, kind lady, he said. He bowed elegantly. That's praise indeed. He put his arm in hers, and they began to walk back to the beach. Who told you about May and the children?
We agreed 2 years ago that the sources of my information were sacrosanct.
Will you now use those long words?
I'm glad I met May at long last. She's so beautiful. And the children. She was feeling warmed by his touch.
Is there a chance the information was incorrect?
No. Kidnapping for ransom is an ancient Chinese art.
It's filthy to touch women and children. Struan was silent a moment. How long are you staying here?
A few days. Horatio gets a little lost when he's alone. By the way, Chen Sheng knows I speak Cantonese, of course. Now May knows. I asked her to keep it secret. She will, won't she?
Aye, no fear of that. But I'll remind her. He forced his mind off May and the children and Wu Kwok and the fire ships and the remaining 3 half coins. One secret deserves another. The noble house is giving a ball in 30 days. Of course, you're invited.
What a marvellous idea!
We're giving a prize, 1,000 guineas for the best dressed lady.
Good God, Tai-Pan, you'll have your eyes scratched out.
Aristotle's going to be the judge.
You'll still have your eyes scratched out.
Her eyes seemed to change colour.
You'd best remember, now you're the most eligible man in Asia.
What? Her laugh was half mocking.
Best choose a wife while you've the time. There'll be many a doxy shaking her drawers at you, and many a mother primping her daughters into your bed.
Will you not say such things?
Don't say you weren't warned, my lad. 1,000 guineas. I think I'd like to win that prize. Abruptly her mood changed. I've the money to buy such a dress, as you well know, but if I did, it would spoil the Mary Sinclair people know. Everyone knows we're as poor as coolies.
But nothing says I canna give you a dress. At least, there's nothing that says I canna make the offer through Horatio, is there?
God's blood, Tai-Pan, would you really? I'll give you back the money.
If you'll stop God's blooding, but a gift is a gift. He studied her thoughtfully. Have you ever thought of your great-aunt, Wilhelmina?
Who?
Your mother's second cousin once removed in Holland.
Who?
The heiress, the one who could leave you a lot of money.
I've no relations in Holland.
Perhaps your mother forgot to tell you. Perhaps a solicitor in Amsterdam could write that you've come into an inheritance. He lit a cheroot. As an heiress, you could spend money openly. Could you not?
But... Her voice became brittle. What about Horatio?
Aunt Wilhelmina could leave him 2,000 guineas, the bulk to you. She only really liked female offspring. Your mother was her favourite. Strange no one told you or Horatio about her. Poor Aunt Wilhelmina. She died yesterday. Mary's eyes were huge with excitement.
Could you, Tai-Pan? Would you?
It will take 3 months for a letter to get to London, a month to make the arrangements in Holland, 3 months back. In 7 months, you're an heiress. But you'd better act the part of a church mouse for that time, and be surprised when it happens.
Yes, sorry, I'm overwhelmed by... Don't worry. If I go a little mad and break into tears or scream, I worship you, Tai-Pan.
His smile faded. Will you not say such a thing?
I've never said it before, and perhaps I'll never say it again, but to me, you're God. She turned and walked inland alone.
Struan watched her for a moment, then headed for Gordon Chen. He looks more Chinese every day, Struan thought. Out to sea, the longboat with Orlov and Mouse aboard was still well away from China Cloud. Hurry it up, by God! Skinner intercepted him anxiously.
Afternoon, Mr. Struan.
Oh, hello, Mr. Skinner.
Great day in the Orient, isn't it?
Aye. If you'll excuse me, I have to...
Won't keep you a moment, Mr. Struan. I tried to see you last night.
Skinner dropped his voice. He was sweating more than usual and smelling foul, as always.
The notes of the noble house are due today, I seem to recall.
Do you now?
Are they going to be met?
Had you ever any doubt, Mr. Skinner?
There are rumours about bullion.
So I've heard.
I hope they're true. I wouldn't like a change in the ownership of the Oriental Times.
Nor would I. This evening I'll give you an item of interest. Now, if you'll excuse me... Skinner watched Struan approach Gordon Chen and wished he could be privy to that conversation. Then he noticed Brock and his family chatting with Negrek Thumb. This is a great day, he thought gleefully, as he lumbered toward them. Who'll get the knoll? I was so sorry to hear about your loss, sir, Gordon Chen was saying. I tried to see you but failed in my duty. I offered a prayer. Thank you. My mother asked me to tell you she would observe the usual 100 days of mourning. Please tell her that's non-necessary, Struan said, knowing that she would do so anyway. Now, what's been going on with you since I last saw you?"
"Nothing very much. I tried to help Chen Sheng find the house some credit, sir, but I'm afraid we were not successful. The wind tugged at his queue, shaking it."
"Credit is hard to come by," Struan said.
"Yes, it is indeed. I'm sorry."
Gordon Chen thought about the vast quantity of bullion in China Cloud's hold, and was filled with admiration for his father. He had heard the rumours this morning, and they had confirmed others that had filtered into Taiping Shan, that the Tai-Pan had smuggled the bullion out of Canton from under the noses of the hated Manchus. But he said nothing about the rebirth of the noble house, for that would be impolite. "Perhaps it's time that you had a little credit. I might be able to arrange it. Say, 1 lakh of silver?" Gordon Chen's eyes flickered, and he gasped.
"That is a huge amount of credit, sir."
"You take 1/4 of the profit. I take 3.
"That would be very fair, sir,"
Gordon Chen said, collecting his shattered wits quickly.
"Generous. In such hard times as these, most fair. But if I were to have 2/3 and you 1/3, that would assist me to increase your profit considerably, very considerably."
"I expect the profit to be considerable." Struan threw his cheroot away. "We'll be partners. You take 1/2, I 1/2. This is a private arrangement between us, to be secret. You will keep books and account monthly. Agreed?"
"Agreed. You are more than a little generous, sir. Thank you."
"See me this evening and I'll give you the necessary paper. I'll be aboard Resting Cloud." Gordon Chen was so happy that he wanted to jump and shout with joy. He could not fathom why his father was so generous, but he knew that the 1 lakh was very safe and that it would increase 1,000-fold. "With Joss," he added quickly. Then he remembered the Hung Mun Tong and wondered if loyalty to the Tong would conflict with loyalty to his father, and if it did, which would dominate.
"I can't thank you enough, sir. Can this agreement begin at once?"
"Aye. I suppose you'll want to bid on some land."
"I had thought."
Gordon Chen stopped. Cullum was approaching them, his face set. "Hello, Cullum," Struan said.
"Hello, father."
"This is Gordon Chen, my son, Cullum," Struan said, conscious of the stares and the silence of the crowd on the beach.
Gordon Chen bowed. "I'm honoured to meet you, sir."
"Gordon's your half-brother, Cullum," Struan said.
"I know." Cullum stuck out his hand. "I'm pleased to meet you."
Still dumbfounded from hearing Struan acknowledge him as son, Gordon weakly shook his hand.
"Thank you. Thank you very much." "How old are you, Gordon?" Cullum asked. 20, sir." "Half-brothers should call each other by their Christian names, shouldn't they?" "If it pleases you." "We must get to know each other." Cullum turned to Struan, who was rocked by his son's acknowledgement of Gordon. "Sorry to disturb you, father. I just wanted to meet Gordon," he said, and left. Struan felt the silence break as the still life beach came alive again, and he was astonished to see tears streaming down Gordon's face. "I'm sorry. I've waited all my life, Mr. Struan. Thank you. Thank you," Gordon said brokenly. "Most people call me Tai-Pan, lad. We'll forget the Mr. Struan." "Yes, Tai-Pan." Gordon Chen bowed and walked away. As Struan started to go after Cullum, he saw Longstaff's cutter beach. The Admiral and a group of naval officers were with him, Horatio as well. Good, Struan thought. Now Brock.
He waved to Rob and motioned at Brock. Rob nodded and left Sarah and overtook Cullum. Together they joined Struan. "Do you have the papers, Rob?"
"Yes."
"Come on then, let's get our notes back." Struan glanced at Cullum. "Nothing to be nervous about, lad."
"Yes."
They walked away, and Struan said, "I'm glad you met Gordon, Cullum. Thank you."
I wanted to meet him today, with you. Well, publicly."
"Why?"
"Isn't that giving you the face you say is so important?"
"Who told you about Gordon?"
"I heard rumours when I came back from Canton. People are ever ready to spread bad news."
He remembered the sardonic amusement of most of the traders and their wives whom he had met. "So sorry, lad, you came at such a bad time. Pity the house is dead. Won't be the same without the noble house," they would say in various ways. But Cullum knew they were all gloating, glad to see the house humbled. Aunt Sarah had been the one to really open his eyes to his naivete. They had been walking along Queen's Road and had passed some Eurasians, the first he had seen, a boy and girl, and he had asked her what nationality they were and where they came from. "Here," she had said, "they're half-castes, half English, half heathen. Many of the traders have bastards from heathen mistresses. It's all very secret, of course, but everyone knows. Your Uncle Rob has one."
"What?"
"I sent her and her whelp packing years ago. It wouldn't have been so bad, I suppose, if the woman had been Christian and pretty. I could have understood that, but her, no."
Has father other children?"
"Children, I don't know, Cullum. He has a son who works for his comprador called Gordon Chen. Your father has a curious sense of humour, giving him a clan Christian name. I hear he's been baptized a Christian. I suppose that's something. Perhaps I shouldn't have told you, Cullum, but someone has to, and perhaps it's better for you to learn the truth from your kin and not overhear it snickered behind your back. Oh, yes, you've at least one half-brother in Asia." That night he had been unable to sleep. The next day he had gone ashore despairingly. Some naval officers, Glessing among them, were playing cricket, and he had been asked to make up the team. When it was his turn to bat, he took all of his anger out on the ball, smashing it, wanting to kill it, and with it, his shame. He had played brilliantly, but had got no pleasure from the game. Later, Glessing had drawn him aside and asked him what was the matter. He had blurted it out. "I don't approve of your father, as you no doubt know," Glessing had said, "but that has nothing to do with his private life. Have the same problem as you myself. At least I know my father's got a mistress in Maida Vale, 2 sons and a daughter. He's never mentioned it to me, though I expect he knows I know. Damned difficult, but what's a man to do? Probably when I'm that old I'll do the same. Have to wait and see. Course, I agree it's damned uncomfortable knowing you've a half-caste brother."
"Do you know him?"
"I've seen him. Never talked to him, though I hear he's a good chap. Take some advice. Don't let what your father does in his private life get under your skin. He's the only father you'll have."
"You disapprove of him, yet you're taking his side. Why?"
Glessing had shrugged. "Perhaps because I've learned that the sins of the father are the father's problem, not the son's. Perhaps because the Tai-Pan's a better seaman than I'll ever be, and runs the best fleet of the most beautiful ships on earth, treats his seamen like they should be treated, good food, pay and quarters, when we've to work with what the damn Parliament gives us, no cursed money and pressed men and gallows bait as crew. Perhaps because of Glessing's point, or because he's the Tai-Pan. Perhaps because the Sinclairs admire him, I don't know.
I don't mind telling you that if I ever get an order to go after him, I'll do it to the limit of the law. Even so, I hope to God he manages to outsmart that uncouth bugger Brock again. Couldn't stand that sod as the Tai-Pan." From that day, Cullum had seen a lot of Glessing. Between them, a friendship had ripened. Today, Cullum continued to Struan very uncomfortably. "Well, when I saw you and Gordon Chen together, I asked George Glessing. He was honest enough to tell me." Struan stopped. "You mean it was dishonest of me not to tell you?" "No. You don't have to justify anything you do to me. A father doesn't have to justify anything to a son, does he?" "Gordon's a nice lad," Rob said uneasily. "Why did you want to know how old he was?" Struan asked. "He's the same age as me, isn't he?" "So?" "It's not important, Father." "It is to you. Why?" "I'd rather not." "Why?" "A matter of ethics, I suppose. If we're the same age, his mother was— isn't the word— concurrent with mine." "Aye, concurrent would be the right word."
"Adultery would be another right word, wouldn't it?"
"One of the truths of man is that adultery's as inevitable as death and sunrise."
"Not according to the commandments of God." Cullum avoided his father's eyes. "The sale should start now that Longstaff's here," he said.
"Is that why you're so nervous? Meeting Gordon and applying commandments to me?"
"You don't need me, do you, Father, with Brock? I think I'll, if you don't mind, I'll see everything's ready."
"Please yourself, lad. I think you should be with us. This is a rare occasion, but please yourself."
Struan resumed his course along the road.
Cullum hesitated, then caught up with him. Queen's Road ran due west from the valley along the shore. A mile away it passed the tents of the Marines who guarded the growing number of naval stores. Beyond them a mile were the tented rows of the soldiers near Glessing's Point, the terminus of Queen's Road. And above Glessing's Point was Tai Ping Shan, connected to the shore by a quivering, never-ending line of Chinese bowed by the weight of their possessions. The line was perpetually moving and constantly replenished from the incessant arrival of junks and sampans. "Good day, Your Excellency," Struan said, raising his hat as they met Longstaff and his party. "Afternoon, Dirk. Day, Rob." Longstaff did not stop. "Aren't you ready to begin, Cullum?" "In just a moment, Excellency." "Well, hurry it up. I've got to get on board, what?" And he added to Struan as an insulting afterthought, "Good to have you back, Dirk." He continued his stroll, greeting others. "He'll change in about 3 minutes," Struan said. "Stupid, contemptible, pox-ridden fool." Cullum's voice was raw and soft. "Thank God this is the last day I serve him." Struan shook his head. "If I were you, I'd use Deputy Colonial Secretary to my advantage." "How?" "We have our power back, but it's still his hand that signs paper into law, and his hand still has to be guided, eh?" I suppose so," Cullum replied. As the Struans approached the Brocks, a silence fell over the beach, and excitement quickened. Gorth and Negrek Thumb were ranged alongside Brock and Liza and the girls. Skinner began whistling tonelessly and moved closer. Aristotle Quance hesitated in the middle of a brush stroke. Only the very young did not feel the excitement and were not watching and listening. "Afternoon, ladies, gentlemen," Struan said, doffing his hat.
day, Mr. Struan," Liza Brock said blandly. "They knowed Tess and Lilibet, don't they?"
"Of course. Day, ladies," Struan said as the girls curtsied, noticing that Tess had grown considerably since he had last seen her. "Can we settle our business?" he said to Brock.
"Now's as good a time as may be. Liza, you and the girls back to the ship, and Lilibet, you be a-keeping thy hands out of the sea, or they'll catch thy death, and don't fall overboard. And thee, Tess, love, thee watch thyself and Lilibet. Run along now and be a-doing what your ma tells thee."
They curtsied hastily and ran ahead of their mother, glad to be dismissed.
"Children and shipboard just don't mix, do they?" Brock said. "Never watch where they be a-going, enough to drive you balmy."
"Aye," Struan handed the banker's draft to Gorth. "We're even now, Gorth."
"Thank you,"
Gorth said. He examined it deliberately. "Perhaps you'd like to double it."
"How?"
"A further 20,000 says one of our ships will beat you home."
"Thank ye, but they say a fool and his money is soon split. I bain't fool or a betting man." He looked at the draft. "This'll come in right handy. Maybe I can buy a bitty of the knoll from me da."
The colour of Struan's eyes deepened. "Let's go over to the tent," he said, and began to lead the way. Rob and Callum followed, and Rob was very glad that his brother was Tai-Pan of the noble house. His old fear returned. How am I going to deal with Brock? How? Struan stopped outside the tent and nodded to Cudahy.
"Come on, lads," Cudahy said to the small group of waiting seamen. "On the double!"
To everyone's astonishment, the men collapsed the tent. "Our sight drafts, if you please, Tyler." Brock warily took the notes out of his pocket.
824,000 nicker.
Struan gave the notes to Rob, who checked them carefully against the duplicates. "Thank you," Struan said. "Would you sign this?"
"What be this?"
"A receipt."
"And where is thy banker's draft?" Brock said suspiciously.
"We decided to pay cash," Struan said. The seamen dragged the collapsed tent away. Almost concealing the bulk of empty barrels were neat walls of silver bricks. Hundreds upon hundreds of silver bricks glinting under the bleak sun. Brock stared at them transfixed, and there was a monstrous silence over Hong Kong. "The noble house decided to pay cash," Struan said offhandedly. He lit a match and put it to the roll of sight drafts. He took out 3 cheroots, offered one to Rob and to Cullum, and lit them with the burning paper. "It's all been weighed, but there's a scale, if you wish to check the amount." The blood rushed to Brock's face.
"God rot you to hell!"
Struan dropped the charred paper and ground it into the sand. "Thank you, Mr. Cudahy. Take the men aboard Thundercloud."
"Aye, aye, sir."
Cudahy and the men took a last, sweating look at the bullion and dashed to their boats. "Well, that's finished," Struan said to Rob and Cullum. "Now we can deal with the land."
"A rare occasion indeed, Dirk," Rob said. "That was a masterly idea."
Cullum scanned the beach. He saw the greed and envy and the eyes that watched them covertly. "Thank you, O God," he said silently, "for letting me be part of the noble house. Thank you for letting me be thy instrument." Brock came out of his shock.
"Gorth, get thy bully boys ashore and on the double."
"What?"
"On God-rotting double," he said,
his voice low and violent.
"Armed. We be having every heathen pirate in Asia on our necks inside minutes."
Gorth took to his heels. Brock pulled out his pistols and gave them to Negrek.
"If any comes within 5 yards, blow their heads off."
He stamped over to Longstaff.
"Can I borrow them soldiers, Your Excellency? Else we be having a passel of trouble on our hands."
"Eh? Soldiers? Soldiers?" Longstaff blinked at the bullion. "God damn, is that all real silver? All of it? God damn, £800,000 worth, did you say?"
"A little more," Brock said impatiently. "Them soldiers, marines, sailors, any what is armed, to guard it, by God!"
"Oh, armed? Of course. Admiral, would you arrange it, please?"
"Belay there!"
the Admiral shouted, whipped into fury by the avarice on every face, including officers of the Royal Navy. Marines and soldiers and sailors came on the double.
"Form a circle 50 paces from this treasure. No one's allowed near, understand?"
He glared at Brock.
"I'll be responsible for its safety for 1 hour. Then I leave it where it is." "Thank you kindly, Admiral,"
Brock said, repressing an oath. He glanced seaward. Gorth's cutter was pulling strongly for the White Witch. An hour be enough, he thought, cursing Struan and the bullion. How in the name of God can I unload so much bullion? Whose paper dare I takes? With war a-coming and maybe no trade, eh? If there be trade, then it'd pay for all the season's tea, but unless trade be guaranteed, why, all the company's paper is worthless, except the god-rotting noble house. No bank and no vault and no safety until it be off in your hands. Your life's on rack. You should have thought, by God, you should have thought this were what that belly-fornicating bugger 'ud do. He'd trap you right proper." Brock tore his mind off the bullion and looked at Struan. He saw the mocking smile, and rage rose in him. "The day's not over yet, by God." "Quite right, Tyler," Struan answered. "One more thing to settle."
"Yes, by God!"
Brock shoved through the silent crowd toward the dais. Abruptly, Cullum's anxiety returned, more excruciating than before. "Listen, Father," he said in a rush, his voice held down. "Uncle Rob's right. Brock will leave you when the bidding's reached." "Not again, laddie, for the love of God. The knoll belongs to the noble house." Cullum stared at his father helplessly. Then he walked away. "What the devil's the matter with him?" Struan asked Rob. "I don't know. He's been as nervous as a bitch in heat all day." Then Struan noticed Sarah standing on the edge of the crowd, Karen beside her, white-faced, statue-like. He took Rob's arm and began to guide him toward them. "You've not told Sarah yet, have you, Rob? About staying?" "No." "Now's a good time, now that you're rich again." They came up to Sarah, but she did not notice them.
"Hello, Uncle Dirk," Karen said. "Can I play with your pretty bricks?"
"Are they truly real, Dirk?" Sarah asked. "Yes, Sarah," Rob answered. "God only knows how you did it, Dirk. But thank you." She winced as the child kicked in her womb and took out her smelling salts. This means we're saved, doesn't it?" "Aye," Struan said.
"Can I play with one of those, Mummy?"
Karen said shrilly. "No, dear, run along and play," Sarah said. She went up to Struan and kissed him, her tears streaming. "Thank you." "Dinna thank me, Sarah. The price of so much metal comes high." Struan touched his hat and left them. "What did he mean, Rob?" Rob told her. "I'm still leaving," she said. "As soon as I can. Soon as the baby's born." "Yes, it's best. I pray you never find her."
Oh, don't start that again, Sarah, please. It's a beautiful day. We're rich again. You can have everything in the world you want. Perhaps I just want a man for a husband." Sarah walked heavily toward the longboat, and when Rob began to follow, she snapped, "Thank you, but I can get aboard myself. Come along, Karen dear." "Just as you wish," Rob said, and he stalked up the beach again. He couldn't see Struan among the crowd for a while. Then, as he neared the dais, he noticed him chatting with Aristotle Quance. He joined them. "Hello, Rob, my dear fellow," Quance said expansively. "Marvellous gesture, I was just saying to the Tai-Pan. Marvellous, worthy of the noble house." Then to Struan, his ugly face dancing with joy. "By the way, you owe me 50 guineas. "I dinna such thing." "The portrait of Cullum. It's ready for delivery. Surely you didn't forget?"
"It was 30 guineas and I gave you 10 in advance, by God."
"You did? I'll be damned. Are you sure?"
"Where's Siobhan?"
"She has the flux, so I hear. Poor lady." Quance took some snuff. "Princely, that's what you are, my lad. Can I have a loan? It's in a good cause."
"What sort of flux?"
Quance looked around and dropped his voice. "Lovesick."
"Who?"
Quance hesitated. "You, lad."
"Oh, go to hell, Aristotle," Struan said sourly.
"Believe it or believe it not, I can tell she's asked after you several times."
"During sittings?"
"What sittings?"
Quance said innocently. "You know what sittings."
"Lovesick, my lad." The little man laughed. "And now that you're rich again, expect to be swept off your feet and into the hay. Immortal testicles of Jove! She'd surely be magnificent. Only 50 guineas, and I won't bother you for a month."
"What's the good cause?"
"Me, dear boy. I need a cure. I've been poorly."
"Aye, and I know what your problem is. You're feeling your oats. Disgusting for a man your age."
"You should be so lucky, dear lad. Must admit I'm marvellous. 50's not much for an impoverished immortal."
"You'll get your 20 guineas when I get the painting." Struan bent down and whispered significantly, "Aristotle, do you want a commission? Say, £100, gold?"
Immediately Quance stuck out his hand. "I'm your man. My hand on it. Who do I have to kill?" Struan laughed and told him about the ball and the judgeship. "Great balls of fire! Never, by God!" Quance exploded. "Am I a bloody fool? Do you want me de-testicled? In an early grave, hounded by every doxy in Asia, ostracised? Never!"
"Only a man of your knowledge, your stature, your—"
"Never, by God! You, my erstwhile friend, for a miserable £100, you put me in mortal danger. Yes, by God, mortal danger! To be devilled, hated, ruined, dead before my time. Make it 200?
"Done," Struan said.
Quance threw his hat in the air and danced a jig and hugged his stomach. Then he adjusted his purple silk waistcoat and picked up his hat and set it rakishly on his head. "Tai-Pan, you're a prince. Who but I, Aristotle Quance, would dare to do such a thing? Who but I would be the perfect choice? Perfect! Oh, marvellous Quance, prince of painters! 200 in advance!
After the judging."
"Don't you trust me?"
"No. You might leave, or have the vapours."
"I'd get off my deathbed to judge this contest. In fact, I'd have volunteered. Yes, by the blood of Rembrandt, I'd willingly pay. I'd pay 100 guineas if I had to crawl to Brock to borrow it to have that privilege." "What?"
Quance threw his hat into the air again. "Oh, happy, happy day! Oh, perfect Quance! Immortal Quance! You've got your place in history! Immortal, perfect Quance!" "I don't understand you at all, Aristotle," Rob said. "You really want the job?" Quance picked up his hat and brushed the sand off it, his eyes dancing. "Have you considered the advantages such a position gives me, eh? Why, every doxy in Asia will be, how shall I put it, will be ready to sway the judge, eh? In advance." "And you'll be ready to be swayed?" Struan said. "Of course, but it will be an honest choice, the perfect choice. I know the winner now." "Who?" "Another £100? Today?" "What do you do with all the money, eh? Between Rob, Cooper and myself, we give you a fortune." "Give! Ha! Give! It's your privilege to support immortality. Privilege, by Lucifer's hind tit. By the way, is there any brandy in those barrels? I've an immortal thirst." "There's none at all." "How uncivilized! Disgusting!" Quance took some more snuff and saw Longstaff bearing down. "Well, I'll be off. Good day, lads." He walked off whistling, and as he passed Longstaff he raised his hat gravely. "Oh, Dirk," Longstaff said, a broad smile on his face. "Why is Aristotle in such a good humour?" "He's just glad, like you, that we're still the noble house." "And quite right, too, what?" Longstaff was jovial and full of respect. "I didn't know there was that much bullion in Asia. Magnificent to pay like that. By the way, would you have dinner this evening? There are some matters I'd like your opinion on." "Afraid I'm busy this evening, Will. Tomorrow? Why not come aboard our headquarters resting cloud at noon?" "Noon would be perfect. Perfect. I'm so glad." "Oh, by the way, Will, why do you cancel the fleet's order sending them north?" Longstaff frowned. "But those devils have repudiated our treaty, what?" "The Manchu Emperor has, yes, but this is typhoon weather. Better to keep the fleet in one piece, and under your thumb." Longstaff took a pinch of snuff and dusted the ruffles of his resplendent waistcoat. "The Admiral's not concerned about weather, but if you say so," he sneezed. "If we don't go north, what do we do, eh?" "Let's talk about it tomorrow, shall we?" "Very wise. Sleep on it. That's the ticket, what? I'll be glad to have your counsel again. Well, looks like we're ready to begin. Delighted, by the way, with your other gesture." Longstaff departed happily. "What did he mean by that?" Rob asked. "I dinna ken. The bullion, I suppose. Listen, Rob, tomorrow you welcome him," Struan said. "Tell him what to do." "What's that?" Rob's face crinkled into a smile. "Take the Bogue forts, then stab at Canton at once. Ransom Canton, 6 million taels of silver. Then, when the wind's right, north, just as before." "But he wants to talk to you." "You can twist him around your finger now. He's seen the bullion. He won't trust me like he trusts you. In 5 odd months he'll have to. How did Sarah take it?" "As you expected. She'll leave anyway." Rob looked at the dais as there was a rustle of excitement. Longstaff was mounting the steps. "You're so nice to his face, Dirk, even after he was so insulting. Yet I know you'll put your mark on him now, won't you?" "He's the first governor of Hong Kong. Governors last for 4 years. There's time and to spare for Longstaff." "What about the Knoll?" "That's already been decided on." "You're going to leave Brock holding it?" "Nay."
"Gentlemen," Longstaff said to the assembled traders, "before we begin, I wish to confirm the principles of land ownership and disposal that have been recommended by me to Her Majesty's government." He began reading from an official document. "All land is vested in Her Majesty. Allotments are to be made at a public auction to the highest bidder of an annual ground rent, the annual rent to be the subject of the bidding. 999-year leases. A building of a minimum value of $1,000 is to be erected within 1 year, the rate being fixed at 4 shillings and 4pence to the dollar. Otherwise the allotment is forfeit. A deposit of half the amount bid is to be paid in specie at once." He looked up. "Originally we planned to offer 100 lots today, but it has not been possible to survey them all. Approximately 50 are offered, and the rest as soon as practicable. I have also recommended that purchasers be allowed to buy their lots in freehold, subject to Her Majesty's pleasure. Oh yes, and purchasers of marine lots may also choose suburban or country lots. Marine lots are fixed at 100 feet wide, fronting on Queen's Road and stretching to the sea." He looked up and smiled pleasantly. "With the offering of land for sale, today we can presume the foundations of the town to be laid. Land has been set aside for the courthouse, government offices, governor's mansion, jail, a cricket ground, market square, and for the Orientals. I formerly have called our town to be Queenstown." There were cheers. "This is the first opportunity I've had for many a day of addressing you all. I would say that we have hard times ahead, but let us not falter. We must all pull together. We must put our backs to the plough, and then, with God's good help, we'll conquer the heathen to the glory of Her Britannic Majesty and the glory of the colony of Hong Kong." There were 3 cheers for the Queen, and 3 cheers for the colony, and 3 cheers for Longstaff, and the Chinese onlookers chattered and watched and laughed. "Now, if Mr. Brock will kindly take his mind off the loose change of the noble house, I will declare the auction open." Brock and Gorth smouldered as the laughter swooped over them. Longstaff stepped off the platform and Glessing moved closer. "I must reiterate, Your Excellency," Glessing said, "that due to the lack of time, not all the lots have been accurately surveyed." Details, my dear fellow. What does a few feet matter? There's land enough for all. Please carry on, Cullum, my dear chap. Good day to you." Longstaff walked off toward his cutter, and as soon as he passed Struan he smiled and raised his hat. "Tomorrow at noon, Dirk." Cullum wiped the sweat off his face and glanced at the little man beside him. "Mr. Hibbs?" Henry Hardy Hibbs drew himself up to his full 5.5 feet and mounted the platform. "Day, gents," he said with an unctuous smile. "Henry Hardy Hibbs of London Town, late of the firm of Hibbs, Hibbs and Hibbs, auctioneers and estate agents, official auctioneer to His Excellence the Right Honourable Longstaff, at your service." He was an untidy, verminous gnome with a bald head and fawning manner. "Lot number 1. Now, what am I bid?" "Where the devil did you find him, Cullum?" Struan asked. "Off one of the merchantmen," Cullum heard himself say, wishing the day over. "He'd worked his passage from Singapore. He had had his pocket picked there and all his money stolen." Struan listened as Hibbs efficiently and dexterously wheedled the price upward and upward. He scrutinized the crowd and frowned. "What's the matter, Dirk?" Rob asked. "I was looking for Gordon. Have you seen him?" "Last I saw of him he was walking toward Glessing's Point. Why?" "Nay matter," Struan said, thinking it very strange Gordon was not here. "I would have thought he'd be bidding for land himself. What better investment could there be?"
The bidding for the lots was brisk. All the traders knew that a colony meant permanence. Permanence meant land values would skyrocket, especially in an island colony where level building land was in short supply. Land meant safety. Land could never be lost. Fortunes would be made. As the sale continued, Struan felt his excitement rising. Across the press of men, Brock was waiting, equally on edge. Gorth was near him, his eyes darting from Struan to his men who were surrounding the bullion. Struan and Brock bought the lots they had agreed on, but the prices were higher than they had expected, for the bidding was hotly competitive. They bid against each other for some minor lots. A few Struan bought, on some he withdrew. The tension among the traders grew. The last of the marine lots was offered and bought. Then the suburban and country lots were offered, and they too were bought expensively. Only the knoll remained. It was the largest piece of land, and the best.
"Well, gents, that's it," Hibbs said, his voice hoarse from auctioneering. "Them what is bought has to pay half the nicker now. Receipts from the Deputy Colonial Secretary, if you please."
An astonished hush fell over the crowd. "The sale's not complete yet." Struan's voice split the air. "Yes, by God," Brock said.
Gents," Hibbs said cautiously, sensing trouble.
"What about the knoll?"
"What knoll, your honours?"
Struan pointed a blunt finger. "That knoll."
"It, ain't on the list, Gov. Nothing to do with me, Gov," Hibbs said hastily and prepared to run. He glanced at Cullum, who was standing stock still. "Is it, your honour?"
"No." Cullum forced himself to look at his father, the silence choking him. "Why is it not on the list, by God?" Because, well, it's already been purchased." The hairs on the nape of Cullum's neck crawled as he saw, as though in a dream, his father walk over to him, and all the carefully worked-out words vanished from his head. The reasons. How he had said to Longstaff this morning in desperation that it was his father's thought to put a church there, for the benefit of all Hong Kong. It was the only way, Cullum wanted to shout. "Don't you see? You'd have destroyed us all. If I'd told you, you'd never have listened. Don't you see?" "Purchased by whom?" "By me. For the church," Cullum stuttered. £1 a year. The knoll belongs to the church." "You took my knoll." The words were soft-spoken but barbed, and Cullum felt their cruelty. "For the church, yes," he croaked. The deed was signed this morning. His Excellency signed the deed in perpetuity." "You knew I wanted that land?" "Yes." All Cullum saw was the blinding light that seemed to stream from his father's eyes, consuming him, taking his soul. Yes, but I decided it was for the church. I did. The knoll belongs to the house of God." "Then you've dared to cross me." There was a frantic silence. Even Brock was appalled by the power that seemed to pour out of Struan and surround them all. Cullum waited for the blow that he knew was coming, that they all knew was coming. But Struan's fists unlocked, and he whirled around and walked out of the valley. Brock's bellow of laughter shattered the sickening quietness, and everyone flinched involuntarily. "Shut up, Brock," Quance said. "Shut up!" "That I will, Aristotle," Brock said. "That I will." The traders splintered into whispering pockets, and Hibbs called out tremulously, "If them what has bought will kindly step this way, if you please, gents." Brock was studying Cullum almost compassionately. "I'd say thy days were numbered, lad," he said. "Thee don't know that devil like I knowed him. Watch thy back." He went up to Hibbs to pay for his land. Cullum was trembling. He could feel people watching him. He could feel their awe. Or was it horror? "For the love of God, why didn't you ask him?" Rob said, hardly over his shock. "Eh? Before you did it?" "He wouldn't have agreed, would he?" I don't know. He might have. Or he might have left Brock holding—" He stopped weakly. "And don't pay any attention to what Brock said. He's just trying to frighten you. There's no need to worry. None. I think Father is the devil." An involuntary shudder ran through Rob. "That's stupid, lad, stupid. You're just overwrought. We all are. The bullion and, well, the excitement of the moment. Nothing to worry about. Of course he'll understand when—" Rob's words trailed off. Then he hurried after his brother. Cullum was finding it very difficult to focus. Sounds seemed to be stronger than before, but voices more distant, colours and people bizarre. His eyes saw Mary Sinclair and her brother in the distance. Suddenly they were talking to him. "Sorry," he said. "I didn't hear you." "I just said that it will be a fine place for the church." Horatio forced a smile. "A perfect place." "Yes." "Your father's always wanted that, Noel, ever since he saw Hong Kong," Mary said. "Yes, but now it belongs to the house of God." "Yes," she said sadly. "But at what cost?" Then they no longer were talking to him, and he was looking at Hibbs. "Yes?" "Begging your pardon, sir, but it's the receipts for them what has bought land," Hibbs said uneasily. "Receipts?" "Yes, land receipts. You've to sign 'em." Cullum watched himself as he followed Hibbs to the stand. Mechanically he signed his name. Rob was hurrying along Queen's Road, careless of the appalled looks that followed him, his chest aching from the exertion of the chase. "Dirk! Dirk!" he called out. Struan stopped momentarily. "Tell him I'll see him on his knoll at dawn." "But Dirk, Cullum was only—" "Tell him to come alone." "But Dirk, listen a moment. Don't go. Wait. The poor lad was only—" "Tell him to come alone." Chapter 13. That night, in the middle watch, the wind veered from east-northeast to east and fell off a knot. The humidity increased, and the temperature rose a degree, and the captains of the fleet stirred in their sleep and awoke momentarily, knowing that another monsoon had blown its course. Now the wind would blow wet warm from the east for 3 months until May, and then would veer as suddenly southward, gathering heat and wetness. Then in the fall to east-northeast again, dry and cool until the spring of next year, when it would once more veer to the east and fall off a knot. The captains fell asleep again, but they slumbered less easily. The east wind heralded the time of the typhoons. Brock shifted irritably in his bunk and scratched. "What's with thee, Tyler?" Liza said, awake and clear-headed instantly, as a woman is when a mate is troubled or her child ill. She was in the bunk across the fetid cabin. "Nothing, Liza. The wind be changed, that be all. Get thy rest." He adjusted his flannel nightcap and yawned heavily. Liza got up ponderously and plodded across the cabin. "What they be doing?" "Opening porthole, lad. Go to sleep." Brock turned over and closed his eyes, but he knew that sleep had left him. He felt the tang of the wind sweep into the cabin. "There be fog soon," he said. Liza got back into her bunk and the straw-filled mattress creaked. She lay comfortably under the covers.
It be the bullion that be worrying thee, bain't it?
Yus.
Don't worry thy head now. Tomorrow's the time for that.
She yawned and scratched at the bite of a bedbug.
It'll be grand to be ashore again. Will it take long to build a house?
Not long, he said, and turned over.
This ball what Struan be giving, she said, choosing the words with great care. That be a smack in thy face.
Ridiculous. Go to sleep.
Brock was instantly on his guard.
Course, if we was dressed proper, that'd be a smack right back, eh, Tyler?
Brock groaned, but was careful not to let Liza hear. The news of the ball had swept the fleet the moment Struan had told Skinner. Every husband in Asia had denounced the Tai-Pan, for they knew that he had stolen their peace, and every man's blood had quickened. The betting had begun. Siobhan Tillman was odds-on favourite.
"Thee mean spike his guns with finery?" he said. "Good idea, Liza. Thee look proper smart in that red silk dress, what I—"
"That old rag,"
Liza said with a contemptuous sniff.
"Thee must be joking."
"Old, thee says? Why, thee's only worn it but 3 or 4 time. I think thee looks—"
3 year I be wearing that, and thee be needing new dress coat and breeches and fancy waistcoat and what not.
"I enjoys the ones I got," he said. "I thinks
it be time I went shopping. Afore every decent bolt of silk in Asia be buyed up, and every seamstress be booked. Tomorrow I be going to Macau, in Grey Witch."
"But, Liza, for a flippity ball, what Dirk—"
"I be leaving on the noon tide."
"Yes, Liza," Brock said, recognizing that special tone in her voice, knowing that no amount of arguing would take the bit out of her teeth. The pox on Struan. But in spite of his fury, the thought of the prize and the judging stirred him. That'd be a marvellous idea. Marvellous! Now I bain't I a-thinking of that. The pox on Struan. Liza adjusted her pillow and continued to ruminate about the ball. She had already decided that Tess was going to win the prize, and the honour, whatever the cost. Yes, she told herself again, whatever it costed. But how to persuade Tyler to let Tess go to ball? He'd be right pig-headed about her.
"It be time to think about our Tess," she said.
"What about her?"
"It be time thee be thinking about a mate for her."
"What?"
Brock sat upright in the bunk.
"Be thee out of thy head? Tess be hardly out of nappies. She's bare 16.
"How old were I when they married me?"
"That be different, by God. Thee were old for thy age, by God. Times is changed. Time enough and plenty for that flibberty folderol, by God. A mate for Tess? Thee be sick in thy head, woman. And what a thing to say at middle of night. Now, don't be mentioning that again, or I be taking my belt to thy back."
He turned his back on her furiously and slammed the pillow and closed his eyes.
"Yes, Tyler?"
Liza said, smiling. She did not condemn him for the beatings he had given her. They had been few, and never with violence or in a drunken rage, and were a long time ago. For 20 years she had lived with him, and she was content with her man.
"Liza, girl,"
Brock said tentatively, his face still to the wall.
"Do Tess know about things?"
"Course not," she said, shocked. "She be brought up proper."
"Well, by God, it's about time thee took her aside and tells her," he fumed, sitting up again. "And thee better watch her careful like, by the cross, if I catch any sniffing around our Tess.
What makes thee think she be old enough?
Has the girl said anything? Be she acting different?"
Course she be watched. Ridiculous to think not. Ridiculous, Liza snorted. You men be all the same, huh? Do this and do that and threats and what not when the girl's just a-growing and readying to be wed. And I'll thank thee not to swear so much, Mr. Brock. It bain't nice and bain't proper.
They say no more about it, by God, and that be an end to it. By God!
Liza smiled complacently to herself. Now, who's it to be? Not that Nagrek Thumb, by God. Who? Young Sinclair? No brass and too hoity-toity and churchy, but sound as a bell, and a future, no doubt, and in the council of God-rotting Longstaff. Nothing like a reverend son in a family. Possible. The American Jefferson Cooper. Better, rich enough, powerful enough, but a bleeding foreigner what hates us English. Even so, Brock and Cooper Tillman joined together be making a nice knife in the gut of the noble house. Gawth'd be good, but he be her half-brother, so he be out. Pity. Her mind ranged over the many that would make good husbands. The man had to have money and power and potential, and an iron will and a strong arm to control her. Yes, Liza thought, that girl'll be needing a good belting on her buttocks from time to time. She be as wilful as they come, and not an easy one to tame. Longstaff would be perfect, but he be married, though I heard his wife be sickly and in London, so mayhaps we should wait. The list whittled to 2, but which? Tyler?
For the love of God, won't thee let a man sleep? What is it now?
What'll that devil do to Cullum Struan?
Don't know. Kill him, mayhaps. I don't know. He'll be doing something terrible, that be certain.
Cullum be a gutty young spark to stand up like that'n.
Brock laughed. I wish they'd seen Dirk's face. That bastard were rock solid he were.
The boy were right smart to give the land to the church. He saved his da from danger. And thee.
Ridiculous woman. Not me, by God. Dirk be a-wanting that hillock desperate. He'd a bid, and I'd a stopped when he was strangled by the price. Weren't for that whippersnapper, Dirk'd be on his knees right now, busted.
Or Struan'd let thee strangle, likewise.
No, he be wanting that hillock.
He be wanting thee wrecked more.
No, they be wrong. Go to sleep.
What'll he do to Cullum?
Don't know. He be a vengeful man. They two have hatred between 'em now. I never see Dirk so riled. A feud between him and the boy could work nice for us'n.
For a moment, fear swarmed through Liza. Fear for her man, fear of the violence between him and Struan. Enmity that would end only in the death of one, or both. Dear Lord above, she prayed for the 1,000,000th time, let there be peace between them. Then the fear left her, and she said to herself, as she had always said, "What's be is to be." And this reminded her of Hamlet and of Will Shakespeare, who was her passion.
Why not build a playhouse, Tyler, on Hong Kong? We be staying here now, bain't we?
Yes. Brock brightened, his mind taken away from Struan. That be a good idea, Liza. Right good. Afore that sod think of it. Yes. I be talking to Skinner tomorrow. I'll start the fund. And we be sending for a group of players. We be putting on a play for Christmas. You think what it'll be?
Liza held her tongue. She would have said Romeo and Juliet, but that would have been stupid, for she knew that her husband would see instantly through her purpose. Yes, Tess be the key to the Brocks and the Struans. But the match be not ending in tragedy, not like them Montagues and Capulets. If Goth had done that to thee, taken thy knoll, what would thee have done?
No, love. I'm glad it weren't Goth. Go to sleep now. Liza Brock let her mind wander. Now, which of the two'd be best? Best for us and the best for Tess? Cullum Struan or Dirk Struan?
The fog crept down on the ships at calm anchor. With the tendrils came a shadowed sampan. It nudged the anchoring fore-hawser of the White Witch momentarily. Hands held the hawser briefly, an axe rose and fell, and the sampan vanished as silently as it had appeared. Those on deck, the armed seaman and Negrek, officer of the watch, noticed nothing untoward. In fog, without a shore or other ships to judge by, a faint wind and a calm sea and a gentle tide would give no hint of movement. The White Witch drifted shoreward. The boatswain sounded 8 bells, and Negrek was filled with panic at the risk he was about to take.
You cursed fool, he thought. You put yourself in mortal danger making tryst with Tess like this, and don't go. Stay on deck. Or go to your bunk and sleep, but don't go to her. Forget her, and forget today, and forget last night.
For months Negrek had been conscious of her, but last night, during his watch, he had peeked through the porthole of the cabin she shared with her sister. He had seen her in her shift, on her knees beside the bunk like an angel, saying her prayers. The buttons of the shift were undone, her nipples taut against the grasp of white silk. After she had finished her prayers, she had opened her eyes, and for an instant he had thought she had seen him. But she had turned her eyes away from the porthole and had gathered the nightgown in a bustle, moulding it to herself. Then she had moved her hands over herself, caressingly, languorously, breasts, thighs, loins. Then she had slipped out of the shift and stood in front of the mirror. A tremble had run through her, and then she had slowly dressed herself again and sighed and blown out the lantern and slipped into bed. And then today, watching her run down the beach, her skirts flying, watching her legs and wishing himself between them, he had made up his mind to have her. This afternoon on board, helpless with terror and longing, he had whispered to her, and seen the blush, and heard her whisper back,
"Yes, Negrek, tonight at 8 bells.
The new watch came on deck.
"Get thee below, Negrek," Goth said, stamping up to the poop. He relieved himself in the scuppers, then yawned and took his place on the quarterdeck by the binnacle and shook himself almost like a dog. The wind veered to the east. "I felt it." Goth irritably poured himself a tot of rum. "Cursed fog."
Negrek went to his cabin. He took off his shoes and sat on the bunk, the sweat chilling him. Choked by his stupidity, but unable to control it, he slipped out of his cabin and noiselessly tiptoed aft down the corridor. He stopped outside the cabin. His hand was wet as he tried the handle. Hardly breathing, he entered the cabin and closed the door behind him.
"Tess,"
he whispered, half praying that she would not hear him.
"Hist," she answered, "or you'll wake Lilliput."
His dread increased, his mind shouting, "Leave!" his ache forcing him to stay.
"This be terrible dangerous," he said.
He felt her hand come out of the darkness and take his and guide him to the bunk.
"You wanted to talk to me? What did you want?"
she said, fired by the darkness and the secrecy, and Negrek's presence, terrified by the fire, loving it. "Now be not the time, love."
But you wanted to talk secret. How else can it be secret?
She sat up in the bunk and pulled the clothes tighter around her and let her hand rest in his, her limbs liquid. He sat on the bunk, choked with desire. His hand reached out and he touched her hair and then her neck.
"Don't,"
she murmured, and shivered as he fondled her breasts.
"I want to marry thee, love."
"Oh, yes. Oh, yes."
Their lips touched. Negrec's hand moulded her, travelled her, and in the wake of his touch came the frantic terror heat, centering. Gorth turned away from the fog as the boatswain sounded one bell and wandered over to the binnacle. He looked down at it, the screened lantern flickering, and couldn't believe what he saw. He shook his head to clear it and looked again.
"It be impossible."
"What's amiss, sir?" the boatswain said, startled.
"The wind, by God, it be west! West!"
The boatswain ran to the binnacle, but Gorth was already charging along the deck, scattering the seamen. He leaned over the bow and spotted the severed hawser.
"Belay there! We be adrift!"
he shouted in sudden panic, and pandemonium swept the deck.
"Let go the aft anchor! God rot you, hurry!"
As the seamen rushed for the aft hawser, the keel scraped the rock bottom and the ship shuddered and cried out. The cry swept through the timbers and into the furnace of the cabin, and Negrec and the girl were paralyzed for an instant. Then he left her clinging warmth and was out in the corridor and charging for the deck. Brock ripped open his cabin door and half saw Negrec racing up the gangway, and he half noticed that the girl's cabin door was open, but forgot it in his blind rush aloft. Liza hurried out of the main cabin and across the corridor and through the open door. As Brock came onto the quarterdeck, the anchor was let go, but too late. The White Witch gave a final scream, heeled slightly to port, and grounded heavily. At that moment, sampans swarmed out of the fog and fell on her with grapples, and pirates began to scramble aboard. The pirates were armed with muskets, knives, and cutlasses, and the first on deck was Scragga. Then the men of the White Witch were fighting for their lives. Gorth sidestepped a Chinese, who lunged at him and, catching the man by the throat, broke his neck. Negrec picked up a fighting iron and slashed at the encroaching horde, noticing Scragga and other Europeans among the Chinese. He maimed a man and rushed toward Brock, who was covering the gangway into the quarters below, and to the bullion in the hold. Scragga cut down a man and backed off and watched his men attacking.
"Below, by God!"
he shouted, and he led the rush at Brock. Others swept forward and decimated the first of the watch that was pouring from below decks. Brock blew the face off a European, ground the useless pistol into the groin of another, and slashed a berserk swath with his cutlass. He lunged at Scragga, who sidestepped and pulled the trigger of his levelled pistol, but at that second Negrec crashed into him and the ball whined harmlessly into the fog. Scragga whirled, snarling, and hacked at Negrec with his cutlass, wounding him slightly, then turned in the melee and hurled himself at Brock again. His cutlass sliced through a seaman. Then Brock had him by the neck and they fell, flailing with fists and knees. Brock gasped as Scragga's cutlass crunched into his face. He picked himself up and flung Scragga aside and cut at him. Scragga rolled away just in time, and the cutlass fractured as it smashed into the deck. Brock buried the broken cutlass in a Chinese who jumped at his throat, and Scragga darted to safety behind a screen of his men. Gorth was charging into the main deck maelstrom, cutting, hacking, when a knife ripped into his side, and he gasped and fell. Brock saw his son drop, but he stayed at the gangway, fighting and killing. Below, Liza Brock herded Tess and Lilibet into the main cabin. "Now don't thee fret, girls," she said, slamming the door from the outside. She planted herself in the corridor, a pistol in each hand and 2 spare pistols in her pocket. If the enemy came down the gangway before the fight was over, it would mean that her man was dead or unconscious. But 4 pirates would die before they passed her. Led by Scragga, the pirates slammed into Brock's crew and were again repulsed. More seamen fought their way out of the forecastle. 3 of them joined Brock near the gangway, and they flew at the pirates, driving them back. A belaying pin smashed into Scragga's back, and he knew the fight was lost. Immediately he shouted something in Chinese, and his men broke off battle, shinned like rats down the side into the sampans, and fled. Scragga leaped off the prow and vanished into the water. Brock grabbed a musket from one of his men and rushed to the side. When Scragga's head broke the surface for an instant, Brock fired, but missed, and the head disappeared. Brock swore, then hurled the empty musket into the darkness. His men began firing at the sampans, which quickly dissolved into the fog. When there were no more escaping pirates to kill, Brock ordered the enemy dead and wounded to be cast overboard, and turned his attention to Gorth. Blood was oozing out of the wound that Gorth covered with a clenched fist. Brock pried his son's hand away. The knife had cut deeply under his arm and toward his back. "Have they coughed blood, lad?" "No, da." "Good." Brock wiped the sweat off his face and stood up. "Get pitch and grog. Hurry, by God! Them what's cutted come aft. The rest get to the boats and pull us and off. Tide's full. Hurry!" Negrek tried to clear the agony from his head as he got the boats lowered. Blood streamed from his shoulder wound. Brock gave Gorth a tankard of rum, and as soon as the pitch was bubbling on the brazier, he dipped a belaying pin into it and worked the pitch into the wound. Gorth's face contorted, but he made no sound. Then Brock doctored the others with rum and pitch. "Me, sir! You forgot me!" one of the seamen moaned. He was holding his chest. There was blood froth on his lips, and air sucked and hissed from the wound in his chest. "Thee's dead. Best make thy peace with thy Maker," Brock said. "No! No, by God! Give me the pitch, sir! Come on, by God!" And he began screaming. Brock knocked him out, and he lay where he fell, the air hissing and bubbling. Brock helped Gorth up. Once erect, Gorth stood on his own feet. "I'll be all right, by God!" Brock left him and checked aft. The boats were pulling strongly. It was slack water. "Put your backs into it!" he shouted. "Ready afore anchor, Negrek!" They hauled the ship to safety, the leadsman calling the soundings, and when Brock was sure that they were safe, he ordered the anchor let go. The ship swung with the ebb tide and settled herself. "Sailmaker!" "Aye, aye, sir," the old man said. "So shrouds for they," he said, pointing at the 7 bodies. "Use the old mainsail, a chain at their feet and over the side at sunup. I be saying the service like always." "Aye, aye, sir." Brock turned his attention to Gorth. "How long after they came on watch were we grounded?" "Not but a few minutes. No, it were just one bell. I remember distinct." Brock thought a moment. "We couldn't be drifting from our moorings to shore in one bell, nohow. Then we be'd cut adrift in watch before." Brock looked at Negrek, and he flinched. "Thy watch. 20 lashes at sunup for them what was on deck." "Yes, sir," Negrek said, terrified. "But for thee, I be'd deaded from that God-cursed pirate's pistol. So I be thinking about thee, Negrek." Then he went below. "All's well, love," he said. Liza was stationed like a rock in front of the children's cabin. "Thank you, Tyler," she said, and put down the pistols. "Were it bad?" Passing bad, it be the bullion. Pirated in harbour. In harbour! There be the English among pirates. I killed one, but the leader, God rot him, he slipped away. The kid's all right.
Yes, they be inside asleep now.
Liza hesitated.
I think I'd better talk to thee.
We be talking, bain't we? She walked down the corridor gravely to the main cabin. He followed her, and she closed the door. At 3 bells, Brock came on deck again. The fog had lessened, but the wind had fallen off. He sniffed and tasted it and knew that soon the wind would freshen again, and by morning the fog would vanish. "Gorth, let's below and check the cargo." "None of those gallows fornicating bait got below, da?" "We be looking anyways."
"You come too, Negrek."
Brock picked up a lantern, and they went to the hold. "There, the door be still bolted," Gorth said, his wound racking him. Brock unlocked the door, and they went inside. He set the lantern on the bullion and relocked the door. "Have thee lost thy senses, da?" Gorth said. Brock was looking at Negrek. "What's amiss, Mr. Brock?" Negrek was petrified. "Seems that Negrek's been fingering thy sister Gorth. Tess." "I didn't, by God!" Negrek burst out. "I didn't at all!" Brock picked up the cat-o'-nine-tails that hung on the wall of the hold. "Seems he went to her cabin while she slept and then woked her and played with her." "I didn't touch her, I didn't harm her, I didn't, by God!" Negrek cried. "She asked me into her cabin, she asked me! This afternoon she asked me! She did, by God!" "So you was in her cabin?" Gorth lunged for Negrek and cursed with pain as the pitch of the wound in his side parted. Negrek fled for the door, but Brock shoved him back. "You're a dead man, Negrek! I didn't harm her, I swear to God, I swear to—" "You put your stinking hands under her shift!" The cat clawed Negrek again and again as Brock drove him deeper into the hold. "You did, by God, didn't you? I swear to God I didn't touch her! Don't, Mr. Brock, please! It were no harm done, I'm sorry! I only touched her! There were nothing more! Nothing more!" Brock stopped, his breathing spasmodic. "So it were true. You heard, Gorth?" Both men sprang at Negrek, but Brock was faster and his fist smashed Negrek unconscious. He pushed Gorth away. "Wait! But that scum! Wait! Your ma said the poor lass were afeard to say anything at first. Tess be thinking because he touched her there, now she be going to have child. But Liza said Tess still be virgin. He only touched her, praise be to God." When Brock had caught his breath, he stripped Negrek and waited until he was conscious. Then he cut away his manhood and beat him to death. Chapter 14.
"You wanted to see me, Father?"
Cullum's face was stark. Struan was standing on top of the knoll, the binoculars around his neck, knife in his belt, a bunched fighting iron on the ground. He had watched Cullum come ashore and walk into the valley and climb the knoll. The wind had broomed the sky clean, and the sun on the horizon brought the promise of a fine day. Struan gestured below. "The view's good from here, eh?" Cullum said nothing. His knees were jelly under the flame of his father's eyes. "Do you not agree?"
"The church will... Everyone will be—"
"I know all about the church," Struan interrupted. "Did you hear about Brock?"
The voice was too soft, too calm. "What about him?"
"He was pirated in the night. Pirates cut his cable and he drifted ashore. Then they boarded him. Did you not hear the shooting?"
"Yes."
Cullum was oppressed and spent, sleepless nights, and then realizing that he alone could save them, then deciding and tricking Longstaff.
"But I didn't know it was that."
"Aye. Pirated in Hong Kong harbour. Soon as the fog had cleared, I went alongside. Brock said he'd lost 7 men and the captain."
"Gorth?"
"Nay, Negrek Thumb. Poor man died of his wounds. Gorth was cut, but not badly."
Struan's face seemed to harden.
"The captain died defending his ship. That's the way to die."
Cullum bit his lip and looked around the knoll, his heart pounding. "You mean that this is my Calvary?"
"I dinna follow you."
"Captains dying defending their ships? This is my ship, this knoll. Isn't that what you mean? Are you asking me if I want to die defending this?"
"Do you?"
"I'm not afraid of you." The words rasped out of Cullum's parched throat. "There are laws against murder. I can't fight you, and you can kill me, but you'll hang for it. I'm unarmed."
"You think I'd kill you?"
"If I got in your way, yes. And I have got in your way, haven't I?"
"Have you?"
"You used to be God to me. But in the 30 days I've been here, I've come to know you for what you are. Killer, murderer, pirate, opium smuggler, adulterer. You buy and sell people. You've sired bastards, and you're proud of them, and your name stinks in the nostrils of decent people."
"What decent people?"
"You wanted to see me. I'm here. Tell me what you want, and let's have done with it. I'm tired of playing mouse to your cat."
Struan picked up his haversack and set it on one shoulder. "Come on."
"Why?"
"I want you in private."
"We're alone now."
Struan motioned with his head at the ships at anchor. "There are eyes there. I can feel them watching us." He pointed at the foreshore dotted with Chinese and Europeans. Traders were pacing out their lots. Children were already at play. "We're being watched everywhere." He pointed to a hilltop in the west. "That's where we're going." The hill was almost a mountain. It rose to 1,300 feet, rocky and sparse and brooding. "No." "It is too far for you?" Struan saw the hatred in Cullum's face and waited for an answer. There was none. "I thought you were not afraid." He turned away and walked down the knoll and onto the rising shoulder of the mountain. Cullum hesitated, fear consuming him. Then he began to follow, dominated by Struan's will. As Struan climbed, he knew that he was playing another dangerous game. He did not stop or look back until he had gained the crest of the mountain. It was windswept and gaunt. He looked back and saw Cullum struggling far below. He turned his back on his son. The panorama was vast, awesomely beautiful. The sun high in the blue sky and the Pacific Sea, a blue-green carpet. Brown-green mountains of the islands were jutting from the sea carpet, Pokliu Chau to the southwest, Lantau, the huge island, bigger than Hong Kong, 15 miles westward, and the hundreds of small, barren islands and bleak rocks that surrounded the Hong Kong archipelago. The ships in harbour were clear in his binoculars, and north was mainland China. He could see fleets of junks and sampans tacking up the Lantai Channel, heading for Hong Kong's western approaches. More were sailing back into the Pearl River estuary. North and south and east and west there was sea traffic, frigates on patrol,
fishing junks, sampans, but no merchantmen. Well, he thought, a few weeks and the end of the Second War, and then the merchantmen will dominate the sea. Cullum was fighting his way up the track made by Struan. He was almost exhausted, and only his dogged will kept his feet moving. His clothes were torn and his face scratched from the clawing weeds, but still he climbed. At length he came to the crest, his chest heaving, the wind tugging at him. Struan was sitting on the ground a few feet below in the lee of the wind. A tablecloth was spread, and there was food and a bottle of wine. "Here, lad," Struan said, and offered a half-glass of wine. Still panting, Cullum took the wine and tried to drink, but most of it dribbled down his chin. He wiped it off and gulped for air. "Sit down," Struan said. To Cullum's astonishment, Struan was smiling benignly. "Come on, laddie, sit down, please. Sit down." I don't understand." "The view's better from here, isn't it?" "One moment you're the devil," Cullum said, his lungs burning from the exertion. "And now I just don't understand." "I brought chicken and bread," Struan said, "and another bottle of wine. Does that suit you?" Cullum sank down, spent. "Chicken?" "Well, you did not have breakfast, did you? You must be starving." "About the knoll, Catch your breath, rest, then eat. Please. You'll na have slept these 2 nights. It's nae good to talk on an empty stomach. Eat sparingly, or you'll be sick. It was a strong climb up here. I'm tired myself." Cullum lay back against a rock and closed his eyes and gathered his strength, his body crying out for rest. He forced his eyes open, expecting this to be a dream, but there was his father, studying the South Sea through binoculars. "About the knoll, I was—" "Eat," Struan interrupted, and offered him some chicken. Cullum took a drumstick. "I can't eat. Not before I've said it. I had to do it. I had to. You'd never have agreed, and it was the only way. Brock would have destroyed you. He would have stopped bidding. I know he would. If he didn't hate you so much, and you him, then you'd have the knoll. You forced the issue. You did. It's your fault. The knoll's the church's, and that's right. You forced it." "Aye," Struan said. "Of course. I'm very proud of you. It took great courage. Rob would never have done it, or even if he'd thought of it, he'd never have been able to carry it through." Cullum was dumbfounded. You wanted me to do that?" "Of course, laddie. It was the only solution to an impossible situation." You planned me to do that?" "I'd gambled that you'd do it, aye. I hinted that you should do it. When you were so nervous about seeing Longstaff, and when you avoided me at Happy Valley, I thought you'd arranged it. Then I was put off by your reaction to Gordon, but Longstaff later said your other gesture marvellous, and then I knew you'd worked out the only possible solution. I'm very proud of you, lad. Brock would certainly have slaughtered us. I could do nothing to prevent it. The knoll was a matter of face." You pushed me for 2 days and 2 nights into hell, knowing there was a simple answer." "Was it so simple?" "For you, it was!" Cullum shouted. He jumped to his feet. "Aye," Struan said, suddenly harsh, "for me, but not for you. But you made the decision, and you're better for it. Now you're a man. If I'd suggested the house of God to you, you'd not have been able to carry it through. Never.
You'd have given yourself away. You had to believe in what you were doing. If Brock had thought for an instant that I planned it with you, he'd have made us the laughing stock of Asia. We'd have lost face forever."
"You'd sacrifice me for face?" Cullum screamed. "Your god-rotting face?"
"Ours, Cullum," Struan said. "And it's good to hear you swear at long last. It improves you, lad."
"Then all the anger, your anger, it was pretense?"
"Of course, lad," Struan said. "That was for the benefit of Brock and the others."
"Even Rob?"
"Rob more than any. Eat some food."
"The pox on food! You're the devil! You'll pull us all into hell with you! By the Lord God, I swear I'll—"
Struan bounded up and grabbed Cullum by the shoulders. "Before you say something you may regret, you'll listen. I gambled you had the guts to decide. And you did. By yourself. Without help from me. And I blessed you. Now you're Cullum Struan, the man that dared to cross the Tai-Pan. The man that took his cherished Noel away. You're unique. You've gained more face in one day than you could acquire in 20 years. How in God's name do you think you control men and lead them by the nose? By the strength of your arm only? No, but by your brain. And by magic." He let go of Cullum.
"Magic?" Cullum choked out. "But that's black magic!"
Laughing softly, Struan sat down and poured himself a glass of wine. "Those with brains will see how wise you are. That Cullum's clever. He gives the Noel to the church, and thus stops that devil Struan from destroying the noble house by placing their wealth on a worthless Noel. But Cullum's saved the Tai-Pan's face at the same time. That devil canna kill Cullum Struan for giving the land to the church." Struan sipped the wine. "Even Brock's got to be impressed, whether he thinks it's a secret deal or not, because you carried it off. The religious will bless you for giving the best to the church. The fools like Longstaff will fear you and ask your counsel. The cynics will be awed by the smartness of your solution and loathe you and say Cullum's got the devil of his father in him. Best watch out. I'd say you've gained stature, lad."
But if then you've lost face."
"Aye, but I've enough and to spare. For you and for Rob. And not much time to cement you into place. You watch, laddie. They'll all be thinking, Cullum got away with it once, but will he try it again? And they'll hope we'll hate each other so much that we'll destroy each other. And that's exactly what we're going to try to do. Openly. In public."
"What?"
"Certainly. Cold hostility whenever we meet. And before long, Brock'll try to seduce you to his side. Cooper will, and Tillman. They'll feed you lies or twisted truths, hoping you'll become so full of hatred that you'll ruin me and yourself in the bargain, and the noble house. For all the traders want that prize. But now they'll never get it. You've proved yourself, by God!"
"I'll have nothing to do with this," Cullum said quietly.
"You'll have everything to do with it. For 5 months and 5 years. You made a holy oath."
"You'd hold me to that, now?"
"You'll hold yourself to it. Your salary's trebled."
"You think money's important in a thing like this?"
"It's a small payment for 2 days of hell."
"I don't want any money, and I won't do it. I can't."
Struan selected a drumstick reflectively. "I considered you very carefully. I was tempted not to tell you at all, to let you act a role unknowingly. But then I weighed you. I decided you could do it, knowing. It'll be more enjoyable for both of us now that you know. You'd let me live my life and end my life hating you, just to further the noble house? You know the answer to that. You're unholy. I agree, in some ways, he said, munching the chicken. I'm all the things you said and more. I break many of the commandments, but not all. I know what I do, and I'm ready to answer for what I do. But I'm the only man on earth you can completely trust. Providing you dinner with calculation, go against the house. I'm the Tai-Pan. With suffering and devilment, you'll be the same. It's not worth the hypocrisy or the evil. Oh, lad, you do my heart good, Struan said, throwing away the chicken bone. You're so young. I envy you your years ahead. Not worth it? To be the best? To rule Brock and the others by the skill of your presence? Longstaff, and through him the crown, the Emperor of China, and through him 300 millions of Chinese? Struan drank some wine. It's worth it. Much hatred and a little play-acting is a small price to pay. Callum leaned back into the cradle of the rock, his mind raging with the relentless words and questions and implacable answers. Is this the will of God? He asked himself. The strongest survive at the expense of the weak? For God made all things and the pattern thereof, but Jesus said, the meek shall inherit the earth. Did he mean the earth or the kingdom of God? Meekness would not have obtained the bullion or protected it. Meekness would not have saved the noble house this time over the knoll. Meekness will never make progress, never overcome the cruel and the greedy. If I'm Tai-Pan, the charter will go forward, wealth with a purpose, an immortal purpose, he said. Very well. Callum Struan's hatred of his father vanished, and with the hatred, his love. All that remained was respect. Why did you come up here? Callum asked. Struan knew that he had lost his son. He was saddened as a father, but not as a man. He had brought his enemy to battle on his own terms and in his own time, so he had done his duty as a father. To tire you, so I could talk and make you understand, he said, and to show you that though the view from the knoll is fine, from here it is grand. Callum saw the view for the first time. Yes, it is. Then he leaned forward and chose a piece of chicken and began to eat. Struan kept the pain off his face. The lad's smile will come back, he told himself. Give the lad time. It's raw growing up so fast. Give the lad time. He felt very tired. He leaned against a rock and turned his binoculars south, seeking China Cloud, but it was nowhere in sight. Idly he scanned the horizon, then his eyes fixed. Look, lad! There's Blue Cloud! Callum took the binoculars and saw the clipper. She was a sister to Thundercloud, 18 guns, as fleet, as beautiful even to Callum, who loathed ships and the sea. She'll have 100,000 guineas worth of opium aboard her, Struan said. Now, what should you do? We've 3 ships here and 16 more due within the month. Send them north to sell their cargoes? Aye. A shadow crossed Struan's face. That reminds me. You remember Isaac Perry? Yes. It seems a century ago. I beached him, remember? because he failed Mackay and because he was afraid of me and I didn't know why. I gave Mackay 15 days to find out the answer to that riddle, but he never came back to Canton. Last night I saw Mackay. He's got a shore berth now, a deputy magistrate and peeler. He lit a cheroot, cupping his hand against the wind, and passed it over to Cullum and lit another. Well, it seems that Perry has a berth with Cooper Tillman now, on their Virginia-Africa run. Slaving.
I don't believe it.
Wilf Tillman told me last night. He shrugged and said that Perry had not wanted the China run any more, so he had offered Perry a blackbirder. Perry took it. He left a week ago. Just before Perry left, Mackay tricked him. They got drunk together. Mackay said he'd been sacked by me, as he had, and cursed me, asked for a berth on Perry's new ship, swearing to revenge himself on me. Drink makes any tongue wag, and Perry's wagged. He told Mackay that he'd sold a copy of our secret trading places up the coast, latitudes and longitudes, and names of our opium dealers, to Morgan Brock, the last time he was in London.
Then Brock knows all the secret places?
The ones Perry's used, 10 years of trading, that covers most.
What can we do?
Find new places and new men to trust. So you see, lad, you cannot put too much faith in anyone.
That's terrible.
That's a law of survival. Rest for an hour, then we'll be off.
Where to?
Aberdeen. We're going to have a look, quietly, against the picking of Wu Kwok's men. He opened the haversack and passed over a pistol. Can you use one of these?
Not very well.
It might be as well for you to practice.
All right.
Cullum examined it. He had used dueling pistols once in a foolish university squabble, and both he and his adversary had been so terrified that the bullets had missed by yards.
We can go now, Cullum said. I'm not tired any more.
Struan shook his head. I want to wait until China Cloud heaves over the horizon.
Where's she been?
Macau.
Why?
I sent her there. Struan brushed crumbs off his jacket. A reward's just been put on the head of my mistress, and my son and daughter by her, if they're captured alive. I sent Mouse and China Cloud to bring them both here. They'll be safe aboard.
But Gordon's already here. I saw him yesterday.
This lass is not his mother. Cullum found it curious that now he was not hurt by the knowledge that his father had three families. 3, counting himself and Winifred.
Kidnapping's a terrible thing. Terrible, he said.
There's a reward on your head now. $10,000.
Am I worth that?
I wonder. If a Chinese offers 10, you can bet that you're worth 100. Struan again focused the binoculars on blue cloud. I think 100,000 would be more correct. For you. Cullum shaded his eyes from the sun and understood his father's compliment. But he let it pass unacknowledged. He was thinking about the other mistress and wondered what she was like, and what Gordon's mother was like. His mind was working coldly, dispassionately, without rancour, but with contempt for the weakness and promiscuousness of his father. Cullum found it strange that his mind was so very calm.
What's Brock going to do about the bullion? He'll be pirated and pirated so long as he has it.
He'll have to ask us to take some back, for paper. We'll do this immediately, and then at less than the usual interest. Tell Rob to arrange it.
Then we'll be pirated.
Perhaps. Struan was watching blue cloud slowly beating up against the wind in the passage between Landau and Hong Kong. As soon as China Cloud returns, I'm leaving. I'll go with the expeditionary force, and I'll not be back to Hong Kong until the day before the ball.
Why?
To give you time to get used to our enmity. You'll need practice. You and Rob are to start the buildings. The plans are already settled, except for the Great House. I'll decide about that later. Begin to build a church on the knoll. Get Aristotle to design it. Pay him 1/10 of what he asks in his first breath. You and Rob are to do everything.
Yes, Tai-Pan, Cullum said. Tai-Pan, not father.
Both men heard its finality and accepted it. Build my cottage on suburban lot 17. Rob has the plan. It's to be up in 3 weeks, the garden planted and a 10-foot wall around it.
That's impossible.
Whatever it costs. Put 100, 200 men are building it if necessary. Furnished, landscaped as the plan says. And I want all our buildings finished in 3 months.
There's at least 10 months of building there. A year or more.
Aye. So we use more men, more money, then we'll finish earlier.
Why hurry?
Why not?
Cullum looked out to sea. What about the ball?
You arrange everything, with Rob and Chen Sheng, our comprador.
And Rob? He's not to know that our enmity is a masquerade?
I'll let you decide that. You can tell him the night of the ball, if you want. China Cloud crested the horizon. We can go now, Struan said.
Good.
Struan put the glasses and the remains of the food back into the haversack. Send some men up here secretly to keep a permanent watch during daylight.
What for?
Ships. From here we'd have 4 or 5 hours advance notice of arrivals, especially the mail packets. Then we send a fast cutter and interceptor and get our mail before the others.
And then?
We've the jump on everyone. In 4 hours you can do a lot of buying and selling. Knowing 4 hours ahead of others could be the difference between life and death.
Cullum's respect increased. Very clever, he thought.
He was staring idly westward at the big island of Lantai.
Look! He cried suddenly, pointing just south of it. There's smoke! A ship's on fire!
You've sharp eyes, lad, Struan said, swinging the binoculars over.
God's death, it's a steamer!
The ship was black and lean and ugly and sharp-nosed. Smoke poured from her squat funnel. She was two-masted and rigged for sails, but she wore no sails now and steamed malevolently into wind, the red ensign fluttering aft.
Look at that belly-gutted, stinking fornication of a Royal Navy ship!
Cullum was rocked by the vehemence. What's the matter?
That bloody iron-festering whore! That's what's the matter! Look at her steam!
Cullum stared through the glasses. The ship looked harmless to him. He had seen a few paddle ships like her before. The Irish mail packets had been steamers for 10 years. He could see the 2 giant paddle wheels, amidships, port and starboard, and the billowing smoke and the frothing wake. There were cannon aboard. Many.
I can't see anything wrong with her.
Look at her wake! And her heading into wind, by God! She's steering due east into wind. Look at her! She's overhauling our ship as though Blue Cloud's a pig-rotten brig in the hands of god-rotting apes, instead of one of the best crews on earth.
But what's wrong with that?
Everything! Now a steamer's in the Orient. She's done the impossible. That rusty, iron-hulked, machine-powered, Stevenson-invented, pus-ridden harlot has sailed from England to here, against all the sea's disgust and the wind's contempt. If one does it, 1,000 can. There's progress, and the beginning of a new era.
Struan picked up the empty wine bottle and hurled it against a rock. "That's what we'll have to use in 20 or 30 years. Those bitch-fornicating abortions of a ship, by God!"
"It is ugly when you compare it to a sail ship, to Blue Cloud. But being able to sail into wind, to forget the wind, means that it'll be faster and more economic and—"
"Never! Not faster, nor with the wind abaft the beam, and not as seaworthy, and not in a storm. Those smell-pots'll turn turtle and sink like a stone, and not as economic. They have to have wood for the boilers, or coal, and they'll be nae good for the tea trade. Tea's sensitive, and it'll spoil in that stink. Sail'll have to carry tea, thank God."
Cullum was amused, but didn't show it. "Yes, but in time they'll improve, certainly, and if one can sail out here, as you say, 1,000 others can. I think we should buy steamers."
"You can, and you'll be right. But damned if I'll buy one of those stench-filled monstrosities. Damned if the Lion and Dragon'll fly one of them while I'm alive."
"Do all seamen feel as you do?" Cullum asked the question carelessly, warmed inside.
"That's a right stupid question. What's on your mind, Cullum?" Struan said tartly.
"Just thinking about progress, Tai-Pan."
Cullum looked back at the ship.
"I wonder what her name is."
Struan was studying Cullum suspiciously, knowing that the man's mind was working, but unaware of what it was planning. "That's odd," he told himself. "That's the first time you've thought of Cullum as a man, and not as your son, and not as Cullum or lad or laddie. Thank God I won't live to see the death of sail. But that whore heralds the death of the China Clipper, the most beautiful ships that have ever sailed the seas." He led the way down the mountain toward Aberdeen. Later, the steamer passed close enough for them to read her name. It was Nemesis. HMS Nemesis. Book 3. The two frigates poured broadside after broadside into the first of the forts athwart the Bogue, the 10-mile neck of water that guarded the approach to Canton. The Bogue was heavily fortified with dominating forts and dangerously narrow at its mouth, and the frigates appeared to be at a suicidal disadvantage. There was scant room to manoeuvre, and the cannons in the forts could hold the attackers easily at point-blank range as they tacked back and forth, groping upstream. But the cannons were set firm in their beds, and could not traverse, and centuries of corrupt administration had allowed the fortifications to languish. Thus the token cannonballs of the forts passed harmlessly to port or to starboard of the frigates. Cutters left the frigates, and the marines stormed ashore. The forts were taken easily and without loss, for the defenders, knowing themselves to be helpless, had wisely retreated. The marines spiked the cannon, and a few stayed to occupy the forts. The rest went aboard again, and the frigates moved north a mile and poured broadside after broadside into the next forts, subduing them as easily. Later, a fleet of junks and fire ships was sent against them, but the fleet was sunk. The two frigates could decimate so many junks so easily because of superior firepower, and because their rigging and sails gave them speed to all points of the compass, whenever the wind blew. Junks could not tack as a frigate could tack, or beat to windward. Junks were designed for Chinese waters and monsoon winds, the frigates for the howling misery of the English Channel or North Sea or Atlantic, where storm was commonplace, and tempest a way of life. Chapter 15. Like potting sitting ducks, the Admiral said disgustedly. Aye, Struan said, but their losses are slight and ours negligible. A decisive victory, that's the ticket, Longstaff said. That's what we want. Horatio, remind me to ask Aristotle to record today's storming of the Bogue. Yes, Your Excellency. They were on the quarterdeck of the flagship HMS Vengeance, a mile aft of the path-blazing frigates. Astern was the main body of the expeditionary force, China Cloud in the van, May and the children secretly aboard. "We're falling behind, Admiral," Longstaff said. "Can't you catch up with the frigates, what?" The Admiral controlled his temper, hard put to be polite to Longstaff. Months of being held in check, months of orders and counter-orders, and a contemptible war had sickened him. "We're making way nicely, sir." "We're not. We're tacking back and forth, complete waste of time. Send a signal to Nemesis. She can tow us upstream." "Tow? My flagship?" The Admiral bellowed, his face and neck purple. "That sow-gutted sausage-maker? Tow my 74-gun ship of the line? Tow it, did you say?"
"Yes, tow it, my dear fellow," Longstaff said, "and we'll be in Canton all the sooner."
"Never, by God!"
"Then I'll transfer my headquarters to her. Put a cutter alongside. Ridiculous, all this jealousy. A ship is a ship, sail or steam, and there's a war to be won. You can come aboard at your convenience. I'd be glad if you'd accompany me, Dirk. Come along, Horatio." Longstaff stamped off, exasperated by the Admiral and his insane attitudes, by the feuding between the Army and Navy, feuding over who was in command, whose counsel was the most worthy, who had first choice of careening or barrack space on Hong Kong, and whether the war was a sea war or a land war, and who had preference over whom. And he was still privately angry at that cunning little devil Cullum for tricking him into signing away the Tai-Pan's null, into believing that the Tai-Pan had already approved the idea, and for jeopardizing the nice relationship he'd built so carefully with the dangerous Tai-Pan over so many years, moulding him to his purposes. And Longstaff was sick of trying to set up a colony, and sick of being pleaded with and railed at, trapped in the squalid competition between traders. And he was furious with the Chinese for daring to repudiate the wonderful treaty that he and he alone had magnanimously given them. God damn, he thought, here I am, carrying the weight of all Asia on my shoulders, making all the decisions, keeping them all from each other's throats, fighting a war for the glory of England, saving her trade, by God, and what thanks do I get? I should have been knighted years ago. Then his wrath abated, for he knew that soon Asia would be stabilized, and from the safety of the colony of Hong Kong, the threads of British power would spin out, at the dominating whim of the governor. Governors are knighted. Sir William Longstaff. Now that had a nice ring to it. And as colonial governors were commanders-in-chief of all colonial forces, lawmakers officially and by law, and the direct representatives of the Queen, then he could deal with popinjay admirals and generals arbitrarily and at leisure. The pox on every one of them, he thought, and he felt happier. So, Longstaff went aboard Nemesis. Struan joined him, steamship or not. He would be first in Canton. In 5 days the fleet was at anchor at Whampoa, the river behind them subdued and safe. A deputation of the Cohong merchants, sent by the new viceroy Ching So, arrived immediately to negotiate, but at Struan's suggestion, the deputation was sent away unseen, and the next day the settlement was reoccupied.
When the traders came ashore at the settlement, all their old servants were waiting beside the front doors of their factories. It was as though the settlement had never been left. Nothing had been touched in their absence. Nothing was missing. The square was given over to the tents of a detachment of the military, and Longstaff made his headquarters in the factory of the noble house. Another deputation of Cohong merchants arrived and was again sent away as before, and laborious and elaborate preparations were openly begun to invest Canton. By day and by night, Hog Street and 13 Factory Street were a booming, seething mass of buying and selling and fighting and thieving. The brothels and the gin shops thrived. Many men died of drink, and some had their throats cut, and others simply vanished. Shopkeepers fought for space, and prices rose or fell, but were always as much as the market would bear. Again a deputation sought audience with Longstaff, and again Struan dominated Longstaff and had them sent away. The ships of the line settled themselves athwart the Pearl River, and the Nemesis steamed calmly back and forth, leaving horror in her wake. But the junks and the sampans continued to ply their trade, upstream and downstream. The teas and silks of the season came down from the hinterland and overflowed the Cohong warehouses that lined the banks of the river. Then Jinqua arrived, by night, in secret.
"Hola, Tai-Pan," he said as he entered Struan's private dining room, leaning on the arms of his personal slaves. "Good you see my. What for you no come see my, hey, huh?"
The slaves helped him sit, bowed, and then left. The old man seemed older than ever, his skin more lined, but his eyes were young and very wise. He was wearing a long silk gown of pale blue and blue silk trousers, and soft slippers on his tiny feet. A light silk jacket of green, padded with down, protected him from the damp and chills of the spring night, and on his head was a hat of many colours. "Hola, Jinqua! Mandarin Longstaff plenty mad have got. No want this peace, Tai-Pan see friend. Ai-ya!" "Tea?" Struan had deliberately received him in his shirt-sleeves, for he wanted Jinqua to know at once that he was very angry because of Wu Fong Choi's coin. Tea was poured, and servants appeared carrying trays of delicacies that Struan had especially ordered. Struan helped Jinqua and himself to some dim sum. "Chow plenty very good," Jinqua said, sitting very straight in his chair. "Chow very bad," Struan said apologetically, knowing it was the best in Canton. A servant came in with coal and put it on the fire, adding a few sticks of fragrant wood. The delectable perfume of the wood filled the small room. Jinqua ate the dim sum fastidiously, and sipped the Chinese wine, which was heated, as were all Chinese wines, to just the correct temperature. He was warmed by the wine, and even more by the knowledge that his protégé Struan was behaving perfectly, as a subtle Chinese adversary would. By serving dim sum at night, when tradition dictated that it be eaten only in the early afternoon, Struan was not only further indicating his displeasure, but was testing him to see how much he knew about Struan's encounter with Wu Kwok. And though Jinqua was delighted that his training, or rather the training performed by his granddaughter, Chung Mei Mei, was bearing such delicate fruit, he was beset with vague misgivings. "That's the infinite risk you take," he told himself, "when you train a barbarian into civilized ways. The student may learn too well, and before you know it, the student will rule the teacher. Be cautious." So Jinqua did not do what he had intended to do, select the smallest of the shrimp-filled steam doughs and offer it in mid-air, repeating what Struan had done on the ship of Wu Kwok, which would have indicated with exquisite subtlety that he knew all that had happened in Wu Kwok's cabin. Instead, he picked one of the deep-fried doughs and put it on his own plate and ate it placidly. He knew that it was much wiser, for the present, to hide the knowledge. Later, if he wished, he could help the Tai-Pan avoid the danger he was in and show him how he could extricate himself from disaster. And as he munched the dim sum, he reflected on the utter stupidity of the Mandarins and the Manchus.
Fools! Contemptible, dung-eating, motherless fools! May their penises shrivel and their bowels fill with worms.
Everything had been planned and executed so ingeniously, he thought.
We maneuvered the barbarians into a war at a time and place of our own choosing, which solved their economic problems, but in defeat we conceded nothing of importance. Trade continued as before through Canton only, and thus the Middle Kingdom was still protected from the encroaching European barbarians, and we yielded only a fly-blown, malodorous island, which, with the first coolie to set foot on shore, we had already begun to retrieve.
And Jinquak considered the perfection of the scheme which had exploited the Emperor's greed and his fear that Tai-Sen was a threat to the throne, and had made the Emperor himself destroy his own kinsman. A divine jest. Tai-Sen had been so beautifully trapped and so cleverly selected so far in advance. The ideal tool to save the Emperor's and China's face. But after years of planning and patience and a complete victory over the enemies of the Middle Kingdom, that greed-infested, harlot-sniffing lump of dog-meat, the Emperor, had had the fantastic and incredible stupidity to repudiate the perfect treaty.
Now the barbarian British are angry. Rightly so. They have lost face before their devil queen and her besotted intimates, and now we'll have to begin all over again. And the ancient purpose of the Middle Kingdom, to civilize the barbarian earth, to bring it out of the darkness into the light, one world under one government and one emperor, is delayed.
Jinquak did not mind beginning again, for he knew that time was centuries. He was only a little irritated that the time had been put back unnecessarily, and a superb opportunity wasted. First, Canton, he told himself. First, our beloved Canton must be ransomed. How little can I settle for? How little? Struan was seething. He had expected Jinquak to pick one of the shrimp-filled doughs and offer it to him in mid-air. Does that mean he does not yet know that Wu Kwok passed the first coin? Surely he realizes the significance of the dim sum. Watch your step, laddie.
Plenty boom-boom ship, eh?
Jinquak said at length. Plenty more Longstaff have, never mind. Very bad when Mandarin mad have.
Ah,
Jinquak said.
Mandarin Ching So very mad have. Emperor say all same Tai-Sen.
He drew his finger across his throat and laughed.
Pht! When Longstaff no go way, have war. No have trade.
Have war, take trade. Longstaff plenty mad have.
How muchy tail help plenty mad, heya?
Jinquak put his hands into the sleeves of his green silk coat, leaned back and waited patiently.
Don't know maybe 100 lakh.
Jinghua knew that 100 could be settled amicably at 50, and 50 lakhs for Canton was not unreasonable when she was helpless. Even so, he feigned horror. Then he heard Struan say, "Add 100 lakh. Tax."
"Add 100 what?" he said, his horror real.
"Tax. My," Struan said bluntly. "No like tax on head cow chilo slave my, chilo little my. Mandarin Chingso very plenty bad."
"Tax on head chilo? Ay ya, plenty very bad, got roti mandarin very,"
Jinghua said, pretending astonishment. He thanked his Joss that he had heard about the reward, and had already settled that matter quickly and adroitly, and had sent word through an intermediary to the English whore, and thus to Struan, just in case someone had attempted to collect the reward for Mei Mei and the children before they were in safety.
"Jinghua fix, don't worry here. Jinghua fix for friend in few days. Very good roti mandarin Chingso. Bad, bad, bad."
"Plenty bad," Struan said. "Hard fix maybe, cost many lakh. So, no add 100 lakh, add 200.
"Jinghua fix for friend," Jinghua said soothingly. "No add 1, no add 2. Fix plenty quick."
He smiled happily at the perfect solution he had already instigated.
"Very easy. Put other name on Chingso list. 1 eye masa cow chilo and 2 cow chilo little."
"What?" Struan exploded.
"What bad, heya?" "What in the world is the matter?"
Jinghua wondered. He had arranged a simple exchange, a worthless barbarian woman and 2 worthless girl children belonging to the man committed to Struan's destruction in return for the safety of his own family. What's wrong with that? How is it possible to understand the barbarian mind?
"In God's name," Struan was thinking, "how can you understand these heathen devils?"
"No like list," he said. "Na chillo my, na chillo one-eye devil, na chillo any. Very god roti bad."
Kidnapping certainly is very, very terrible, Jinghua thought in agreement, for he was in constant fear that he or his children or his children's children would be kidnapped and held for ransom. But some names have to go on the list in replacement. Whose?
"Jinghua not put cow chilo on list? Never mind, I fix, no worry, heya," Struan said. "Add 200 tax my, never mind." Jinghua sipped his tea.
"Tomorrow kohong toki long stuff, can?"
"Chingso can. Chingso add kohong, heya. Tomorrow Chingso can. Next day kohong can. Talkie how much he tail. While talkie, we buy sell tea all same. Finish talkie trade can. Talkie trade all same." Jinghua argued and begged and tore his hair, and eventually conceded. He had already obtained Chingso's agreement to begin trade immediately, and had handed over half the agreed amount of squeeze, the other half to be due in 6 months. And he had already suggested the face-saving device that Chingso would use to protect himself from the wrath of the emperor for disobeying orders, that the negotiations were to be protracted until the last ship was filled with tea and the last tael of bullion paid, at which time Chingso would fall on the settlement and burn and loot it, and send fire ships against the barbarian merchantmen and drive them out of the Pearl River. Trading would lull the barbarians into a false sense of security and give time for the obviously necessary Chinese reinforcements to arrive. Thus the barbarians would be defenseless, and Chingso would win a great victory. Jinghua marveled at the beauty of the plan, for he knew that the barbarians would not be helpless, and that looting and burning the settlement would infuriate them,
and that they would instantly sail north from Canton and stab at the Pei-Ho Gate to Peking again, and that the instant the fleet appeared at the Pei-Ho, the Emperor would again sue for peace, and the treaty would be in force again. The perfect treaty. It would be so because the Tai-Pan wanted the perfect treaty, and odious penis was only the Tai-Pan's dog. And thus I avoid having to ransom our beloved Canton now, and avoid paying the other half of the squeeze, for of course Chingso and his family are finessed into coffins underground, where they belong. May that odious Fukienese usurer be impotent for the last few months that remain to him on earth. The ransom that will have to be found to placate the Emperor now and the barbarians later will come from the profit on this season's tea and silk and opium, and leave plenty of profit besides. How glorious and exciting life is! No worry, Chilo here, Jinqua fix. Struan got up. Add 200 tax mai. And he added sweetly, Jinqua say Chingso, touch one hair cow Chilo mai, Tai-Pan bring fire-breathing sea dragon mai. Eat Canton, never mind. Jinqua smiled, but shivered at the threat. He cursed all the way home. Now I'll have to employ more spies and guards and spend more money to protect Struan's children, not only against obvious duck-fornicating kidnappers, but also against any jail offal who stupidly thinks he can make an easy dollar. Woe, woe, woe! And once in the safety of his home he kicked his favourite concubine and had thumbscrews put on 2 female slaves, and then he felt much better. Later he slipped out of his house and went to a secret meeting place, where he put on the scarlet ceremonial robes of his office. He was the Tai Shan Chu, the supreme leader of the Hung Mun Tong in South China. With lesser Tong leaders he heard the first report from the newly formed Hong Kong Lodge, and confirmed Gordon Chen as its leader. So, to the ecstatic delight and relief of the Chinese merchants and the traders, trade began. All the soldiers, except a token force of 50 men, were sent back to Hong Kong. The fleet returned to home harbour in Hong Kong, but HMS Nemesis continued to patrol the river, surveying the approaches to Canton and charting all the waterways it found. And the settlement and the sea roads at Whampoa exploded with frantic competition day and night. The merchantmen had to be prepared for the delicate teas, the holds repainted and the bilges cleaned and made wholesome. Stores for the homeward voyage had to be found, allocation of cargo space had to be settled. The traders who owned no ships of their own, and there were many, descended on the ship owners and fought for choice cargo space on the best ships. Exorbitant freight rates were charged, and gladly paid. The noble house and Brock & Sons had always bought teas and silks and spices on their own account. But being canny, the Struans and Brocks also carried cargo for others, and acted not only as shippers, but as brokers and bankers and commission agents, both inbound to England and outbound. Outbound, they would carry cargo for others, cotton goods, cotton yarn and spirits mostly, but anything and everything that the industrial might of England produced, and anything that a trader thought would be marketable. Sometimes ships from other England companies would be consigned to them, and they would accept the responsibility for selling the cargo, whatever it was, in Asia, on commission, and finding an inbound cargo on commission. Outward bound, the only cargo the Struans and Brocks bought was opium, cannon, gunpowder, and shot. Bullion began to change hands,
and Struan and Brock made small fortunes by providing the cash for other traders and taking bank paper on London. But the cash was to be delivered only when a ship and its cargo had passed the Bogue safely and was a day out into open sea. This year Struan overrode Rob and kept all the cargo space of Blue Cloud for the noble house alone, and all the teas and the silks for the house alone. 459,000 pounds of tea, gently crated in 50-pound, cedar-lined boxes, and 5,500 bales of silks began to fill the holds of Blue Cloud, around the clock. 600,000 pounds sterling if delivered safely in London town, if she was first. 160,000 pounds of profit, if she was first. And this year Brock kept the whole cargo of Grey Witch. She was to carry 500,000 pounds of tea and 4,000 bales of silk. Like Struan, Brock knew that he would not sleep easily until the mail packet, 6 months ahead, brought the news of her safe arrival and safe sail. Longstaff was flushed with pride that he, and he alone, had reopened trade so easily and brought the Viceroy Ching So personally to the bargaining table. "But, my dear Admiral, why else did I send away the 3 deputations, what? Matter of face. Got to understand face and the heathen mentality. Negotiations and trade almost without firing a shot. And trade, my dear sir, trade is the lifeblood of England." He cancelled the investing of Canton, which further infuriated the army and the navy, and he repeated what Struan reminded him, that he, Longstaff, had said in the past, "We must be magnanimous gentlemen to the defeated, and protect the meek. The trade of England can't swim on the blood of the helpless, what? Negotiations will be concluded in a few days, and Asia stabilized once and for all." But the negotiations were not concluded. Struan knew that there could be no conclusion at Canton, only at Peking, or at the gate of Peking, and he wanted no conclusion yet, only trade. The vital thing was to get the season's teas and silks and dispose of the season's opium. With the profit of the year's trading, all the merchant houses would recoup their losses. Profit would encourage them to hold on for another year and to expand. The only place to expand was Hong Kong. Profit and trade would buy vital time. Time to build warehouses and wharves and homes in their island haven. Time until the summer winds made the stab north again possible. Time to weather any storm until the next trading season next year. Time and the money to make Hong Kong safe, and the stepping stone into Asia. So Struan soothed away Longstaff's impatience, and kept the negotiations simmering, and slammed into competition with Brock for the best of the teas and the silks, and the best of the shipping business. 18 clippers had to be filled and dispatched, 18 crews and captains had to be dealt with. Brock got the Grey Witch away first, and she tore downstream, her holds bulging. The final hatch of Blue Cloud was battened down half a day later, and she charged in pursuit. The race was on. Gorth ranted and raved because his ship had gone with a new captain, but Brock was inflexible. "It be no good with thy wound, and thee be needed here." So Gorth planned against the time that he would be Tai-Pan, the Tai-Pan, by God. He went back aboard Nemesis. Since the ship had steamed into harbour, he had spent every spare moment in her, learning how to sail her, how to fight her, what she would do and what she would not do. For he knew, and his father knew, that Nemesis meant the death of sail, and, with Joss, the death of the noble house. Both knew of Struan's abhorrence of steamers, and though they realized that the transition from sail to steam would be hazardous, they decided to gamble heavily on the future. The same wind and the same tide that Nemesis had beaten coming into Hong Kong harbour later carried the mail packet back to England. In the ship was a letter from Brock to his son Morgan. The letter cancelled 2 of the clippers he had ordered and substituted the first 2 keels of Brock and Son's new steamship line, the Orient Queen line.
Tai-Pan,
Mei said in the darkness of their bedroom and in the comfort of their bed.
can I go back to Macau for a few days? I take the children with me.
Are you tired of the settlement?
No, but difficult here without old clothes and children's toys, just for a few days, heya?
I've already told you about the rewards, and She stopped his words with a kiss and moved closer into his warmth.
You smell so nice.
And you.
That Marie Sinclair, I liked her.
She's got a lot of courage.
It was strange you sent woman, not like you.
There was no time to send anyone else.
Her Cantonese and Mandarin is fantastical good.
That's a secret. You must not tell anyone.
Of course, Tai-Pan.
The darkness thickened for both of them, and they were lost in their own thoughts.
Have you always slept without clothes? She asked.
Aye.
How for do you not get chills?
I dinna ken. The Highlands are colder than here. As a bairn, I was very poor.
What a bairn?
Child. She smiled.
I like to think of you as child, but you're not poor now, and 2 of the 3 things are done, aren't they?
What things? He asked, conscious of the perfume of her and the touch of the silk that enclosed her.
The first was to get the bullion, remember? The second to get Hong Kong safe. What was third?
She turned onto her side and moved one of her legs over his, and he lay motionless. But he felt the touch of her leg through the silk and waited, his throat parched. Hong Kong's not safe yet, he said. Her hand began to move over him.
With trade this year it is, isn't it? So the second will be done soon.
With Joss? His hand loosened her sleeping gown without haste, and his hand began to move over her. He helped her out of her sleeping gown and lit the candle and moved the silk sheets aside. He looked at her, filled with the wonder of her, the smooth lucency of her, like molten porcelain.
It's exciting, you looking at me, knowing I please you,
she said. And then they loved, without haste. Later, she said,
When do you return to Hong Kong?
In 10 days. 10 days, he thought. Then the picking of Wu Kwok's men at Aberdeen, and the next night the ball.
Shall I go with you?
Aye.
Will the new house be ready then?
Aye, you'll be safe there. His arm was resting across her loins, and he ran the tip of his tongue over her cheek and onto her throat.
It will be good to live on Hong Kong. Then I will be able to see more of my teacher. It's months since I had good talk with Gordon. Perhaps we could have weekly lessons again. I need to learn more and better words. How is he?
Fine. I saw him just before I left. After a pause, she said gently,
It's not good to have fight with your number 1 son.
I know.
I burn 3 candles that your anger flies to Java and you forgive him. When you forgive him, I would like to meet him.
You will, in time.
Can I go to Macau before Hong Kong, please? I would be very careful. I would leave the children here. They would be safe here.
Why is Macau so important?
I need things. And it's secret. A nice one. A surprise secret. Only few days, please. You could send Mouse and some of the men if you wish.
It's too dangerous.
Not dangerous now,
Mei said, knowing that their names were off the list, and filled with astonishment again that Struan had not clapped his hands with delight, as she had, when he had told her of Jinqua's solution to the list.
"Ai-ya," she thought, "Europeans are very strange, very. Nay danger now. Even so, I would be very careful."
What's so important? What secret?
Surprise secret. I tell you very soon, but secret now.
I'll think about it. Now sleep.
Mei relaxed contentedly, knowing that in a few days she would be going to Macau, knowing that there are many ways for a woman to get her way with her man, good or bad, clever or stupid, strong or weak. My ball gown will be the bestest, the very bestest, she told herself excitedly. My Tai-Pan will be proud of me, so very proud, proud enough to marry me and make me his supreme lady. And her last thought before sweet sleep took her was of the child that was budding in her womb. Only a few weeks a-growing. My child will be a son, she promised herself, a son for him to be proud of. 2 wonderful surprise secrets for him to be proud of.
"I dinna ken, Vargas," Struan said peevishly. "You'd better take this up with Rob. He knows the figures better than I." They were in Struan's private office, poring over the ledger. The windows of the office were open to the hum of Canton, and the flies were swarming. It was a warm spring day, and already the stench had grown appreciably from its winter low.
Jinqua is very anxious to have our final order, Signor, and—
"I know that, but until he gives us his final order of opium, we cannot do that accurately. We're offering the best price on tea and the best on opium, so what's the delay?"
I don't know, Signor, Vargas said. He did not ask, as he would have liked to, why the noble house was paying 10% more for Jinqua's teas than other traders, and selling the best Indian Padua opium to Jinqua at 10% under the current market price. "Devil take it," Struan said, and poured some tea. He wished he hadn't allowed Mei to go to Macau. He had sent Assam with her, and Mouse and some of his men to watch over them. She had been due to return yesterday, but was still not back. Of course, that was not unusual. The passage from Macau to the Canton settlement could never be judged exactly. No sea voyage could. Not when you have to depend on the wind, he thought sardonically. If she was in a stink-pot steamer, that would be different. Steamers can hit schedules and forget winds and forget tides, God rob them. "Aye!" he snapped harshly at a knock on the door. "Excuse me, Mr. Struan," Horatio said, opening the door. "His Excellency would like you to wait on him."
"What's amiss?"
"Perhaps His Excellency should tell you, sir. He's in his quarters."
Struan closed the ledger. "We'll take this up with Rob as soon as we get back, Vargas. You're coming to the ball?"
"I'd get no peace for the next 10 years, Signor, if my lady, my son, and my eldest daughter weren't there."
"Are you fetching them from Macau?"
"No, Signor. They're being escorted to Hong Kong by friends. I'll go direct from here."
"As soon as Mouse returns, send me word." Struan walked out, and Horatio fell into step.
"I can't thank you enough, Mr. Struan, for Mary's gift."
"What?"
"The ball gown, sir."
"Oh, have you seen what she's had made?"
"Oh, no, sir. She left for Macau the day after the land sale. I got a letter from her yesterday. She sends her best to you."
Horatio knew that the gift of the gown gave Mary a very good chance to win the prize, except for Siobhan.
If only Siobhan would get sick. Nothing serious, just enough to eliminate her on the day. Then Mary would win the 1,000 guineas. With that, they could do marvellous things. Go home for the season, live in splendour. Oh, God, let her win the prize. I'm glad she's away from Hong Kong while I'm here, he told himself. Then she's out of Glessing's reach. Damned man! I wonder if he'll really ask for her hand. What cheek! He and Cullum. Oh, Cullum, poor Cullum.
Horatio was a step behind Struan as they climbed the stairs, so he did not have to hide his disquiet.
Poor, brave Cullum.
He remembered how strange Cullum had been the day after the land sale. He and Mary had sought Cullum out and had found him aboard Resting Cloud. Cullum had asked them to stay to dinner, and every time they tried to bring the conversation around to the Tai-Pan, hoping to make peace between them, Cullum had changed the subject. Then, finally, Cullum had said, "Let's forget my father, shall we? I have."
"You mustn't, Cullum," Mary had said. "He's a wonderful man."
"We're enemies now, Mary, like it or not. I don't think he'll change, and until he does, I won't."
Poor, brave Cullum,
Horatio thought.
I know what it's like to hate a father. Tai-Pan, he said as they reached the landing, Mary and I were terribly sorry about what happened over the knoll, but even sorrier about what's happened between you and Cullum. Cullum's, well, become quite a friend, and—
"Thank you for the thought, Horatio, but I'd be glad if you'd not mention it again." Horatio and Struan crossed the landing in silence and went into Longstaff's anteroom. It was large and rich. A huge candelabrum dominated the ornate ceiling and the gleaming conference table underneath it. Longstaff sat at the head of the table, the Admiral and General Lord Rutledge Cornhill flanking him. "Day, gentlemen."
"Good of you to join us, Dirk," Longstaff said. "Take a seat, my dear fellow. I thought your advice would be valuable."
"What's amiss, Your Excellency?"
"Well, I asked Mr. Brock to join us too. It can wait till he comes, then I don't have to repeat myself, what? Sherry?"
"Thank you." The door opened and Brock strode in. His caution increased when he saw Struan and the resplendent officers. "You be wanting me, Your Excellency?"
"Yes. Please, take a seat."
Brock nodded at Struan. "Day, Dirk. Day, gents," he added, knowing it would infuriate the general. He was grimly amused by the cold nods he received in return.
"I asked you two to join us," Longstaff began. "Well, apart from the fact that you're the leaders of the traders, what? Well, your counsel would be valuable. It seems that a group of anarchists has settled on Hong Kong."
"What?" the general erupted. "Struth!" Brock said, equally surprised.
"Contemptible anarchists! Can you imagine that? Seems that even the heathen are infected by those devils. Yes, if we don't watch out, Hong Kong will become a hotbed. Blasted nuisance, what?"
"What sort of anarchists?" Struan asked. Anarchists meant trouble. Trouble interfered with trade.
"This, what was the word, Horatio? Tong, sir. Well, this Tong's already operating under our very noses. Dreadful."
"Operating in what way?" Struan asked impatiently. "Perhaps you'd better start from the beginning, sir," the Admiral said.
"Good idea. At the meeting today, the Viceroy, Ching-So, was most upset. He said the Chinese authorities had just learned that these anarchists, a secret society, have set up their headquarters in that festering eyesore Taiping-shan. The anarchists have many, many names, and they're, well, you'd better tell them, Horatio. Ching-So said that this was a group of revolutionary fanatics who were committed to overthrow the emperor, Horatio began. He gave His Excellency 100 names that the society went under: Red Party, Red Brotherhood, Heaven and Earth Society, and so on. It's almost impossible to translate some of the names into English. Some call it just the Hung Mun, or Hung Tong, Tong meaning a secret brotherhood. He collected his thoughts. In any event, these men are anarchists of the worst order, thieves, pirates, revolutionaries. For centuries, the authorities have tried to stamp them out without success. There are supposed to be 1 million members in South China. They're organized in lodges, and their initiation ceremonies are barbaric. They foster rebellion under any pretext and feed on the fear of their brothers. They demand protection money. Every prostitute, merchant, peasant, landowner, coolie, everyone is subject to paying them squeeze. If no squeeze is forthcoming, then death or mutilation follows quickly. Every member pays dues, rather like a trade union. Wherever there's discontent, the Tong whips the discontented into rebellion. They're fanatics. They rape, torture, and spread like a plague.
"Have you ever heard of Chinese secret societies?" Struan asked, before Ching-So mentioned it.
"No, sir."
"Anarchists be devils right enough," Brock said worriedly. "That be the sort of devilment the Chinese'd go for." Longstaff pushed a small red triangular banner across the table. There were 2 Chinese characters on it.
The Viceroy said that the triangle is always their symbol. The characters on this flag mean Hong Kong. In any event, we've trouble on our hands, that's certain. Ching-So wants to send bannermen and mandarins into Taiping-shan and go through it with a sword.
"You did not agree," Struan said.
"Good God, no! We're having no interference on our island, by Jove. I told him we'd have no truck with anarchists under our flag, and we'd deal with them promptly, in our own way. Now, what should we do?"
"Throw every man-jack Oriental off Hong Kong and be done with it," the Admiral said.
"That's impossible, sir," Struan said, "and not to our advantage."
"Yus,"
Brock said.
"We've to have labourers and coolies and servants. We needs 'em right enough."
"There's a simple answer," the General said, taking a pinch of snuff. He was a red-faced, grey-haired bull of a man with a well-used face. "Issue an order that anyone belonging to this, what did you call it, Tong, will be hanged." He sneezed. "I'll see the orders carried out." "You canna hang a Chinese, my lord, just for wanting to throw out a foreign dynasty. That's against English law," Struan said.
"Foreign dynasty or not," the Admiral said, "fostering insurrection against the Emperor of a friendly power, and he'll be friendly soon enough, by God, if we're allowed to fulfill the function we were ordered here by the government for, is against international law and English law. Look at those scallywag Chartists, by God! We dinna hang them for being Chartists, only when they're caught rebelling or breaking the law, and that's right." Struan glowered at the Admiral. "English law says man has a right to free speech and free political association." "But not associations that promote rebellion," the General said. "You approve of rebelling against legal authority?" "That's so ridiculous I'll not give it the courtesy of an answer."
Gentlemen, Longstaff said, "of course we can't hang anyone who is a whatever it is, but equally we can't have Hong Kong festering with anarchists, what? Or poxy trade unionist ideas."
"It could be a ploy of Ching-So's to throw us off guard." Struan looked across at Brock.
Have you ever heard of the tongs?
No, but I be thinking that if the triangs squeeze all, then they be squeezing trade, and soon they be squeezing ussen.
The general petulantly flicked some non-existent dust off his immaculate scarlet uniform tunic. This obviously comes under the province of the military, Your Excellency. Why not issue a proclamation outlawing them, and we'll do the rest? Namely, apply the rules we've learned in India, offer a reward for information. Natives are always ready to sell out rival factions at the toss of a guinea. We make an example of the first dozen, and then you have no more trouble.
You cannot apply Indian rules here, Struan said.
You've no experience in administration, my dear sir, so you can hardly express an opinion.
Natives and natives, and that's the end to it. The general glanced at Longstaff. This is a simple matter for the military, sir. As Hong Kong will soon be stabilized as a military cantonment, it will be in our sphere. Issue a proclamation outlawing them, and we'll see justice done.
The Admiral snorted. I've said 1,000 times that Hong Kong should come under the jurisdiction of the senior service. If we don't command the sea lanes, Hong Kong's dead. Therefore, the Navy's position is paramount.
This would come under our jurisdiction.
Armies settle wars, Admiral, as I've mentioned repeatedly. Land battles finish wars. Certainly the Navy slaughtered Bonaparte's fleets and starved France, but we still had to finish the conflict once and for all, as we did at Waterloo. Without Trafalgar, there'd have been no Waterloo. A moot point, my dear Admiral, but take Asia. Soon we'll have the French and Dutch and Spanish and Russians on our necks, encroaching our rightful leadership of this area. Yes, you can dominate the sea lanes, and thank God you do, but unless Hong Kong is militarily impregnable, then England has no base either to protect her fleets or to jump off from against the enemy.
The prime function of Hong Kong, my lord, is a trade emporium for Asia, Struan said.
Oh, I understand the importance of trade, my good man, the general said testily. This is an argument about strategy and hardly concerns you.
Weren't for trade, Brock said, his face reddening, there'd be no reason for armies and fleets.
Poppycock, my good man, I'll have you know.
Strategy or no, Struan said loudly, Hong Kong is a colony and comes under the Foreign Secretary, and this will be decided by the Crown. His Excellency has acted wisely in this matter, and I'm sure he feels that both the Royal Navy and the Queen's armies have a vital place in Hong Kong's future. As a Royal Naval dockyard and military base and trade emporium, he kicked Brock surreptitiously under the table, and as a free port, its future is assured. Brock covered a wince and added quickly, Oh, yes, indeed. A free port'll mean huge brass for the Crown, that it will, and revenue for the best dockyards and barracks in the world. His Excellency's got all thy interests at heart, gents. The army be very important, and the Royal Navy. An open port'll work to all thy advantage, most of all the Queen's. God bless her.
Quite right, Mr. Brock, Longstaff said. Of course, we need both the Navy and the Army. Trade's the lifeblood of England, and free trade the coming thing. It's to all our interests to have Hong Kong prosperous.
His Excellency wants to open up Asia to all civilized nations without favour, Struan said, choosing the words carefully. How better than from a free port, guarded by the elite forces of the Crown?
I disapprove of letting foreigners grow fat off our backs, the Admiral said curtly, and Struan smiled to himself as the bait was taken. We fight the wars and win them, and have to fight more because the peace is always fouled in civilian conference. The pox on foreigners, I say.
A noteworthy sentiment, Admiral, Longstaff said as curtly, but not a very practical one, and as to civilian conference, it's more than a little fortunate that diplomats take the long-term point of view. War, after all, is only the long arm of diplomacy, when all else fails.
And diplomacy has failed here, the general said. So the sooner we land in force in China and implant English law and order throughout the land, the better.
Diplomacy has not failed, my dear General. Negotiations proceed cautiously and well. Oh, by the way, there are 300 millions of Chinese in China.
One English bayonet, sir, is worth 1,000 native spears. God damn, we control India with a handful of men, and we can do the same here. And look what a benefit our rule in India has brought those savages, eh? Show the flag in strength, that's what should be done. At once.
China is one nation, my lord, Struan said, not dozens like you have in India. The same rules cannot apply.
Without safe sea lanes, the army couldn't hold India for a week, the admiral said. Ridiculous! Why, we could—
Gentlemen, Longstaff said wearily, we're discussing the anarchists. What's your counsel, Admiral?
Throw every Oriental off the island. If you want workers, then select 1,000 or 2,000, however many you need on the island, and exclude all others.
My lord?
I've already given my opinion, sir.
Oh, yes. Mr. Brock?
I thinks with thee, Excellency, that Hong Kong be a free port, and we needs the Chinese and should deal with triangs ourselves. I thinks with the General, hang any of these triangs what be caught inciting rebellion, and with the Admiral, that we don't want any anti-emperor secret treason on the island. Outlaw 'em, yus. And I thinks with thee, Dirk, that it bain't lawful to hang 'em if they be acting peaceable. But any what bats an eyeball and be caught as a triang, lash 'em, brand 'em, and toss 'em out forever.
Dirk? Longstaff asked. I agree with Mr. Brock, but no lashing and no branding. Those belong in the Dark Ages.
From what I've seen of these heathens, the General said distastefully, they're still in the Dark Ages. Of course they have to be punished if they belong to an outlawed group. The lash is an ordinary punishment. Set it at 50 lashes, and branding on the cheek is correct English legal punishment for certain felonies. Brand them too. But better hang the first dozen we catch, and they'll evaporate like dervishes. Mark them permanently, Struan flared, and you never give them a chance to become good citizens again. Good citizens don't band into secret anarchistic societies, my good sir, the General said. But then any gentleman would appreciate the value of that advice.
Struan felt the blood soar to his face. The next time you make a remark like that, my lord, I'll send some seconds to call on you, and you'll find a bullet between your eyes. There was an aghast silence. White with shock, Longstaff rapped the table.
I forbid either of you to proceed with this line of talk. It is forbidden.
He took out his lace kerchief and wiped away the sudden sweat on his forehead. His mouth tasted dry and sour.
I quite agree, Your Excellency, the General said.
And I suggest further that this problem is solely one for the authorities to decide. You, in conjunction with the Admiral and myself, should decide this sort of matter. It's not in the domain of tradespeople. Thee so full of wind, my Lord General, Brock said, that if thee farted here in Canton it'd blow the gate off and Tower of London. Mr. Brock, Longstaff began. You will not. The General slammed to his feet. I thank you, my good sir, to keep that sort of remark to yourself.
I bain't your good sir. I be a China trader, by God, and the sooner thee knows it, the better. The time be gone forever when the like of me's to suck thy arse 'cause of a poxy title which like as not were gifted first to a king's whore, a king's bastard, or bide by knife in a king's back. By God, I demand satisfaction. My seconds will call on you today. They will do no such thing, my lord, Longstaff said, crashing the flat of his hand onto the table. If there is any trouble between either of you, I'll send you both home under guard and impeach you before the Privy Council. I'm Her Majesty's plenipotentiary in Asia, and I am the law. God damn! It's most unseemly. You will each apologize to the other. I order you to, immediately. The Admiral hid his grim amusement. Horatio looked from face to face with disbelief. Brock was aware that Longstaff had the power to hurt him, and he wanted no duel with the General. And, too, he was furious for allowing himself to be drawn into open hostility. I apologize, my lord, for calling thee a bagful of fart. And I apologize because I'm ordered to do so. I think we'll close this meeting for the present, Longstaff said, greatly relieved. Yes, thank you for your advice, gentlemen. We'll postpone a decision. Give us all time to think, what? The General put on his bearskin helmet, saluted, and made for the door, spurs and sword clinking. Oh, General, by the way, Struan said casually, I hear that the Navy's challenged the Army to a prize fight. The General stopped in his tracks, his hand on the doorknob, and bristled as he remembered the remarks the Admiral purportedly had been making about his soldiers. Yes, I'm afraid it won't be much of a match, though. Why, General? The Admiral said irately, remembering the remarks that the General purportedly had been making about his Jolly Jack Tars. Because I'd say our man'll win, my lord, without too much of an effort. Why not have the match the day of the ball? Struan suggested. We would deem it an honour, and we'd be glad to put up a purse, say 50 guineas. That's very generous, Struan, but I don't think the Army'll be ready by then. The day of the ball, by God, the General said, purple. 100 guineas on our man. Done, said the Admiral and Brock simultaneously. 100 to both of you. The General turned on his heel and stalked out. Longstaff poured himself some sherry. Admiral? No, thank you, sir. I think I'll get back to my ship. The Admiral picked up his sword, nodded to Struan and Brock, saluted, and left. Sherry, gentlemen? Horatio, perhaps you'd do the honours. Certainly, Your Excellency, Horatio said, glad to have something to do. Thank ye. Brock emptied the glass and held it out to be refilled. That be tasting good. You've an excellent palate, Your Excellency. Eh, Dirk, lad? I really must remonstrate with you, Mr. Brock. Unforgivable to say such things. Lord— Yes, sir, Brock said, acting the penitent. You was right. I were in the wrong. We be lucky to have thee in charge. When be thee issuing the proclamation about the free port? Well, there's no hurry. These damned anarchists have to be dealt with. Why not deal with them both together? Struan said. As soon as you get back to Hong Kong. Why not give our Chinese-British subjects the benefit of the doubt? Deport them, but no flogging and no branding, to begin with. That's fair, eh, Tyler? If thee says so, and His Excellency agrees, Brock replied expansively. Trade had been huge. Greenwich was well away and in the lead. Buildings were going up at Happy Valley. There was open hostility between Struan and Cullum, and now Hong Kong was to be a free port. Aye, Dirk, lad, he told himself ecstatically. You be having your uses still. You be smart as a whip. Freeport be making up for all thy devilment. And in 2 years our steamships be driving thee into bankruptcy. Yes, he added, if thee both agrees. But soon you'll be having to flog and brand. I certainly hope not, Longstaff said. Disgusting business. Still, the law must be enforced and felons dealt with. An excellent solution, gentlemen, to the... what did you call them, Mr. Brock? Ah, yes, triads. We'll call them triads in future. Horatio, make a list in characters of the Tong names His Excellency Ching So gave us, and we'll post it with the proclamation. Take this down while I think of it. All the above Tongs are outlawed and will be known in future under the general name of triads. The penalty for being a triad is instant deportation and handing over to the Chinese authorities. The penalty for inciting overt rebellion against His Britannic Majesty's government or against His Highness the Emperor of the Chinese is hanging.
Chapter 16. The village of Aberdeen lay dark and humid and silent under the full moon. The streets were deserted and the doors of the huts barred tight. Hundreds of sampans were moored in the still muddy waters, and though they were as jam-packed as the huts, there was neither sound nor movement aboard. Struan was standing at the prearranged place at the fork in the path just outside the village beside the well. The well was rock-lipped, and Struan had hung 3 lanterns on it. He was alone, and his gold fob watch told him it was almost time. He wondered if Wu Kwok and his men would come from the village, or from the sampans, or from the desolate hills, or from the sea. He studied the sea. Nothing moved but the waves. Somewhere out in the darkness, sailing close-hauled, was China Cloud, her men at action stations. Too far for those aboard to observe him closely, but near enough to see the light of the lanterns. Struan's orders were that if the lanterns were abruptly extinguished, the men were to take to the boats and come ashore with musket and cutlass. The muted voices of the handful of men he had brought along wafted up faintly from the beach. They were waiting beside the 2 cutters, armed and ready, also watching the lanterns' light. He listened intently, but could not distinguish what they were saying. I'd be safer to be completely alone, he told himself. I want no prying eyes in this. But to be ashore alone without guards 'ud be foolish. Worse, it'd be testing my jaws, aye. He stiffened as a dog snarled in the quiet of the village. He listened intently and watched for moving shadows. But he saw none, and knew that the dog was only scavenging. He leaned back against the well and began to relax, content to be back on the island, content that May and the children were safe in the house that had been built for them in Happy Valley. Rob and Cullum had handled expertly all that had to be done while he was away. The small house with surrounding walls and strong gates had been completed. 250 men had worked on it day and night. There were still many details to be finished, and all of the garden yet to be planted, but the house itself was habitable and mostly furnished. It was built of bricks and had a fireplace and wooden roof. The rooms were beamed. Many of the walls were paper-covered, but a few were painted, and all had glass windows. The house faced the sea and contained a master suite and dining room and large living room, and to the west a latticed haven around a garden private from the rest of the house. Here were May's quarters and the children's rooms, and beyond them the servants' quarters. Struan had brought May and the children and Sam, the Ama, with him into the house the day before yesterday, and had settled them there. a trusted cook-boy named Lim Din and a wash-amar and makey-learney, as apprentice scullion maids were called, had come back with him from Canton. And though no Europeans had seen Mei, most of them were sure that the Tai-Pan had brought his mistress into the first permanent habitation on Hong Kong. They chuckled among themselves or denounced him through their jealousy, but they said nothing to their wives. In due course they would want to bring their own mistresses, and the less said the better. The wives, who suspected, held their peace. There was nothing they could do. Struan had been very pleased with his house, and with the progress on the warehouses and factory, and also with the results of his public coldness toward Cullum. Cullum had told him covertly that already he had had the first tentative probe from Brock, and that Wilf Tillman had invited him aboard Cooper Tillman's expensive opium hulk and had entertained him lavishly. Cullum had said that trade was discussed, how the future of Asia depended vitally on cooperation, particularly between the Anglo-Saxon races. He had said that Siobhan had been at dinner, and that she had been very beautiful and vivacious. A fish leaped out of the water, hung for a moment in the air, and fell back again. Struan watched for a moment, listening. Then he relaxed again, and let his mind roam. Siobhan'd make a good match for Cullum, Struan thought dispassionately. Or for yourself, aye. She'd make a fine hostess and an interesting addition to the banquets you'll be giving in London, to the lords and ladies and members of Parliament and cabinet ministers. Will you buy yourself a baronetcy? You could afford to 10 times over. If Blue Cloud's home first, or second, even third, so long as she's safe. If the season's trade is safely concluded, then you can buy yourself an earldom. Siobhan's young enough. She'd bring a useful dowry and interesting political connections. What about Jeff Cooper? He's head over heels in love with her. If she says no to him, that's his problem. What about Mei? Would a Chinese wife bar you from the inner sanctum? Certainly. She would weigh the dice heavily against you. Out of the question. Without the right sort of wife, English social life will be impossible. Diplomacy is mostly settled in private drawing-rooms in luxury. Perhaps the daughter of a lord, or earl, or cabinet minister. Wait till you're home, eh? There's plenty of time. Is there? A dog barked shrilly among the sampans, and then shrieked as others fell on it. The sounds of the death battle rose and fell, then ceased. Silence again, but for the furtive growling, scuffling, ripping in the darkness as the victors began to feed. Struan was watching the sampans, his back to the lanterns. He saw a shadow move, and another, and soon a silent press of Chinese was leaving the floating village and grouping on the shore. He saw Scragga. Struan held his pistol loosely and waited calmly, searching the darkness for Wu Kwok. The men came up the path noiselessly, Scragga cautiously in the middle. They stopped near the well and stared at Struan. All were young, in their early 20s, all dressed in black tunics and black trousers, thonged sandals on their feet, large coolie hats masking their faces. "Top of the evening, Tai-Pan," Scragga said softly, on guard and readying for instant retreat. "Where's Wu Kwok?" "He asks your pardon, like, but he be powerful busy. Here be the 100. Take the pick and let's be off, eh?" "Tell them to split themselves into 10s and to strip." "Strip, did you say?" "Aye, strip, by God!" Scragga blinked at Struan.
Then he shrugged and went back to the men and spoke in soft sing-song. The Chinese chattered quietly, then sorted themselves into separate tens and took off their clothes. Struan beckoned to the first 10, and they walked into the light. From some of the groups he picked one, from others 2 or 3, from a few none. He chose with utmost care. He knew he was assembling a task force which would spearhead his advance into the heart of China, if he could bend them to his will. The men who would not meet his eye he excluded immediately. Those whose cues were ratty and unkempt he passed over. Those with weak physiques were not considered. Those whose faces were dotted with smallpox marks had a point in their favour, for Struan knew that smallpox ravaged ships in all the seas, and that a man who had had the disease and had recovered was a man immune and strong, and one who knew the value of life. Those with well-healed knife wounds he favoured. Those who bore their nakedness carelessly he approved. Those who bore their nakedness with hostility he scrutinized painstakingly, knowing that violence and the sea are shipmates. Some he picked for the hatred in their eyes, and some only because of a hunch he had when he looked into their faces. Saga watched the selecting with growing impatience. He drew his knife and repeatedly threw it into the dirt. At last Struan had finished. "These are the men I want. They can all dress now." Saga barked an order and the men dressed. Struan took out a sheaf of papers and handed one to Saga. "You can read this out to them." "What be it?" "A regulation indenture, rates of pay and terms of 5 years' service. They're all to sign one." "I don't read. And what's paper for, eh? Wu Fong Choi's told them they be yourn for 5 year. Struan gave him another sheet covered with Chinese characters. "Give this to someone who can read. They'll each sign or I will not accept them, and the deal is off." "Doing things right proper, bain't you?" Saga took the paper and called out to a short, pock-marked Chinese who had been selected. The man came forward and, taking the paper, studied it under the lantern's light. Saga jerked a thumb at those who had been rejected, and they disappeared into the sampans. The man began to read. "What's his name?" "Fong." "Fong what?" "Fong what you likes. Who's to know what name these monkeys run under?" The Chinese were listening intently to Fong. At one point, a muted, nervous gust of laughter wafted from them. "What's funny?" Saga asked in Cantonese. Fong took a long time to explain. Saga turned to Struan. "What's all this about, eh? They's to promise not to fornicate and not to marry for the 5 year. That ain't proper. What do you think they be?" "That's just the normal clause, Saga. All indentures have the same." "Not seaman's papers, by God!" "They're to be captains and officers, so they must have indenture papers, to make it legal." "Very unproper, if you ask me. You mean they can't bed a doxy for 5 years? "It's only a formality, but they cannot marry." Saga turned and made a short speech. Again there was laughter. "I said they's to obey you like God or bloody mighty, excepting in fornication." He wiped the sweat off his face. "Wu Fong's told them they be yours for 5 years, so there be no need to worry." "Why are you so nervous, eh?" "Nothing. Nothing, I tells you." Fong continued to read. There was a hush, and someone asked for a clause to be repeated. Saga's interest increased. It was about their pay. Potential captains were to be paid £50 for the first year, 70 the second and the third, 100 when they had a first mate's ticket, and 150 with their masters. A 60th share of profits for any ships they captained. A bonus of £20 if they learned English in 3 months.
150 nicker be more'n they be earning in 10 years, Scragger said.
You want a job?
I be happy with me present employ, thank you kindly. He screwed up his face as a thought struck him. Wu Feng won't be paying all that nicker, he said cagily.
He will not be asked. These men'll earn every penny, you can be sure of that. Or they'll be beached.
So long as me gov's not to pay, you pays 'em what you likes and wastes your own money.
After Fong had finished reading the document, Struan made each man write his name in characters on a copy. Every man could write, and he made each man daub his left palm with chalk ink and imprint the palm on the back of the paper.
What be that for?
Every hand palm's different. Now I know each man, whatever his name. Where are the boys?
You want the men to the boats?
Aye. Struan gave Fong a lantern and motioned him to the beach. The other men followed silently.
The picking and papering were clever, Tai-Pan. You're right smart.
Scragger sucked the end of his knife pensively.
I heard you one-upped Brock right proper. Over the bullion, too.
Struan glanced back at Scragger, abruptly suspicious. There were Europeans in that attack, so Brock said. Were you one of them?
If I'd been ordered in by Wu Feng, Tai-Pan, there'd be no failure. Wu Feng Choi don't like failure. Must have been some poxy locals. Terrible.
Scragger peered around the darkness. When he'd made sure they were quite alone, he spoke conspiratorially.
Wu Kwok be Fukianese. He come from Quemoy, up the coast, eh? You know the island?
Aye.
Midsummer night there be a festival. Wu Kwok be there for sure. Something to do with his ancestors.
Scragger's eyes took on a malevolent glitter.
If a frigate or two was cruising there, why, he'd be caught like a poxy gutter rat in a barrel.
Struan smiled scornfully. That he would.
It be the truth, I tells you, by God. You've me oath, by God. That bugger tricked me into giving you me oath when it were lie, and I'll not forgive that. Scragger's oath be as good as yourn.
Aye, of course. Do you think I'd trust a man who'd sell his master like a rat?
He bain't my master. Wu Feng Choi's me gov, no one else. I swore allegiance to him, no other. You've me oath.
Struan contemplated Scragger. I'll think about Midsummer Night.
You've me oath. I want him deaded, by God. A man's oath be all he's got twixt hisself and damnation. That's why I took mine, God curse him, so I wants him deaded to pay.
Where are the boys?
They's to be toffs, like you said.
Hurry it up, I want to be off. Scragger turned and whistled into the darkness. 3 small shadows moved out of the sampans. The boys walked cautiously down the rickety gangplank onto the ground and hurried up the path. Struan's eyes widened as the boys came into the light. One was Chinese, one was Eurasian, and the last was a grubby little English urchin. The Chinese boy was richly gowned, his queue thick and well plaited. He carried a bag. The other 2 were pathetically dressed in grimy pseudo-English boys' clothes, their frock coats homespun, their little top hats battered, and their trousers and shoes homemade and crudely stitched. Over the shoulders each carried a stick with a bundle dangling from the end. All the boys tried desperately, and unsuccessfully, to cover their anxiety.
This be Wu Pak Tsuk, Scragger said. The Chinese boy bowed nervously. He be Wu Feng Choi's grandson, one of them, but not from Wu Kwok. And these be me own lads.
He pointed proudly at the little urchin who flinched involuntarily.
This be Fred, he be 6, and this un's Bert, 7. He made a slight motion, and both boys doffed their hats and bowed and mumbled something through their panic and looked back at their father to see if they had done it right. Bert, the Eurasian boy, had had his queue coiled under his hat, but now, from all the fidgeting, the queue hung down his back. The urchin's hair was filthy, and like his father's, tied with a piece of tarred hemp at the nape of his neck.
"Come over here, lads,"
Struan said compassionately. The urchin took his half-brother's hand, and the two came slowly forward. They stopped, barely breathing. The English boy wiped a dribble of mucus from his nose with the back of his hand.
"You're Fred?"
"Yes, your worship,"
he whispered, scarcely audible.
"Speak up, lad,"
Scragga said, and the boy blurted out,
"Yes, your worship, I be Fred. I be Bert, your worship."
The Eurasian quailed as Struan looked at him. He was a tall, handsome lad with beautiful teeth and golden skin. He was the tallest of the three. Struan glanced at Wu Pak. The boy lowered his eyes and scuffed at the earth.
"He does not speak English?"
"No, but Bert here speaks his tongue, and Fred some words. Bert's ma be Fukienese."
Scragga's discomfort worsened.
"Where's your mother, Fred?"
"Dead, your worship,"
the urchin choked out.
"She be dead, sir." "She be deaded 2 years back. Scurvy got her," Scragga said.
"You've English women with your fleet?"
"Some has. Back over there, lads," he said,
and his sons fled to where he was pointing and stood rock-still, out of hearing. Wu Pak hesitated, then ran back and stood close beside them. Scragga dropped his voice.
"Fred's ma were convict, transported 10 year for stealing coal in the depth of winter. We was married by a priest in Australia, but we were renegades, so maybe it weren't proper. We was married anyways. I give her me oath afore she deaded to do right by the lad."
Struan took out more papers.
"These give me guardianship of the boys until they're 21. You can sign for your sons, but what about Wu Pak? Should be a relation."
"I'll put me mark on all. You got one for me to show Wu Fang, what I signed it?"
"Aye, you can take one." Struan began to fill in the names, but Scragga stopped him.
"Tai-Pan, don't put Scragga on the boys. Put another name, any you likes. No, don't tell me what," he added quickly. "Any name. You think of a good one."
The sweat was beading his forehead. His fingers trembled as he took the pencil and made his mark.
"Fred's to forget me, and his ma. Do your best with Bert, eh? His ma's still me woman, and she ain't bad for a heathen. Do your best for 'em, and you've a friend for life. Me oath on't. They both be taught to say their prayers proper."
He blew his nose in his fingers and wiped them on his trousers.
"Wu Pak's got to write once a month to Jinqua. Oh, yes, and you're to build Jinqua for the schooling and what, once a year. They's all to go to the same school and victual together."
He beckoned to the Chinese boy. Wu Pak came forward reluctantly. Scragga jerked a thumb toward the boats, and the boy left obediently. Then he beckoned his sons.
"I'll be off now, lads."
The boys ran to him and clung to him and begged him not to send them away, their tears streaming and terror overwhelming them. But he pushed them off and forced his voice hard.
"Be off with you now. Obey the Tai-Pan here. He's to be like a dad to you." "Don't send us an off, Dad,"
Fred said piteously.
"I've been a good boy. Bert and me be good boys. Dad, don't send us an off."
They stood in the enormousness of their grief, their shoulders heaving. Scragga cleared his throat noisily and spat. After a second's hesitation, he jerked out his knife and seized Bert's queue. The Eurasian squealed with horror and tried to fight free, but Scragga chopped off the queue and cuffed the hysterical boy hard enough to bring him out of shock, but no harder.
"Oh, Dad,"
Fred said tremulously in his little piping voice,
"you knowed Bert promised his mum to keep his hair proper."
Better I do's it, Fred, afore another, Scragger said, his voice breaking. Bert don't need it now. He's to be tough, like you. I don't want to be tough. I want to stay home. Scragger tousled Bert's head a last time, and Fred's. Bye, my sons, he said. He rushed away, and the night swallowed him. Chapter 17. Why go so early, Tai-Pan? Mei asked, stifling a yawn. 2 hours sleep last night for you is not enough. You will lose your vigour. Get on with you, lass. And I told you not to wait up. Struan pushed his breakfast plate away and Mei poured him more tea. It was a glorious morning. The sun beamed through the latticed windows and cast delicate patterns on the floor. Mei tried to close her ears to the pounding and sawing from the building that was going on all over the foreshore of Happy Valley, but she could not. The noise had been permanent and overpowering day and night since they had arrived 3 days ago. There's a lot to be done, and I want to be sure all's well for the ball, Struan said. It's to start an hour after sundown. Mei shivered with delight as she remembered her secret gown and the beauty of it. Breakfast at dawn is barbarisms. Barbaric, he said. And it's not dawn, it's 9 o'clock. It feels like dawn. She arranged her pale yellow silk robe more comfortably, feeling her nipples hard against its texture. How long are horriblicious noises going on? It'll settle down in a month or so. No work on Sundays, of course, he said, half listening to her, thinking about all he had to accomplish today. It's too much noises, she said, and something's bad with this house. What? He said absently, not listening. It feels bad, terrifical bad. Are you sure the feng shui is correct, Heya? Feng what? He looked up, startled, and gave her his full attention. Mei was appalled. You did not have a feng shui gentleman? Who's he? God's blood, Tai-Pan, she said, exasperated. You build house and dinner consult feng shui? How crazy mad I deal with that today. What does the feng shui gentleman do? Struan asked sourly, apart from costing money. He makes sure that the feng shui is correct, of course. And what, for the love of God, is feng shui? If the feng shui is bad, the devil spirits come into the house and you'll have terrifical bad joss and terrible sickness. If the feng shui is good, then no devil spirits come in. Everyone knows about feng shui. You're a good Christian and you dinna believe in evil spirits and mumbo-jumbo. I absolute agree, Tai-Pan, but in houses, feng shui is fantastical vital. Dinna forget this is China, and in China there's... All right, Mei, he said resignedly. Get a feng shui gentleman to cast a spell if you must. He does not cast spells, she said importantly. He makes sure the house is positioned right for the heaven-earth-air currents, and that it's not built on a dragon's neck. Eh? Good sweet God, as you say sometimes. That'd be horrifical, for then the dragon that sleeps in the earth would no longer be able to sleep peaceful. God's blood, I hope we're not on his neck or head. Could you sleep with a house on your neck or head? Of course not. If the dragon's sleep is disturbed, of course fantastical worse things happen. We'd have to move instantaneous. Ridiculous. Fantastical ridiculous, but we still move. I protect us. Oh, yes. It's very important that one protects her man and her family. If we're builded on a dragon, we move. Then you'd better tell the feng shui gentleman that he'd better not find any dragons around here, by God. Her chin jutted. The feng shui gentleman will not learn you to sail a ship. Why for you learn him about dragons, here? It's very gracious hard to be a feng shui gentleman.
Struan was happy that Mei was beginning to be her old self. He had noticed that since she returned to Canton from Macau and during the journey to Hong Kong, she had seemed piqued and distracted, particularly the last few days. And she was right, the noise was very bad. "Well, I'll be off."
"Is all right I invite Mary Sinclair today?"
"Aye, but I dinna ken where she is, or if she's arrived yet."
"She's on flagship. She arrived yesterday with her amah, our tut, and her ball gown. It's black and very pretty. It's going to cost you $200. Ah-yeah! If you'd let me arrange the dress, I'd save you $60, $70, never mind. Her cabin's next to her brother's."
"How do you know all that?"
"Her amah is our Sam's mother's sister's fourth daughter. What for is the use of a mealy-mouthed slave like Sam if she does not keep her mother in form and have connections?"
"How did our Sam's mother tell her?"
"Oh, Tai-Pan, you are so funny!" Mei cried. "Not our Sam's mother, me! All Chinese slaves call their mistress mother, just as she calls you father."
"She does."
"All slaves call the master of the house father. It's ancient custom and very polite. So Atat, Mari's slave, told Assam, who is a good-for-nothing lazy maggot and needs a whipping, told her mother, me. It's really very simple. Oh, yes, and to be absolutely correct, if you could speak a Chinese language, you'd call Assam daughter."
"Why do you want to see Mary?"
"It's lonely not to talk. I'll only talk Cantonese, dinna worry. She knows I'm here."
"How?"
"Assam told Atat," she said,
as though explaining to a child.
"Naturally, such an interesting piece of news Atat told her mother, told Mari. That old whore Atat's a jade mine of secrets."
"Atat's a whore?"
"God's blood, Tai-Pan, that only a figured speech. You really should go back to bed. You're very simple this morning."
He finished his tea and pushed his plate away. "And I've nae wonder listening to all this nonsense. I'm lunching with Longstaff, so I'll send word to Mary. What time shall I say?"
"Thank you, Tai-Pan. Never mind. Our Sam will be better. Then no one knows except the servants, and they know all anyway. Never mind."
Lim Din opened the door. He was Struan's personal servant, as well as cook-boy, a small, squat man in his middle 50s, neat in black trousers and white tunic. He had a round, happy face and darting, cunning eyes.
"Massa, Missy and Massa come see my. Can?"
"Massa what?" Struan was astonished that anyone would be so impolite as to come uninvited.
Lim Din shrugged. "Massa and Missy. Want she what, Massa, what Missy?"
"Oh, never mind," Struan said, and got up from the table.
"You expect guests?"
Mei said. "No." Struan walked out of the room and into the small ante-room. He opened the far door and closed it behind him. Now he was in the corridor that led to a hallway and to the separate quarters in the front of the house. And the moment he was in the corridor, he knew that one caller was Siobhan. Her fragrance, a special Turkish perfume that only she used, had delicately changed the quality of the air. His heart quickened, and his anger lessened, as he strode down the corridor, his soft leather half-boots clicking on the stone floor, and turned into the living room.
"Hello, Tai-Pan,"
Siobhan said. Siobhan was 20, and graceful as a gazelle. She wore her dark red hair, darker than Struan's, in long ringlets. Her full breasts, under the discreetly décolleté green velvet dress, sailed over an 18-inch waist. Her delicate ankles and feet peeped from beneath a dozen petticoats. Her bonnet was green, her sunshade a startling orange.
Aye, Struan thought, she gets prettier every day. Morning, Siobhan. Wilf? Morning. Sorry to arrive uninvited. Wilf Tillman was exceedingly uncomfortable.
Oh, come now, Uncle, Siobhan said blithely. It's a good old American custom to wish a house well.
We're not in America, dear. Tillman wished he were today, and that Siobhan was safely married to Jeff Cooper and no longer his responsibility. Damn Siobhan, and damn Jeff, he thought. I wish to God the man had formally pressed his suit. Then I could simply announce the marriage, and that would be that. But all this shilly-shallying around is ridiculous. Give her time, there's plenty of time, Jeff is always saying. But I damn well know now there's very little time left now that Struan's wifeless. I'm absolutely sure Siobhan set her cap for the Tai-Pan. Why else insist on coming here this morning? Why else keep asking questions about him? All the way to Struan's house he had been pondering the wisdom of a match between Struan and Siobhan. Naturally, there would be definite financial advantages, but Struan was totally opposed to their way of life in America. He just simply wouldn't understand. He would certainly turn Siobhan against us, Tillman thought. He'd force the issue through her. Jeff would be furious over losing her, and he'd probably break up Cooper Tillman. Nothing I could do to stop that. If the company goes on the rocks, there's no money for Brother John to entertain so lavishly in Washington. Politics is expensive, and without political pull, life for the family will be very hard. And we need every bit of help against the blasted northern states. No, by heaven, Siobhan's going to marry Jeff and not the Tai-Pan, and that's that. Sorry to arrive uninvited, he repeated. You're both very welcome. Struan motioned Lim Din to the decanter and glasses. Sherry? Well, thank you, but I think we ought to be going, Tillman said. Siobhan laughed, and her tilted nose wrinkled prettily.
But we've just arrived. I wanted to be the first to welcome you to your house, Tai-Pan, she said.
And you are. Sit down. It's good to see you.
We bought some gifts for the house.
She opened her carrying bag and took out a small loaf of bread and a tiny container of salt and a bottle of wine.
It's an old custom to bring the house good luck. I would have arrived by myself, but Uncle said that would be in the worst possible taste. It's not his fault at all.
I'm glad you came. Struan picked up the bread. It was gold brown and crisp and fragrant.
I baked it last night.
Struan broke off a piece and tasted it. It's excellent.
You're not really supposed to eat it. At least, well, it's just the idea. She laughed again and picked up her carrying bag and sunshade. And now that I've done my duty, we'll be off.
My first guests will do no such thing, I insist. At least a sherry. Lim Din offered the glasses. Siobhan took one and settled herself comfortably, while Wilf Tillman scowled. Lim Din padded away. You really cooked it yourself? All by yourself? Struan asked.
It's very important for a girl to know how to cook, she said, and stared back at him, eyes challenging.
Tillman sipped his sherry. Siobhan's a good cook. I'll take a loaf a day, Struan said. He sat in the big leather chair and lifted his glass. Long life. And to you.
Your house is lovely, Tai-Pan.
Thank you. When it's finished, I'd like to show you over it. Struan knew that she was curious to find out whether the rumor about May was true. Aristotle said you were poorly the last time I saw him.
It was just a chill, she said.
Are you having another portrait done?
I'm considering it, she said, unruffled. "Dear Mr. Quantz, I admire his paintings so much. Uncle and I are trying to persuade him to try a season in Washington. I think he'd make a fortune."
"In that case, I'd say you'll have a visitor."
Struan wondered if the innocence in her face was assumed or real.
He glanced at Tillman. "How's business?" "Excellent, thank you. Jeff's coming back from Canton this afternoon. Things are booming in the settlement. Will you be going back there?" "In a few days." "I hear Blue Cloud and Grey Witch are neck and neck. One of our ships speeding up from Singapore passed them 2 days out, going at full speed. Best of luck."
While the two of them chatted politely about business matters, neither really interested in the other's opinion, Siobhan sipped her sherry and studied Struan. He was dressed in a light woolen suit, well-tailored and elegant. "You're quite a man," she thought. "You may not know it, Dirk Struan, but I'm going to marry you. I wonder what your Oriental mistress is like. I feel her presence in the house. Mistress or not, I'm the girl for you, and when I'm your wife, you won't need to stray for a long time. A very long time."
"Well, I think we'll be going," Tillman said, and got up. "Again, sorry to arrive uninvited." "You're always welcome."
"Oh, by the way, Tai-Pan," Siobhan said, "I understand ladies aren't invited to the prize fight this afternoon. Would you put a guinea on the Navy man for me?"
"Good God, Siobhan," Tillman said, shocked. "You mustn't say such things. Most unladylike."
"And you're most dishonest," she said, "and old-fashioned. You men enjoy a prize fight. Why shouldn't we? You men enjoy a gamble. Why shouldn't we?"
"A good question, Siobhan."
Struan was amused by Tillman's discomfort. "After all, it's an Oriental custom." She looked innocently at Struan. "I hear the Chinese gamble all the time, particularly the women." Struan blandly ignored the remark.
"Gambling's a bad habit,"
Tillman said. "I quite agree, Uncle. How much have you wagered?"
"That has nothing to do with it."
Struan laughed.
"With your permission, Wilf, we'll indulge her. A guinea on the Navy?"
"Thank you, Tai-Pan," she said, before Tillman could answer, and she held out her gloved hand to Struan. "It's just the principle. You're most understanding." He let her hand rest in his a moment longer than necessary, then kissed it, fascinated by the thought of taming her, and escorted them to the door.
"See you both this evening."
"If I don't win that prize, I'll be livid, and also in debtor's prison."
"You won't, Siobhan, but your poor long-suffering father and uncle maybe," Tillman said.
When they had gone, Struan returned to May's quarters. She stared at him coldly.
"What's amiss?"
"That mealy-mouthed, god-rotting doxy's after you, that's what's amiss."
"Will you not be so foolish, and will you not swear? How'd you see her, anyway?"
"Huh! Have I no eyes, no nose? What for should I pore over plans of house, hour after God-rot hour? So it's to be planned so I can see who comes here and who passes by without seeing. Ha! That maggoty draws dung-heap doxies after you to marriage."
"To marry," he corrected.
"Kiss the hand, huh? What for you no kiss my hand, She slammed the teapot down. "What for you linger with cow eyes, hey? Aye-ya!"
"You aye-ya yourself. And one more remark like that and I'll paddle you. You want to be paddled?"
"Men's!" She tossed her head. "Men's!"
"Men, not men's. How many times do I have to tell you?"
"Men!" May shakily poured herself some tea, then slammed the cup down and got up. "I hear Chinese men's gamble hugely, particularly the women's,"
she said, mimicking Siobhan, lifting her breasts to give them size and waggling her backside. "And you sat there and eat up her bosoms. What for my bosoms you no stare at, hey? Struan quietly put down his teacup and rose. May retreated to the other side of the table. "I not say nothing, never mind," she said hastily. "That's what I thought." He calmly finished his tea, and she watched him without moving, but ready to run. He set down the cup. "Come over here." "Huh? I for no trust you when your eyes speak green fire." "Come over here, please," he added as sweetly. She was almost cross-eyed with rage, and she seemed to him like one of the Siamese cats that he had seen in Bangkok. And just as spiteful, he thought. She cautiously came over to him, ever ready to retreat or hack with her nails. He gently patted her cheek and turned for the door. "There's a good girl." "Tai-Pan!" May imperiously held out her hand to be kissed. Restraining a smile, he walked back and gallantly kissed her hand. Then he spun her around before she knew what was happening and slapped her smartly on the backside. She gasped and fought out of his hands and jumped for the safety of the table. Once safe, she hurled a cup at him. It shattered against the wall near his ear, and she picked up another. "Dinna throw it!" She put it down. "That's a good lass. 1 is fine. 2, extravagant." He turned for the door. "I only say you to protect you," she shouted. "Protect from mealy-mouthed, ugly old cow-bosomed doxy." "Thank you, May," he said, closing the door after him. He pretended to walk down the corridor, then listened in the silence, trying not to laugh. The cup crashed against the other side of the door. The sound was followed by a stream of curses, and Arsam's name and more curses. Struan cheerfully tiptoed away. The whole of Happy Valley was pulsating with activity, and as Struan walked down the slight rise from his house toward the foreshore, he felt not a little pride. There were the beginnings of many buildings. The biggest two were the huge 3-story factories of the noble house and Brock & Sons that fronted on Queen's Road, the vast buildings containing warehouses, offices, and living quarters, favoured by the China traders and similar to those in the Canton settlement. At present they were just shells of peripheral bamboo scaffoldings, soaring skyward, hundreds of Chinese labourers swarming them, and around these dominating structures were dozens of other buildings, dwellings, and wharves. In the distance, halfway to Glessing's Point, Struan could see that work had already begun on the dockyard. A never-ending stream of coolies was dumping stones and rocks to form the first of the deep-water wharves. Opposite the harbour-master's small house, complete but for its roof, were the stone walls of the jail, 3/4 finished. And beyond the dockyard was the first of the army barracks and its scaffoldings. Struan turned west to the series of large tents that housed their temporary headquarters. They had been set up on the outskirts of the valley. The church was not yet under construction, though Struan could see men surveying the top of the knoll. "Morning, Rob," he said, going into the tent. "Welcome back." Rob was unshaven, and there were dark smudges under his eyes. "You dealt with Aberdeen?" "Aye. How are things here?" "Good and bad. Can't walk along Queen's Road without a stinking swarm of beggars falling on you. And worse than that, we're bringing in 10,000 Macau bricks a day by sampan and junk, and upwards of 2,000 vanish by next morning." He tossed up his hands violently. "And not only bricks, timber, desks, cement, quills, paper. They steal everything. At this rate, our building costs will double." He tossed over a list of figures. "A present for you. The figures on your house so far. 3 times as much as Vargas estimated." "Why so much?" Well, you wanted it up in 3 weeks. For £1,000 I can damn nearly buy a fifth of a clipper. If the Blue Cloud does not reach London, we're in terrible trouble. Again. She'll get there. I wish I was so confident, Rob slammed back. Struan sat down at his desk. What's the real matter, lad? Oh, I don't know. The thieving and the begging, and there's too much to do, and this constant confounded noise. I'm tired, I suppose. No, that's not true. 2 things. First, Sarah. She's 2 weeks overdue, and you've no idea how irritable a woman is then, and the poor lass is frightened she's going to die. Rightly. Nothing you can do to help except say everything'll be all right. Then, too, there's the business of me staying on. We've had nothing but terrible rows. She's absolutely set on leaving within a month or so, as soon as she's fit again. Would you like me to talk to her? No. Nothing'll help. She's made up her mind. And that, with Sarah, is that. Of course, she's delighted that we're rich again, but she's still going home. The ball hasn't helped. She's furious that she's with child and fat and ugly, as she calls herself. Nothing you say makes any difference. That's first. What's second? Cullum. You and Cullum. Struan glanced out the tent door at the harbour and at the many ships neatly at anchor. He seems well enough. That's not what I meant. Let that rest for the time being. It's a very bad situation. Bad for the 2 of you and bad for the house. Let it rest, Rob. I'm asking you, please, forgive him. Please. Give it time, Rob. Struan turned back. A little time. All right, Dirk. Rob shoved his hands in his pockets. What happened last night at Aberdeen? Struan told him, and gave him the indenture and guardianship papers. But he said nothing about Wu Kwok and Kimoy and Midsummer Night. Midsummer Night would come while he was still Tai-Pan, and what to do about it was the Tai-Pan's decision, and his alone. Rob was concerned. Where are the boys now? Aboard Resting Cloud. I put them in Wolfgang's charge. The men are aboard China Cloud. We'd better get the boys home as soon as possible. If it becomes common knowledge we're connected with those pirate scum, well, God knows what trouble we'll have on our hands. Thundercloud's almost full of cargo. She'll be ready to sail in 4 or 5 days. They'll go by her. I'll send them to Whampoa today. Nay, lad, I'll take 'em myself tomorrow. Safer. Too much is at stake in Canton, so I'd better go straight back. Do you want to come? I can't, Dirk. Not with Sarah so near her time. Why not take Cullum? There's plenty to do here. There's plenty to teach him about teas and silks and shipping. 4 months only to go. All right. What's your plan for the men? Wolfgang and Gordon to teach them English first. In 3 months we'll put them in the clippers. Never more than 1 to a ship. Put that canny mind of yours onto how we're to bend them to our side. I'll try. I wonder what devilment Wu Kwok and Scragger are up to. I dinna trust them a little bitty. Aye, Struan thought. I wonder what you'd do, Rob, about Midsummer Night, if you knew. You'd send frigates, I'm sure, and perhaps be sending them into a trap. Will I? I dinna ken yet. Rob looked out the tent door at the building activity. If God's on our side this season, we'll be far ahead of Brock. Aye, but what to do about him, and Gorth? I think we should reclaim part of the land from the sea and extend the wharves into deeper water, Rob said. Might as well do it now as next year. Good idea, lad. Excuse me, sir, Cudahy said, hurrying up. But you said to report immediately. Come in, Mr. Cudahy, Rob said. How did it go? Like a bloody breeze, sir. The mail packet was there like you said. I got a list of passengers like you wanted. We intercepted her off Pokliu Chow. She'll be in harbour in 3 hours. Cudahy smiled and put down a small mail sack. Begging your pardon, sir, but how'd you know the mail packet was a-comin'? She'd be a day early. Just a hunch, Mr. Cudahy, Rob said. Wait outside, will you, please? And he began to glance at their mail. Cudahy touched his forelock and left.
Brilliant idea of yours, Rob said, to put a lookout on the mountain.
Cullum remembered, did he? Struan was pleased and docketed the information, and was further pleased that Rob and Cullum had put the plan into effect secretly. How'd you signal?
We assigned one of the clerks, old Vargas's nephew, Jesus de Vargas, to look at the mountain top every quarter of an hour. Telescope, of course. Secretly, of course. Cullum worked out a system of flag codes. Now we can tell if a ship's a mail packet, one of ours, or one of Brock's or Cooper Tillman's.
They went through the mail. The 3 months of newspapers and periodicals they set aside to be enjoyed at leisure. Books, music sheets, plays, fashion books for Sarah, shipping improvements for Struan, financial papers for Rob. First, business. The London market prices of spices, ginger, nutmeg, pepper, cinnamon, had risen appreciably. On molasses it had declined. The buying price on tea, due to short supply, was up 50%, which meant, if Blue Cloud was first, that their profit would be over £240,000. Serious Chartist riots had hurt the capacity of the Lancashire cotton mills and Welsh coal mines, which meant that the cost of coal oil for lamps would go up, and the price for cotton cloth would be higher than expected. The Calcutta price on opium had come down because there was a bumper crop, so Struan changed the orders of Sea Cloud, one of his clippers in the Hong Kong roads, and sent her urgently to Manila to load spices instead of to Whampoa to load teas, and ordered her home to England with all speed via the Cape of Good Hope. Rob instructed Vargas to buy up every available yard of cotton cloth, yarn, and sewing cottons, to unload all their stocks of molasses, and to step up their order of opium to be bought at Calcutta, and unload their present stocks as soon as possible. And before the mail packet was at rest in harbour, Sea Cloud had sailed for Manila, and their 3 hours of dealing had made them potentially 40,000 guineas richer. For in 3 hours they had cornered the market on available imported supplies of lamp oil, cotton goods, yarn, sewing cottons, and spices, and had booked up in advance all the available cargo space on all available American and English ships outside of Brock & Sons. They knew that as soon as the packet anchored and the news was spread, buyers would be rushing to their doors to buy cottons and spices, and to charter ships to rush for home. No one would know, outside the brothers, that Sea Cloud had the bit between her teeth, at least a day's start, and would take the cream off the London market. Pity that it will take us at least 2 days to fill all our customers' orders and get the Manila ships away, Rob said gleefully. Sad, Rob, very sad. I'd say that we've done a fine morning's work. They were standing at the door of the tent watching the mail ship let go her anchors. Swarms of cutters surrounded her, packed with men anxious for their mail. Struan glanced over the incoming passenger list. Good God, look at this! He shoved over the paper. Rob's eyes fled down the list of names. They fixed. H.R.H. Archduke Zergiev. What's a Russian grandee doing in Asia, eh? Nay, not him, lad, though he's curious right enough. Finish the list. Rob read on. Wives of merchants, 3 returning merchants, names of men who meant nothing to him. Finally he came to it. Maureen Quantz and family? He laughed uproariously.
Damn it, it's no laughing matter, Struan said. What about the judging? Oh, my God!
6 years ago, Aristotle's wife had furiously boarded a ship in Macau for home, believing, as they all had, that Aristotle, who lived in mortal terror of her, had escaped to England. But instead of fleeing, he had been hiding in Mrs. Fothergill's establishment for refined young ladies, the F&E, or as the locals called the whorehouse, the fornicating eels. Aristotle had come out of hiding a week after Maureen had sailed, and it had taken him months to become his old self again and overcome the vapours. The traders ascribed his vapours to an overtaxing of his welcome in the house. He had denied it vehemently. "When one finds oneself in such an extremity, by God, one hardly has an inclination to partake of what, for want of a better word, I can only describe as quent. Delectable, to be sure, but quent. No, my dear misguided friends, terror and quent are not bedfellows." No one believed him. "What'll we do?" Rob asked.
"If Aristotle hears he's sure to vanish, he'll go up to Canton and then we're sunk. We've got to find him first and keep him out of the way until tonight."
"Where is he?"
"I dinna ken. Send out search parties, every man. Take him aboard Thunder Cloud, any pretext, and keep him there until we're ready for the judging. Send Cudahy aboard the packet at once. Tell Maureen that she and the family are our guests. Put them aboard the small hulk. Perhaps we can keep her busy until tomorrow."
"You'll never do it. She has a nose for Aristotle."
"We have to try. Are you prepared to be the judge?"
"What about the prize fight? He won't miss that."
"For a portrait of Sarah, or one of the children, he will."
Rob rushed out. Struan glanced at his watch. He was not due aboard the flagship for an hour. He sent for Gordon Chen and asked him to recruit 30 Chinese to be watchmen. "I think it would be wise, Tai-Pan, as an added precaution, to have watchmen on your house, too," Gordon said. "I'd feel happier if you did."
"Good idea, Gordon. Increase the men to 35.
"I'm afraid most of the Chinese who have come into Taiping Shan are very bad people. Most are wanted for crimes in Kwangtung and, well, here in Hong Kong they're beyond the reach of the mandarins." He produced a parchment scroll from the deep sleeve of his robe. "Oh, by the way, I made an arrangement with the King of the Beggars for your ball tonight." He put the scroll on the desk. "Here's his receipt. Perhaps I can be reimbursed by the comprador."
"Receipt for what?"
3 taels. This modest squeeze ensures that none of your guests will be harassed tonight. I also made a most reasonable monthly arrangement with him, 3 taels on your behalf, for beggars to stay away from the confines of your home and the noble house."
"I'll not pay it!" Struan exploded. "I dinna care if Macau has its beggar king or every town in China likewise. We're not starting that on Hong Kong, by God!"
"But he's already here and organized," Gordon Chen said, his voice calm. "Who else will license beggars? Who else will be responsible? Who else can one pay squeeze to ensure special treatment due to people of wealth and position like ourselves? I beg you to reconsider, Tai-Pan. I would most strongly advise it. I assure you it will be money well spent. At least try it for a month. That's not too much to ask. Then you'll see the wisdom of the custom. Certainly, too, it will protect your property, for the beggars will inform on thieves. It's very necessary. Believe me."
"Very well," Struan said at length. "But 1 month, no more." He initialed the receipt, knowing that there would be a permanent fee to the beggar king. There was no way to fight the custom, except by excluding all Chinese from Hong Kong. "You can get this from Chen Sheng tomorrow."
"Thank you."
What gives this particular man the right to be king of the beggars, eh?
I suppose the others trust him, Tai-Pan.
Gordon Chen made a mental note to talk to the man this afternoon to make certain all went as planned for the next month. He was very pleased, not only with the very low rate of squeeze that he had negotiated on Struan's account, 2 taels for tonight and 2 taels a month, the balance of 1 tael to be his own rightful squeeze, but also with his own foresight in asking Jinqua to provide a king from Canton. This man was the younger brother of the beggar king of Canton, which meant he was a professional, a man well versed in the methods of extracting the most with the least effort. And this man had, of course, been inducted as a lesser Hung Mun official into the Hong Kong Lodge. A perfect arrangement, Gordon told himself. The squeeze from the beggars would be a valuable and permanent part of the Tong's revenues. Then he heard his father ask the question he had been waiting for. "Have you heard of the triads, Gordon?"
I read the proclamation, of course, Gordon said calmly. Why?
Do you know anything about them?
Well, Tai-Pan, I've heard that, historically, secret societies have always been a form of defense against foreign intruders, that they have many names.
Keep your ears open and keep me informed, privately, about their doings, if any. Another thing, I've 20 Chinese recruits for my fleet. I'm going to try to train them as mates. You're to work with Mr. Mouse to teach them English, and 10 others are to go to England to train as shipbuilders.
Yes, sir.
Gordon beamed. 30 men. Of course, 30 new triads. Yes, the name triads had a nice sound to it, better than Hung Mun. The 20 such men, strategically placed in the ships of the noble house, would be an enormously valuable addition to the power of the lodge. He felt enormously pleased with himself. Recruitment had been going very well. All triad servants had been placed under his control, for of course ever since the barbarian had been in Asia, the servants had been hand-picked triad members. Next, Gordon was going to form a guild of ship's coolies, all of whom would be triads. The Labourers' Guild was already well underway. Soon all labour and all Chinese on Hong Kong would be paying members, for the glory of their country and to the common good. Yes, he told himself excitedly, here in Hong Kong, free from fear of the mandarins, we will become the most powerful lodge in China. And when we throw out the Manchus, the leadership of the lodge will be in the forecourt of those in the new emperor's debt. Death to the Qings! Hurry the time of the rightful rulers, our previous Chinese dynasty, the Mings.
When can I start?
Tomorrow.
Excellent. You can be sure of my interest.
He bowed slightly.
Perhaps, at your convenience, I might be allowed to kowtow and pay my respects to the Lady T'Chung and the children. I haven't seen them for many months.
Of course, Gordon, Struan said. Come tomorrow at noon. Why not start weekly lessons again? I think it would be good for her.
I would enjoy that, and talking with the children.
Gordon withdrew 2 more scrolls from his sleeve.
I have the accounts for last month on our private arrangement. Would you like to go over the figures?
Aye. Gordon opened the scrolls. One was written in characters, the other in English.
I'm happy to report, Tai-Pan, that based on an initial investment of $10,000, we have a joint profit of $6,058.42.
Struan's eyes widened. That's quite a profit for 1 month's trading.
I am rather proud, too. Our investments in land are excellent also. They promise great profit.
But you did not buy any land.
Not at your land sale, but, I've been buying parcels in the Taiping Shan settlement. They were approved by the, land office last week. And we own substantial lots around the village of Aberdeen and Deepwater Bay.
But they have not been offered for sale yet.
These are, locally held lands, Tai-Pan. Ancient rights. I've bought up all the deeds that exist, at least all that I've found to exist this far.
But they're not legal, lad. All lands invested in the Crown.
Yes, but of course some arrangement would have to be made to, compensate the local village. It's been here for years, and, well, the Crown is magnanimous.
His eyes were guileless.
Mr. Cullum seemed to think that His Excellency would look favourably on deeds that are, validated, I think is the word, by the village elders.
I wonder how much of the deeded land does not belong to village or man and never has, Struan asked himself. All our deeds are validated?
Oh, absolutely, Tai-Pan. Very carefully. Otherwise they would be quite valueless, wouldn't they?
Gordon smiled.
Our holdings are in the names of, our various appointees, and we do not naturally hold any land openly, only the prime deed. The other sub-deed and sub-sub and sub-sub-sub-deeds can be subject to the closest scrutiny. I have been suitably cautious.
I'd say there's a great future for you in business, Gordon. He went through the balance sheet thoroughly. What's this item, $2,978?
Rents from our property in Taiping Shan.
You've made a mistake. According to your dates, this account covers a rent period of 2 months, and you've only owned the land for 1 month.
Well, Tai-Pan, as soon as the Chinese began to settle on our land in Taiping Shan, I began to charge them a service rent. That we didn't actually acquire the land for 1 month afterward is not their worry, is it?
Nay, except that that's fraud.
Oh, no, sir, not according to the facts. The incoming tenant, of course, wanted the best land available to rent. We took a down payment, giving him the use of the land in advance, in good faith. He was happy because he was paying rent, for of course everyone has to pay rent. This amount is really a charge for service. I went to a great deal of risk to perform the service for them. If I hadn't managed to buy the lot and thus give them the benefit of a long lease, why, surely they would have fallen into the hands of usurers, thieves, and brigands.
Struan grunted. What do you plan to do with the rest of the money?
If I may ask your patience, I would like to leave that to next month. I will continue to draw on the credit you were kind enough to arrange for me, but with great caution.
Struan rolled up the scroll and handed it back.
Oh no, Tai-Pan, that's your copy.
Very well. Struan thought a moment. Then he said delicately, I've heard that Chinese are accustomed to borrowing monies at very high rates of interest. I trust that none of our investments will be so used. His eyes fixed on Gordon's. There was a long silence. Usury is bad business.
The lending of money is very important business.
At reasonable rates of interest. Gordon toyed with the end of his cue.
1% under the usual?
2.
1.5 would be very, very fair.
Aye, very fair. You're a clever businessman, Gordon. Perhaps next year I might improve the limit of credit.
I will endeavour to make a superb profit against your decision.
I'd wager you will too, Gordon, Struan said. He glanced out the tent door and was surprised to see that the Marine Master-at-Arms was hurrying toward them. "Mr. Struan," the Master-at-Arms saluted crisply. "His Excellency's compliments. Will you join him on the flagship right smartly?" Struan looked at his watch. He was not late, but he said nothing other than, "Of course." Chapter 18. Longstaff had his back to the door and was staring out the main cabin windows at the mail packet. Struan noticed that the dining table was set for 4. On the desk were many official dispatches. "Morning, Will." "Hello, Dirk." Longstaff turned and stuck out his hand, and Struan saw that he looked younger than he had for months. "Well, this is curious, isn't it?" "What?" Struan asked, knowing that it must be the Russian. But he let Longstaff have the pleasure of telling him. Too, he wanted to hear Longstaff's evaluation, for though Longstaff was out of his depth in Asia and useless as Captain Superintendent of Trade, Struan knew Longstaff's views on European diplomatic affairs to be incisive and extremely knowledgeable. Ever since Struan had settled the immediate problem of Aristotle and had seen Rob take him aboard safely, he had puzzled over the reason for the Russians' arrival. He found it strangely unsettling, but did not know why. "You won't have heard yet, but we've an uninvited guest." "Oh? Who?" "An archduke, no less, a Russian archduke, Alexei Zagiev. He came on the mail packet." Struan was suitably impressed. "Why should we be honoured here in Asia?" "Why, indeed?" Longstaff rubbed his hands together happily. "He's joining us for lunch. Clive's escorting him." Clive Monsey was Longstaff's Deputy Captain Superintendent of Trade, a civil servant by profession and, like Longstaff, a Foreign Office appointee. Normally, Monsey's duties kept him at Macau, where Longstaff maintained his permanent headquarters. "There are some interesting dispatches, too," Longstaff was saying, and Struan's interest heightened. He knew that none would contain the formal approval of the Treaty of Chuen Pi and the appointment of Longstaff as the first governor of the colony of Hong Kong, because the news of the successful conclusion of the war would just be reaching England. Struan accepted the sherry. "The Middle East?" he asked, and held his breath. "Yes, the crisis is over, thank God. France accepted the Foreign Secretary's settlement, and there's no longer any fear of general war. The Turkish Sultan's so grateful for our support that he's signed a commercial treaty with us, cancelling all Turkish trade monopolies, throwing open the whole Ottoman Empire to British trade." Struan let out a yell. "By all that's holy! That's the best news we've had in many a long day." "I thought you'd be pleased," Longstaff said. The long-standing crisis had to do with the Dardanelles, the strait that was controlled by the Turkish Ottoman Empire. It was the key to Mediterranean Europe and a perpetual casus belli among the great powers, Britain, France, Russia, Austro-Hungary and Prussia, because the Dardanelles was a shortcut for Russian warships to enter the vital Mediterranean, and also for warships of other nations to enter the Black Sea and threaten the weak underbelly of Russia. 8 years ago, Russia had compelled Turkey to sign a treaty which gave Russia joint suzerainty over the Dardanelles, and international tension had been acute ever since. Then, 3 years ago, Mehemet Ali, the French-supported upstart soldier pasha of Egypt, had launched an attack on Constantinople, proclaiming himself Caliph of the Ottoman Empire. France openly and delightedly had supported him against the Sultan, but a French ally athwart the Dardanelles would imperil the interests of the remaining great powers, and the whole of Europe promised to be immediately involved in open conflict again. The British Foreign Secretary, Lord Cunnington, had persuaded the great powers other than France, and without consulting her, to use their influence on the side of the Sultan against Mehemet Ali. France was furious and had threatened war. The settlement proposed was that Mehemet Ali was to withdraw to Egypt, that he would be given suzerainty over Syria for his lifetime, that he was confirmed as the independent ruler of Egypt, that he should pay only a nominal annual tribute to the Turkish Sultan, and that, most important, the ancient rule of the Dardanelles Strait was to be guaranteed by all the powers once and for all, that while Turkey was at peace, the strait was forbidden to all warships of all nations. That France had accepted the proposed settlement and the withdrawal of her Egyptian ally meant riches to the noble house. Now the complex financial arrangements on which Rob and Struan had gambled so heavily for 2 years would be cemented. Their commercial power would extend through financial tentacles into the hearts of all the great powers, thus giving them the safety to weather continuous international crisis and to open huge new tea and silk markets. Furthermore, if British interest now dominated the Ottoman Empire, perhaps its opium production would be stopped. Without Turkish opium to balance their outpouring of bullion, the American companies would have to increase trade with Britain, and the closer ties that Struan wanted with America would come to pass. Aye, Struan told himself happily, this is a very good day. He was mystified that Longstaff had received the official news before he had. Struan's informants in Parliament usually advised him of important disclosures like this well in advance. "That's excellent," he said. "There'll be peace for a long time now, so long as France doesn't try any more tricks. Or Austria-Hungary, or Prussia, or Russia." "Yes, which brings us to Sergeyev. Why should a very important Russian come to Asia at this time? And how is it we had no official or unofficial warning, when we control all sea lanes east of Africa? Perhaps he's just making a state visit to Russian Alaska and came out via the Cape of Good Hope." "I'll wager 100 guineas that's what he says," Longstaff said. He settled himself comfortably in a chair and put his feet on the table. "Sergeyev is an important name in St. Petersburg. I lived there for 5 years when I was a boy. My father was a diplomat to the court of the Tsars, tyrants all of them. The present one, Nicholas I, is typical." "Sergeyev is important in what way?" Struan asked, surprised that Longstaff had never mentioned St. Petersburg in all the years he had known him. "Huge landowners, related to the Tsar. They own tens of thousands of serfs and hundreds of villages, so I seem to remember. I recall my father saying that Prince Sergeyev, it must be the same family, was privy to the inner court of the Tsar and one of the most powerful men in the Russias. Curious to find one here, of all places, what?" "You think Russia's going to try to interfere in Asia?" "I'd say this man's too convenient to be a coincidence. Now that the status quo is restored in the Middle East and the Dardanelles settled, up pops an archduke." "You think there's a connection?" Longstaff laughed gently. "Well, the Middle East settlement neatly stops Russian advances westward, but she can afford to sit back and wait. France is spoiling for a fight, and so is Prussia. That Austro-Hungarian devil Metternich is in trouble dominating their Italian possessions and furious with France and Britain for assisting the Belgians to form their own nation at the expense of the Dutch. There's going to be big trouble between Britain and France over the Spanish succession. The Spanish Queen's 12, and soon she'll be given in marriage. Louis-Philippe wants his appointee as her husband, but we can't afford a joining of the thrones of France and Spain. Prussia wants to extend its domination of Europe, which historically France has always considered her exclusive and divine right. Oh, yes."
he added with a smile. Russia can afford to wait. When the Ottoman Empire breaks up, she'll calmly take all the Balkans, Romania, Bulgaria, Bessarabia, Serbia, and as much of the Austro-Hungarian Empire as she can gobble up as well. Of course, we can't let her, so there'll be a general war, unless she accepts a reasonable settlement. So, from Russia's point of view, Europe is no danger at present. Russia's been blocked effectively, but that doesn't matter. Her historical policy has always been to conquer by guile, to bribe the leaders of a country and the leaders of the opposition, if any, to extend by sphere of influence and not by war, then to obliterate the leaders and digest the people. When there's no threat from the west, I think her eyes would turn eastward, for she too believes she has a divine position on earth, that she too, like France and Prussia, has a God-given mission to rule the world. Eastward no great power stands between her and the Pacific, except China. And we know, you and I, that China is weak and helpless. That's not to our advantage, is it? To have China weak and Russia very strong, perhaps controlling China? No, Struan said. Then she could strangle us at will, and India. The two men fell silent, each lost in his own thoughts. But why send an important man here? Struan asked. To test us. The answer's clear, historically. Russia's a sower of seeds of discontent, and she always will be until she finds what, in her opinion, are her natural borders. She borders Turkey, there's trouble in Turkey. She borders India, there's trouble there. She borders China, at least so far as we know. So there has to be trouble there. Sergeyev's here to probe our success. The weaker he thinks China is, the more reason for them to hurry their expansion eastward. So we have to try to neutralize him, throw him off the scent, make him think that China is very strong. I'll need all the help you can give me. Could we invite him to the ball this evening? Of course. We've got to indicate, in any event, that China is Her Majesty's private sphere of influence, that Her Majesty's government will brook no interference here. Struan's mind jumped ahead rapidly. The more the Crown was involved in Asia, the more it helped the basic plan to bring China into the family of nations as a great power. The stronger China was, English-trained and assisted, the better for the world in general. Aye, and we cannot afford despotic Russian interference when we're on the threshold of success. There was a knock on the door, and Clive Monsey appeared in the doorway. He was a thin man in his middle 40s, quiet, unassuming, with scant hair and a huge, bulbous nose.
Your Excellency, he said. May I present His Highness Archduke Alexei Sergeyev?
Longstaff and Struan rose. Longstaff went toward the Archduke and said in perfect Russian, I'm delighted to meet you, Your Highness. Please come in and sit down. Did you have a pleasant voyage? Perfect, Your Excellency, Sergeyev replied, unsurprised, and he shook the extended hand, bowing slightly with perfect grace. It's too kind of you to invite me to lunch when I've not had the good manners to acquaint you of my arrival, and particularly as my visit is unofficial and unplanned. It's our good fortune, Your Highness. I was hoping that you would be the son of the esteemed friend of Russia, Sir Robert. This is a most fortunate coincidence. Yes, indeed, Longstaff said dryly. And how is your father, the prince? He asked, gambling on a hunch. In good health, I'm pleased to say. And yours? He died a few years ago. Oh, I'm sorry. But your mother, the Lady Longstaff, in perfect health, I'm happy to say. Struan was inspecting the Russian. Sergeyev was a fine, tall man, impeccably and richly dressed.
He was broad-shouldered and narrow-hipped. High cheekbones and curious, slightly blue eyes gave his face an exotic cast. The dress sword at his belt under his opened frock coat seemed to belong there. Around his neck, below his pure white cravat, was a discreet decoration of some order on a thin scarlet ribbon. No man to pick a quarrel with, Struan thought. I'd wager he's a devil with a sword and a demon if his honour is touched.
"May I present Mr. Dirk Struan?" Longstaff said in English. The Archduke put out his hand, smiled, and added, in English with only the trace of an accent, "Ah, Mr. Struan, it is my pleasure."
Struan shook hands and found Sergeyev's grip like steel. "You have me at a disadvantage, Your Highness," he said, deliberately being blunt and undiplomatic. "I get the distinct impression that you know a lot about me, but I know nothing about you." Sergeyev laughed. "The Tai-Pan of the noble house has a reputation that reaches out even to St. Petersburg. I had hoped I would have the privilege of meeting you, and I look forward to chatting and telling you about myself, if it interests you." He smiled at Longstaff. "You're too kind to me, Your Excellency. I assure you that I will inform His Highness the Tsar that Her Britannic Majesty's plenipotentiary is more than a little hospitable. Now that I've had the pleasure of meeting you, I will withdraw and let you get on with affairs of state."
"Oh, no, Your Highness, please. We expect you for lunch."
Longstaff warmed to the task that he had been trained for, and understood.
"We would be most disappointed, and it's quite informal, as you can see."
"Well, thank you. I'd consider it an honour." The door opened, and a steward came in with iced champagne and glasses. He offered the tray to Sergeyev, then to Longstaff and to Struan and to Monsey.
"To a safe journey home,"
Longstaff said. They drank. "Superb champagne, Your Excellency. Superb."
"Please, sit down."
The lunch was served with flawless protocol, Sergeyev sitting on Longstaff's right hand and Struan on his left. Stewards brought smoked sausages and oysters, Yorkshire hams, a bubbling stew of fresh-killed beef, a roast haunch of lamb, boiled potatoes, and pickled cabbage.
"I'm sorry we have no caviar," Longstaff said.
"I would be glad to give you some, Your Excellency, as soon as my ship arrives. We had the misfortune to run into a storm in the Sunda Strait. We sprang a leak and put into your port of Singapore. The mail packet was leaving by the same tide, so I booked passage here."
"And thus avoided giving us advance notice,"
Longstaff thought. Sunda Strait meant a voyage via the Cape of Good Hope. What the devil was he up to? "I've heard that the Singapore climate's intemperate, Mr. Struan, at this time of year," Sergeyev was saying. "Aye, it is," Struan said. "Is this your first voyage to Asia, Your Highness?"
"Yes."
"Well, perhaps we can make your stay pleasant. I'm giving a ball this evening. I'd be honoured if you would come. It would give you an opportunity to meet everyone."
"You are too kind."
"How long do you plan to stay?" "Only until my ship arrives. I'm making an informal visit to our Alaskan possessions." "Was the ship damaged badly?" "I don't really know, Mr. Struan. I'm not too experienced in these things. She'll follow here as soon as possible." "Then you'll need accommodations," Struan said, suspecting that Sergeyev knew a great deal about these things, and that the unseaworthiness of his ship would be a convenient way to vary, at his pleasure, the length of his stay. Struan also had a hunch that Singapore was the first port of call, outward bound from St. Petersburg. "We'll be glad to offer you a suite aboard one of our stationary vessels. It will not be luxurious, but we'll endeavour to make you comfortable." "That's exceedingly kind of you. There's just myself and 4 servants. They can sleep anywhere." "I'll see they're well berthed." "Ah, thank you," Struan said to the steward as his glass was refilled. Is she a four-masted brig? 3. I prefer 3 masters myself. Much handier in a high sea. Sails are easier to reef. You carry royals and top-to-gallants? There seem to be an adequate number of sails, Mr. Struan, whatever their names. Struan had caught the imperceptible hesitation, and he knew that Zergeyev was a seaman. Now why would he wish to hide that? I hear the Middle East crisis has been solved, Zergeyev said. Yes, Longstaff replied. The news came by the mail packet. Most fortunate. France was more than a little wise to withdraw from her militant position. The importance of the Dardanelles to Britain is obvious, Longstaff said. It's to the advantage of all of us to keep the peace. It's a pity that France and Prussia seem to feel the opposite, and the Habsburgs. Britain and Russia are hereditary allies, and their interests are similar. It's a happy thought that we'll be working more closely together in the future. Yes, Longstaff said blandly. Of course, Paris is very close to London. Isn't it a pity that that glorious city should always seem to find the most curious leaders, Zergeyev said. A beautiful people, beautiful, yet their leaders are always puffed with vanity and seemingly determined to pull the world apart. The great problem of the world, Your Highness, Europe, and how to curb the vanity of princes. Of course, in Britain we're fortunate to have a parliament, and the might of Britain no longer goes to war on a single man's whim. Yes, it's a great and glorious experiment, one fit for the splendid attributes of your country, sir. But it's not suitable for all nations. Wasn't it the ancient Greeks who came to the conclusion that the most perfect form of government was a benevolent dictatorship? The rule of one man? Benevolent, yes, but elected, not a ruler by divine right. Who can say with absolute surety that divine right does not exist? Ah, Your Highness, Longstaff said, no one questions the existence of God, only the right of a king to do what he likes, when he likes, without consulting the people. We've had a long line of English divine kings whom we've found to be fallible. Fallibility in a leader is very trying, isn't it? They spill so much of other people's blood. Zergeyev chuckled. I love the humour of the English. He glanced at Struan. You're Scots, Mr. Struan? Aye, British. There's no difference between Scots and English nowadays. He sipped his wine. We tired of stealing their cattle. We thought it'd be better to steal the whole country, so we left Scotland and moved south. They all laughed and drank more wine. Longstaff was amused to note that Monsey had remained silent throughout the meal, agitated by Struan's bluffness. What do you think, Mr. Struan? Zergeyev said. Could you run the noble house with a parliament to contend with? No, Your Highness. But I only commit a company into conflict, into competition with other traders. I risk only myself and my company, nor the lives of others. Yet there is a war now with China because the heathen had the temerity to interfere with your trade, isn't that correct? Partially, of course, the decision for war was hardly mine. Of course. My point was that you have sole right to operate a vast trading concern, and that is the most efficient way, one man's rule, right for a company, a fleet, a nation. Aye, provided you're successful, Struan said, making a joke. Then he added seriously, perhaps for the present a parliamentary system is not suitable for Russia and some other countries, but I'm convinced this earth will never be at peace until all nations have the English parliamentary system, and all the people have a right to vote, and no single man ever controls the destiny of any nation, either by divine right or by right of stupid votes of a stupid electorate.
I agree, Zagiev said. Your hypothesis is correct, but it has one vast flaw. You presume an enlightened world population, all equally educated, all equally prosperous, which is, of course, impossible, isn't it? You should travel in Russia to see how impossible that is. And you make no allowances for nationalism or for differences in faith. If you added, until all nations are Christian, then perhaps you would be correct. But how can you imagine French Catholics will agree with Protestant English, or the Russian Orthodox Church with Spanish Jesuits, or all of those with the masses of infidel Mohammedans, and they with the miserable Jews, and they with the idolaters and heathen? Struan took a deep breath. I'm glad you asked that question, he said, and stopped with finality.
I can see we will be having many interesting discussions, Longstaff said easily. Tea, Your Highness? There's a prize fight in an hour. If you're not too tired, perhaps you'd care to witness it. It promises to be quite a match. The Navy versus the Army.
I'd be delighted, Excellency. Which do you pick? I'll take the opposition.
A guinea on the Navy.
Done. After lunch they had tea and cigars, and at length Monsey escorted the Archduke back to the mail packet. Longstaff dismissed the stewards.
I think a frigate should instantly happen to take a visit to Singapore, he said to Struan.
I had the same thought, Will. He's a seaman, I'm sure.
Yes, that was very clever, Dirk. Longstaff played with his teacup. And he's a most astute man. Such a man would probably be most careful with official documents.
I had the same thought.
I enjoyed my stay in St. Petersburg, except for the long hours at school. I had to learn to read and write Russian, as well as French, of course. Russian's a very difficult language.
Struan poured some tea. You never did like prize fights, did you, Will?
No. I think I'll just escort him ashore and then come back aboard, take a nap, in private.
Longstaff laughed dryly.
Prepare for tonight's festivities, what?
Struan got up. Aye, and I'd better think of a few seeds of discontent to sow myself. As the stewards cleared the table, Longstaff stared idly at the leaves in his cup.
No, he said, retaining it and the teapot. And see that I'm not disturbed. Call me in an hour.
Yes, sir.
He stifled a yawn, his mind drifting pleasantly in the quiet of the cabin. "'Pon me word, I'm delighted Zagayev's here. Now we can enjoy life a little, parry and thrust diplomatically, probe his mind, that's the ticket. Forget the incessant irritations of the colony and the damned traders and the cursed emperor of the cursed heathen, damn bunch of thieves." He opened the door to his private cabin and lay comfortably on the bunk, his hands behind his head. What was it Dirk said? He asked himself. Ah, yes, seeds of discontent. That's a good way of putting it. What seeds can we plant? Grim hints about China's power, the hugeness of her population, that Her Majesty's government may annex the whole country if any power intrudes, the complications of the trade in opium, tea. He heard the clatter of feet aloft as the watch changed and the marine band began practicing. He yawned again and closed his eyes contentedly. Nothing like a nap after lunch, he told himself. Thank God I'm a gentleman. Don't have to plant real seeds like a smelly peasant or filthy farmer. Damn, fancy working with your hands all day. Sowing seeds, growing things, all the muck spreading. Horrifying thought. Sowing diplomatic seeds is much more important, and the work of a gentleman. Now, where was I? Ah, yes, tea.
Life must have been terrible before we had tea. Absolutely. Can't understand how people existed without tea. Pity it doesn't grow in England. That would save a lot of trouble. Great God in heaven! He burst out and sat upright. Tea! Of course! Tea! It's been under your nose for years and you've never seen it. You're a genius! He was so excited with his idea that he jumped off the bed and danced a jig. Then he relieved himself in the chamber pot and went into the main cabin and sat at his desk, his heart pounding. You know how to solve the Britain-China nightmare of the tea-bullion-opium imbalance. You know, he told himself, astonished and awed by the brilliance and simplicity of the idea that Struan's final sally had triggered. Good God, Dirk, he chortled aloud, if you only knew! You've cut your own throat, and all the China traders along with you, to the glory of Britain and the immortality of me. Yes, absolutely. So you'd better keep your mouth shut, he cautioned himself. Walls have ears. The idea was so simple. Destroy China's tea monopoly. Buy or beg or steal in great secrecy a ton of the seeds of the tea plant. Transport the seeds surreptitiously to India. There must be dozens of areas in which tea could flourish, dozens. And in my lifetime, plantations could be flourishing, growing our own teas on our soil. With our own tea, we'll no longer need bullion or opium to pay for China teas. Profit on Indian tea sales will soon equal, double, triple the sale of opium, so that's not a problem. We'll grow the teas of the world, and we'll sell to the world. The Crown gains in fantastically increased tea revenues, for of course we will grow it cheaper and better, and the price will be below China tea's British brains and all that, and will gain in moral grandeur for ceasing opium trading. The cursed opium smugglers are put out of business, for without the lever of opium they serve no useful function, so we can outlaw opium. India gains hugely, China gains, for there'll be no more opium smuggling, and she consumes her own tea anyway. And you, William Longstaff, the only man who can implement such a plan, you will gain in monumental prestige, with modest luck a dukedom offered by a grateful parliament, for you and you alone will have solved the unsolvable. But whom can I trust to get the tea seeds? And how to persuade the Chinese to sell them? Of course they'll discern the consequences immediately, and whom to trust to transport the seeds safely? Can't use one of the traders. They'd sabotage me at once if they had the slightest inkling. And how to get the Viceroy of India on your side now, so that he won't steal the credit for the idea. Chapter 19. As the two men and their seconds climbed into the ring that had been erected near the flag at Glessing's Point, a breathless silence settled on the massed spectators. Each was a burly, hard-faced 6-footer in his early 20s. Each had his head shaven to protect him from the other's grip, and when they took off their rough shirts, each had the same rippling steel of knotted muscles, and bore on his back ancient ruts from the cat-o'-nine-tails. The fighters were beautifully matched, and everyone knew that much was at stake. The Admiral and the General had personally approved the selection of the fighters, and had exhorted them to win. The honour of the whole service was on their shoulders, the wealth of the savings of their mates. The future would be sweet for the victor. For the vanquished, there would be no future. Henry Hardy Hibbs climbed through the single rope and stood in the centre of the ring where the yard square mark had been chalked.
"Your Excellency, Your Highness, my lords and your honours," he began, "a fight to the finish between, in this corner, Boatswain Jem Grum, the Royal Navy."
There was a huge cheer from the mob of sailors to the east, and jeers and obscenities from the packed ranks of English and Indian soldiers to the west. Longstaff, the Archduke, the Admiral, and the General were seated in the place of honour on the north ringside, an honour guard of impassive marines surrounding them. Behind the Archduke were his 2 liveried bodyguards, armed and vigilant. Struan, Brock, Cooper, Tillman, Robb, Gorth, and all the Tai-Pans had seats on the south side, and behind them were the lesser traders and naval and army officers, all elbowing for a better view. And on the periphery was the ever-growing crush of Chinese who poured down from the hovels of Taiping-shan, chattering, giggling, waiting.
"And in this corner, representing the Royal Army, Sergeant Bill Tinker."
And again raucous cheers interrupted him. Hibbs held up his arms, and his verminous frock-coat lifted away from his ball-like paunch. When the cheers and jeers died away, he called out,
"London prize ring rules, each round to end with a fall. There be 30 seconds twixt rounds, and when the bell be rung, 8 seconds be allowed for the man to come up to the scratch and toe the line. No kicking, and no butting, and no hitting below the belt, and no gouging. Him what don't come out of corner, or him what seconds throw in the towel, be the loser."
He motioned importantly to the seconds, who examined the fists of each other's fighter to see that they were pickled in walnut juice, as was customary, and held no stone, and inspected the fighting boots to see that the soles had only the regulation 3 spikes.
"Now shake hands, and may the best man win."
The fighters came to the centre of the ring, their shoulder muscles quivering with pent-up excitement, their belly muscles tight, nostrils flaring as they smelled the dank, sour sweat of each other. They toed the line and touched hands. Then they bunched their rock-like fists and waited, their reflexes hair-triggered. Hibbs and the seconds ducked under the ropes and out of the way.
"Your Highness,"
Longstaff said, giving Zergyeyev the honour. The Archduke got up and walked to the ship's bell that was near the ring. He slammed it with the striker, and a wild frenzy swept the foreshore. The instant the bell sounded, the fighters lashed out at each other, their legs planted like oaks and as strong, toes firm on the line. Grum's knuckles rocked into Tinker's face and left a bloody wheal in their wake, and Tinker's fist sank violently into Grum's belly. They mauled each other incessantly, driven by the tumult and their anger and hatred. There was no science to their fighting, no attempt at avoiding blows. After 8 minutes, their bodies were scarlet-splotched, their faces bloody. Both men had broken noses, and their knuckles were raw and slippery with sweat and blood. Both were gasping for breath, their chests heaving like mighty bellows, and both had blood in their mouths. And then, in the 9th minute, Tinker smashed a right hook that caught Grum in the throat and felled him. The army cheered and the navy cursed. Grum got up, beside himself with rage and pain, and rushed at his enemy, forgetting that the first round was over, forgetting everything except that he had to kill this devil. He caught Tinker around the throat, and they were hacking and gouging, and the army screamed, "Foul!" The seconds swarmed into the ring and tried to drag the fighters apart, and there was almost a riot among the soldiers and the sailors and their officers. "By the Lord Harry!" Glessing shouted to no one in particular, "that bastard gouged our man!"
"And who started the melee, by God? The round was over!"
Major Turnbull said, his temper rising, hand on his sword. He was a taut man of 35 and Chief Magistrate of Hong Kong. "Just because you've been appointed harbour master, you think that gives you the right to mask a fowl? No, by God, but don't try to bring the full majesty of your appointment into a social affair." Glessing turned his back on him and shoved forward in the crowd. "Hello, Cullum." "Hello, George. Good fight, isn't it?" "Did you see that bastard gouge our man?" "I think he got gouged back, didn't he?" "That's not the point, by God!" And then the half-minute was up and the fighters rushed at each other. The second and third rounds were almost as long as the first, and the spectators knew that no man could stand such punishment for long. In the fourth round, a sailing left hook caught the soldier under the ear, and he crashed to the canvas. The bell sounded, and the seconds grabbed their man. After the cruelly brief half-minute respite, the soldier charged to the line, pummeled the sailor, then grabbed him around the chest and savagely hurled him down. Then back into the corner again, and 30 seconds, and fight once more, round after round, ahead on falls, behind on falls. In the 15th round, Tinker's fist connected with Grum's broken nose. Fire burst in Grum's head, blinding him. He screamed and flailed wildly in panic. His left fist hit home, and his eyes cleared a moment, and he saw that the enemy was open and tottering, and heard a hugeness of screaming and cheering close by, yet far away. Grum hurled his right fist, clenching it as he had never clenched it before. He saw it crush into the soldier's belly. His left crossed and smashed his enemy on the side of the face, and he felt a small bone in his hand shatter, and then he was alone. There was once more that God-hating bell, and hands grabbed him, and someone shoved the liquor bottle into his broken mouth, and he drank deeply and vomited the blood-streaked liquor, and croaked, "What round, mate?" And someone said, "19th!" And he was up to scratch once more, and there was the enemy again, hurting him, killing him, and he had to stay and conquer or die. "Good fight, eh, Dirk?" Brock bellowed above the excitement. "Aye. You wants to change your mind and wager?" "No thanks, Tyler," Struan told him, awed by the bravery of the fighters. Both were at the limit of their strength, fiercely beaten. Grum's right hand was almost useless, Tinker's eyes barely open. "I would not like to take on one of them in a ring, by God." "They be gutty as any alive," Brock laughed, showing his brown and broken teeth. "Who's to win?" "Take your pick, but I'll wager they'll never give up, and no towel for either of them." "That be truth, by God!" Hibbs intoned, 24th round, and the fighters lumbered heavily into the centre of the ring, their limbs leaden and smashed at each other. They kept on their feet only by the strength of their wills. Tinker hurled a monstrous left that would have felled an ox, but the blow slid off Grum's shoulder and he slipped and fell. The navy cheered and the army roared as the seconds carried the soldier to his corner. When the half-minute was up, the army watched breathlessly as Tinker gripped the ropes and pulled himself up. The veins on his neck contorted with the effort, but he rose on both feet and staggered back to the line. Struan felt someone watching him, and upon turning, saw the Archduke beckoning. He pushed his way around the ring and wondered tensely if Orloff, whom he had sent to assist the Archduke's transfer to the Hulk, had outsmarted the servants, and if he had found any documents of value. "Have you picked the winner, Mr. Struan?" Sergeyev asked. "No, Your Highness." Struan glanced at the Admiral and the General. "Both men are a credit to your services, gentlemen." "The Navy man's full of guts, by God, remarkable," the General said jovially. "But I think our man's got the wind to stay." "No, our lad will be the lad to toe the line, but by God your man's good, my lord, a credit to any service." "Why don't you join us, Mr. Struan?" Sergeyev said, indicating the empty chair. "Perhaps you'd explain the finer points of prize-fighting." "With your permission, gentlemen," Struan said politely, sitting. "Where's His Excellency?" "Left early, by God," the general said. "Something about dispatches." The bell sounded again. Sergeyev shifted restlessly in his chair. "What's the largest number of rounds that a fight has had?" "Saw the Burke-Byrne fight in 33, the Admiral said shortly. 99 rounds, by the blood of Christ, that was a battle royal. Fantastic courage. Byrne died of the beating he took, but he never gave up." "Neither of these two will give up either. They've beaten each other senseless," Struan said. "It'd be a waste to kill one or both of them, gentlemen?" "Stop the fight?" the Archduke asked incredulously. "The point of a match is a test of strength and courage, man to man," Struan said. "They're equally matched and equally brave. I'd say they've both proved their worth." "But then you have no winner. Surely that's unfair, weak, and proves nothing." "It's unfair to kill a courageous man, aye," Struan said calmly. "Only courage is keeping them on their feet." He turned to the others. "After all, they're both Englishmen. Save them for a real enemy." A sudden burst of cheering distracted the Admiral and the General, but not Sergeyev. "That almost sounds like a challenge, Mr. Struan," he said with a dead calm smile. "Nay, Your Highness," Struan said graciously. "Only a fact. We honour courage, but in a case like this, winning is secondary to the preservation of their dignity as men." "What do you say, Admiral?" the General said. "Struan has a point, eh? What's the round, 35? 36, Struan said. "Say we limit the bout to 50. One's got to go before that, impossible to stay on their feet till then. But if they can both toe the line on the 51st round, we throw in the towel together, eh? Declare it a draw. Hibbs can make the announcement." "I agree, but your man won't last." "Another 100 guineas says he will, by God." "Done." "A wager, Mr. Struan?" the Archduke said as the Admiral and General grimly turned away and signalled to Hibbs. "You name the stakes and pick a man." "You're our guest, Your Highness, so it's your privilege to pick, if the stakes please you. One question, answered by the loser in private, tonight, before God." "What sort of question?" Sergeyev asked slowly. "Anything that the winner wants to know." The Archduke was tempted, yet filled with huge misgivings. It was a monumental gamble, but a worthy one. There was much he would like to learn from the Tai-Pan of the noble house. "Done. Who's your man?" Sergeyev pointed instantly at Bosun Grun. "I'll put my honor on him." And he immediately roared at the sailor, "Kill him, by God!" The rounds mounted. 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, and now the spectators were almost as exhausted as the fighters. Finally, the soldier fell. He dropped like a dead oak, and the noise of his falling resounded around the beach. The sailor, drunk with pain, still flailed blindly at the air, impotently seeking the enemy. Then he too fell, equally inert. The seconds carried the men to their corners, and the half-minute expired, and the army screamed at their man to get up, and the general was pounding the ring floor, his face flushed, imploring Tinker, "Get up! Get up, for God's sake, lad!" And the Admiral was purple as Grum forced himself to his feet and stood reeling in his corner. "Toe the line, lad! Toe the line!" and Struan was exhorting the soldier, and the Archduke was shouting a paroxysm of Russian, French, English encouragement to the sailor to get to the line. Each fighter knew that the other was beaten. Both tottered to the line and swayed, their arms and legs dead and helpless. Each lifted his arms and tried to hit, but all the strength had vanished. Both fell. Last round. The crowd went wild, for it was obviously impossible for either fighter to leave his corner in half a minute and walk back to the line. The bell sounded, and again there was an unearthly silence. The fighters groped to their feet and hung on to the ropes and stayed reeling in their corners. The sailor whimpered and made the first agonized step with one foot toward the line. Then, after a breathless eternity, another. The soldier was still in his corner, shivering and swaying and almost falling. Then his foot arched forward pathetically, and there was a manic screaming, urging, willing, begging, praying, cursing, blending into a final roar of impossible excitement, as both men tottered ahead, inch by inch. Suddenly the soldier weaved helplessly and almost slipped, and the general nearly collapsed. Then the sailor lurched drunkenly, and the admiral closed his eyes, sweat streaming his face, and prayed. There was pandemonium as both men towed the line, and the towels flew over the ropes. And only when the ring was a welter of men jumping up and down did the fighters know for truth that the brawl was over. And only then did they allow themselves to vanish into nightmare pain, not knowing if they were victor or vanquished, or awake or dead or dreaming or alive, only knowing they had done their best. "By St. Peter's beard," the Archduke said, his voice hoarse and painful, his clothes soaked with sweat, "that was a fight of fights." Struan, also sweat-stained and exhausted, pulled out a hip flask and offered it. Zagiev tilted it and drank deeply of the rum. Struan drank and passed it to the admiral, who gave it to the general, and they finished the flask together. "God's blood," Struan croaked. "God's blood." Chapter 20. The sun had already dipped below the mountains, but the harbour was still bathed with gold. Ah Sam took the binoculars from her eyes and scuttled anxiously away from the spy-hole in the garden wall. She ran through the piles of rocks and earth that would soon be a real garden, and hurried through a door into the living room.
"Mother, Father's boat near the shore," she said. "Oko, he looks very angry indeed."
May stopped sewing the petticoat.
"Did he come from China Cloud or Resting Cloud?" "Resting Cloud. You'd better look for yourself."
May snatched the binoculars and ran out into the garden and stood behind the tiny latticed window and searched the foreshore waves. She focused on Struan. He was sitting amidships in the longboat, the Lion and the Dragon fluttering aft. Assam was right. He looked very angry indeed. She closed and barred the cover to the spy window and ran back.
"Tidy all this up and make sure it's well hidden."
And when Assam carelessly scooped up the ball gown and petticoats, she pinched her cheek sharply.
"Don't crush them, you mealy-mouthed whore! They're worth a fortune! Limmed in!" she shrieked. "Pour Father's bath quickly, and make sure his clothes are laid out properly and nothing's forgotten. Oh yes, and make sure the bath's hot if you know what's good for you. Put out the new cake of perfumed soap."
"Yes, Mother."
"And watch yourself. It looks as if Father's anger's in front of him." "Oko." "Oko, indeed. Everything better be ready for father, or you'll both get a whipping, and if anything interferes with my plan, you'll both get thumbscrews, and I'll whip you till your eyeballs fall out. Go on with you!"
Assam and Lim Din scurried away. Mei went into her bedroom and made sure that there were no signs of the ball gown. She put perfume behind her ears and composed herself.
"Oh dear," she thought. "I don't want him in a bad mood tonight."
Struan strode irascibly toward the gate in the high wall. He reached for the gate handle, but the door was flung open by a beaming, bowing Lim Din.
"Nice piece, Sunful, hey, Amasa?"
Struan answered with a sullen grunt. Lim Din locked the door and bustled for the front door, where he beamed more hugely and bowed lower. Struan automatically checked the ship's barometer that hung on the wall in the hallway. It was set in gimbals, and the thin glass-encased column of mercury read a comfortable fair-weather 29.8 inches. Lim Din closed the door softly and scampered ahead of Struan down the corridor and opened the bedroom door. Struan went in and kicked the door shut and bolted it. Lim Din's eyes turned upward. He took a moment to compose himself, then he evaporated into the kitchen.
"Someone's going to get a whipping," he whispered apprehensively to Assam, "as certain as death and squeeze." "Don't worry about our devil barbarian father," Assam whispered back. "I'll bet you next week's salary mother will have him like a turtle dove in 1 hour."
"Done!" Mei stood at the door.
"What are you two lumps of dog-meat motherless slaves whispering about?" she hissed. "Just praying that father won't be cross with our poor dear beautiful mother," Assam said, her eyes fluttering. "Then hurry up, you oily-mouthed whore. For every cross word he says to me, you get a pinch."
Struan was standing in the centre of the bedroom, staring at the bulky, grubby, knotted handkerchief that he had taken out of his pocket. "God damn it to hell, what do I do now?" he asked himself. After the fight, he had escorted the Archduke to his new quarters on Resting Cloud. He had been relieved when Orlov had told him privately that he had had no trouble in rifling the Archduke's luggage. "But there weren't any papers," Orlov had said. "There was a small strong box, but you said not to break anything, so I left it as it was. I'd plenty of time. The men kept the servants busy." "Thank you. No word of this now." "Do you take me for a fool?" Orlov had said, his dignity offended. "By the way, Mrs. Quantz and the 5 children are settled on the small hulk. I said Quantz was in Macau and due to arrive on the noontide tomorrow. At the job avoiding her cursed questions, she'd pester an answer out of a barnacle." Struan had left Orlov and had gone to the boys' cabin. They were clean now and had new clothes. Wolfgang was still with them, and they were not afraid of him. Struan had told them that tomorrow they would be going with him to Canton, where he would put them on a ship for England.
"Your Honour,"
the little English boy had said as he had turned to go,
"could I be a-seeing you? Privy-like?"
"Aye," Struan had said, and he had taken the boy into another cabin.
"Me dad said I were to give you this in your worship, and not to tell nobody, not Mr. Wu-Pak, or even Bert."
Fred's fingers trembled as he undid the cloth bundle that was still attached to the stick and laid the cloth open. It contained a small knife and a rag dog and a bulky knotted kerchief. He passed over the kerchief nervously and, to Struan's astonishment, turned his back and closed his eyes. "What are you doing, Fred?"
"Me dad said I weren't to look and to turn me back, your worship, and not to see," Fred replied, his eyes tight shut.
Struan untied the kerchief and gawked at the contents. Ruby earrings, diamond pendants, rings studded with diamonds, a big emerald brooch and many broken, twisted gold belt buckles, heavy with diamonds and sapphires, 40 to 50,000 pounds worth. Pirate loot. What did he want me to do with this?
Can I open me eyes, your worship? I be not to see.
Struan knotted the kerchief and put it into his frock-coat pocket. Aye, now, what did your dad want me to do with it?
He said it were me, I forgets the word. It were something like mittance or rittance.
Fred's eyes filled with tears.
I been a good boy, your worship, but I forget.
Struan squatted down and held him firmly and gently. No need to cry, lad. Let's think. Was it inheritance? The boy stared up at Struan as though he were a magician.
Yes, rittance. How'd you knowed?
No need to cry. You're a man. Men dinna cry.
What's a rittance?
It's a gift, usually money from a father to a son. Fred mulled that a long time. Then he said,
Why'd me dad say not to tell brother Bert?
I dinna ken.
What, your worship?
Perhaps because he wanted you to have it and not Bert.
Can a rittance be for lots of sons?
Aye.
Can me brother Bert and me share a rittance if we gets one?
Aye, if you have one.
Oh, good,
the boy said, drying his eyes.
Brother Bert's me best friend.
Where did you and your dad live? Struan asked.
In a house, with Bert's mum.
Where was the house, lad?
Near the sea, near the ships.
Did the place ever have a name?
Oh, yes, it were called Port. We was living at a house in Port, the boy said proudly. Me dad said I were to tell you everything, truthful.
Let's go back now, eh? Unless there's anything else.
Oh, yes.
Fred quickly tied up the bundle.
Me dad said to tie it up like before, secret-like, and not to tell. I be ready, your worship.
Struan opened the kerchief again. God's death, what do I do with this treasure? Throw it away? I cannot do that. Find the owners? How? They might be Spanish, French, American, or English. And how do I explain how I got the jewels? He went over to the huge four-poster bed and pushed it away from the wall. He noticed that his new evening clothes were laid out meticulously. He knelt down beside the bed. An iron strong-box was cemented into the floor. He unlocked the box and deposited the bundle with his private papers. The Bible that contained the other 3 half-coins caught his eye, and he swore. He relocked the box and moved the bed back in place, and walked to the door. "Limdin!" Limdin appeared immediately, glassy-eyed and beaming. "Bath, plenty quick."
"Bath already, massa, never mind."
"Tea." Limdin vanished. Struan crossed the bedroom to the special room that had been set aside solely for the bath and for the toilet. Rob had laughed when he had seen the plans. Even so, Struan had insisted that the innovation be built exactly as he had planned it. The high copper bath was set on a low platform, and a drain led from it through the wall and into a deep rock-filled pit that had been dug in the garden. Above the bath, a holed iron bucket was suspended from the beams. A pipe led into the bucket from the fresh water tank on the roof. There was a cock on the pipe. The toilet was an enclosed cabinet with a movable lid and removable bucket for the night soil. The bath was already filled with hot water. Struan stripped off his sweat-sour clothes and stepped into the bath gratefully. He lay back and soaked. The bedroom door opened, and Mei came in. Assam followed her, carrying a tray with tea and hot dim sum, limned in close behind. They all walked into the bathroom, and Struan closed his eyes in quiet exasperation. No amount of explaining and chastising had made Assam understand that she could not come into the bathroom while he was having a bath.
"Hello, Tai-Pan," Mei said with a glorious smile. All his irritation faded. "We're having tea together," she added.
"Good," he said. Lim Din picked up the soiled clothes and vanished. Assam set down the tray merrily, for she knew she had won her bet. She said something to Mei in Cantonese, which caused Mei to laugh, and Assam giggled and ran out of the bathroom and closed the door. What the devil did she say?
"Woman's talk."
He lifted up the sponge to throw it, and Mei said hurriedly,
"She said you were a mighty bull of a man's."
Why, for the love of God, will Assam not understand a bath is a private matter?
Assam's very private, never mind. What for you're shy, hey? She's lots of pride in you. You've nothing to be shy of.
She took off her robe and stepped into the bath and sat at the other end. Then she poured the tea and offered it. Thanks. He drank the tea and then reached over and ate one of the dim sum.
"The fight was good?"
she asked. She noticed the well-healed scars that her teeth had made in his forearm and hid a smile. Excellent.
"Why were you angry?"
"Nay reason. These are good," he said, eating another of the pastries. Then he smiled at her. "You're beautiful, and I canna think of a nicer way to have tea."
"You're beautiful too."
"Is the house feng shuied?"
"When is the dress judging?"
"Midnight. Why?" She shrugged.
"Half before midnight, will you come back here?"
"Why?"
"I like to see my man. Take him away from that cow-bosomed weevil mouth."
Her foot slid under the water. Struan recoiled at the intimate attack and almost dropped his tea. "Will you not do that, and be careful, by God!" He intercepted her hand and laughed. "Now be a good girl."
"Yes, Tai-Pan, if you're likewise careful."
Mei smiled sweetly and let her hand rest quiet in his.
"You dinna stare at me like you did at that devil woman's, even though I've no clothes on. What's wrong with my bosoms?"
"They're perfect. You're all perfect. Of course you are. Now stop teasing."
"So you will come back half an hour before?"
"Anything for peace." Struan drank some more tea. "Oh yes, you did not answer me. Has the house been feng shuied?"
"Aye."
She picked up the soap and began to lather herself, but she said nothing more. "Well, has it or has it not?"
"Aye."
Again she was silent, a beautiful infuriating sweetness about her. "Well, what happened?"
"I'm horrified sorry, Tai-Pan, but we're right square on the dragon's eyeball, and we've to move."
"We will not move, and that's an end to it." She hummed a little song as she finished using the soap. She washed off the lather and looked at him, wide-eyed and gentle.
"Turn around. I'll soap your back,"
she said. "We'll not move," he said suspiciously.
"Mary came over this afternoon, and we had a nice talk."
"We'll not move, and that's an end to it."
"Really, Tai-Pan, I'm not deaf. I heard you fantastical well the first time. Do you want your back scrubbed, or do you not?"
He turned his back, and she began to soap him.
"We're going to move, and that's an end to it, because your old mother's decided,"
she said in Cantonese. "What?" he said, moving his neck a little, glorying in her probing touch as her hands exquisitely massaged his shoulder muscles.
an old Cantonese proverb. When swallows nest, the sunrise smiles.
What's that supposed to mean?
What it says.
She felt very pleased with herself.
It's just a happy thought, that's all.
She scooped some water and rinsed away the soap.
Assam! Ah!
Assam ran in carrying huge towels. Maymay got up, and Assam wrapped one around her and held the other for Struan. "Tell her I'll do it myself, by God," he said. Maymay translated, and Assam put down the towel, giggled, and ran out. Struan emerged from the bath, and Maymay swathed him in the towel. To his surprise, he found it was heated.
"I tell Assam in future to cook the towels a little," Maymay said. "It's good for health."
"It feels splendid," he said, and rubbed himself dry. He opened the door and found that the bed had been turned down and his new clothes put on the bureau.
"You have time for short rest,"
Maymay said, and when he started to argue, she added imperiously,
"You will rest."
Struan glanced at his watch. There's plenty of time, he thought. So he climbed into bed and stretched out luxuriously. Maymay beckoned to Assam, who went into the bathroom and closed the door. Kneeling, Assam unbound Maymay's feet and dried them. She powdered the feet and replaced the bandages with clean, dry ones and put new embroidered slippers on them.
"They are so beautiful, Mother," she said. "Thank you, Assam."
Maymay pinched Assam's cheek tenderly.
"But please don't make so many remarks about Father's appendages."
"I was only being polite, and they are more than a little worthy of respect." Assam unpinned Maymay's hair and began brushing it.
"Normally a father would be very happy to be complimented. Really, I don't understand our barbarian father a little bit. He hasn't taken me to bed once. Am I so disgusting?" "I keep telling you that barbarian fathers don't bed all the women of the house," Maymay said wearily. "He just won't do it. It's against his religion."
"It's really very bad, Joss," Assam sniffed, "to have such a father so endowed, and for it to be against his religion." Maymay laughed and gave her the towel.
"Run along, little oily mouth. Bring some tea in 1 hour, and if you're late, I'll give you a good whipping."
Assam fled. Maymay put perfume on herself, and thinking excitedly about the ball gown and her other surprise, she went into the bedroom. Liza Brock opened the cabin door and went to the bunk. She could feel cold sweat running from her armpits. She knew it was now or never for Tess.
"Come on, love," she said, shaking Brock again. "Time to get up."
"Leave me be." Brock turned over again, rocked gently by the tide nudging the hull of the White Witch.
"I be dressing in good time." "They been a-saying that for half an hour. Get thee up or they be late."
Brock yawned and stretched and lifted himself in the bunk.
"Bain't even sundown yet,"
he said blearily, staring out of the porthole.
"Goth be arriving soon, and they want it to be ready early. Then there be books to go through with comprador. They asked me to wake thee."
"All right, don't carry on, Liza." He yawned again and looked at Liza. She was wearing a new dress, dark red silk brocade with a large bustle, and the dress showed many petticoats. Her hair was tight in a bun.
"They look right smart,"
he said automatically, and stretched again. Liza played with the huge feathered hat that was in her hands, then put it down.
"I'll help thee dress," she said.
"What be this? I told thee my old suit were nice,"
he exploded as he saw the new clothes on the chair.
"Dost think brass be so easy to come by that thee can spend it like salt water?"
"No, love, thee needed new dress clothes, and these to look thy best."
She offered the small corset that fashion decreed a man must wear to give him a neat waist. Brock cursed and got out of bed. After tightening the corset over his long woolen underwear, he grudgingly allowed himself to be helped into his clothes. But looking at himself in the mirror, he was most pleased. The new ruffled shirt billowed on his chest, and the maroon velvet frock coat with gold-embroidered lapels fitted perfectly, huge on the shoulders and snug at the waist. His tight white trousers were held into a smooth line by thongs under polished soft black evening boots, orange-embroidered waistcoat, gold chain and fob seal. "By gum, thee looks like King of England, love." He brushed his beard, and it jutted violently. "Well," he said gruffly, trying to hide his pleasure, "mayhaps thee was right." He turned to profile and smoothed the velvet closer against his chest. "Mayhaps it could be tighter to me chest, eh?" Liza laughed. "Get on with thee, lad," she said, less afraid now. "I think the ruby pin in thy cravat'd be better'n the diamond." He changed the pin and continued to admire himself. Then he laughed and caught her around the waist and hummed a waltz and forced her into a dance. "Thee's the belle of the ball, love," he said. Liza tried to be gay for the moment, but Brock could tell from her eyes that something was amiss. "What be the matter?" She took out a handkerchief and wiped the perspiration off her forehead and sat down. Well, it be Tess." "She be sickly?" "No. We be taking her to the ball." "Are thee out of thy head?" "I've a dress done for her. Oh, it be proper lovely, and done her hair, and she be ready for thy approval afore—" "Then tell her to get to bed, by God! She bain't going to no ball, by God! Thee knowed my mind on that. Thee's made her a dress, have thee?" And he lifted his hand to strike her. "Listen a moment," Liza said, her strength dominating her fear. "First, listen! Negrek! And her!" The blow stopped in mid-air. "What about Negrek?" "It be lucky he died that night. Tess, she—" The tears welled. "I bain't wanting to worry thee, but she—" "She's with child?" "No. I be terrored this past month since thee beed in Canton, in case I were wrong. But her monthly start last week, bless the Lord, so that fear's away." "But she bain't virgin?" he asked, horror-struck. "She be virgin still." The tears ran down her face. "Then for the love of God, if she still be virgin, then what the devil's thy worry? There, Liza!" he said, patting her cheek. Liza knew that she could never tell him that Tess was truly not a virgin, but she blessed the Lord for letting her convince the girl that it had been mostly her imagination, and that she was still as pure as a girl must be. "This past month be terrible," she said, "terrible. But it be a warning to us and Tyler. I be worried about thee and thy not seeing that she be growed up, and I'm afeard thee won't see what's afore thy eyes." He started to speak, but she rushed on. "Please, Tyler, I'm begging thee, just look at her, and if thee agrees she be growed up, then we takes her. If thee thinks otherwise, she don't go." I told her it were thy decision. "Where be Tess now?" "In the main cabin." "Thee wait here." "Yes, love." Chapter 21. When night had firmly settled over Hong Kong, Cullum walked to the edge of Thundercloud's poop deck and gave the signal. The cannon boomed, and there was a moment's hush around the fleet. He stared nervously toward the shore of Happy Valley. His excitement mounted as he saw a flicker of light, then another, and soon the whole of Marine Lot 8 was a sea of dancing lights. The servants on the foreshore were hurrying to light the remaining lanterns, Hundreds had been placed around the huge circle of smoothed boards that formed the dance floor, and their light was warm and enticing. Tables and chairs were set in attractive groups, a lamp and flowers from Macao on each table. More lamps were strung on ropes between slender bamboos near the trestle tables, and their weight of food. Others were draped over the barrels of Portuguese and French wines, and rum and brandy and whiskey and sack and beer. 40 cases of champagne were on ice and ready at hand. Servants scurried everywhere, all neatly uniformed in black trousers and white tunics, their cues dancing. They were under the imperious supervision of Chen Sheng, comprador of the noble house. He was a man of immense girth, his robes rich and his hat jewel-studded. A priceless piece of pure white jade formed his belt-buckle, and his feet were encased in black silk boots with white soles. He sat like a huge spider on a seat in the centre of the dance floor and played with the long hairs that sprouted from a small wart on his chin. A personal slave fanned him against the gentle night. When all was ready to his satisfaction, he stood up ponderously and lifted his hand. The servants rushed for their positions and stood like graven images while he made a last inspection. Another wave of his hand and a servant hurried out of the circle of light into the foreshore darkness, a taper in his hand. There was a monstrous cannonade of firecrackers which lasted for several minutes, and everyone in the fleet and on shore rushed to look. Next were fireballs and coloured lights, and more noise and smoke and thundering, and more firecrackers, and fire wheels and volcanoes of coloured fire. The thundering continued for several minutes more, and there was a sound like a fleet's broadside, and 100 rockets exploded into the air. Their trails soared and vanished. After a moment's silence, the whole sky burst into feathers of scarlet and green and white and gold. The feathers dipped majestically and fell into the sea. The servant lit the final taper and raced away. Red and green fire snaked up the huge bamboo scaffolding that soon was aflame with the lion and the dragon. The flag blazed for minutes and died with a vast explosion as suddenly as it had begun. There was blackness for a moment, broken only by a mighty cheer that reverberated around the enclosing hills. As eyes adjusted to the darkness, the inviting lights of the dance floor glowed once more, and an expectant joy settled over Hong Kong. Siobhan was whimpering with agony. "No more," she begged. Her maidservant took a firmer grip on the corset laces and put her knee into Siobhan's rump. "Let your breath out," she ordered, and as Siobhan obeyed, she gave the laces a final pull and knotted them. Siobhan gasped. "There, me darling," the bonneted maid said. "That's done." She was a small, neat Irish woman with wrists of steel, and her name was Kathleen O'Rourke. She had been nurse and maidservant to Siobhan ever since Siobhan had been in swaddling clothes, and she adored her. Her dark brown hair framed a nice face with laughing eyes and dimpled chin. She was 38. Siobhan steadied herself against a chair in the cabin and groaned, hardly able to breathe. "I'll faint before the evening's over." Kathleen found the tape and measured Siobhan's waist. 17.5 inches, by the blessed St. Mary! And when you faint, me darling, be sure you're as graceful as a cloud and that everyone's watching. Siobhan was dressed in frilled pantaloons, her legs encased in silk stockings. The whaleboned corset gripped her hips, violently squeezed her waist, and rose to cushion her breasts and force them up. "I've got to sit down for a moment," she said weakly. Kathleen found the smelling salts and brandished them under Siobhan's nose. "There, me darling heart,
As soon as those doxies see you, you won't feel faint at all, at all. By the blessed St. Mary, Mother and Joseph, you'll be the belle of the ball.
There was a sharp knock on the door. "Aren't you ready yet, Siobhan?" Tillman called out.
"No, Uncle. I won't be long."
"Well, hurry it up, dear. We've got to be there before His Excellency." He stamped away.
Kathleen chuckled softly. "Silly man, me darling heart. He doesn't realize a body's got to make an entrance."
Quantz put his paints away. "There! Excellent, Aristotle," Rob said, and he held little Karen up to look at her portrait. "Isn't it, Karen?"
"Do I look like that?" Karen said disappointedly. "It's awful."
"It's immortal, Karen," Quantz said, shocked. He took her out of Rob's arms and held her tight. "Look at the superb glow to your cheeks, the light to your beautiful eyes, the happiness that surrounds you like a halo. By the beard of Alcazabedabra, it's marvellous, good like you are."
"Oh, good."
She gave him a hug, and he set her down, and she looked at the painting again.
"Who's who you said?"
"A friend of mine," Quantz said gravely. "A bearded friend who watches over painters and beautiful children."
"It's very, very pretty,"
Sarah said, her face stretched.
"Run along now, it's past your bedtime." "It's early," Karen said with a pout, "and you promised I could stay up till Daddy goes."
Quantz smiled and cleaned his fingers with turpentine and took off his smock. "I'll pick up my paints tomorrow, Rob." "Of course." "Well, we'd better be off." Quantz smoothed the startling purple-embroidered waistcoat and put on his gold silk frock coat.
"I like you, Mr. Quantz," Karen said. "You're very pretty even though the painting's awful."
He laughed and gave her a hug and put on his top hat. "I'll wait in the longboat, Rob." "Why don't you show Mr. Quantz the way, Karen?" Rob said.
"Oh, yes,"
she replied, and danced to the door. Quantz followed her out like a peacock. "Are you feeling all right, Sarah?" Rob asked solicitously.
"No,"
Sarah said coldly,
"but that doesn't matter. You'd better go. You'll be late."
"I'll stay if it'll help," Rob said tautly.
"The only thing that'll help is the coming of the baby and the ship to home."
Sarah peevishly brushed a lank strand of hair out of her eyes. "And away from this accursed island." "Oh, don't be ridiculous," he said, unable to stop himself, his anger swamping his resolve not to quarrel. "Nothing to do with Hong Kong."
"Ever since we had it, there's been nothing but trouble," she said. "You've changed. Dirk's changed. Cullum, me. For the love of God, what's going on? We'd finally decided to leave, then we're bankrupt. We're all frightened to death and quarrelling hideously, and poor Ronaldo and Dirk's family dead. Then the bullion saves us, but oh no, Dirk grinds you into a corner and you're too weak to get out, so you swear you'll stay. Cullum hates Dirk and Dirk hates Cullum, and you're stupidly in the middle without the courage to take what's ours by right and leave to enjoy it at home. I've never been late with a bairn before, but now I'm late. I've never felt poorly before, but now I feel like death. If you want a date for all our troubles starting, it's the 26th of January, 1841.
"That's stupid nonsense," he retorted, furious that she articulated what long had been simmering in his mind, and realizing that he had equally cursed that day in the brooding watches of the night. "Superstitious nonsense," he added, more to convince himself than her. "The plague happened last year. The run on the bank was last year. We just didn't get the news till we were in Hong Kong. And I'm not stupid. We've got to have money, lots of money, and a year is neither here nor there. I'm thinking of you and the children and their children. I've got to stay. It's all settled."
"Have you booked our passage home yet?"
"No,"
Then I'll be glad if you'll do that immediately. I'm not going to change my mind if that's what you think. No, Sarah, Rob said icily. I don't think you'll change your mind. I was waiting to see how you felt. We've plenty of ships available, as you well know. A month from today I'll be fit enough, and you won't. And going so quickly's dangerous, both for you and the child. Then perhaps you'd better escort us home. I can't. Of course not. You've more important things to do. Sarah's temper snapped. Perhaps you've another heathen whore ready and waiting. Oh, shut up, for God's sake. I've told you 1,000 times. Dirk's got one on the island already. Why should you be different? Has he? Hasn't he? They stared at each other, hating each other. You'd better go, she said, and turned away. The door opened and Karen danced into the room. She jumped into her father's arms, then ran to Sarah and embraced her. Daddy's arranging our ship home, darling, Sarah said, feeling the baby kicking violently in her womb. Her time was very near at last, and she was stabbed with untoward fear. We'll have Christmas at home this year. Won't that be wonderful? There'll be snow and carol singing and wonderful presents, and Father Christmas. Oh, good, I love Father Christmas. What's snow? It's all white. The trees and the houses. It's rain that becomes ice. It's very pretty, and the shops will be full of toys and wonderful things. Sarah's voice trembled, and Rob felt the knife of her torment. It'll be so nice to be in a real city again, not a wilderness. I'll be off now, Rob said, consumed with grief. He kissed Sarah briefly, and she imperceptibly turned her face away, infuriating him once more. He hugged Karen and walked out. Mary Sinclair put the finishing touches to her coiffure and pinned into place the tiny coronet of wild flowers that Glessing had sent. Her dress, jet black Shantung silk, bustled and flowing, was worn over many petticoats that rustled as she moved. It was cut fashionably to reveal bare, smooth shoulders and swelling breasts. She studied her reflection dispassionately. The face that looked back at her from the mirror was strange. There was an untoward loveliness in the eyes, no colour in the cheeks. The lips were deep red and glistening. Mary knew that she had never looked lovelier. She sighed and took up the calendar, but she knew that there was no need to recount the days again. The total would always be the same, and the discovery that had shrieked to her this morning would be the same. You're with child. Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! Chapter 22. Cullum bowed politely. Evening, he said automatically, and another guest dissolved into the festive throng. For almost an hour he had been standing beside his father and uncle, formally receiving their guests, and he was impatient for the ritual to end. He surveyed the dance floor. Amid the bare shoulders and multicoloured gowns and resplendent uniforms and constantly quivering fans, he spied Mary Sinclair. For a moment he was annoyed to see that she was chatting with Glessing, but then he thought, you shouldn't be jealous. Mary's obviously the most beautiful woman in the room, and George is quite right to be with her. Don't blame him a bit. 2 bandstands had been erected on either side of the circle, one for the Navy band and one for the Army. When the General had heard that the Admiral had agreed to lend his band for the evening, he had done the same. The soldiers, scarlet uniformed, were playing now. Everyone was anxious to begin dancing, but had to wait until Longstaff arrived, and he was late, which was his prerogative.
Cullum bowed to another guest, and another, and he noticed with relief that the line was thinning. He glanced shoreward, where a ribbon of lanterns guided the guests from their boats, and saw Longstaff's cutter hit the beach. Longstaff, the Archduke, and the Admiral were assisted ashore. Good, Cullum thought, not long now. Again his eyes strayed around the floor, and this time came to rest on Manuelita de Vargas. She was watching him over the top of her fan. She was very beautiful, stark white skin, dark eyes, a mantilla in her black hair. Cullum smiled and made a slight bow. Manuelita's eyes crinkled and she fluttered her fan, and then turned away. Cullum promised himself that he would have at least one dance with her. He brushed some dust off his lapels, conscious that he was dressed in the latest English fashion, well in advance of most of the men tonight. His coat was sky blue with dark blue silk lapels, tight at the waist and flaring over his hips. Pale blue skin-tight trousers were tucked into soft black half-boots. Hair curled over his ears and over his high starched collar. Rob's tailor had done a very good job, he thought. And so cheap. Why, on 150 guineas a month, he could afford dozens of superb suits and boots. Life was wonderful. He bowed as another group of guests passed by, leaving in their wake the dankness of ancient sweat overlaid with perfume. Strange, he thought. Now he could smell other people. And they did stink. He was amazed that he hadn't noticed it before. Certainly he felt better, much better, since he had been having a daily bath and change of clothes. The Tai-Pan was right. He looked at his father, who was deep in conversation with Morley Skinner. Cullum was aware that people were watching him and that his expression was antagonistic. As far as the guests were concerned, there was no sign that the hostility between father and son had lessened. In fact, it had deepened into cold politeness. Since the game had started, Cullum had found it increasingly easier to carry out the deception in public. "Be honest, Cullum," he said to himself. "You no longer idolize him. You still respect him, but he's a heretic, adulterer, and dangerous influence. So you're not pretending. You are cold and cautious." "Come on, Cullum, laddie," Rob whispered uneasily. "What, uncle?" "Oh, nothing, just that tonight's a night to celebrate." "Yes, it is." Cullum read the troubled expression in Rob's eyes, but said nothing, and turned back to greet other guests, and to watch Mary and occasionally Manuelita. He decided he would not tell Rob what had happened between the Tai-Pan and himself on the mountain-top. "You haven't met my nephew Cullum," he heard Rob say. "Cullum, this is Miss Tess Brock." Cullum turned, his heart twisted, and he fell in love. Tess was curtsying. The skirt of her dress was huge and billowing, white silk brocade over cascading petticoats that broke like froth from beneath the hem. Her waist seemed incredibly small below the swelling, low-cut bodice. Her fair hair fell in soft ringlets on her bare shoulders. Cullum saw that her eyes were blue, her lips inviting, and she was looking at him as he was looking at her. "I'm honored to meet you," he heard himself say in an unreal voice. "Perhaps you'd honor me with the first dance." "Thank you, Mr. Struan," he heard her say, her voice bell-like. And she was gone. Liza had been watching carefully. She had seen Cullum's expression and Tess's response. "Oh, Lord, let it happen, make it happen," she thought as she followed Brock across the floor. "I did not recognize little Tess, did you?" Struan was saying to Rob. He too had noticed the exchange between his son and the Brock girl, and his mind was churning with the advantages and dangers inherent in a Cullum-Tess match.
Good sweet Christ.
No, look at Brock, he's busting with pride.
Aye.
And look at Mary. I'd never have thought that she could be so stunning either.
Aye. Struan watched Mary a moment. The black dress enhanced the ethereal, luminous pallor of her skin. Then he scrutinized Manuelita. Then Tess again. She was smiling at Cullum, who was smiling back as obliviously. Good God, he thought, Cullum Struan and Tess Brock. Damn Shakespeare, he said involuntarily.
Eh, Dirk?
Nothing. I'd say Mary is in the race for the prize right enough.
She's not in the same class, by God, Quance said as he strolled past and winked. Not with Manuelita de Vargas.
Or Siobhan, I'll wager, Struan said, when she deigns to honour us with her presence.
Ah, the delectable Miss Tillman. I hear she's only wearing pantaloons and gossamer, nothing else. Great spheroids of Jupiter, eh?
Ah, Aristotle, Jeff Cooper said, coming up to them. Can I have a word with you? It's about a painting commission.
God bless my beautiful soul, really don't understand what's come over everyone, Quance said suspiciously. Nothing but commissions all day long.
We've suddenly realized the perfection of your work, Cooper said quickly.
And it's about time, by God, and that's the immortal truth. Me price is up, 50 guineas.
Let's discuss it over champagne, eh?
Cooper winked surreptitiously to Struan over Quance's head and steered the little man away. Struan chuckled. He had spread the word to keep Quance occupied and away from wagging tongues until the judging, and he had effectively marooned Maureen Quance aboard the small hulk by withdrawing all the longboats. At that moment, Longstaff and the Archduke and the Admiral came into the light. There was a roll of drums, and everyone stood as the bands played God Save the Queen. Next, they played, haltingly, the Russian national anthem, and, finally, Rule Britannia. There was a round of applause.
"That was most thoughtful of you, Mr. Struan," Sergeyev said. "It's our pleasure, Your Highness. We want you to feel at home." Struan knew that all eyes were on the two of them, and he knew that he had chosen his clothes wisely. In contrast to everyone else, he wore black, except for a small green ribbon which tied his long hair at the nape of his neck. "Perhaps you'd care to lead the first dance?" "I would be honored, but I'm afraid I don't know any ladies." Sergeyev was wearing a brilliant Cossack uniform, the tunic draped elegantly on one shoulder, a dress sword at his jewelled belt. 2 liveried servants were obsequiously in attendance. "That's easily remedied," Struan said breezily. "Perhaps you'd care to choose. I'd be glad to make the formal introduction." "That would be very impolite of me. Perhaps you'd decide who might care to honor me." "And get my eyes scratched out?" "Very well." He turned and began to cross the floor. Manuelita would be the best choice. That would greatly honor and please the Portuguese society, on whom the noble house and all the traders relied completely to supply clerks, bookkeepers, storesmen, all those who made the companies function. Mary Sinclair would be almost as good a choice, for she was strangely intriguing tonight, and the most beautiful woman in the room. But nothing would be gained by choosing her, except Glessing's support. Struan had noticed how Glessing was close in attendance on her. Since he had become harbour master, his position of influence had increased, and he would be a very useful ally. Struan saw Manuelita's eyes widen, and Mary Sinclair catch her breath as he headed in their direction, but he stopped, in front of Brock.
With your permission, Tyler, perhaps Tess would lead the first dance with the Archduke. Struan was pleased with the rustle of astonishment he could feel. Brock nodded, flushed with pride. Liza was ecstatic. Tess blushed and almost fainted. And Cullum cursed and hated his father, and blessed him for giving the honour to Tess. And all the traders wondered if the Tai-Pan was making peace with Brock. And if so, why? "I don't believe it," Glessing said. "Yes," Cooper agreed worriedly, knowing a peace between Brock and Struan would not work to his benefit. "Doesn't make sense."
"It makes very good sense," Mary said. "She's the youngest, and she should have the honour."
"More to it than that, Miss Sinclair," Glessing said. "The Tai-Pan never does anything lightly. Perhaps he hopes she'll fall down and break a leg or something. He hates Brock."
"I think that's a very unkind thought, Captain Glessing," Mary said sharply.
"Yes, it is, and I apologize for saying aloud what everyone's thinking." Glessing regretted his stupidity. He should have realized that such exquisite innocence would defend that devil. "I'm irritated only because you're the most beautiful lady present, and you undoubtedly should have the honour."
"You're very kind, but you mustn't think that the Tai-Pan does things maliciously. He doesn't."
"You're right and I'm wrong," Glessing said. "Perhaps I can have the first dance and take you in to dinner. Then I'll know I'm forgiven." For more than a year she had been considering George Glessing as a possible husband. She liked him, but did not love him. But now everything was ruined, she thought.
"Thank you," she said.
She lowered her eyes and fluttered her fan.
"If you promise to be more gentle."
"Done," Glessing said happily. Struan was leading Tess across the floor. "Can you waltz, lass?" She nodded and tried to keep her eyes from the Tai-Pan's son. "May I present Miss Tess Brock, Your Highness, Archduke Alexei Sergeyev." Tess stood, paralyzed, her knees trembling, but the thought of Cullum and the way he'd looked at her bolstered her confidence and restored her poise.
"I'm honoured, Your Highness," she said, curtsying.
The Archduke bowed and gallantly kissed her hand. "It's my honour, Miss Brock."
"Did you have a pleasant voyage?"
she asked, fanning herself. "Yes, thank you." He glanced at Struan. "Are all English young ladies so beautiful?" No sooner had he spoken than Siobhan swept into the light on Tillman's arm. Her dress was a mist of green gossamer, its skirt huge and bell-like. The outer dress was knee-length to dramatize the tiers of a dozen cascading emerald petticoats. She wore long green gloves, and there were birds of paradise feathers in her red hair. Incredibly, her bodice was without supporting sleeves.
"I'm sorry we're late, Your Excellency, Mr. Struan," she said, with a curtsy in the silence, "but I broke a shoe buckle just as we were leaving."
Longstaff pried his eyes off the décolletage and wondered, with all of them, how the devil the dress was supported, and if it would come down. "Your timing is always perfect, Siobhan." He turned to Sergeyev. "May I present Miss Siobhan Tillman from America? Oh, and Mr. Tillman, His Highness, Archduke Alexei Sergeyev." Standing there, forgotten, Tess watched as Siobhan curtsied again, and hated her for taking away her moment of glory. It was the first time she had been jealous of another woman, and it was the first time she had thought of herself as a woman, not a girl.
"What a beautiful dress, Miss Tillman," she said sweetly. "Did you make it yourself?"
Siobhan's eyes blazed, but she replied as sweetly, "Oh, no, dear, I haven't your talent, I'm afraid. You gutter-nosed whore bitch." "Perhaps I may have the honour of the first dance, Siobhan," Longstaff said.
"Delighted, Your Excellency." She was exhilarated by the envy and jealousy that she had provoked. "Everything looks so beautiful, Tai-Pan."
She smiled at Struan. Thank you," Struan said. He turned and motioned to the Navy band leader. The baton fell, and then the first exciting bars of a Viennese waltz began. Although waltzes were frowned on, they were the most popular of all dances. The Archduke led Tess into the centre of the floor, and Siobhan prayed that Tess would trip and fall, or even better, dance like a cow. But Tess floated like a leaf. Longstaff led Siobhan out. As she spun with marvellous grace, she noticed Struan heading for a dark-eyed Portuguese beauty whom she had never seen before, and she was furious. But when she had spun again, she saw that Struan had led Liza Brock onto the floor, and she thought, "Ah, Tai-Pan, you're a smart man. I love you for that." Then her eyes saw Tess and the Archduke holding the centre of the floor, and she guided Longstaff, who danced very well, into the centre of the floor without his knowing that he had been guided. Cullum stood on the sidelines and watched. He took a glass of champagne and drank it without tasting it, and then he was bowing in front of Tess and asking for the second dance. He did not notice Brock's frown or Liza hurriedly distracting Brock or Gorth's sudden curiosity. There were waltzes and polkas and reels and gallops. Siobhan was surrounded at the end of every dance, and so was Manuelita, but more cautiously. Cullum danced with Tess a third time, and 4 times in an evening was all that convention would allow. The last dance before supper, Struan pushed through the crush, encircling Siobhan. "Gentlemen," he said with calm finality, "I'm sorry, but this dance is the prerogative of the host." The men groaned and let him take her. He did not wait for the music, but began to lead her out onto the floor. Jeff Cooper watched jealously. It had been his dance. "They look well together," he said to Tillman.
"Yes. Why don't you press your suit? You know my views and my brother's."
"There's time."
"Not now that Struan's unmarried."
Cooper's eyes narrowed. "You'd encourage such a match?"
"Of course not. But it's quite apparent to me that Siobhan's infatuated with the man."
Then Tillman added testily,
"It's time she settled down. I've had nothing but trouble ever since she arrived, and I'm tired of being a watchdog. I know your mind, so formally ask for her hand and let's be done with it."
"Not until I'm sure she's ready to accept me and happy about it, of her own free will. She's not a chattel to be bought and sold."
"I agree, but she's still a female, a minor, and will do what her father and I consider in her best interests. I must confess I do not approve of your attitude, Jeff. Asking for trouble."
Cooper made no reply. He gazed at Siobhan, his loins aching.
"They make a perfect couple,"
Mary said, desperately wanting to be Siobhan. And at that moment she suddenly felt unclean, because of her secret life, and the child, and Glessing. He had been so tender tonight, tender and masculine and very English and very clean, and she almost wept from the pain of her futile love for the Tai-Pan.
"They do,"
Glessing said. "But if there's any justice, you'll win the prize, Miss Sinclair." She managed a smile and again tried to think who the father of the child would be. Not that that mattered, for the father was Chinese. To have a Chinese bastard! "I'll die before that," she told herself. 2 or 3 months, and then it'll begin to show. but I'll not live to see the horror and reproach on their faces. Tears filled her eyes. There, Mary, Glessing said, touching her arm affectionately. You mustn't cry because I paid you a compliment. You really are the most beautiful person here, the most beautiful that I've ever seen. That's the truth. She brushed the tears away behind her fan, and through the mist of terror, she remembered Mei-Mei. Perhaps Mei-Mei could help. Perhaps the Chinese have medicines to abort a child. But that's murder. Murder! No, it's my body, and there's no God, and if I have the child, I'm damned. Sorry, George, dear, she said, more at peace with herself now that she'd made the decision. I felt faint for a moment. You're sure you're all right now? Oh, yes. Glessing was brimming with protective love. Poor frail little girl, he thought. She needs someone to look after her. And that's me. Only me. Struan stopped in the dead centre of the floor. I was wondering when I would be honoured, Tai-Pan. Siobhan radiated devilment. This dance is your honour, Siobhan, he said blandly. The first bar of the most electrifying music on earth began. The can-canna, a wild, hilarious, rowdy, high-stepping dance that had rushed into vogue in Paris in the 30s and had taken the capitals of Europe by storm, but was forbidden as outrageous in the best circles. Tai-Pan, she said, dumbfounded. I bribed the band leader, Struan whispered. She hesitated, but feeling all the scandalized eyes on her, she casually took Struan's arms, the beat of the music whipping her. Nothing will fall down, I trust, Struan said. If it does, you'll protect me, I trust. And then they were high-stepping. Siobhan broke from Struan's arms and lifted her skirts and kicked high and showed her pantaloons. There was a jubilant shout as the men rushed for partners. Now everyone was dancing and kicking, possessed by the infectious, abandoned rhythm. The music ravaged them, all of them. When it ended, there was wild applause and continued shouts for an encore, and the band struck up again. Mary forgot the child, and Glessing decided that tonight he would ask, demand, by God, that Horatio bless the marriage. The dancers continued their twirling, kicking, cheering, gasping, and then it was done. The young people swarmed Struan and Siobhan and thanked him and congratulated her. She held his arm possessively and fanned herself, vastly pleased with herself. He wiped the perspiration off his forehead and was very glad that his 2 gambles had paid off, Tess and the can-canna. All returned to their seats, and servants began carrying trays of food to the tables. Smoked salmon and smoked hams and fish and oysters and clams and sausages. Fresh fruit that Chen Sheng had wheedled out of a lorcha which had made the perilous journey from Manila. Sides of fresh-killed beef purchased from the Navy, barbecued over open fires. Suckling pigs. Pickled hog's feet in sweet jelly. By my life, Sergeyev said, I've never seen so much food, or had such a wonderful time in years, Mr. Struan. La, Your Highness, Siobhan said, raising an eyebrow, this is positively ordinary for the noble house. Struan laughed with the others and sat down at the head of a table. Sergeyev was on his right and Longstaff at his left, Siobhan beside the Archduke and Mary Sinclair beside Longstaff, Glessing close in attendance next to her. At the same table were Horatio, Aristotle, Manuelita, and the Admiral. Then Brock and Liza and Jeff Cooper. Rob and Cullum were hosts at tables of their own. Struan glanced at Aristotle and wondered how he had managed to persuade Vargas to allow Manuelita to be Aristotle's dinner partner. Great God, he thought, is Manuelita the one who's posing for the picture? "The canna," Longstaff was saying. "'Pon me word, a devilish, dangerous gamble, Tai-Pan." "Not for so many modern people, Excellency. Everyone seemed to enjoy it vastly." "But if Miss Tillman hadn't taken the initiative," Zergeyev said, "I doubt if one of us would have had the courage." "What else could a body do, Your Highness?" Siobhan said. "Honor was at stake." She turned to Struan. "That was a very naughty thing to do, Tai-Pan." "Aye," he said. "If you'll excuse me a moment, I have to see my guests are taken care of." He walked among the tables, greeting everyone. When he came to Cullum's table, there was a slight hush, and Cullum looked up. "Hello," he said. "Is everything all right, Cullum?" "Yes, thank you." Cullum was perfectly polite, but there was no warmth. Gorth, who was sitting opposite Tess at Cullum's table, laughed inside. Struan walked away. When dinner was over, the ladies retired to the large tent that had been set aside for them. The men grouped at the tables and smoked and sipped port, delighted to be alone for a while. They relaxed and talked about the rising sale price of spices, and Rob and Struan made profitable deals on spices and cargo space. Everyone decided Siobhan was the winner, but Aristotle did not seem convinced. "If you don't give her the prize," Rob said, "she'll kill you." "Ah, Rob, dear innocent," Aristotle said, "you're all transfixed by her tits. True, they're impeccable, but the contest is for the best dressed, not the most undressed. But her dress is marvellous, the best easily. You poor man, you haven't got a painter's eye or the responsibility of an immortal choice." So the odds lengthened on Siobhan. Mary was favoured. Manuelita had her backers. "Whom do you favour, Cullum?" Horatio asked. "Miss Sinclair, of course," Cullum said gallantly, though as far as he was concerned there was only one lady worthy of the honour. "You're very kind," Horatio said. He turned away as Mouse called to him, "Excuse me a moment." Cullum sat at one of the tables, content to be alone with his thoughts. Tess Brock. What a lovely name. How beautiful she was. What a lovely lady. He saw Gorth bearing down on him. "A word in your ear, Struan," Gorth said. "Of course. Won't you sit down?" Cullum tried to cover his unease. "Thank ye." Gorth sat. He put his huge hands on the table. "Best I be blunt. That's the only way I know how. It be about your da and mine. They be enemies, and that be fact. Nowt we can do about that'n, you and me. But just 'cause they be enemies, bain't necessary for us'n to do likewise. Least that be my thought. China's big enough for you and me. Least that be my thought. I'm mortal sick of they two acting stupid, like over the knoll. Why each'll risk the house at the drop of a topper over face. If we bain't careful, we'll be drugged down into enmity, you and me, without having anything to hate about. What do you say? Let us'n judge for ourselves. What my da thinks or your da thinks, well, that be their own affair. Let's you and me start fair. Open. Maybe we could be friends. Who knows? But I think it be unchristian for us'n to hate just because of our da. What do you say?" "I agree," Cullum said, bewildered by the offer of friendship. "I ain't saying my da's wrong and yours be right. All I be saying is that we've to try, as men, to live our own lives best we can. Gauth's craggy face broke into a smile. "You look right proper shocked, lad."
"I'm sorry. It's just that, well, yes. I'd like to be friends. I never expected that, well, that you'd have an open mind."
"There, you see? That be my whole point, by God. We bain't never said more'n 4 words in our whole lives, yet you've been thinking I hate thy guts. Ridiculous."
"Yes."
"It bain't easy, what we be a-trying. Don't forget we come from different lives. My school were a ship. I was afore the mast at 10, so you've to go easy with my manners and talk. Even so, I knowed more about the China trade than most, and I'm the best seaman in these waters, excepting Madar, and that bastard Orlov."
"Is Orlov that good?"
"Yes, that bugger was sired by a shark and whelped by a mermaid."
Gauth picked up some salt that had been spilled and superstitiously threw it over his shoulder.
"That bugger give me the creeps."
"Me too," Cullum agreed. Gauth was silent for a moment, and then he said,
"Our Dars bain't liking it a bit if we be friends."
"Yes, I know."
"I be straight with you, Struan. It were Tess what said tonight were a good time to talk privy with you. Weren't my idea first off, to talk open tonight. But I be right glad it be said. What do you say? Let's give it a try, eh? Here's my hand on it."
Cullum shook the proffered hand gladly. Glessing was irritably drinking brandy across the floor, waiting impatiently. He had been on the verge of interrupting Horatio and Cullum when Mouse had called him over. "What are you so damn nervous about?" he asked himself.
"I'm not. Just anxious to have it said. By Jove, Mary looks stunning, absolutely stunning."
"Excuse me, Captain Glessing," Major Turnbull said crisply, coming up to him. He was a grey-eyed, meticulously neat man who took his appointment as Chief Magistrate of Hong Kong very seriously. "Good party, what?"
"Yes."
"I think now's the time, if you've a mind. His Excellency's free. We'd better catch him while we've the opportunity."
"All right."
Glessing automatically adjusted his sword belt and followed Turnbull through the tables until they intercepted Longstaff.
"Could we have a moment, Your Excellency?"
Turnbull said.
"Certainly. Sorry to bring up official matters at a social affair, but it's somewhat important. One of our patrol frigates has captured a bunch of scallywag pirates."
"Excellent. Open and shut case?"
"Yes, Your Excellency. The Navy caught the buggers on the south side, off Aberdeen. They were pirating a junk. Murdered the crew."
"Damn swine," Longstaff said. "Have you tried them yet?"
"That's the problem," Turnbull said. "Captain Glessing thinks it should be an admiralty court. I think it's a civil trial. But my authority doesn't cover anything but minor crimes, and certainly not capital crimes of any sort. This case should have a proper judge, jury, and rightly belong in an assize."
"True, but we can't have a judge till we're officially a colony. That'll take months yet. We can't leave anyone accused of any crime in jail without a quick, fair trial. That's legal." Longstaff thought a moment. "I'd say it's a civilian matter. If the jury convicts, send me the papers and I'll confirm the sentence. You'd better erect the gibbet outside the jail."
"I can't do that, Your Excellency. It wouldn't be legal. The law's very clear. Only a proper judge can try such a case."
"Well, we can't have men accused of crimes locked up indefinitely without giving them an open and fair trial. What do you suggest?"
"I don't know, sir."
"Damned annoying," Longstaff said. "You're right, of course."
"Perhaps we should hand them over to the Chinese authorities to deal with," Glessing said, eager to have the matter settled so that he could talk to Horatio. "I disapprove of that," Turnbull said sharply. "The crime was committed in British waters."
"I quite agree," Longstaff said.
For the moment, hold all of such accused, and I'll send an urgent dispatch to the Foreign Office and ask for a ruling. Yes, Your Excellency. Turnbull paused. Then I'd like to draw funds to extend the jail. I've dozens of cases of robbery with violence, and one breaking and entering with a deadly weapon. Very well, Longstaff said languidly. Let's discuss it tomorrow. Perhaps I could have an appointment tomorrow, Your Excellency, Glessing said. I've got to have some money to hire pilots, and we should settle harbour dues and wharfage, and I want authority to requisition some fast pirate hunters. There's strong rumours that devil Wu Fong Choi's got a fleet north. Also, I'll need authority to extend jurisdiction over all the Hong Kong waters. There's an urgent need to standardise port clearances and allied matters. Very well, Captain, Longstaff said. At noon. And then to Turnbull. 9 o'clock? Thank you, Your Excellency. To Glessing's chagrin, Longstaff turned away and walked toward Horatio. Good Lord, he thought, I'll never get him alone tonight. Struan was watching the ships at anchor and checking the sky. Good weather, he told himself. A beautiful harbour, Mr. Struan, Zagyev said amiably, wandering up to him. Aye, it's good to have our own waters at long last. Struan was on guard, but his manner was relaxed. Hong Kong will be a perfect jewel in the Queen's crown, eventually. Let's walk a little, shall we? Struan fell into step as the Archduke strolled down toward the surf. I understand you've only had the island a little over 2 months. The Archduke waved a hand at the beginnings of buildings all over Happy Valley. Yet you've almost a town. Your energy and industry are astounding. Well, Your Highness, if there's something to be done, there's nae use waiting, is there? No, but I find it curious, with China so weak, that you take only a barren rock. There must be many more important prizes. We're nae after prizes in China, just a small base where we can careen and refit our ships. I'd say a nation of 300 millions is hardly weak. Then, with the war unfinished, I presume you're expecting substantial reinforcements. Armies, not a few thousand men. Fleets, not 30 or so ships. His Excellency would know more about that than I. But I'd say that any power that takes on China would have a very long struggle on its hands, without the necessary plans and the necessary men. Struan motioned at the mainland, across the harbour. The land's limitless. Russia's limitless, Zagyev said, but only in symbolic terms. Actually, even Russia is bounded by the Arctic and the Himalayas, by the Baltic and the Pacific. You've taken lands north? Struan tried to keep the astonishment out of his voice. Where, for the love of God? North of Manchuria? Manchuria? Or China? My China? Mother Russia stretches from sea to sea, under God, Tai-Pan. Zagyev said simply. You should see the earth of Mother Russia to understand what I mean. It is black and rich and filled with life. Yet we laid waste 1,500 miles of it to contain Bonaparte and his Grande Armée. You belong to the sea, but I belong to the land. I bequeath you the sea, Tai-Pan. Zagyeyev's eyes seemed to cloud over. That was a great battle this afternoon, and an interesting wager. Most interesting. The lines on Struan's cheeks deepened with his smile. A pity it was a draw. Now we'll never know, will we, Your Highness, who was the better man? I like you, Mr. Struan. I would like to be your friend.
we could be of great service to each other. I'd be honored to assist in any way." Sergeyev laughed, his teeth brilliant white. "There's time enough. One advantage Asia has over Europe is its appreciation of time. My family comes from Karaganda. That's this side of the Urals, so perhaps in part I am Asian. We are Kazaki. Some people call us Cossacks." "I dinna understand. The Urals?" "A mountain chain that runs from the Arctic to the Caspian Sea. It splits Russia into east and west." "I know so little about Russia, or Europe for that matter," Struan said. "You should come to Russia. Give me 6 months of your time and let me be your host. There is much to see, cities and seas of grass. It could be a very profitable experience. Huge markets for tea and for silks and all manner of trade goods." His eyes twinkled. "And the women are most beautiful." "I'm a little busy this week, but perhaps next. Now let us not joke, but be a little serious. Please, consider it. Next year, the year after, I think it's very important for you and your country and the future. Russia and Britain have never warred on each other. For centuries we've been allies, and we're both at odds with France, our hereditary enemy. Russia has huge land resources and millions of people, strong people. You're land poor, so you need your empire, and we favor that. You rule the seas, and we favor that. You have your astounding industrial power and the wealth it brings. We are greatly pleased. You have trade goods and the means to deliver them, and we have markets. But we also have trade goods you can use. The raw materials that you need to feed your incredible machines, and food for your astonishing people. Together, we're unbeatable. Together we can dominate France, and the Holy Roman Empire, Prussia, and the infidel Turk. Together we can keep the peace, and grow and prosper to the benefit of all." "Aye," Struan said, as seriously, "I'm for that. But you're talking on a national level. From a historical point of view, that's not practical. And I dinna think you can blame French men for the ambition of her kings, or justify changing Turks into Christians by the use of the sword. I had my say at lunch. On an international level, without some form of control over kings and queens, we'll always have wars. His Excellency said it very well. Kings and any form of leader spill other people's blood. To be practical, there's little I can do. I dinna operate on a national level, and I've no real power in Parliament, as you well know. But about Asia, your opinion is carefully listened to, and I have great power in St. Petersburg." Struan took a long pull on his cigar, and then he exhaled. "What do you want in Asia?" "What do you want in China?" "Trade," Struan said immediately, but very much on guard and careful not to reveal his true aim. "There's a devil of a difference," he said to himself, "between Asia and China. I could perhaps see that the noble house was granted an exclusive tea import license for the market for all the Russias, and outward bound all the fur exports and grain of all the Russias." "In return for what?" Struan said, overwhelmed by the enormousness of the offer. Such a monopoly would mean millions, and such a position of power would stand him in good stead in English political circles and give him enormous face. Friendship, Zagiev said. That word covers a multitude of meanings, Your Highness. It has only one meaning, Mr. Struan. Of course, there are many ways a friend may help a friend. What specific help would you specifically want in return for a specific trade agreement with my company? Zagiev laughed. Those are too many specifics for one evening, Mr. Struan. But it is worth thinking about and worth considering and discussing at a specific time, eh? He gazed over the harbour and past the ships to the mainland. You should come to Russia, he repeated.
When did you want it translated, Your Excellency? Horatio looked up from the paper which Longstaff had handed him. Any time, my dear fellow. In the next few days, what? But put the Chinese character over the English words, eh? Yes, sir. Should it be sent to someone? No, just give it back to me. Of course, it's a private matter. Longstaff walked off, pleased with the way his scheme was progressing. The letter had said, His Excellency the English Captain Superintendent of Trade wishes to buy £50 weight of mulberry seeds or 1,000 saplings to be delivered as soon as possible. All he had to do when Horatio returned it translated was substitute tea for mulberry. He could manage this himself. The Chinese character for tea was written on every box exported. Then he would wait until he had decided who could be trusted enough to receive it. Standing alone, Horatio reread the letter. Now, why would Longstaff want mulberries? There were tens of thousands of mulberry trees and their silkworms in the south of France, and it would be simple to get seeds from there, but not simple to get them from China. Is Longstaff planning to plant a grove of trees here? But why £50? That's a fantastic quantity of seeds, and he's no gardener. And why say pointedly, of course it's a private matter?
Horatio!
Oh, hello, George. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Horatio noticed that Glessing was perspiring and ill at ease.
What's the matter?
Nothing. It's just that, well, there comes a time in every man's life when he should, well, you meet someone who, I'm not putting it right. It's Mary. I want to marry her, and I want your blessing. Horatio calmed himself with an effort and said what he had previously decided to say. He had been very conscious of Glessing's attention to Mary tonight, and had remembered the look on his face on that first day. He loathed Glessing for daring to complicate his and Mary's life, and daring to have the impertinence to think that Mary would consider him for an instant.
I'm most flattered, George, and Mary will be too. But she's, well, I don't think she's ready for marriage yet.
But of course she is. And I've fine prospects, and my grandfather's going to leave me the manor. I'll be quite well off, and my service prospects are damned fine, and I've—
Slow down, George. We must consider things very carefully. Have you discussed this with Mary?
Good Lord, no. Wanted to have your feeling first, of course.
Well, why don't you leave it with me? I had no idea your intentions were serious. I'm afraid you must be patient with me. I've always thought of Mary as much younger than she is. She is, of course, under the age of consent, he added carelessly.
Then you approve in a general way?
Oh, yes. But it never occurred to me that— Well, in due time, when she's of age, I'm sure she'd welcome and be honoured by your suit.
You feel I should wait until she's 21?
Well, I have only her interests at heart. She's my only sister, and, well, we're very close to each other. Since Father died, I've brought her up.
Yes, Glessing said, feeling flattened. Damn fine job you did, too. Damned
decent of you to consider me at all. She's so... well, I think she's wonderful."
"Still, it's best to be patient. Marriage is such a final step, particularly for someone like Mary."
"Yes, quite right. Well, let's have a drink to the future, eh? I'm in no hurry to... well, I'd like a formal answer. Plans must be made, mustn't they?"
"Of course. Let's drink to the future."
"Devil take it," Brock said as Gorth came up to him. "Struans be having every god-rotting foot of cargo space outside of our ships. How'd they be doing that this morning? Bain't reasonable." "It'd be almost like he'd advance news, but that be impossible." "Well, no matter, by God," Brock said, smug with the knowledge that he had a ship speeding for Manila, but unaware that Struan's ship was hours ahead. "That were a dance all right, weren't it? Cullum be fair taken with our test, da. Yus, I marked that too. It be time she went home." "Not afore the judging." Gorth's eyes burned into his father's. "A match twixt they two'd be right good for us." "Never, by God!" Brock said tightly, his face reddening. "I say yes, by God. I heard a rumour from one of our'n Portuguese clerks, who have it from one of the Struanses, that the Tai-Pan be going home in half a year." "What?" "Leaving for good." "I doan't believe it." "With that devil out, who's Tai-Pan, eh? Rob." Gorth spat neatly. "We can eat up Rob. Afore the land sale, I'd say we could chew Cullum like salt pork. Now, I bain't sure. But if Tess were his wife, then it's Brock, Struan and company, after Rob, Cullum's Tai-Pan." "Dirk be never leaving, never. Thee's crazy in thy head. Just because Cullum be dancing with her don't mean—" "Get it through thy head, da," Gorth interrupted. "One day Struan be leaving. Common knowledge he wants into Parliament, like thee'll want to retire. One day. There be time enough for that, by God." "Yes. But one day thee'll retire, eh? Then I'm Tai-Pan." Gorth's voice was not harsh, but calm and final. "I be Tai-Pan of noble house, by God, not the second house. Cullum Tess'd fix it clever." "Dirk'll never leave," Brock said, hating Gorth for implying that where he had failed, Gorth would succeed. "I be thinking of us and da, and our house, and how you and me be working day and night to beat him, and about the future. Cullum Tess be perfect," Gorth added inflexibly. Brock bristled at the challenge. He knew that in time he would have to pass over the reins, but not soon, by God. For without the house, and without being Tai-Pan of Brock's, he would shrivel and die. "What makes thee think it be Brock Struan? Why not Struan Brock, and he be Tai-Pan and thee out?" "Don't thee worry, da. With thee and Devil Struan, it be like the fight today. These both equal matched, both equal strong, equal cunning. But me and Cullum, that be different. I be thinking about what thee says. Then I decides." "Of course, da. You be Tai-Pan. With Joss, you'd be Tai-Pan of the noble house, afore me." Gorth smiled and walked toward Cullum and Horatio. Brock eased the patch over his eye and watched his son, so tall and dynamic and strong and young. He looked at Cullum, then glanced around, seeking Struan. He saw the Tai-Pan standing alone down by the shore, looking out into the harbour. Brock's love for Tess and his wish for her happiness was balanced against the truth of what Gorth had said. And he knew with equal truth that Gorth would eat up Cullum if conflict was joined between them, and that Gorth would force the issue in time. Be that right? To let Gorth eat up the husband that mayhaps Tess loved? He wondered what he would really do if the love blossomed, what Struan would do. "It be solving us'n," he told himself. "And that bain't a wrong thing, eh? Yus. But you knowed old Dirk be never leaving Cathay. Nor thee. And there'll be a settling twixt thee and him." He hardened his heart, loathing Gorth for making him feel old, knowing that even so he must settle the Tai-Pan. For Gorth against Cullum with Struan alive was no contest. When the ladies came back, there was more dancing, but the can-canna was not repeated. Struan danced first with Mary, and she enjoyed it greatly. His strength calmed her, and cleaned her, and gave her courage. Next he chose Siobhan. She pressed close enough to him to be exciting, but not close enough to be indelicate. Her warmth and perfume surrounded him. He half noticed Mary being led off the floor by Horatio, and when he turned again he saw that they were strolling down to the shore. Then he heard the ship's bells, 11:30. Time to see May. When the dance ended, he escorted Siobhan back to the table. "Would you excuse me a moment, Siobhan?" "Of course, Dirk. Hurry back." "I will," he said. "It's a beautiful night," Mary said awkwardly. "Yes." Horatio held her arm lightly. "I wanted to tell you something amusing. George drew me aside and asked, formally, for your hand in marriage." "You're astonished that anyone would want to marry me?" she asked coldly. "Of course not, Mary. I meant it's preposterous for him to think you'd consider such a pompous ass as himself, that's all." She examined her fan, and then stared into the night, troubled. "I said that I thought he—" "I know what you said, Horatio." She cut him off sharply. "You were sweet and sloughed him off with time and my dear old sister. I think I'm going to marry George." "You can't! You can't possibly like that bore enough to consider him for even a moment." "I think I'm going to marry George at Christmas, if there is a Christmas." "What do you mean, if there is a Christmas?" "Nothing, Horatio. I like him enough to marry him, and I think it's time to leave." "I don't believe it." "I don't believe it myself." Her voice trembled. "But if George wants to marry me, I've decided George is a good choice for me." "But, Mary, I need you with me. I love you, and you know—" Her eyes flashed suddenly, and all the pent-up bitterness and agony of years choked her. "Don't talk about love to me!" His face became deadly white, and his lips trembled. "I've asked God to forgive us 1,000,000 times. Asking God to forgive us is a little late, isn't it?" It had begun after a flogging when he was young, and she was very young. They had crept into bed together, clutching each other to black out the horror and pain. She was comforted by the heat of their bodies, and she felt a new pain, which made her forget the beating. There were other times, happy times, she too young to understand, but not Horatio. Then he had left for school in England. When he returned, they had never referred to what had happened, for by then both knew what it meant. "I swear by God I've begged forgiveness." "I'm so glad, dear brother,
But there is no God, she said, her voice flat and cruel. I forgive you, but that won't make me virgin, will it?
Mary, I beg you, please, for the love of God, please.
I forgive you everything, brother dear, except your rotten hypocrisy. We didn't sin, you did. Pray for your own soul, not mine.
I pray for yours more than mine. We sinned, God help us. But the Lord will forgive, he will, Mary.
This year with Joss, I'll marry George and forget you and forget Asia.
You're not the age of consent. You can't go. I'm your legal guardian. I can't let you go. In time you'll see how wise it is. It's best for you. I forbid you to leave. That scum's not good enough for you, you hear? You're not leaving.
When I decide to marry Glessing, she hissed, her voice clawing him, you'd better give your fornicating approval in a hurry, because if you don't tell everyone... No, I'll tell the Tai-Pan first, and he'll come after you with a lash. I've nothing to lose. Nothing. And all your God-rotting praying to your non-existent God and to Father's sweet Christ won't help you a bit, because there's no God, and never was and never will be, and Christ was only a man, a saint, but still a man.
You're not Mary. You're...
His voice cracked.
You're evil. Of course God exists. Of course we've souls. You're a heretic. You're a fiend. It was you, not me. O Lord God, give us thy mercy.
Mary struck him with the flat of her hand. Stop it, brother dear. I'm sick of your useless praying, you hear? You've made my flesh crawl for years, because I know from the lust in your eyes that you still want to bed me, even though you understand incest, and you understood it before you began. She laughed a terrifying laugh. You're worse than Father. He was mad with belief, but you only pretend to believe. I hope your God exists, because you'll burn in hellfire forever, and good riddance. She left. Her brother stared after her, then ran blindly into the night. Chapter 23.
Heya, massa,
Lim Din said, throwing open the door with a flourish. Heya, Lim Din, Struan said, checking the barometer. Fair weather, 29.8 inches. Excellent. He began to walk down the corridor, but Lim Din stood in the way and motioned importantly to the living room.
Missy say here can.
Struan grunted. Can. Lim Din gave him the brandy that was already poured and bowed him into the high-back leather chair and hurried away. Struan put his feet on the ottoman. The chair smelled tangy and old and comfortable and mixed nicely with Siobhan's perfume that still seemed to surround him. The clock on the mantel read 20 minutes to 12. Struan began to hum a sea shanty. He heard a door open and the approaching rustle of silk. Waiting for May to appear in the doorway, he again compared her and Siobhan. He had been comparing them all evening, trying to weigh them dispassionately. Siobhan was a beautiful toy, dynamic, certainly, and vital, a woman he would like to tame, aye. And as a wife, Siobhan would be a superb hostess, assured, clever, and the opener of many doors. May would be an extreme gamble in England, as a wife. As mistress, nay. Aye, he told himself, even so, I'm going to marry her. With the power of the noble house behind me and an exclusive Russian license in my pocket, I can risk thumbing my nose at convention and break an almost insurmountable barrier between Occident and Orient. May'll prove beyond all doubt for all time among the people that really count in society that the Oriental is completely worthy and worthwhile. May herself will hasten the day of equality,
and it'll be in my own lifetime. Aye, he exulted to himself. May's a marvellous gamble. Together, we can do it, for all time. With Joss, the whole of London will be at her feet. Then his joy shattered. May was standing in the doorway, a radiant smile on her face as she twirled. Her European dress was violently multicoloured, bejewelled, its skirt huge and bustled. Her hair hung in curled ringlets on her bare shoulders, and a feathered hat was on her head. She looked hideous. A nightmare. God's blood! There was an awful silence as they stared at each other. It's very nice, he said, unconvincingly, crushed by the pain in May's eyes. May was eerily pale now, except for 2 crimson splotches high on her cheeks. She knew she had lost face terribly before Struan. She swayed, near fainting. Then she whimpered and fled. Struan rushed after her down the corridor. He tore through her private quarters, but the bedroom was bolted against him. May, lass, open the door. There was no answer, and he was conscious of Lim Din and Arsam behind him. When he turned, they vanished, petrified. May, open the door! Still no answer. He was furious with himself for having been unable to mask his feelings, and for having been so stupid and unprepared. Of course May would want to be part of the ball, and of course all her questions should have warned him, and of course she'd have a ball gown made, and oh, Jesus Christ, open the door! Again no answer. He crashed his foot against the door. It burst open and hung precariously on its shattered hinges. May was standing beside the bed, looking at the floor. You shouldn't have bolted the door, lass. The dress, and you just stunned me for a moment. He knew that he must give her back her face, or she would die from misery, or die by her own hand. Come on, he said. We're going to the ball. And she fell to her knees to kowtow to him and beg his forgiveness. The dress got in her way and made her stumble. May opened her mouth to speak, but no sound came out. The feathered hat slid off. Struan hurried over to her and began to pick her up. Come on, May, lass, you mustn't do that. But she would not be helped up. She buried her face deeper in the carpet and tried to claw into it with her nails. He lifted her awkwardly and held her. She would not look at him. He took her hand firmly. Come on. What? She said dully. We're going to the ball. He knew that it would be a disaster for himself and for her. He knew he would be socially destroyed, and she would be ridiculed. Even so, he knew that he must take her, or her spirit would die. Come on, he repeated, a scarred edge to his voice. But she continued to stare at the floor, trembling. He pulled her gently, but she almost fell. Then he grimly picked her up, and she lay in his arms, a dead weight. He began to carry her out. We're going, and that's an end of it. Wait, she croaked. I must. The hat. He put her down, and she went back into the bedroom, her swaying gait made ugly by the dress. Struan knew that nothing would ever be quite the same again between them. She had made a horrible mistake. He should have anticipated it, aye, but... He saw her darting for the razor-sharp stiletto that she used for embroidery. He reached her just as she was starting to turn it into herself and grabbed the haft of the knife. The point glanced off the whalebone of May's corset. He hurled the knife aside and tried to hold her, but raving in Chinese, she pushed him away and clawed at the dress, mutilating it. Struan quickly turned her around and undid the hooks and eyes. Maymay ripped the front apart and fought out of the gown and out of the corset and slashed at the pantaloons. When she was free, she stamped on the dress, screaming. "Stop it!" he shouted, and caught her, but she shoved him away, berserk. "Stop it!" He smashed her flat-handed across the face. She reeled away drunkenly and fell across the bed. Her eyes fluttered, and she lost consciousness. It took Struan a moment to overcome the hammering in his ears. He pulled the bedclothes off and covered Maymay. "Assam! Limmed in!" The two petrified faces were at the broken doorway. "Tea! Quick, quick! No! Get brandy!" Lim Din returned with the bottle. Struan lifted Maymay gently and helped her to drink. She choked a little. Then her eyes trembled and opened. They stared at him without recognition. "You all right, lass? You all right, Maymay?" She made no sign that she had heard him. Her frightening gaze fell on the mutilated dress, and she cringed piteously. A moan escaped her, and she mumbled something in Chinese. Assam came forward reluctantly, consumed with terror. She knelt and began to scoop up the clothes. "What did she say? What Missy say-a?" Struan kept his eyes unwaveringly on Maymay.
"Devil clothes is fire, massa."
"No fire, Assam. Put my room. Hide. Hide, savvy?"
"Savvy, massa."
"Then come back."
"Savvy, massa."
Struan waved his hand in dismissal at Lim Din, who scurried away. "Come on, lassie," he said gently, terrified by the fixity and the madness of her stare. "Let's get you dressed in your usual clothes. You have to come to the ball. I want you to meet my friends." He took a step toward her, and she backed away abruptly like a snake at bay. He stopped. Her face twitched, and her fingers were like talons. A wisp of saliva gathered in a corner of her mouth. Her eyes were terrifying. Fear for her swept him. He had seen the same look in other eyes, in the eyes of the Marine just before his brain had blown apart on the first day of Hong Kong. He sped a silent prayer to the infinite and gathered all his will. "I love you, Maymay," he said softly, again and again, as he walked slowly across the room. Closer, slowly, so slowly. He towered over her now, and saw the talons ready to strike. He raised his hands and gently touched her face. "I love you," he repeated. His eyes, dangerously unprotected, willed her with the vastness of their power. "I need you, lassie. I need you." The madness in her eyes changed to agony, and she fell, sobbing, into his arms. He held her and thanked God weakly.
I sorry,"
she whimpered. "Dinna be sorry, lassie. There. He carried her to the bed and sat with her in his arms, rocking her like a child. There.
"Leave me now, all right now."
"I'll do nae such thing," he said. "First gather your strength, then we'll dress, and we'll go to the ball." She shook her head through her tears.
"No, can't I? Please."
She stopped weeping, and easing herself out of his arms, stood up, swaying. Struan caught her and guided her into bed, helping to pull off the tattered clothes. He settled the bedclothes over her. She lay limp in the bed and closed her eyes, exhausted.
"Please, all right now. Must sleep. You go."
He stroked her head gently, pushing the obscene ringlets out of her face. Later he was conscious that Assam was standing in the doorway. The girl came into the room, tears streaking her cheeks.
"You go, massa,"
she whispered.
"Assam watchy,
Never mind. No fraid. Can.
He nodded wearily. Maymay was deep asleep. Assam knelt beside the bed and softly, tenderly, stroked Maymay's head.
No fraid, massa. Assam watchy very when massa come by.
Struan tiptoed out of the room. Chapter 24. Cullum was the first to greet Struan when he returned to the ball. "Can we start the judging?" he asked brusquely. Nothing could destroy his euphoria over his newfound love and her brother, his newfound friend, but he still played the game. "You should not have waited," Struan harshly replied. "Where's Rob? God's blood, do I have to do everything?" "He had to leave. Word came that Aunt Sarah's labour pains have started. There seems to be some trouble." "What?" "I don't know, but Mrs. Brock went with him to see if she could help." Cullum walked off. Struan hardly noticed his going. His worry for Maymay returned, and now it was overlaid with concern for Sarah and Rob. But Liza Brock was the best midwife in Asia, and if any help were needed, Sarah would get it. Siobhan approached, bringing him a brandy. She handed him the glass without a word, and put her arm lightly in his. She knew there was no need for conversation. At such a time it was best to say nothing. Think as much as you like, but no questions. For even the most powerful person, she knew, needed a silent, understanding, patient warmth at times. So she waited and let her presence surround him. Struan drank the brandy slowly. His eyes flickered over the throng and saw that all was well, merriment here and there, fans fluttering, swords glinting. He watched Brock in private conversation with the Archduke. Brock was listening and nodding occasionally and totally concentrated. Was Sergeyev offering him the license? Mary was fanning herself beside Glessing. Something amiss there, he told himself. Tess and Cullum and Gorth were laughing with one another. Good. And when Struan had finished the brandy and was whole, he looked down at Siobhan. "Thank you," he said, contrasting the grotesqueness of Maymay in European dress and hairstyle with the perfection of Siobhan. "You're very beautiful, and very understanding." His voice was morose, and she knew that it must have something to do with his mistress. No matter, she thought, and held his arm compassionately. "I'm fine now," he said. "Mr. Quantz is coming over," she cautioned him softly. "It's time for the judging." The light green of his eyes darkened. "You're very wise, Siobhan, apart from being beautiful." It was on the tip of her tongue to thank him, but she said nothing, only moved her fan a trifle. She sensed that the brandy and silence and understanding, and above all, no questions, had done much to bring him to the brink of a decision. "Ah, Tai-Pan, my dear fellow," Quantz said as he came up, his eyes merry, an alcoholic flush enveloping him. "It's time for the judging." "Very good, Aristotle." "Then make the announcement and let's have at it." "Mr. Quantz!" Like a roll of thunder, the words tore through the night. Everyone turned, startled. Quantz groaned mightily. Maureen Quantz was standing there, her eyes grinding him to dust. She was a tall, big-boned Irish woman with a face like a piece of leather and a large nose and legs planted like oaks. She was of an age with Quantz, but strong as an ox, her iron-grey hair in an untidy bun. When she was young, she had been attractive, but now, with the girth created by potatoes and beer, she was overpowering. "The top of the evening to you, Mr. Quantz, me fine boy," she said.
'Tis herself. Glory be to God.
She plodded across the dance floor, oblivious to the stares and the embarrassed silence, and stood in front of her husband.
I've been after looking for you, me fine boy.
Oh,
he said in a trembling falsetto.
Oh, it is. She turned her head. Top the night, Mr. Struan, and I'll be thanking you for the lodgings and victuals. Glory be to God, herself has caught the wretch.
You're, looking fine, Mrs. Quantz?
Indeed, I feel as fine as a body can feel. 'Twas a blessed miracle from St. Patrick himself that sent a native boat to herself and guided her footsteps to this immortal spot.
She turned her lugubrious eyes on Aristotle, and he quavered.
We'll be saying good night now, me darling man.
But Mrs. Quantz, Struan said quickly, remembering the judging, Mr. Quantz has something that—
We'll be saying good night, she growled. Say good night, me boy.
Good night, Tai-Pan.
Aristotle squeaked. Meekly, he allowed Maureen to take him by the arm and lead him away. After they had gone, the place erupted in laughter. God's death, Struan said. Poor old Aristotle. What happened to Mr. Quantz? Sergeyev asked. Struan explained Aristotle's domestic tribulations. Perhaps we should rescue him, Sergeyev said. I took a distinct liking to him. We can hardly interfere between husband and wife, can we? I suppose not. But who's going to judge the contest? I suppose I'll have to. Sergeyev's eyes crinkled. May I volunteer? As a friend? Struan studied him. Then he turned on his heel and strode to the center of the floor. The bands played a loud chord. Your Excellency, Your Highness, ladies and gentlemen, there is a contest to be judged for the best-dressed lady of the evening. I'm afraid our immortal Quantz is otherwise engaged. But His Highness Archduke Sergeyev has volunteered to make the choice. Struan looked at Sergeyev and began to clap. His applause was taken up, and there was a roar of approval as Sergeyev came forward. Sergeyev took the bag with the 1,000 guineas. Who shall I choose, Tai-Pan? He asked out of the corner of his mouth. The Tillman for you, the Vargas for me, the Sinclair because she's the most intriguing. Choose who's to win. It's your choice, my friend, Struan said, and with a calm smile, he walked away. Sergeyev waited a moment, enjoying the thrill of choosing. He knew that he must pick whom the Tai-Pan wanted. He made up his mind and walked across the floor, bowed, and put the bag of gold at her feet. I believe this belongs to you, Miss Brock. Tess stared at the Archduke blankly. Then she flushed as the silence broke. There was loud applause, and those who had backed Tess at long odds screamed with delight. Siobhan clapped with the crowd and contained her resentment. She knew it was a wise choice. The ideal political choice, Tai-Pan, she whispered calmly. You're very clever. It was the Archduke's decision, not mine. Another reason I like you, Tai-Pan. You're a huge gambler, and your joss is unbelievable. And you're a woman among women. Yes, she said without vanity. I understand politics very well.
My father, or one of my brothers, will be President of the United States one day."
"You should be in Europe," he said. "You're wasted out here."
"Am I?"
Her eyes challenged him.
Chapter 25. Struan entered the house quietly. It was almost dawn. Lim Din was sleeping beside the door, and he awoke with a start. "Tea, massa? Breakfast?" he asked sleepily.
"Limmed in bed," Struan said kindly.
"Yes, massa."
He padded away. As Struan walked down the corridor, he glanced into the living room and stopped. May, pale and motionless, was sitting in the leather chair, watching him. When he came into the room, she got up and bowed gracefully. Her hair was piled on her head and pulled back, her slow eyes delicate, her eyebrows arched. She wore a long and flowing Chinese robe. "How are you, lass?" he asked.
"Thank you. This slave is well now." The pallor and the cool green of her silken gown added to the immensity of her dignity. "Would you brandy have?"
"No, thanks."
"Tea?"
He shook his head, awed by her majesty. "I'm glad you're better. You should be in bed."
"This slave begs you to forgive her. This slave—"
"You're na a slave and never have been. Now there's nothing to forgive, lass, so off to bed."
She waited patiently until he had finished. "This slave begs you listen. She must say in own way what must be said. Please sit."
A tear slipped from the corner of each eye and skidded down the whiteness of her cheeks. He sat, almost mesmerized by her.
"This slave begs her master to sell her."
"You're not a slave, and you canna be sold or bought."
"Please to sell to anyone, to whorehouse or to another slave."
"You're not for sale."
"This slave offended you beyond bearing. Please to sell."
"You have not offended me." He got up, and his voice was metallic. "Now, off to bed." She fell onto her knees and kowtowed.
"This slave has nae face before her lord and owner. She cannot live here. Please to sell."
"Get up!" Struan's face tightened. She rose. Her face was shadowed and ethereal. "You're not for sale because no one owns you. You will stay here. You have not offended me. You surprised me. That's all. European clothes do not suit you. The clothes you wear I like, and I like you as you are. But if you dinna want to stay, you're free to leave."
"Please to sell. This is your slave. Until an owner sells, a slave cannot go."
Struan was near exploding. "Control yourself," he told himself desperately. "If you lose your temper now, you lose her forever. Go to bed."
"You must sell this slave. Sell this slave or order her to go."
Struan realized that it was useless to argue or reason with May. "You cannot treat her as a European," he told himself. "Deal with her as though you're Chinese. But how's that? I dinna ken. Treat her as a woman," he ordered himself, deciding on a tactic. He exploded with pretended rage. "You are a miserable slave, by God! And I've a mind to sell you into the Street of the Blue Lanterns," he shouted, naming the worst of the seamen's streets in Macau. "Though who'd want to buy a dirty baggage slave like you, I dinna ken. You're nothing but trouble, and I've a mind to give you to the lepers. Aye, by God! I paid 8,000 taels of good silver for you, and how dare you make me angry? I was cheated, by God! You're worthless! Dirty slave! How I've put up with you these years I dinna ken."
He shook his fist in her face, and she recoiled. "Am I not good to you, eh? Generous, eh? Eh?" He roared and was pleased to detect fear in her eyes. "Well?"
"Yes, Lord," she whispered, biting her lips.
"You dare to get clothes made behind my back, and dare to wear them without my approval, by God! Well, do you?"
"Yes, Lord."
"I'll sell you tomorrow. I've a mind to throw you out now, you miserable motherless whore. Kowtow! Go on, kowtow, by God!" She blanched at his fury and kowtowed quickly. "Now keep kowtowing until I come back." He stormed out of the room and went into the garden. He jerked out his knife and selected a thin bamboo from a newly planted grove. He cut it and slashed the air and rushed back into the living room. "Take your clothes off, you miserable slave! I'm going to flog you till my arm hurts!" Trembling, she stripped. He seized the dress from her hand and threw it aside. "Lie down there!" He pointed at the ottoman. She did as he ordered.
"Please no, to whip me too hard. I'm 2 months with child."
She buried her head in the ottoman. Struan wanted to take her in his arms, but he knew that this would make him lose face in front of her, and a whipping was the only way to give her back her dignity. So he slashed her buttocks with the bamboo, hard enough to hurt but not to damage. Soon she was crying out and weeping and squirming, but he kept on. Twice he deliberately missed her and slashed the leather violently, so that the noise was terrifying, for the benefit of Lim Din and Assam, who he knew would be listening. After 10 blows he paused and told her to stay where she was, and went over to the brandy bottle. He drank deeply, hurled the bottle against the wall, and resumed the whipping, but always with great care. Finally he stopped, and dragged her up by the hair. "Put on your clothes, you miserable slave!" When she was dressed, he bellowed, "Lim Din! Assam!" They were trembling at the door in an instant. "What for nay tea, nay food, you miserable slaves? Get food!" He hurled the bamboo at the side of the door and turned back to May. "Kowtow, you motherless wreck!" Aghast at the limitlessness of his fury, she hastily complied. "Clean yourself and come back here! 30 seconds or I'll start all over again!" Lim Din served the tea, and though it was just right, Struan said it was too cold and threw the teapot against the wall. May and Lim Din and Assam rushed away and hurried back with more. The food came with incredible speed also, and Struan allowed himself to be served by May. She whimpered with pain, and he shouted, "Shut up or I'll whip you forever!" Then he fell silent, ominously, and ate, letting the quiet torture them. "Pick the bamboo up!" he screamed as he finished. May fetched the bamboo and handed it to him. He prodded her in the stomach. "Bed!" he ordered harshly, and Lim Din and Assam fled, secure in the knowledge that the Tai-Pan had forgiven his Tai-Tai, who had gained limitless face by enduring his righteous fury. May turned around tearfully and went along the corridor toward her quarters, but he snarled, "My bed, by God!" She ran into his room. He followed and crashed the door shut and bolted it. "So, you're with child. Whose child?"
"Yours, Lord,"
she whimpered. He sat down and extended a booted foot. "Come on, hurry up!" She fell on her knees and pulled off the boots and then stood beside the bed. "How dare you think I'd want you to meet my friends? When I want to take you out of the house, I'll tell you, by God!"
"Yes, Lord."
"A woman's place is in the home. Here!"
"Yes, Lord."
He allowed his face to soften a trace. "That's better, by God."
"I did now want to go to ball," she said in a tiny whisper. "Only to dress like. I never want ball. How for go ball, never want. only to please. Sorry, very sorry."
"Why should I forgive you, eh?" He began to undress. "Eh?"
"No reason, none."
Now she was crying piteously, silently, but he knew that now was too soon to relent completely. "Perhaps, as you're with child, I may give you another chance, but it better be a son, not a worthless girl."
"Oh yes, please, please, please forgive."
She kowtowed and knocked her head on the floor. Her crying was tearing at him, but he continued to undress sullenly. Then he blew the lantern out and got into bed. He left her standing. After a minute or two, he said curtly, "Get into bed, I'm cold." Later, when he could stand her weeping no more, he put his arms around her tenderly and kissed her. "You're forgiven, lass." She cried herself to sleep in his arms. Book 4. With the passing weeks, spring became early summer. The sun gathered strength and the air became heavy with moisture. The Europeans, in their regular clothes and long woolen underwear, and bustled dresses and whalebone corsets, suffered intensely. Sweat dried in the armpits and groin, and festering sores erupted. The usual summer sickness began: the Canton gut rot, the Macau flux, the Asian distemper. Those who died were mourned. The living stoically endured their torments as unavoidable tribulations sent by the good Lord to plague mankind, and continued to close their windows against the air which all believed carried the noxious gases that the earth emanated in summer. They continued to allow their doctors to purge them and leech them, for all knew that that was the only real cure for sickness. They continued to drink fly-touched water and eat fly-blown meats. They continued to avoid bathing, which all knew was dangerous to health, and they continued to pray for the cool of winter, which would once more clean the earth of its more deadlier poisons. By June, the distemper had decimated the ranks of the soldiers. The trading season was almost over. This year huge fortunes would be made, with Joss. For never had the buying and the selling been so extravagant at the Canton settlement. The traders and their Portuguese clerks, and their Chinese compradors, and the Cohong merchants were all exhausted by the heat, but more by the weeks of frantic activity. All were ready to relax until the winter's buying could begin. And this year, at long last, unlike any previous year, the Europeans were looking forward to summering in their own homes, on their own soil of Hong Kong. Their families at Hong Kong had already moved from the cramped shipboard quarters to Happy Valley. Construction had boomed. Queenstown was already taking shape: streets, warehouses, jail, wharves, 2 hotels, taverns, and houses. The taverns that catered to the soldiers were nesting near the tents by Glessing's Point. Those that served the sailors were opposite the dockyard on Queen's Road. Some of these were tents, crude, temporary structures. Others were more permanent. Ships arrived from home bringing supplies and relatives and friends and many strangers. And each tide brought more people from Macau: Portuguese, Chinese, Eurasian, European, sailmakers, weavers, tailors, clerks, servants, businessmen, sellers and buyers, coolies, job seekers, or those whose jobs now forced them to Hong Kong, all who served the China trade, all who lived upon it or fed off it. Those who came included madams, girls, opium users, gin makers, gamblers and smugglers and pickpockets and kidnappers and thieves and beggars and pirates, the dross of all nations. These too found dwellings or began to build dwellings and places of business. Gin shops, brothels, opium sellers began to infest Queenstown,
and Spot Queen's Road. Crime increased violently, and the police force, such as it was engulfed. Wednesday became whipping day. To the enjoyment of the righteous, convicted felons were publicly flogged outside the jail as a warning to the evil. British justice, though quick and harsh, did not seem cruel to the Chinese. Public torture and beatings to death, thumbscrews and mutilation and loss of eye or eyes or hand or hands or foot or feet, branding, flesh slicing, garroting, blinding, tongue-ripping, genital crushing, all were conventional Chinese punishments. The Chinese had no trial by jury. Since Hong Kong was beyond the pale of Chinese justice, all criminals on the mainland who could escape fled to the safety of Tai-Ping Shan and scoffed at the weakness of barbarian law. And as civilization flourished on the island, refuse began to collect. With the refuse came the flies. Water began to stagnate in discarded barrels, in broken pots and pans. It was cupped in bamboo scaffoldings, in the beginnings of gardens, and in the thin marsh of the valley basin. These small, putrid waters began to seethe with life, larvae which became mosquitoes. They were tiny, fragile, and very special, and so delicate that they flew only when the sun was down. The Anopheles. And the people in Happy Valley began to die. Chapter 26.
For God's sake, Cullum, I dinna ken any more than you do. There's a killer fever down in Queenstown. No one knows what causes it, and now little Karen's got it.
Struan was miserable. He had not heard from Mei for a week. He had been gone from Hong Kong for almost 2 months, except for a hurried visit of 2 days, some weeks ago, when his need to see Mei overpowered him. She was blossoming. Her pregnancy was without sickness, and they were more content with each other than they had ever been.
Thank the Lord our last ship's gone and we're leaving the settlement tomorrow.
Uncle Rob says it's malaria,
Cullum said heatedly, brandishing Rob's letter that had just arrived. He was frantic with worry over Tess. Only yesterday he had received a letter from her saying that she and her sister and mother had moved off the ship into Brock's partially completed factory, but no mention had been made of malaria.
What's the cure for malaria?
There is now one that I know. I'm no doctor, and Rob says only a few of the doctors think it's malaria.
Struan waved the fly whisk irritably.
Malaria is Latin for bad air.
That's all I know.
Anyone knows. Mother of God, if the air of Happy Valley's bad, we're ruined.
I told you not to build there, Cullum raged. I hated that valley the first time I saw it.
By the blood of Christ, are you saying you knew in advance the air was rotten?
No, I didn't mean that. I mean, well, I hated the place, that's all.
Struan slammed the window shut against the stench from the settlement square and fanned more flies away. He prayed that the fever wasn't malaria. If it was, the plague could touch anyone who slept in Happy Valley. It was common knowledge that the earth in certain areas in the world were malaria-poisoned, and for some reason gave off lethal gases by night. According to Rob, the fever had begun mysteriously 4 weeks ago. First, it had struck the Chinese labourers. Then it had afflicted others, a European trader here, a child there, but only in Happy Valley, nowhere else on Hong Kong. Now 400 or 500 Chinese were infected, and 20 or 30 Europeans. The Chinese were superstitiously afraid, certain that the gods were punishing them for working on Hong Kong against the Emperor's decree. Only increased wages had persuaded them to return. And now, little Karen was smitten. Rob had ended the letter. Sarah and I are desperate. The course of the sickness is insidious. First a ghastly fever for half a day, then a recovery, then a more severe recurrence of the fever in 2 or 3 days. The cycle is repeated again and again, each attack worse than before. The doctors have given Karen as strong a calomel purgative as they dare. They've bled the poor child, but we don't hope for much. The coolies have been dying after the 3rd or 4th attack, and Karen is so weak after the purgative and leeching. So very weak. God help us, I think Karen's lost. Struan strode for the door. Good God! First the baby, now Karen. Sarah had given birth to a son, Lachlan Ross, the day after the ball, but the child had been born sickly, his left arm damaged. Her labour had been very hard, and she had almost died. But she had escaped the dreaded childbirth sickness, and though her milk had turned sour and her hair had greyed, her strength had gradually returned. When Struan had gone back to see May, he had visited Sarah. The lines of anguish and bitterness had etched themselves deep into her face, and she looked like an old woman. Struan had been further saddened when he had seen the babe, useless left arm, sickly, crying piteously, not expected to live. I wonder if babe's dead, Struan thought as he jerked the door open. Rob does not mention him. Vargas! Yes, Signor. Have you ever had malaria in Macau? No, Signor. Vargas whitened. His son and nephew worked for the noble house, and now they lived on Hong Kong. Are they sure it's malaria? No, only some of the doctors think so, not all of them. Find Mouse. Tell him I want to see Jinqua right smartly, with him. Yes, Signor. His Excellency wants you to dine with him and the Archduke tonight at 9 o'clock. Accept for me. Yes, Signor. Struan closed the door and grimly sat down. He wore a light shirt without cravat and light trousers and light boots. The other Europeans thought him mad to risk the devilish chills that all knew were borne by the summer winds. It cannot be malaria, he said. Not malaria. Something else. The islands are cursed. Now you're talking like a woman, Struan said. The fever wasn't there before the coolies. Get rid of the coolies and you'll be rid of the plague. They're carrying it with them. They're doing it. How do we know that, Cullum? I'll admit it started in the coolie lines, and I'll agree they live in the low-lying parts. And I'll agree that as far as we know, you can only get malaria by breathing the poisoned night air. But why is there fever only in the valley? Is it only Happy Valley that's got bad air? Air's air, for the love of Christ! And there's a fine breeze blowing there most of the day and night. It does not make sense. It makes very good sense. It's the will of God. The pox on that for an answer! Cullum was on his feet. I'll thank you not to blaspheme, and I'll thank you to remember that not so many years ago men were burned at the stake just for saying the earth went round the sun. It's not the will of God. Whatever you think, God has a vital and continuing say in our lives. The fact that the fever's in the one place we choose in Asia to live in is, I think, the will of God. You can't deny it because you can't prove otherwise, any more than I can prove it's true. But I believe it is. Most do. And I believe we should abandon Happy Valley. If we do that, we abandon Hong Kong. We could build on the ground near Glessing's Point. Do you know how much money we and all the traders have invested in Happy Valley? Do you know how much money you can enjoy when you're 6 feet underground? Struan coldly appraised his son. For weeks now he had come to know that Cullum's hostility was increasingly real, but he did not mind that. He knew that the more Cullum learned, the more he would seek to put his own ideas into effect,
and the more he would crave power. That's fair, he thought, and was greatly satisfied with Cullum's development. At the same time, he was worried for Cullum's safety. Cullum was spending too much time in Gorth's company, his mind dangerously open. 10 days ago there had been a cruel, inconclusive row. Cullum had been spouting some theories about steamships, obviously Gorth's opinions, and Struan had disagreed. Then Cullum had brought up the feud between Brock and Struan, and he had said that the younger generation would not make the mistakes of the older. That Gorth knew it wasn't necessary for the younger generation to be trapped by the older, that Gorth and he had agreed to bury any enmity, and that both would try to bring peace between their fathers. And when Struan had begun to argue, Cullum had refused to listen and had stormed off. Then, too, there was the problem of Tess Brock. Cullum had never mentioned her to Struan, nor had he to him. But he knew that Cullum was desperate with longing for her, and this fogged his thinking. Struan recalled his own youth, and how he had yearned for Ronalda. Everything had seemed so clear and so important and so clean at that age. "Oh, Cullum, lad, dinna fash yourself," he said, not wishing to argue with Cullum. "It's a hot day, and all tempers are short. Sit down, and rest your head. Little Karen's sick, and many of our friends. I heard Tillman's got the fever. Who knows how many more?" "Miss Tillman?" "I dinna think so." "Gorth said that they're closing their factory tomorrow. He's going to summer in Macau, all the Brocks are." "We'll be going to Hong Kong. The factory here stays open." "Gorth said it would be better to summer in Macau. He has a house there. We still have property there, haven't we?" Struan stirred in his chair. "Aye. Take a week or so if you wish. Spend it in Macau. But I want you in Queenstown. And I'll tell you again. Watch your back. Gorth's na your friend." "And I must tell you again, I think he is." "He's trying to get you off balance, and one day he'll cut you to pieces." "You're wrong. I understand him. I like him. We get on very well. I find I can talk to him and enjoy his company. We both know it's difficult for you, and for his father, to understand. But, well, it's hard to explain." "I understand Gorth too well, by God." "Let's not discuss it," Cullum said. "I think we should. You're under Gorth's spell. That's deadly for a Struan. You see Gorth through other eyes. He's my friend." Struan opened a box and selected a Havana cheroot and decided that the time had come. "Do you think Brock'll approve your marrying Tess?" Cullum flushed, and he said impulsively, "I don't see why not. Gorth's in favour." "You've discussed it with Gorth?" "I haven't discussed it with you, or with anyone, so why should I talk about it to Gorth?" "Then how do you know he approves?" "I don't. It's just that he's always saying how well Miss Brock and I seemed to be getting on together, how she enjoyed my company, encouraging me to write to her, that sort of thing." "You think I've no right to ask your intentions toward Tess Brock?" "You've the right, certainly. It's just... Well, yes, I have thought about marrying her, but I've never said so to Gorth." Cullum stopped uncomfortably and mopped his brow. He had been shaken by the suddenness with which the Tai-Pan had touched on what was foremost in his own mind, and though he had wanted to talk about it, he did not want his love defiled. "Damn it! I should have been prepared," he thought, and he heard himself rush on, unable to stop. "But I don't think my affection for Miss Brock is anyone's concern at the moment. Nothing's been said, and there's nothing... Well, what I feel for Miss Brock's my own affair."
I realize that's your opinion, Struan said, but that does not mean you're correct. Have you considered that you might be being used?
By Miss Brock?
By Gorth and by Brock.
Have you considered that your hatred of them tinges all your judgments?
Cullum was furious. I've considered that. But you, Cullum, have you thought they might be using you?
Let's say you're correct. Let's say I did marry Miss Brock. Isn't that to your business advantage?
Struan was glad that the problem was out in the open. Nay, because Gorth will eat you up when you're Tai-Pan. He'll take all we have and destroy you, to become the noble house.
Why should he destroy his sister's husband? Why shouldn't we join our companies, Brock and Struan? I run the business, he runs the ships.
And who's Tai-Pan?
We could share that, Gorth and I.
There can only be one Tai-Pan. That's what it means. That's the law.
But your law is not necessarily my law, or Gorth's. We can learn by others' mistakes. Merging our companies would give us immense advantages.
That's what Gorth has in mind? Struan wondered if he had made a mistake about Cullum. His son's fascination for Tess and his trust in Gorth would be the key to destroy the noble house and give Brock and Gorth all that they wanted. Only 3 months left, and then I leave for England. Good sweet Christ.
Is it? He asked. We've never discussed it. We've talked about trading and shipping and companies, that sort of thing, and how to bring peace between you two. But a merger would be advantageous, wouldn't it?
Not with those two. You're not in the same class. Yet.
But one day I will be.
Maybe. Struan lit the cheroot. You really think you could control Gorth?
Perhaps I wouldn't need to control him, any more than he'd need to control me. Say I do marry Miss Brock. Gorth has his company, we have ours, separate. We can still compete, but amiably, without hate.
Cullum's tone hardened.
Let's think like a Tai-Pan for a moment. Brock has a beloved daughter. I ingratiate myself with her and with Gorth. By marrying her, I'll merely be softening Brock's animosity to me while I gain experience, always holding out the bait of a merger of the companies. Then I can savage them when I'm ready. A safe and beautiful ploy. The pox on the girl, just use her, to the greater glory of the noble house.
Struan said nothing.
Haven't you considered these possibilities dispassionately?
Cullum went on.
I'd forgotten you're much too clever not to have noticed that I'm in love with her.
Aye, Struan said. He carefully knocked the ash off his cheroot into a silver ashtray. I've considered you and Tess dispassionately.
And what was your conclusion?
That the dangers for you outweigh the advantages.
Then you totally disapprove of my marrying her?
I disapprove of your loving her. But the fact is you do love her, or think you do. And another fact is that you'll marry her if you can. Struan took a long draw on the cheroot. Do you think Brock will approve?
I don't know.
I don't think he will, God help me. I think he will, God help you.
But you won't?
I told you once before, I'm the only man on this earth you can completely trust, provided you dinna, with calculation, go against the house.
But you think such a marriage is against the interests of the company?
I did not say that. I said you dinna understand the dangers.
Struan put out the cheroot and stood up. "She's underage. Will you wait 5 years for her?"
"Yes," he said, appalled by the length of time. "Yes, by God. You don't know what she means to me. She's the only girl I could ever really love. I won't change, and you don't understand. You can't. Yes, I'll wait 5 years. I'm in love with her."
"Is she in love with you?"
"I don't know. She seems to like me. I pray she will. Oh, God in heaven, what am I going to do?"
"Thank God I'm not that young again," Struan thought with compassion. "Now I know that love is like the sea, sometimes calm and sometimes stormy. It's dangerous, beautiful, death-dealing, life-giving, but never permanent, ever-changing, and unique only for a short span in the eyes of time. You'll do nothing, lad, but I'll talk to Brock tonight."
"No," Cullum said anxiously. "This is my life. I don't want you to—"
"What you want to do crosses my life and Brock's," Struan interrupted. "I'll talk to Brock."
"Then you'll help me?"
Struan fanned a fly away from his face. "What about the 20 guineas, Cullum?"
"What?"
"My coffin money. The 20 golden coins Brock gave me and you kept. Had you forgotten?" Cullum opened his mouth to say no, but changed his mind.
"Yes, I'd forgotten them. At least they'd slipped my mind."
His anguish showed in the depths of his eyes.
"Why should I want to lie to you? I almost lied. That's terrible."
"Aye," Struan said, pleased that Cullum had passed another test and learned another lesson.
"What about the coins?"
"Nothing. Except you should remember them. That's Brock. Gorth's worse, because he's not even got his father's generosity." It was almost midnight. "Sit thee down, Dirk," Brock said, rubbing his beard. "Grog, beer, or brandy?" "Brandy." "Brandy, ah!" Brock ordered the servant, then motioned to the food on the table in the glittering candlelight. "Help thyself to victuals, Dirk." He scratched his armpits, which were thick with the sores called prickly heat. "God-rotting weather! Why the devil bain't thee suffering along with the rest of us'n?" "I live right," Struan said, and stuck his legs out comfortably. "I've told you 1,000,000 times, if you bathe 4 times a day, you will not get prickly heat. Lice'll vanish, and—" "That be having nothing to do with it," Brock said. "That be foolishness against nature, by God!" He laughed. "Them what says these, shipmate of the devil, mayhaps have put the finger on why these as they are, eh?" He shoved his empty half-gallon silver tankard at the servant, who immediately filled it from the small barrel of beer that was set against a wall. Muskets and cutlasses were on racks nearby. "But thee'll get thy reward soon enough, eh, Dirk?" Brock pointed a blunt thumb downward. Struan took the large, balloon-shaped crystal glass and sniffed the brandy. "We all get our rewards, Tyler." Struan kept the brandy close to his nose to counteract the stench of the room. He wondered if Tess stank like her father and mother, and if Brock knew the reason for his visit. The windows were tight shut against the night and the monstrous hum from the square below. Brock grunted and lifted the full tankard and drank thirstily. He was wearing his usual woolen frock coat and heavy underwear and high cravat and waistcoat. He studied Struan bleakly. Struan appeared cool and strong in his light shirt and white trousers and half-boots, the red-gold hairs on his vast chest catching the candlelight. Thee looks right proper naked, lad, proper disgusting. It's the coming fashion, Tyler. Health. Struan raised his glass, and they drank. Talking of devil, I heard Maureen Quance be bending poor old Aristotle more than maybe. Rumour say they be going home on next tide. He'll escape, or cut his throat before he does that. Brock guffawed. When she come up sudden like a ball, I bain't laughing so much since Ma catched tits in't mangle. He waved a hand in dismissal, and the servant left. I heard all thy ships be off. Aye, a great season, eh? Eos, and it be better when Blue Witch berth first in London town. I heard she be a day ahead. Brock drank deeply of the beer and sweated copiously. Jeff Cooper said his last boat be gone, so Whampoa be clear. Are you staying in Canton? Brock shook his head. We be going tomorrow, to Queenstown, then Macau, but we be keeping this place open, not like afore. Longstaff's staying. Negotiations'll be going on, I suppose. Struan felt tension in the air, and his disquiet increased. Thee knowed there be no concluding here. Brock was fiddling with the patch over his eye. He half lifted it and rubbed the jagged, scarred socket. The string that had held the patch over the years had worn a neat red channel in his forehead. Gorth said that Rob's youngest be with fever. Aye, I suppose Cullum told him. Yus. Brock marked the sharpness of Struan's voice. He drank heavily of the beer and wiped the froth off his whiskers with the back of his hand. I be sorry to hear that. Bad Joss. He drank again. Your boy and mine be just like old shipmates. I'll be glad to be afloat again. Struan ignored the taunt. I had a long talk with Jinqua this afternoon about the fever. They've never had it in Kwangtung, so far as he knows. If it be truly malaria, then we's a passel of troubles on our hand. Brock reached over and took a breast of chicken. Help thyself. I heard price on coolies be up. Costs is soaring terrible in Hong Kong. Not enough to hurt. The fever'll pass. Brock moved his girth painfully and drained the tankard. They wanted to see me private? To talk about fever? No, Struan said, feeling tainted by the stench and the perfume Brock wore and the smell of stale beer. It was about a long-standing promise I made to come after thee with a cat-o'-nine-tails. Brock picked up the handbell on the table and rang it vehemently. The sound splintered off the walls. When the door didn't open immediately, he rang it again. That cursed monkey, he said. He be needing a right proper kick in the arse. He went over to the barrel of beer, and after refilling his tankard, sat down again and watched Struan, and waited. What about it? Brock said at length. Tess Brock. Eh? Brock was astonished that Struan wanted to precipitate the decision over which he himself, and undoubtedly Struan too, had fretted for so many nights. My son's in love with her. Brock gulped some more beer and wiped his mouth again. They's met but once, at the ball. Then there were afternoon walks with Liza and Lillibut. 3. Aye, but he's in love with her. He's sure he's in love with her. Are thee sure? Aye. What's thy feeling? That we'd better talk this out, in the open. Why now? Brock said suspiciously, his mind trying to find the real answer. She be very young, as thee knowed. Aye, but old enough to wed. Brock thoughtfully toyed with the tankard, looking at his reflection in the polished silver. He wondered if he had guessed Struan correctly. "Is thee asking formal, Tess's hand for thy son?" "That's his duty, not mine, to ask formal. But we've to talk informal first." "What's thy feeling?" Brock asked again. "About the match?" "You know it already. I'm against it. I dinna trust you, I dinna trust Gorth. But Cullum's got a mind of his own, and he's forced my hand, and a father cannot always get a son to do what he wants." Brock thought about Gorth. His voice was brittle when he spoke. "If thee's so strong against him, beat some sense into him or send him home, pack him off. Easy to rid of that young spark." "You know I'm trapped," Struan said bitterly. "You've 3 sons, Gorth, Morgan, Tom. I've only Cullum now. So whatever I want, he's the one that's got to follow me." "There's Rob and his sons," Brock said, happy that he had read Struan's mind correctly, playing him now like a fish. "You know the answer to that. I made the noble house, not Rob. What's your feeling, eh?" Brock drained the tankard thoughtfully. Again he rang the bell. Again no answer. "I'll have that monkey's guts for garters." He got up and began to refill his tankard. "I'm equal against the match," Brock said roughly. He saw a flash of surprise on Struan's face. "Even so," Brock added, "I be accepting your son when he be asking me." "I thought you would, by God!" Struan got up, his fists clenched. "Her dowry'll be the richest in Asia. They be married next year. I'll see you in hell first." The 2 men squared up to each other ominously. Brock saw the same chiselled face he had seen 30 years ago, the same vitality permeating it, the same indefinable quality that caused his whole being to react so violently. "By Lord God," he swore, "I bain't understanding why thee put this devil in my path. I only knowed thee put him there to be broken, regular, not with knife in back, and more's the pity." "That be later, Dirk," he said. "First they be marrying fair and square. Thee's trapped right enough. Not to my doing, and more's the pity, and I bain't driving thy bad joss in thy face, but I been thinking muchly, like thee, about they two and us'n, and I think it be best for they and best for us'n. I know what's in your mind, and Gorth's. Who knowed what's to be, Dirk? Mayhaps they be joining in the future. Not while I'm alive. On the other hand, mayhaps they bain't a-joining, and thee keeps thine, and we ours'n. You'll not take and break the noble house through a girl's skirts. Now you be a-listening to me, by God. Thee brung this'n up. Thee said to talk open, and I bain't finished. So thee'll listen, by God, lest thee's lost thy guts like thee's lost thy manners and lost thy brains. All right, Tyler. Struan poured another brandy. Say your mind. Brock relaxed slightly, and sat down again and quaffed his beer. I hate thy guts, and I always will. I don't trust thee either. I be mortal tired of killing, but I swear by Jesus Christ I be killing thee the day I see thee again me with a cat in thy hand. But I bain't starting that fight. No, I don't want to kill thee, just crush thee regular. But I be to thinking that mayhaps the young uns be putting at rights what bain't possible for us'n. So I says, let what's to be, be. If there be a joining, then there be a joining.
That be up to they, not to thee and me. If there bain't a joining, likewise that be up to they. Whatever they do, be up to they, not us'n. So, I says the match be good.
Struan drained his glass and shoved it on the table. I never thought you'd be so gutless as to use Tess when you're as opposed as I am. Brock stared back at him, without anger now. I bain't using Tess, Dirk. That be God's truth. She be loving Cullum, and that be mortal truth. That be only reason I be talking like this'n. We both be trapped. Let's be talking obvious. She be like Juliet to his Romeo, yes, by God. And that's what I be afeard of. And you too, if truth be knowed. I bain't wanting my Tess to end on marble slab, 'cause I hate thy guts. She love him. I be thinking of her. I dinna believe it. Nor I, by God. But Liza's writ 6 time about Tess. She said Tess be mooning and sighing and talking about Bull, but only about Cullum. And Tess is writted 16 time or more about what Cullum said and what Cullum bain't saying and what she said to Cullum and how Cullum be looking and what Cullum be a-saying back till I be fit to bust. Oh, yes, she love him right enough. It's puppy love, it means nothing. By the Lord God, you be a terrible hard man to talk sense to. You're wrong, Dirk. Brock suddenly felt very tired and very old. He wanted to be done with this. Weren't for Ball, it bain't never happening. Thee picked her to lead dance. Thee picked her to win prize. I did not. That was Sergeyev's choice, not mine. That be truth, by God. Aye. Brock looked at Struan deeply. Then mayhaps there be hand o' God in this'n. Tess bain't best dressed in't ball. I knowed it, all knowed it, excepting Cullum and Tess. He finished his tankard and set it down. And makes thee offer. Thee doan love thy Cullum like I be loving Tess. But give they two a fair wind and an open sea and a safe harbour, and I be doing likewise. The boy deserve it. He saved thy neck over the knoll, 'cause I swear by Christ I'd have strangled thee with it. If it's a fight thee wants, thee's got it. If I gets a lever to break thee regular, I swear by Christ I still be a-doing it, but not to they two. Give 'em fair wind, open sea, and safe harbour afore God. Eh? Brock stuck out his hand. Struan's voice grated. I'll shake on Cullum and Tess, but nah on Gorth. The way Struan said Gorth chilled Brock, but he did not withdraw his hand even though he knew the agreement was fraught with danger. They shook hands firmly. We be having one more drink to fix it proper, Brock said. Then thee can get to hell out of my house. He picked up the bell and rang it a 3rd time, and when no one appeared, he hurled it against the wall. Lee tongue! He roared. His voice echoed strangely. There was the sound of footsteps scurrying up the huge staircase, and the frightened face of a Portuguese clerk appeared. The servants have all disappeared, Signor. I can't find them anywhere. Struan raced to the window. The hawkers and stall sellers and bystanders and beggars were streaming silently from the square. Groups of traders in the English garden were standing stock-still, listening and watching. Struan turned and ran for the muskets, and he and Brock were at the rack in the same instant. "Get everyone below!" Brock shouted to the clerk. My factory, Tyler! Sound the alarm! Struan said, and then he was gone.
Within the hour, all the traders and their clerks were crammed into the Struan factory and into the English garden, which was its forecourt. The detachment of 50 soldiers was armed in battle order beside the gate. Their officer, Captain Oxford, was barely 20, a lithe, smart man with a wisp of fair moustache. Struan and Brock and Longstaff were in the centre of the garden. Jeff Cooper and Zergeyev were nearby. The night was wet and hot and brooding.
"You'd better order an immediate evacuation, Your Excellency," Struan said.
"Yes," Brock agreed. "No need to be precipitous, gentlemen," Longstaff said. "This has happened before, what?"
"Aye, but we've always had some sort of warning from the Kohong or from the Mandarins. It's never been this sudden."
Struan was listening intently to the night, but his eyes were counting the loshas moored alongside the wharves. Enough for everyone, he thought. "I dunna like the feel of the night." "Nor I, by God!" Brock spat furiously. "Afloat it be, says I." "Surely you don't think there's any danger?" Longstaff said. "I dinna ken, Your Excellency, but something tells me to get out of here," Struan said. "Or at least get afloat. Trade's finished for the season, so we can go or stay at our pleasure." "But they wouldn't dare attack us," Longstaff scoffed. "Why should they? What do they gain? The negotiations are going so well. Ridiculous." "I'm just suggesting we put into effect what you're always saying, Your Excellency, that it's better to be prepared for any eventuality." Longstaff motioned queasily to the officer. "Split your men into 3 parties, guard the east and west entrances, and Hog Street. Deny access to the square until further orders." "Yes, sir." Struan saw Cullum and Horatio and Gorth together near a lantern. Gorth was explaining the loading of a musket to Cullum, who was listening attentively. Gorth seemed strong and vital and powerful alongside Cullum. Struan looked away and glimpsed Mouse in the shadows, talking to a tall Chinese whom Struan had never seen before. Curious, Struan walked over to them. "Have you heard anything, Wolfgang?" "No, Tai-Pan. No rumours, nothing. Nor has Horatio. Gott in Himmel. I don't understand it." Struan was studying the Chinese. The man was wearing filthy peasant clothes and appeared to be in his early 30s. His eyes were heavy-lidded and piercing, and he was studying Struan with equal curiosity. "Who's he?" "Hong Xiu Chuan," Wolfgang said very proudly. "He's a Hakka. He's baptized, Tai-Pan. I baptized him. He's the best I've ever had, Tai-Pan. Brilliant mind, studious, and yet a peasant. At long last I've a convert who will spread God's word and help me in his work." "You'd better tell him to leave. If there's trouble and the Mandarins catch him with us, you'll have 1 convert less." "I've already told him, but he said, 'The ways of the Lord are strange, and men of God don't turn their backs on the heathen.' Don't worry, God will guard him, and I'll watch him with my own life." Struan nodded briefly to the man and went back to Longstaff and to Brock. "I be going aboard," Brock said. "And that be that." "Tyler, send Gorth and his men to reinforce the soldiers there." Struan pointed to the moor of Hog Street. "I'll take the east and cover you if there's trouble. You can fall back here." "You look after yourn," Brock said. "I be looking after mine. You bain't Commander-in-Chief, by God." He beckoned to Gorth. "You come along with me. Almeida, you and the rest of the clerks get books and aboard." He and his party marched out of the garden and headed across the square. "Cullum." "Yes, Tai-Pan." "Clean out the safe and get aboard the Losha." "Very well." Cullum lowered his voice. "Did you talk to Brock?" "Aye, not now, lad. Hurry. We'll talk later." "Was it yes or no?"
Struan felt others watching him, and although he wanted very much to tell Cullum what had been said, the garden was not the place to do it.
"God's death! Will you not do as you're told?"
"I want to know," Cullum said, eyes blazing.
"And I'm not prepared to discuss your problems now. Do as you're told."
Struan stamped off toward the front door. Jeff Cooper stopped him.
"Why evacuate? What's all the hurry, Tai-Pan?"
he asked.
"Just cautious, Jeff. Have you a Losha?"
"Yes."
"I'd be glad to give any of your people space who dinna have berths."
Struan glanced at Zergiev.
"The view from the river's quite pleasant, Your Highness, if you'd care to join us."
"Do you always run away when the square empties and the servants disappear?"
"Only when it pleases me."
Struan shoved back through the press of men.
"Vargas, get the books aboard and all the clocks. Armed."
"Yes, senor."
When the other traders saw that Struan and Brock were in truth preparing for a quick withdrawal, they hastily returned to their own factories and collected their books and bills of lading and everything that represented proof of their season's trading, and thus their future, and began to pack them in their boats. There was little treasure to worry about, since most of the trading was done with bills of exchange, and Brock and Struan had already sent their bullion back to Hong Kong. Longstaff cleared out his private desk and put his cipher book and secret papers into his dispatch box and joined Zergiev in the garden.
"Are you all packed, Your Highness?"
"There is nothing of importance. I find all this extraordinary. Either there is danger or there isn't. If there's danger, why aren't your troops here? If there's none, why run away?"
Longstaff laughed.
"The heathen mind, my dear sir, is very different from a civilized one. Her Majesty's government has been dealing directly with it for more than a century, so we've come to learn how to cope with Chinese affairs. Of course," he added dryly, "we're not concerned with conquest, only with peaceful trade, though we do consider this area a totally British sphere of influence." Struan was going through his safe, ascertaining that all their vital papers were aboard. "I've already done that," Cullum said as he barged into the room and slammed the door. "Now, what was the answer, by God?"
"You're engaged to be married," Struan said mildly. "By God."
Cullum was too stupefied to speak.
"Brock's delighted to have you as a son-in-law. You can get married next year."
"Brock said yes?"
"Aye, congratulations."
Struan calmly checked his desk drawer and locked it, pleased that his talk with Brock had gone as planned. "You mean he says yes? And you say yes?"
"Aye. You have to ask him formally, but he said he'd accept you. We have to discuss dowry and details, but he said you can be married next year."
Cullum threw his arms around Struan's shoulders.
"Oh, Father, thank you! Thank you!"
He did not hear himself say, "Father," but Struan did. A burst of firing shattered the night. Struan and Cullum ran to the window in time to see the front ranks of a mob at the western entrance to the square reeling under the fusillade. The hundreds in the rear shoved those in front forward, and the soldiers were pathetically engulfed as the screaming torrent of Chinese poured into the far end of the square. The mob carried torches and axes and spears and triad banners. They swarmed over the westernmost factory, which belonged to the Americans. A torch was thrown through a window and the doors were rushed. The mob began to loot and fire and rape the building. Struan grabbed his musket.
"Nay word of Tess, keep it very private till you've seen Brock."
They charged out into the hall.
"To hell with those, Vargas!"
he shouted as he saw him staggering under an armload of duplicate invoices.
"Get aboard!"
Vargas took to his heels. The square in front of Struan's factory and the garden was filled with traders in full flight to the Loshas. Some of the soldiers were stationed on the garden wall, ready for a last-ditch stand, and Struan joined them to help cover the retreat. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Cullum run back into the factory, but he was distracted when the van of the second mob surged down Hog Street. The soldiers protecting the entrance fired a volley and retreated in good order toward the English garden, where they took up their positions with the other soldiers to defend the last of the traders who were running for the boats. Those already on the ships had muskets ready, but the mob concentrated solely on the factories on the far side of the square and, astonishingly, paid little attention to the traders. Struan was relieved to see Cooper and the Americans aboard one of the launches. He had thought that they were still in their factory.
"'Pon my word, look at those scallywags,"
Longstaff said to no one in particular as he stood outside the garden and watched the mob, walking stick in hand. He knew that this meant the end of negotiations, that war was inevitable.
"Her Majesty's forces will soon put a stop to this nonsense."
He stamped back into the garden and found Sergeyev observing the havoc, his 2 liveried servants armed and nervous beside him.
"Perhaps you'd care to join me aboard, Your Highness," he said above the noise.
Longstaff knew that if Sergeyev were injured, there would be an international incident, which would give the Tsar a perfect opening to send reprisal warships and armies into Chinese waters. And that's not going to happen, goddamn, he told himself. There's only one way to deal with those carrion. You think your democracy will work with them? Of course. Have to give them time, what? Longstaff replied easily. Let's board now. We're fortunate it's a pleasant evening. One of the Russian servants said something to Sergeyev, who simply looked at him. The servant blanched and was silent. If you wish, Your Excellency, Sergeyev said, not to be outdone by Longstaff's obvious contempt for the mob. But I think I'd rather wait for the Tai-Pan. He took out his snuff-box and offered it, and was pleased to see his fingers were not shaking. Thank you. Longstaff took some snuff. Damnable business, what? He strolled over to Struan. What the devil started them off, Dirk? The Mandarins, that's certain. There's never been a mob like this before. Never. Best get aboard. Struan was watching the square. The last of the traders boarded the ships. Only Brock was not accounted for. Gorth and his men were still guarding the door to their factory on the east side, and Struan was infuriated to see Gorth fire into the looting mob, which was not threatening them directly. He was tempted to order an immediate retreat, then in the confusion to raise his musket and kill Gorth. He knew that no one would notice in the melee. It would save him a killing in the future. But Struan did not fire. He wanted the pleasure of seeing the terror in Gorth's eyes when he did kill him. Those on the launches cast off hastily, and many of the boats eased into midstream. Queerly, the mob still ignored them. Smoke was billowing from the Cooper-Tillman factory. The whole building caught as a squall of tinder wind hit it, and flames licked the night. Struan saw Brock storm out of his factory, a musket in one hand, a cutlass in the other, his pockets bulging with papers. His chief clerk, Almeida, ran ahead toward the boat under the weight of the books. Brock, Gorth and his men guarding, and then another mob hit the east entrance, swamping the soldiers, and Struan knew it was time to run. "Get aboard!" he roared, turning for the garden gate. He stopped in his tracks. Sergeyev was leaning on the garden wall, a pistol in one hand, his rapier in the other. Longstaff was beside him. "Time to run!" he yelled over the tumult. Sergeyev laughed. "Which way?" There was a violent explosion as the flames reached the American arsenal, and the building shattered, spilling burning debris into the mob, killing some, mutilating others. The Triad banners crossed Hog Street, and the berserk pillaging mob followed, systematically tearing into the eastern factories. Struan was through the gate when he remembered Cullum. He shouted to his men to cover and rushed back. "Cullum! Cullum!" Cullum came charging down the stairs. "I forgot something," he said, and tore for the Lorcha. Zergeyev and Longstaff were still waiting with the men beside the gate. Their escape was blocked by a third mob, which gushed across the square and fell on the factory next to theirs. Struan pointed to the wall and they shinned over it. Cullum fell, but Struan grabbed him up and together they ran for the boats, Zergeyev and Longstaff close alongside. The mob let them pass, but once they had started across the square, leaving the path to the factory clear, the leaders charged into the garden. Many had torches, and they fell on the noble house. Now flames poured from most of the factories, and a roof fell with a vast sigh, and more flames showered the thousands in the square. Brock was on the main deck of his Lorcha, profanely exhorting the crew. They all were armed, and their guns pointed landward. Standing on the poop, Gorth saw the fore and aft hawsers cast off. As the Lorcha began to fall away from the wharf, Gorth seized a musket, aimed at the Chinese who were jammed into the doorway of their factory, and pulled the trigger. He saw a man fall and grinned devilishly. He picked up another musket, then noticed Struan and the others charging for their Lorcha, milling Chinese ahead of and behind them. He made certain no one was watching him, and aimed carefully. Struan was between Cullum and Zergeyev, Longstaff alongside. Gorth pulled the trigger. Zergeyev spun around and smashed into the ground. Gorth took another musket, but Brock rushed up to the poop. "Get forward and man the fore cannon!" he shouted. "No firing till I says!" He shoved Gorth along, roaring at his men. "Get the helm over, by God! Let go the reefs, and all sail ho!" He glanced shoreward and saw Struan and Longstaff bending over Zergeyev, Cullum beside him, the mob surging toward them. He grabbed the musket that Gorth had dropped, aimed, and fired. A leader fell, and the mob hesitated. Struan hoisted Zergeyev onto his shoulder. "Fire over their heads!" he ordered. His men spun out protectively and fired a volley at point-blank range. The Chinese in front shrank back, and those behind pressed forward. The hysterical melee which ensued gave Struan and his men enough time to make their boat. Mouse was waiting on the dock beside the Lorcha, the strange Chinese convert nearby. Both were armed. Mouse had a Bible in one hand and a cutlass in the other, and he was shouting, "Blessed be the Lord! Forgive these poor sinners!" He hacked at the air with the blade, and the mob avoided him. When they were all aboard and the Lorcha in midstream, they looked back. The whole settlement was ablaze. Dancing flames and billowing smoke and fiendish screaming, all blended into an inferno. Longstaff was on his knees beside Zergeyev, who lay on the quarterdeck. Struan hurried toward them. "Get forward!" he roared at Mouse. "Be lookout!" Zergeyev was white with shock and was holding the right side of his groin. Blood was oozing from under his hand. The servant guards were moaning with terror. Struan pushed them out of the way and ripped open the front flap of Zergeyev's trousers. He cut away the trouser leg. The musket ball had scored the stomach deeply, low, and obliquely, a fraction of an inch above his sex, and then had entered his right thigh. Blood seeped heavily, but it was not spurting. Struan thanked God that the ball had not entered the stomach as he had expected. He turned Zergeyev over, and the Russian choked back a groan. The back of his thigh was torn and bloody where the ball had come out. Struan gingerly probed the wound and took out a small piece of shattered bone. "Get the blankets and brandy and a brazier!" Struan snapped at a seaman. "Your Highness, can you move your right leg?" Zergeyev shifted it slightly and winced with pain, but his leg moved. "Your hip's all right, I think, laddie. Stay still now." When the blankets were brought, he wrapped Zergeyev in them and propped him more comfortably on the seat behind the helmsman and gave him brandy. When the brazier came, Struan opened the wound to the air and doused it heavily with the brandy. He heated his knife in the coals of the brazier. "Hold him, Will! Cullum, give us a hand!" They knelt down, Longstaff at his feet, Cullum at his head. Struan put the red-hot knife into the forewound, and the brandy caught, and Sergeyev passed out. Struan cauterized the wound in front and probed deeply and quickly, wanting to do it fast now that Sergeyev was unconscious. He turned him over and probed again. The smell of burning flesh filled the air. Longstaff turned aside and vomited, but Cullum held on and helped, and Longstaff turned back once more. Struan reheated the knife and poured more brandy over the back wound and cauterized it deeply and thoroughly. His head ached from the stench, and sweat was dripping off his chin, but his hands were steady, and he knew that if he did not do the burning carefully, the wound would rot, and Sergeyev would certainly die. With such a wound, 9 men in 10 would die. Then he was finished. He bandaged Sergeyev, and he rinsed his own mouth with brandy. Its fumes cleared away the smell of blood and burning flesh. Then he gulped heavily and studied Sergeyev. The face was grey and bloodless. "Now he's in the hands of his own Joss," he said. "You all right, Cullum?"
Yes, I think so."
"Get below. Organize hot rum for all hands. Check stores. You're number 2 aboard now. Get everyone sorted out." Cullum left the poop. The 2 Russian servants were kneeling beside Sergeyev. One of them touched Struan and spoke brokenly, obviously thanking him. Struan motioned them to stay beside their master. He stretched wearily and put his hand on Longstaff's shoulder and drew him aside, and bent low to Longstaff's ear. "Did you see muskets among the Chinese?" Longstaff shook his head.
"None."
"Nor did I," Struan said.
"There were guns going off all over the place."
Longstaff was white-faced and greatly concerned.
"One of those unlucky accidents."
Struan said nothing for a moment. "If he dies, there'll be very large trouble, eh?"
"Let's hope he doesn't, Dirk."
Longstaff bit his lip.
"I'll have to advise the Foreign Secretary of the accident at once. I'll have to hold an inquiry."
"Aye." Longstaff looked across at the grey, corpse-like face. Sergeyev's breathing was shallow.
"Damned annoying, what?"
From the position of the wound, and from where he was standing when he was felled, there's nae doubt that it was one of our bullets.
"It was one of those unfortunate accidents."
"Aye, but the bullet could have been aimed."
"Impossible. Who'd want to kill him?"
"Who'd want to kill you, or Cullum, or perhaps me? We were all very close together."
"Who?"
"I've a dozen enemies."
"Brock wouldn't murder you in cold blood."
"I never said he would. Offer a reward for information. Someone may have seen something."
Together they watched the settlement. It was far astern now, only flames and smoke above the rooftops of Canton. "Madness to loot like that. Hasn't happened ever before. Why would they do that? Why?" Longstaff said.
"I dinna ken."
"As soon as we get to Hong Kong, we go north, this time to the gates of Peking, by God. The Emperor's going to be very sorry he ordered this."
"Aye, but first mount an immediate attack against Canton."
"But that's a waste of time, what?"
"Mount an attack within the week. You'll now have to press it home. Ransom Canton again. 6 millions of taels."
"Why?"
"You need a month or more to get the fleet ready to stab north. The weather's not right yet. You'll have to wait till the reinforcements arrive. They're due when?"
"Month? 6 weeks?"
"Good." Struan's face hardened. In the meantime, the Kohong will have to find 6 million taels. That'll teach them not to warn us, by God. You have to show the flag here before you go north, or we'll lose face. If they get away with burning the settlement, we'll never be safe in the future. Order Nemesis to stand off the city, a 12-hour ultimatum, or you'll lay waste Canton. Zergeyev moaned, and Struan went over to him. The Russian was still in shock and almost unconscious. Then Struan noticed Mouse's Chinese convert watching him. The man was standing on the main deck beside the starboard gunwale. He made the sign of the cross over Struan, and closed his eyes, and silently began to pray. Chapter 27. Struan jumped out of the cutter onto their new wharf at Queenstown and hurried along its length toward the vast, nearly completed 3-story building. His limp was more pronounced today under a white-hot sky. The lion and the dragon fluttered atop the flagpole. He noted that many smaller buildings and dwellings were completed all over Happy Valley, and that a start had been made on the church on the knoll, that Brock's wharf on the far side of the bay was completed, and the factory adjoining it almost ready. Other buildings and residences were still encased in soaring sheaths of bamboo scaffoldings. Queen's Road was rock-surfaced. But there were very few coolies working, although it was only early afternoon. The day was hot and very humid. A pleasant easterly wind had begun to touch the valley lightly. He strode into the main foyer, his shirt sticking to his back. A perspiring Portuguese clerk looked up, startled.
"Madre de Dios, Mr. Struan! Good day, senor. We did not expect you."
"Where's Mr. Robb?"
"Upstairs, senor, but there—"
But Struan was already running up the staircase. The first landing hallway led off north and east and west into the depths of the building. Many windows watched seaward and landward. The fleet was silently at anchor, and his lordship had been the first home from Canton. He turned east and passed the half-completed dining room, his footsteps a brittle echo on the uncarpeted stone. He knocked on a door and opened it. The door let into a spacious suite. It was half-furnished, chairs and sofas and stone floor and quantz paintings on the wall, rich carpets, an empty fireplace. Sarah was sitting in a high-backed chair beside one of the windows, a bamboo latticed fan in her hand. She was staring at him. "Hello, Sarah."
"Hello, Dirk."
"How's Karen?"
"Karen's dead."
Sarah's eyes were pale blue and unwavering, her face pink and greasy with sweat. Her hair was streaked with white, her face aged.
"I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," he said.
Sarah fanned herself abstractedly. The slight breeze made by the fan wafted a limp strand of hair into her face, but she did not brush it away. "When did it happen?" he asked.
3 days ago. Perhaps 2,
she said, her voice flat.
I don't know.
The fan kept moving back and forth, seemingly of its own volition. "How's the Baron?"
"Still alive. Lauchlin's still alive."
Struan wiped a droplet of sweat off his chin with his fingers. "We're the first back from Canton. They burned the settlement. We got Rob's letter just before we left. I've just arrived."
"I watched your cutter come ashore,"
she said. "Where's Rob?" he asked. She motioned with the fan at the door, and he saw the thinness of her blue-veined wrists. Struan went into the bedroom. The room was large, and the canopied four-poster had been made from a pattern of his own. Rob was lying in the bed, his eyes closed, his face grey and gaunt against the sweat-stained pillow. "Rob," Struan said, but the eyes did not open and the lips were slightly parted. Struan's soul twisted. He touched his brother's face.
coldness. Death coldness. A dog barked close by, and a fly battered the window. Struan turned and walked out of the room and closed the door quietly. Sarah was still sitting in the high-backed chair. The fan moved slowly, back and forth, back and forth. He loathed her for not telling him. "Rob died an hour ago," she said. 2 or 3 hours, or an hour. I don't remember. Before he died, he gave me a message for you. It was this morning, I think. Maybe it was in the night. I think it was this morning. Rob said, 'Tell Dirk I never wanted to be Tai-Pan.'"
"I'll make the necessary arrangements, Sarah. Best you and the Barons get aboard Resting Cloud."
I closed his eyes, and I closed Karen's eyes. Who'll close your eyes, Tai-Pan? Who'll close mine?
He made the arrangements, and then walked up the small rise toward his house. He was thinking about the first day Rob had arrived in Macau. "Dirk, all your troubles are over. I've arrived," Rob had said with his wonderful smile. "We'll smash the East India Company and obliterate Brock. We'll be like lairds and start a dynasty that will rule Asia forever. There's a girl I'm going to marry, Sarah McGlenn. She's 15 now, and we're betrothed, and we'll marry in 2 years.
"Tell me, God," Struan asked, "where do we go wrong? How? Why do people change? How do quarrel and violence and hatred and hurt come from sweetness and youth and tenderness and love? And why? Because they always do, with Sarah, with Ronaldo. And it'll be the same with Cullum and Tess. Why?"
He was at the gate in the high wall that surrounded his house. He opened it and looked at the house. All was quiet, ominously quiet. The word malaria flooded his brain. A slight wind waved the tall bamboos. The garden was well planted now, flowers, shrubs, bees foraging. He walked up the steps and opened his door, but he did not enter at once. He listened from the doorstep. There was no welcome laughter, no muted, chattering sing-song from the servants. The house felt empty. He looked at the barometer, 29.8 inches. Fair weather. He walked slowly down the passageway, the air strangely incense-laden. He noticed dust where there had been none before. He opened the door of May's bedroom. The bed was made and empty, and the room abnormally neat and tidy. The children's room was empty. No cots or toys. Then he saw her through the windows. She came from the hidden side of the garden with cut flowers in her hand and an orange sunshade shielding her face. Then he was outside, and she was in his arms.
"God's blood, Tai-Pan! You've crushed my flowers!"
May put the flowers down and threw her arms around his neck.
"Where you come from, Heya? Tai-Pan, you crush me too tight. Please, what for your face so strange?"
He lifted her and sat on a bench in the sun. She stayed contentedly in his arms, warmed by his strength and his relief at seeing her. She smiled up at him.
"So, you miss me fantastical, Heya?"
"I missed you fantastical, Heya."
"Good. Why for you unhappy? And what for when I see you are like ghosted?"
"Troubles, May. And I thought I'd lost you." Where are the children?
In Macau. I sent them into house of Chen Sheng, into the keeping of elder sister. When fever sickness began, I thought it terrifical wise. I sent them with Mary Sinclair. What for you think you lost me, hey?
Nothing. When did the children go?
A week ago. Mary would watch them safe. She returns tomorrow.
Where's Assam and Lim Din?
I sent them for foods. When we spy your lordship, I think, the house she is terrifical dirty and no foods, so I make them hurry clean house and send off to get foods, never mind.
She tossed her head.
Those lazy good-for-nothing whores needs a beating. I'm terrible glad you're back, Tai-Pan. Oh, yes, indeed. Housekeepings have soared, and I have no monies, so you'll have to give me more because we support Lim Din's whole clan and our sums. Not that I mind their immediate family, that's of course fair squeeze, never mind, but their whole clans? 1,000 times no, by God. We're rich, yes, but not that rich, and we must hold on to our wealth or soon we'll be penniless.
She frowned as she watched him.
What for, Troubles?
Rob's dead. And little Karen. Her eyes widened, and her happiness fled.
I knew about little girl, but not brother Rob. I hear he has fever 3-4 days ago. But he's deaded. When this happen?
A few hours ago.
That's terrible, Joss. Better we leaving this cursed valley.
It's not cursed, lass. But it does have fever.
Aye. But forgive me for mentioning it again. Dinna forget, we live on the dragon's eyeball.
Her eyes turned up, and she loosed a stream of Cantonese and Mandarin supplications. When she was calm again, she said,
Dinna forget, our feng shui here is dreadful, terrible bad.
Struan had to come to grips with the quandary that had racked him for weeks. If he left the valley, everyone would leave. If he stayed, Mei might catch the fever and die, and he could never risk that. If he stayed and she went to Macau, others would die that need not die. How to keep everyone safe from the fever and at the same time preserve Queenstown and Hong Kong?
Tai-Pan, we hear you had bad troubles in Canton.
He told her what had happened.
Fantastical crazy. Why for loot here?
Aye.
But terrifical wise for all not to fire settlement until trade is finished. Very wise. What will happen now? You go against Peking?
First we crush Canton, then Peking.
Why Canton, Tai-Pan? It was the Emperor, not them. They do orders only.
Aye, but they should have warned us of trouble. They'll pay 6 millions of ransom and pay it quickly, or they'll have nae city, by God. First Canton and then north. Mei's frown deepened. She knew that she must send word to her grandfather, Jinghua, to forewarn him, because the Kohong would have to find all the ransom, and if Jinghua was not prepared, he would be ruined. She had never sent information to her grandfather before, and had never used her position of knowledge clandestinely. But this time she felt she must. And the thought that she would be part of an intrigue excited her greatly. After all, she told herself, without intrigue and secrets, a huge part of the joy of life is missing. I wonder why the mobs pillage when there was no need to pillage. Stupid. Will we mourn 100 days for your brother? She asked. I canna mourn more than I have, lass, he said, drained of strength.
100 days is custom. I will arrange Chinese funeral with Gordon Chen. 50 professional mourners with drums and rattles and banners. Uncle Rob will have a funeral remembered for years. In this we spare no expense. Then you will be pleased, as the gods will be pleased."
"We cannot have such a thing," he said, shocked. "This is not Chinese funeral. We cannot have professional mourners."
"Then how for do you public honor your loved brother and give him face before the real people of Hong Kong? Of course there must be mourners. Are we not the noble house? Can we lose face afore the meanest coolie? Apart from being disordinary bad manners and bad joss, you simply cannot do it."
"It's not our custom, Mamie. We do things differently."
"Of course," she had said cheerfully. "My whole point, Tai-Pan, you look over your face with barbarians, but I will do same with my people. I will mourn private 100 days, for of course I cannot go in public to your funeral or Chinese funeral. I will dress in white clothes, which is color of mourning. I will have a tablet made, as always, and we'll kowtow nightly to it. Then, at the end of 100 days, we burn the tablet, as always, and his soul will be reborn safely, as always. It is Joss, Tai-Pan. The gods had need of him. Never mind."
But he was not listening to her. He was racking his brain for an answer. How to fight the fever, and how to have the valley, and how to protect Hong Kong.
Chapter 28. 3 days later, Rob was buried, beside Karen's grave. Wolfgang Maus said the service in the roofless church under a cloudless sky. All the Tai-Pans were present, except Wilf Tillman, who still lay on the Cooper-Tillman hulk, more dead than alive, with Happy Valley fever. Longstaff was not at the service. He and the General and the Admiral had already sailed for Canton, with the fleet and troop ships and all the soldiers who were fit. The distemper, dysentery, had decimated their ranks. HMS Nemesis had been sent ahead. Sarah sat in the first rough-hewn pew. She wore black clothes, and her veil was black. Siobhan was also in black, and Mary, and Liza, Tess, and the others. The men, too, were dressed somberly, and they sweated profusely. Struan got up to read the lesson, and Siobhan watched him intently. She had given him her condolences yesterday, and knew that there was nothing more to be done now. In a week or two, all would be well again. Now that Rob had died, she would have to revise her plans. She had planned to marry Struan quickly, and then take him away, first to Washington to meet those of great importance, hence to London and to Parliament, but with the added strength of close American ties. Later, back to Washington, ambassador. But now the plan would be delayed, for she knew he could not leave until Cullum was ready to take over. Simultaneously with the silent, sombre, black-clothed funeral in Happy Valley and the cortege along Queen's Road to the cemetery, a deafening, white-clothed Chinese funeral procession wove through the narrow alleys of Taiping Shan and cried to the gods about the great loss of the noble house, shrieking and moaning and groaning and tearing their raiment and banging drums. And the people of Taiping Shan were greatly impressed with the manners of the Tai-Pan and with the largesse of his house. The stature of Gordon Chen increased with the gained face of his father, for none of the dwellers on the hill would have guessed that the Tai-Pan would so honor their gods and their customs. Not that Gordon Chen needed an increase of face. Was he not already the greatest landlord in Hong Kong, and did not his business tentacles extend in all directions?
Did he not own most of the buildings, and the sedan chair business, and 3 laundries, 14 fishing sampans, 2 apothecary shops, 6 restaurants, 19 shoeshine stands, and clothes shops, and shoemaking shops, and knife-making shops? And did he not own 51% of the first jewellery-making shop with expert Kwangtung carvers, both of jewels and of wood? All this apart from his vast money-lending business. Ah, and what a money-lender! Incredible to believe he was so rich he loaned money at 1.5% less than was customary and monopolized the industry. And it was rumoured that he was in partnership with the Tai-Pan himself, and that with the death of his barbarian uncle, new, huge riches would come to him. Among the triads, Gordon Chen needed nothing to improve his position. They knew who he was, and he was obeyed without question. Even so, the triads in the building trade and the stevedore trade and cleaning trade and night soil collecting trade, and in the fishing, cooking and hawking trades, in the laundry, servant and coolie trades, they too needed to borrow money from time to time, and needed houses to live in. Consequently, they too were filled with great sorrow that their leader's barbarian uncle had died, and they happily gave the extra week of squeeze. They knew that it was wise to be on the side of the Tai-Pan of Taiping Shan. They knew that part of the squeeze would pay for the offerings to the gods, roast suckling pigs and pastries and sweetmeats and cooked meats without number, and lobsters and prawns and fish and crabs by sampan load, and breads and mountains of rice. They knew that once the gods had benignly looked upon such magnificence, these offerings would be distributed, and that they themselves would feast upon them to the satisfaction of even the hungriest. So all the people groaned aloud with the mourners, enjoying the drama of death hugely, blessing their Joss that they were alive to mourn, to eat, to make love, to make money, to become, perhaps, with Joss, as rich, and thus have so colossal a face in death before all their neighbours. Gordon Chen followed the cortege. He was very solemn, and rent his garments, but with great dignity, and cried aloud to the gods of the huge loss he had suffered. The king of the beggars followed him, and thus both gained face. And the gods smiled. When the grave was filled with the dry, sterile earth, Struan accompanied Sarah to the cutter. "I'll come aboard this evening," he said. Without answering him, Sarah sat in the stern of the boat and turned her back on the island. When the cutter was seaborne, Struan headed toward Happy Valley. Beggars and sedan chair coolies were infesting the roadway, but they did not bother the Tai-Pan. He had continued to pay the monthly squeeze to the king of the beggars. Struan saw Cullum standing beside Tess in the midst of the entire Brock clan. He approached the group and raised his hat politely to the ladies. He glanced at Cullum. "Would you walk with me, Cullum?" "Certainly," Cullum said. He had not talked to his father since their return, not about important things, like how Uncle Rob's death would affect their plans, or when the engagement could be official. It was no secret that he had asked Brock formally for Tess at Whampoa on the retreat from Canton, and had been gruffly accepted. It was also no secret that because of the sudden tragedy, plans for the announcement had been held in abeyance. Struan raised his hat again and walked off, Cullum beside him. They strolled the road silently.
Others who had seen them with the Brocks shook their heads in renewed amazement that Brock had agreed to a marriage that surely was the Tai-Pan's brainchild. "Morning, Mary," Struan said as Mary Sinclair came up to him, Glessing and Horatio with her. She looked drained and unwell.
"Morning, Tai-Pan. Could I drop by this afternoon?" she asked. "Perhaps I could have a few moments of your time."
"Aye, of course. Around sunset at my house?"
"Thank you. I can't tell you how sorry I am about your loss."
"Yes," Glessing said. "Terrible luck." Over the weeks he had become more and more impressed with Struan. Damn it! Anyone who was Royal Navy, who was a powder monkey at Trafalgar, was worthy of the greatest respect, by God. When Cullum had told him, he had immediately asked, "What ship?" and had been astonished when Cullum said, "I don't know, I didn't ask." He wondered if the Tai-Pan had served with his father. It was on the tip of his tongue to ask, but he could not, for Cullum had told him privately. "Damned sorry, Tai-Pan." "Thank you. How are things with you?" "Fine, thank you. Damned lot of work to do, that's certain. Might be a good idea to put deep-water storm anchors out for the capital ships." Glessing was abruptly attentive. "You can smell a storm coming?" "Nay, but this is typhoon season. Sometimes they come early, sometimes late." "Thanks for the suggestion. I'll have them begin this afternoon." Damn wise, Glessing told himself. The man bears so much tragedy well, and he's as canny a seaman as ever sailed the seas. Mary thinks the world of him, and her opinion's valuable, by Jove. And because of him, the fleet's slamming against Canton, by God, within a couple of days of those devils daring to fire the settlement. Damn the Admiral's eyes! Why the devil won't that stupid bugger give me back my ship? Wonder if I dare ask the Tai-Pan to put in a word for me. "Are you going to join the fleet?" "I dinna ken." Struan glanced at Horatio. "When did you get back, lad?"
"Last night, Tai-Pan. His Excellency sent me back to represent him at the funeral. I'm glad to pay my respects. I'll be going back with the tide."
"It was kind of him, and kind of you. Please give him my regards."
"He was most anxious to find out how His Highness was."
"Not so bad. He's aboard China Cloud. Why do you not pay him a visit? I think his hip's damaged, but you can never tell this early. See you later, Mary." He raised his hat again, and he and Cullum took their leave. Struan wondered about Mary. I suppose she wants to tell me about the children. Hope nothing's amiss. What's the matter with Horatio and Glessing? They seem so tense and ruffled. "May I see you to the hotel, Miss Sinclair?" Glessing was saying. "Perhaps you'd both care to lunch with me at the dockyard."
"I'd like that, George dear," Mary said, "but Horatio won't be able to join us."
Before Horatio could say anything, she added quietly,
"My dear brother told me you asked, formally, for my hand in marriage."
Glessing was startled. Yes, I did. I hope... Well, yes."
"I would like to tell you that I accept."
"By Jove!" Glessing took her hand and kissed it. "I swear to God, Mary, by the Lord Harry, by Jove, I swear—" He turned to thank Horatio. His joy vanished. "God's death! What's the matter?" Horatio's eyes were fixed malevolently on Mary. He forced a twisted smile, but did not look away from her. "Nothing." "You don't approve?" Glessing's voice was tight.
"Oh, yes, he does. Don't you, dear brother?"
Mary broke in. You're very very young, and—
But you do approve, don't you? And we'll be married 3 days before Christmas. If that would suit you, George.
Glessing was chilled by the blatant animosity between sister and brother.
Is that satisfactory, Horatio?
I'm sure the Tai-Pan would appreciate your approval, Horatio.
Mary was glad that she had decided to marry George. Now she would have to get rid of the baby. If May could not help, then she would have to ask the Tai-Pan for the favour that he owed her.
I'm accepting, George, she said defiantly, hiding her fear.
Be damned to both of you!
Horatio stalked off.
What in God's name's the matter with him? Does that mean he approves, or that he doesn't?
Glessing asked irately.
He approves, George dear. Don't worry. And please forgive me for being so abrupt, but I wanted it said now.
No, Mary, I'm sorry. I had no idea that your brother was so bitterly against it. If I'd thought for a moment, well, I wouldn't have been so precipitate.
His joy at being accepted was twisted by the pain he saw in Mary's face, and by his ever-present fury at not being with the fleet.
God damn the Admiral! The pox on this cursed shore berth, and the pox on Sinclair! How the devil could I have ever liked that bastard? How dared he be so rude?
I'm so glad you're here, George,
he heard her say. He saw her brush away some tears, and his happiness returned. Without the shore job, he would never be able to spend so much time with Mary. He blessed his luck. She'd accepted him, and that was all that counted. He put his arm in hers.
No more tears, he said. This is the best day in my life, and we're going to have lunch and celebrate. We'll dine together tonight, and every lunch and every dinner from now on. We'll make the announcement next month. From now on, I'll look after you. If anyone troubles you, he'll have to answer to me, by God!
Struan and Cullum were having brandy in the factory office. The room was vast, stone-floored. In it were a polished teak desk and ship's lanterns, a barometer in gimbals near the teak door, quantz paintings on the walls, well-oiled leather chairs and sofa, sweetly smelling. Struan stood at the window and stared at the harbour. The calm expanse seemed empty without the fleet and troop ships. Of the clippers, only China Cloud and the White Witch remained. There were few merchantmen which had not yet found full cargoes for home, and several incoming ships that had just arrived with stores ordered last year. Cullum was studying the painting that hung over the mantel. It was the portrait of a Chinese boat girl wearing a cloak. She was startlingly beautiful. She carried a basket under her arm and was smiling. Cullum wondered if the rumour were true, that this was his father's mistress who lived in his house a few 100 yards away.
I canna leave now as we planned. I've decided to stay, Struan said, without turning from the window.
Cullum felt a shaft of disappointment.
I could manage. I'm sure I could.
Aye, in time.
Cullum marvelled again at the wisdom of his friend Gorth. Last night on the quarter-deck of the White Witch, Gorth had said,
You mark my words, old friend. He'll never leave now. I'll wager what's you like, but he'll be a-calling you in, and he'll say he'll not be leaving. It'd be a terrible thing to say, but you and me's to wait for dead men's shoes.
But I couldn't manage Gorth by myself. Not as Tai-Pan, not alone.
O' course you could. Why, if you needs help, which you won't, I'd help you all you needs. And so will Da. After all, Cullum, you'll be a family now. Of course you could manage, by God. But if you says that, the Tai-Pan'll say, Sure you can, Cullum, in time.
You really think I could?
No doubt on God's green earth. What's so hard, eh? You buys and sells, and your comprador takes most of the risk. Ships is ships, and tea's tea, and opium's opium. A Tai-Pan makes decisions, that be all. Just common sense, mostly. Why, look what you did over the knoll. You decided right clever. You did, no one else. And you forced him to talk to Dar about Tess, and Dar forced him to give you and Tess a safe harbour.
Perhaps I could manage the house if all was quiet, but not Longstaff, and a war, and Jinqua.
Them's unimportant. The war be out of our hands, howsomever your Dar would like to pretend otherwise. And as for that old fox Jinqua, I can helps you keep that monkey in place. No, Cullum, we's to wait till they dies. And that be terrible when we's young with new ideas and what not. And even if they gives us reins now, what's so wrong with that? Our Dars protects our back at home, and we seeks their help at the drop of a bowler, not like we was casting they out. It be their house, of course, but they'd never believe that. They both be having salt water for brain. They've to keep all to theyselves, and then, and only then'll they be happy. He'll slough you off with, you be needing experience 2 or 3 year, but that mean forever.
Cullum stared at his father's back. I could manage, Tai-Pan.
Struan turned to him. Longstaff, Jinqua, and the war?
The war's not in your hands, is it?
No, but without guidance, Longstaff would have wrecked us years ago.
If you were to leave, well, it's not like you'd be washing your hands of the house, would it? If there was anything I couldn't handle, I'd ask you at the drop of a bowler.
When I leave, lad, you have to be in total charge. The mails take 6 months home and back. Too much could happen in that time. You need experience. You're not ready yet.
When will I be?
That depends on you.
You promised I'd be Tai-Pan a year after... Well, a year after Uncle Rob.
Aye, if you were ready. And you're not ready for me to leave as planned. Brock and Gorth'll eat you up.
Yes, Cullum told himself, Gorth's right again. It's dead men's shoes. Very well. What can I do to prove I'm worthy?
Nothing more than you're doing, lad. You need more experience. 2 years, 3. I'll tell you when I'm sure. Cullum knew that nothing could be gained by arguing at this time.
Do you want me to take over Uncle Rob's departments?
Aye, but for the moment, order nothing and sell nothing and sack naebody without my approval. I'll give you a specific letter of instruction. Help Vargas to assess our loss in the settlement and put the books in order.
When do you think it would be all right to announce our engagement?
Have you discussed this with Brock?
Only when I saw him at Whampoa. He suggested Midsummer Night.
Struan suddenly remembered Saga and what he had said about Wu Kwok, that Wu Kwok could be ambushed easily at Kimoy on Midsummer Night. He knew that now he had no alternative but to gamble that Saga had been speaking the truth and to go after Wu Kwok. Wu Kwok dead would mean one less hazard for Cullum to worry about. What about the other 3 half-coins? What Machiavellian favours would they require, and when? He looked at the calendar that was on his desk. Today was June the 15th. Midsummer Night was 9 days off. Leave it for Midsummer Night, but only a small party, just family, he added with thin irony.
We've thought about the wedding present we want you to give us. It was Tess's idea.
He handed a sheet of paper to Struan. What is it?
Just a solemn contract to forget the past and be friends, to be signed by the Brocks and the Struans.
I've already made the only bargain I'll make with those two, Struan said, giving it back without reading it.
Gorth's willing, and he said his father would be.
I'll bet Gorth is, by God. But Tyler will not sign any such paper.
If he's willing, will you sign it?
No.
Please?
No.
Our children will belong to both of you, and—
I've considered the children carefully, Cullum, Struan interrupted, and a lot of other things. I doubt very much if your children will have an uncle and a grandfather on their mother's side by the time they're old enough to understand what those are. Cullum stalked to the door. Wait! Cullum!
Will you please give us the present we ask for, beg for?
I canna. They'll never honour that. Gorth and Brock are after your hide, and—
Cullum slammed the door in his face. Struan drank another brandy, then hurled the glass into the fireplace. That night, Struan lay awake in the four-poster beside Maymay. The windows were open to the moon and to the breeze that carried a bracing salt tang. Outside the vast net which enclosed the bed, a few mosquitoes relentlessly sought an entrance to the food within. Unlike most of the Europeans, Struan had always used a mosquito net. Jinqua had advised it as good for health years upon years ago. Struan was brooding about the malarial night gases, afraid that he and Maymay were breathing them now. And he was concerned about Sarah. When he had seen her a few hours ago, she had told him she was determined to leave by the first boat. "You're not strong enough," he had said, "nor is Lachlan." "Even so, we're leaving. Will you make the arrangements, or shall I? You've a copy of Rob's will?"
"Aye."
"I've just read it. Why should you be trustee for his share of the company, not me?"
"It's not a woman's job, Sarah. But you need not worry. You'll get every penny."
"My lawyers will see to that, Tai-Pan."
He had controlled his anger with an effort. "This is typhoon season. It's a bad time to sail home. Wait till fall. You'll both be stronger then."
"We leave at once."
"Have it your own way."
He had gone to see Zergeyev. The Russian's wound was inflamed, but not gangrenous, so there was hope. Next, he had returned to his office and had written a dispatch for Longstaff, telling him that he had heard the pirate Wu Kwok would be at Quemoy on Midsummer Night, that frigates should lie in wait for him, that he knew these waters well, and would be glad to lead the expedition if the Admiral wished. He had sent the dispatch to Horatio, and just before he left for home, the army doctors had come to see him. They told him there was no doubt any more. The fever of Happy Valley was malaria. He twisted fitfully in the bed. "You like to play backgammon?" Maymay asked, as tired as he was and as restless.
"No, thank you, lass. Can you not sleep either?"
"No, never mind," she replied. She was worried about the Tai-Pan. He had been strange this day. And she was worried about Mary Sinclair. This afternoon Mary had arrived early, before Struan had returned. Mary had told her about the baby, and about her secret life in Macau, even about Horatio and Glessing. "I'm sorry," Mary had said in tears. They were speaking Mandarin, which they both preferred to Cantonese. "I had to tell someone. There's no one I can ask for help. No one." "There, Mary, my dear," Maymay had said. "Don't cry. First we'll have some tea, and then we'll decide what to do." So they had had tea,
and Mei had been astonished at the barbarians and the way they looked at life and sex.
What help do you need? Help to get rid of the child. My God, it's already beginning to show. But why didn't you ask me weeks ago? I hadn't the courage. If I hadn't forced the issue with Horatio, I'd still not have the courage. But now, what can I do? How long is it in your womb? Almost 3 months. Less a week. That's not good, Mary. It may be very dangerous after 2 months.
Mei had considered the practicability of Mary's problem and the dangers that it entailed.
I will send our son to Taiping Shan. I've heard there's a herbalist who may be able to help you. You understand, it may be very dangerous. Yes, if you can help me, I'll do anything. Anything. You're my friend. Friends must help each other. But you must never, never tell anyone. I promise, before God. When I've got the herbs, I'll send our son to your servant, Atat. Can you trust her? Yes. When's your birthday, Mary? Why? The astrologer will have to find an auspicious day to take the medicine, of course.
Mary had told her the day and the hour.
Where will you take the medicine? You can't at the hotel or here. It may take days for you to recover. Macau. I'll go to Macau, to my private house. It'll be safe there. Yes, I'll be safe there. These medicines do not always work, my dear, and they are never easy. I'm not afraid. It will work. It must work,
Mary had said. Mei shifted in the bed. What's amiss? Struan asked.
Nothing. Just the baby moving.
Struan put his hand on the slight roundness of her belly. We'd better get a doctor to look at you.
Nay, thank you, Tai-Pan. Never mind. None of those barbarian devils, thank you. In this I will be, as always, Chinese.
Mei lay back smoothly, content with her child, sad for Mary.
Mary did not look well, did she?
She said tentatively. No, and that lass has something on her mind. Did she tell you what it was? Mei did not want to lie, but she was reluctant to tell Struan that which might not really concern him.
I think she's just worried about her brother.
What about him?
She said she wants to marry the man Glessing.
Oh, I see. Struan had known that Mary had mainly come to see Mei and not to see him. He had hardly spoken to her, other than to thank her for taking the children to Macau. I suppose Horatio does not approve, and she wants me to talk to him? Is that what she came about?
Nay, her brother approves,
Mei said. That's surprising.
Why? This Glessing is a bad man?
Nay, lassie. It's just that Mary and Horatio have been very close for years. He'll find it very lonely without her here. Struan wondered what Mei would say if she knew about Mary's secret house in Macau. She's probably poorly because she's worried over him. Mei said nothing, and shook her head sadly at the troubles of man and woman.
How is it with the young lovers?
She asked, trying to find out what was truly bothering him. All right. He had never told her what he and Brock had said to each other.
Have you decided what to do about devil fever?
Not yet. I think you should go back to Macau.
Yes, please, Tai-Pan, but not before you decide about Hong Kong.
It's dangerous here. I dinna want aught to happen to you.
Joss, she said with a shrug. Of course, our feng shui is very gracious bad.
She put her hand on his chest and smoothed him, then kissed him gently.
Once you said me there were 3 things you had to do before you would decide about a tai-tai. 2 I know. What was the 3rd?
To pass over the noble house into safe hands, he said. Then he told her what Brock had said, and about his argument with Cullum today. She was silent a long time, thinking through the problem of the 3rd thing. And because the solution was so easy, she hid it deep in her heart, and said innocently,
I said I would help you with the first 2, that I would think about the 3rd. This 3rd is too much to me. I canna help, much as I would like.
Aye, Struan said. I dinna ken what to do. At least, he added, there's only one answer.
The killing answer is unwisdom, she said firmly. Very unwisdomly dangerous. The Brocks will be expected, everyone. And you risk vengeance of your terrible law what stupidly demands eye for eye, whoever has eye which is crazy mad. Why else be riches, heya? You must do it, Tai-Pan. And I further counsel you give your son and new daughter the present they desire.
I cannot do that, by God. That'd be like cutting Cullum's throat myself.
Even so, that is my counsel. And I further counsel a fantastical immediate marriage.
That's out of the question, he exploded. That'd be in very bad taste, an insult to the memory of Rob, and ridiculous.
I agree very heartedly, Tai-Pan, Mei said, but I seems to memory that following barbarian custom, which for once follows wise Chinese custom, the girl comes into the house of the husband, the opposite, heya? So the immediater the Brock girl gets from under the Goth's thumb, the sooner the Brocks lose control over your son.
What?
Aye, what? What for is your son sick crazy in the head? He needs to bed her fantastical bad.
Her voice rose as Struan sat up in the bed.
Now, dinna give me arguments, by God, but listen, and then I will listen dutifully. That's what's making him crazy sick, because the poor boy's cold and weary and unbedded by night. That is fact. Why for you not say open, heya? I say open. He's frantic hot. So he listened with tongue hanging up to all that Goth crazy talk. Me, if I was him, I'd do likewise, because brother has power over sister. But let son Cullum have the girl. And then, will your Cullum spend hour after God-rot hour listening to Brother Goth? By God, nay! He spends every minute in bed playing bosoms and exhausting himself and making babies, and he detests interruptions from you, from Brock, or from Goth. She looked at him sweetly. Nay?
Aye, he said. I love you for your shrewdness.
You love me 'cause I drive you crazy mad, but sleep you till you busted.
She laughed, greatly satisfied with herself.
Next, start them building their house tomorrow. Put their minds on that and away from Fun Kwai Goth. She is young, eh? So thought of own house will fantastical occupation her mind. This will anger the Brocks, and they will begin to decide what sort of home and so on, which will anger her and bring her closer to you what gave her home. Goth must absolute oppose quick marriage, thusly turn Cullum against him, because he loses his, his jack in the hole.
Ace in the hole. He hugged her delightedly. You're fantastical. I should have thought of that myself. There's another land sale next week. I'll buy you a marine lot because you're wise.
Huh? She said crossly. You think I protect my man for filthy Hong Kong land? A single miseration suburban lot?
For taels of silver, for jades? What for you think this priceless to Chong Mei is here? A dirty lump of dog-meat whore? She rattled on and reluctantly allowed him to gentle her, proud that he understood the value of land to a civilized person, and grateful that he had given her such face by pretending not to know how pleased she was. The room was quiet now, except for the soft drone of the mosquitoes. Mei curled up against Struan and turned her mind to the solution of the third thing. She decided to think about it in Mandarin and not in English because she did not know enough words with the correct shades of meaning, like nuance, she thought. How would you say that in barbarian? Or finesse? The solution of the third thing required true Chinese nuance and perfect finesse. The solution is so delightfully simple, she told herself gleefully. Assassinate Gorth. Have him assassinated in such a way that no one suspects that the assassins are anything other than robbers or pirates. If it's done clandestinely in this fashion, one danger to my Tai-Pan is removed. Cullum is protected from an obvious future hazard, and the Father Brock can do nothing because he still is bound by the astounding and unbelievable finality the barbarians put into such a holy oath. So simple, but fraught with danger. I must be very careful. If my Tai-Pan ever found out, he would bring me before one of the barbarian judges, that revolting mouse, probably. My Tai-Pan would charge me, even me, his adored concubine, and I would be hanged. How ridiculous! After all this time and all my studying, learning their tongue and assiduously trying to comprehend them, certain barbarian attitudes are still absolutely beyond me. How ridiculous to have one law for all, for rich or for poor! What else is the point of working and sweating to become rich and powerful? Now, what is the best way? She asked herself. I know so little about assassination. How to do it? Where? When? Mei was awake the whole night. With the coming of dawn, she had decided on the best procedure. Then she slept sweetly. Chapter 29. By midsummer, Happy Valley was in complete despair. The malaria had continued to spread, but there was no pattern to the epidemic. Not everyone in the same house was infected. Not every house in the same area was touched. Coolies would not come into Happy Valley until the sun was high, and they returned to Taiping Shan before dark. Struan and Brock and all the traders were at their wits' end. There was nothing they could do except move, and moving meant disaster. Staying could mean worse disaster. And though there were many who insisted it could not be the poisoned soil and polluted night air that brought malaria, only those who slept in the valley were afflicted. The God-fearing believed, as Cullum had believed, that the fever was the will of God, and they redoubled their petitions to the Almighty to protect them. The godless shrugged, though equally frightened, and said, Joss. The trickle of families back to the ships developed into a flood, and Queenstown became a ghost town. But this despair did not grip Longstaff. He had returned from Canton last night in the flagship, flushed with success, and as he lived aboard her and had no intention of residing in Happy Valley, he knew he was out of reach of the poisonous night gases. He had gained everything he had set out to get, and more. The day after the investing of Canton had been launched, the 6 million taels of ransom he had demanded were paid in full, and he had called off the attack. But he had ordered immediate preparations for full-scale war to the north.
And this time there would be no stopping, not until the treaty was ratified. Within a few weeks the promised reinforcements from India would arrive, and then the Armada would sail north once more to the Pei-Ho, to Peking, and the Orient would be opened up once and for all.
Yes, absolutely, Longstaff chuckled. He was alone in his quarters in HMS Vengeance, admiring himself in a mirror. "You're really quite clever, my dear fellow," he told himself aloud. "Yes, indeed, much more clever than the Tai-Pan, and he's the personification of cleverness." He put down the mirror and rubbed cologne on his face, then glanced at his fob watch. Struan was due in a few minutes. "Even so, no need to let your right hand know what your left's doing, eh?" he chortled. Longstaff could hardly believe that he had arranged the acquisition of the tea seeds so easily. At least, he reminded himself contentedly, Horatio had arranged it. I wonder why the man's so distraught over his sister's wanting to marry Glessing. I would have thought that it was an excellent match. After all, she is rather drab and mousy, though she did look stunning at the ball. But a damned good piece of luck he hates Glessing, what? And damned good piece of luck that he's always hated the opium trade, and damned clever the way I put the idea into his mind, the hook baited with Glessing's removal. "'Pon my word, Horatio," he had said a week ago at Canton, "damnable business all this opium trade, what? And all because we have to pay bullion for tea. Pity British India doesn't grow it. What? Then there'd be no need for opium. We'd simply outlaw it, save the heathen for better things, what? Plant seeds of goodness among them instead of that damnable drug. Then the fleet could go home and we'd live in peace and quiet forevermore." Within 2 days, Horatio had drawn him aside and had excitedly expounded the idea of getting tea seeds from the Chinese and sending them to India. He had been suitably astonished, but he hadn't allowed Horatio to convince him of the idea's potential. "But, good Lord, Horatio," he had said, "how on earth could you get the tea seeds?" "This was my plan. I'll speak privately to Viceroy Ching-So, Your Excellency. I'll say that you're a keen gardener, that you have the idea of turning Hong Kong into a garden. I'll ask for £50 each of mulberry seeds, cotton seeds, spring rice, camellias, and other flowers, as well as assorted teas. That will throw him off tea specifically." "But, Horatio, he's a very clever man. He must know that few, if any, of these plants will grow in Hong Kong." "Of course, he'll just put it down to barbarian stupidity." Horatio had been beside himself with excitement. "But how would you get him to keep this secret? Ching-So would tell the mandarins or the Kohong, and they would surely tell the traders. You know how those damned pirates would move heaven and earth to prevent what you propose. They would surely see through your purpose. What about the Tai-Pan? Surely you see what you propose would put him out of business." "He's rich enough now, Your Excellency. We have to stamp out the opium evil. It's our duty." "Yes, but both Chinese and Europeans would be implacably against the plan. And when Ching-So realizes what you really have in mind, as he must, well, you'd never get the seeds then." Horatio had thought a moment. Then he had said, "Yes, but if I were to say that in return for the favour to me, for I just want you, my employer, to be happy with a surprise gift, I, who have to count the chests of silver and sign for them, well, I might not miss one chest, then he would be sure to keep it secret from everyone. What's the value of a chest? 40,000 taels of silver." "But the bullion belongs to Her Majesty's government, Horatio." "Of course. In your negotiations you could, privately, ensure that there is one extra chest which could not be official, so the Crown would not lose. The seeds would be your gift to Her Majesty's government, sir. I would be honoured if you would say that it was your idea. I'm sure it was. Something you said triggered it in my mind, and rightfully you should have the credit. After all, you are the plenipotentiary. But if your plan succeeds, then you're not only destroying the China traders, you're destroying yourself. That doesn't make sense. Opium is a terrible vice, sir. Any risk we'd take is justified, but my job depends on your success, not on opium. If this succeeds, then, too, you're undermining the very foundations of Hong Kong. But it will take many years for tea to thrive elsewhere. Hong Kong is safe in your time, sir. Hong Kong will still be the emporium of Asian trade. Who knows what will happen over the years? Then I take it you want me to investigate the tea-growing possibilities with the Viceroy of India? Who but you, Your Excellency, could bring your idea, to a perfect conclusion? He had reluctantly allowed himself to be persuaded, and had cautioned Horatio about the need for extreme secrecy. The very next day, Horatio had reported happily, "Ching-So agreed. He said that within 6 weeks or 2 months the chests of seeds would be delivered to Hong Kong, Your Excellency. Now all that remains to make everything perfect for me is for Glessing to be sent home immediately. I believe Mary's just infatuated. Pity she can't be given a year or so to make absolutely sure she knows what she's doing, out of reach of his everyday influence." Longstaff chuckled again at youth's transparent attempt at subtlety. He brushed his hair and opened the cabin door and went into the chart room. He searched through the papers in his safe and found the letter that Horatio had translated for him weeks ago. "No more need for this," he said aloud. He tore up the paper, leaned out of a porthole, threw the pieces into the sea, and watched them float away. Perhaps Glessing should be sent home. The girl is underage, and Horatio's in a very difficult position. Well, I'll think about it. After the seeds are en route to India. He saw Struan's longboat approaching. Struan was sitting disconsolately amidships. The Tai-Pan's gravity reminded Longstaff about the malaria. What the devil are we going to do about that, eh? Ruins the whole strategy of Hong Kong. What? Struan was staring out the stern windows, waiting patiently for Longstaff to finish. "'Pon me word, Dirk, it was almost as though Ching-So knew we were going to demand 6 million taels. The ransom was instantly ready, to the penny. He was most apologetic for the raping of the settlement. He said it was those damned anarchists, the triads. He's ordered a thorough investigation and hopes to be able to crush them once and for all. It seems that one of their leaders has fallen into his hands. If he can't get anything out of the man, no one can. He promised to tell me at once the names of the triads. Here." Struan turned from the windows and sat in a deep leather chair. "That's very good, Will. I'd say you've done a remarkable job. Remarkable." Longstaff felt very pleased. "I must say things went according to plan. Oh, by the way, the information you sent about the pirate, Wu Kwok, I would have preferred you to lead the flotilla, but the Admiral was adamant. He went himself." "That's his privilege. Let's hope he does a good job tonight. I'll rest a lot easier if that devil's sunk." "Quite right." "Now all you have to do is to save Hong Kong, Will. Only you can do it," Struan said, praying that once more he would make Longstaff put into effect the plan he had eventually devised as the only way to save the necks of all of them. "I think it advisable for you to order an immediate abandonment of Happy Valley." "Bless my soul, Dirk!" Longstaff cried. "If I do that, well, that's tantamount to abandoning Hong Kong." "Queenstown's malarial, at least Happy Valley is, so it has to be abandoned." Longstaff shakily took some snuff. "I can't order the abandonment. That'd make me responsible for all losses."
Aye, you've decided to use the 6 million taels to reimburse everyone.
Good God! I can't do that! Longstaff burst out. The bullion belongs to the Crown. The Crown, only the Crown, can decide what to do with it.
You've decided that Hong Kong's too valuable to risk. You know you've got to move quickly. It's a gesture worthy of a governor.
I absolutely can't, Dirk. Not at all. Impossible.
Struan went over to the sideboard and poured 2 glasses of sherry. Your entire future depends on it.
Eh? It does? How?
Struan gave him a glass. Your reputation at court is tied to Hong Kong, your whole Asian policy, and that means the Crown's Asian policy is focused on Hong Kong, rightly. Without Hong Kong safe, the governor, on Her Majesty's behalf, will not be able to dominate Asia as he should. Without a town built, there's nae safety for you or for the Crown. Happy Valley's dead, so a new town must be built, and quickly. Struan drank the sherry and savoured it. If you immediately reimburse those who've built, you'll restore confidence at once. All the traders will rally to your support, which you'll need in the future. Dinna forget, Will, many have considerable influence at court. It's a grand gesture, one worthy of you. Besides, the reimbursement is really being paid for by the Chinese anyway.
I don't understand.
Within 3 months you'll be at the gates of Peking, Commander-in-Chief of an invincible force. The cost of the expedition will be, say, 4 million. Add 6 million for the damage to the settlement, 10 million. But you ask 14 million, which would be fair indemnity. The extra 4 million will be the basis of your Hong Kong government treasury, and thus one of the richest colonial treasuries in the empire. Actually, instead of 14, you will demand 20 million. The extra 6 repays the 6 you, in your shrewdness, invested in Hong Kong on the Crown's behalf. Dinna forget, without a safe base, you canna dare make the attack north. Without Hong Kong safe, England's dead in Asia. Without Hong Kong safe, you're dead. You're thinking of the whole future of England, Will. It's that simple. Struan could sense Longstaff's mind churning the possibilities. This was the only possible solution, the only way everyone could save face and save the island. And the instant he saw Longstaff open his mouth to speak, he said, "A last thing, Will. You get the money back. At once. Most of it."
Eh?
You hold a land sale immediately. The bidding will be furious for the new lots. Where does the money go? Back into your government treasury. You gain, all ways. The land you're selling costs you nothing. You know how desperately you need money for all the problems of government, salaries, police, the governor's palace, roads, law courts, harbour vessels, and 1,000 other things, and you certainly canna use the ransom money as such. I'd say that it would be a statesman-like masterstroke. You have to make the decision now, because it's impossible for you to wait 6 months for a dispatch to go to England, and the obvious approval to arrive back here. You save Hong Kong at no cost, but most of all you show Sergeyev very bluntly that England plans to stay in Asia permanently. I'd say, Will, your astuteness would impress the entire cabinet, and certainly Her Majesty the Queen. And permanent honours go with such approval. 8 bells sounded. Longstaff took out his fob watch. It was slow, and he turned the hands to noon as his mind tried to find a flaw in Struan's reasoning. There was none, he told himself. He felt queasy at the realization that but for the Tai-Pan, he would have done nothing about the fever, except stay out of the valley, hoping that a cure would turn up. He, too, had been perturbed by the epidemic, but, well, it was more important to win the Canton War first.
Yes, there's no flaw. Damn it. You almost jeopardized a brilliant future. Certainly it's exceeding instructions, but then governors and plenipotentiaries have unwritten powers, and therefore it's only an expedient extension of necessity. We can't wait till next year to implant Her Majesty's will on the heathen. Absolutely not. And the scheme about the tea seeds fits neatly into the design and shows foresight on a scale that even surpasses the Tai-Pan's.
Longstaff had an overpowering impulse to tell Struan about the seeds, but he controlled himself.
I think you're right. I'll make the announcement right away.
Why do you not call a meeting of the Tai-Pans tomorrow? Give them 2 days to present construction and land bills to your treasurer. Set the new land sale for a week hence. That'll give you time to get the lots surveyed. I suppose you'll want the new town site to be near Glessing's Point.
Yes, my thought entirely. That will be the best spot. After all, it was one we considered a long time back.
Longstaff got up and poured more sherry, then tugged the bell-pull.
As always, I'm pleased to have your counsel, Dirk. Your lunch, of course.
I'd better be getting along. Sarah's leaving for home with the tide tomorrow, aboard Calcutta Maharaja, and there's a great deal to do.
Very bad luck. About Rob and your niece.
The door opened.
Yes, sir?
The master-at-arms asked.
Ask the General if he'll join me for lunch.
Yes, sir. Begging your pardon, sir, but Mrs. Quantz is waiting to see you, and Mr. Quantz. Then there's all these. He gave Longstaff a long list of names. What have come by to ask for appointments? Shall I say you're busy to Mrs. Quantz?
No, I'd better see her now. Please don't go yet, Dirk. I'm afraid I may need moral support.
Maureen Quantz strode in. Aristotle Quantz followed her. There were dark rings under his lifeless eyes. Now he was simply a drab little man. Even his clothes were untidy and colourless.
"Morning, Mrs. Quantz," Longstaff said.
The saints preserve your Excellency on this fine day.
Morning, Your Excellency, Aristotle said, his voice barely audible, his eyes on the deck of the cabin.
Good day to you, Tai-Pan, Maureen said. There be a settling of your bill with the grace of St. Patrick himself in a few days.
There's nae hurry.
Morning, Aristotle.
Aristotle Quantz slowly looked up at Struan. His eyes filled with tears as he read the warmth on Struan's face.
She broke all my brushes, Dirk, he choked out, this morning. All of them. And she threw my paints in the sea. It's about that we're a-coming to see you, Your Excellency, Maureen said thickly. Mr. Quantz has decided to give up all that painting folderol at long last. He wants to settle down to a nice, steady job. And it's about a job we've come to see, Your Excellency.
She looked back at her husband and her face wearied.
Anything at all, so long as it's steady and pays a fair wage.
She turned back to Longstaff.
A nice clerking job, perhaps. Poor Mr. Quantz hasn't much experience.
Is that what you want, Aristotle?
She broke my brushes, Quantz said hopelessly. That's all I had. My paints and brushes.
We agreed, my fine boy, didn't we now, by all that's holy, eh? No more painting. A nice, steady job and stand up to your responsibilities to your family and no more gallivanting.
Yes,
Aristotle said numbly.
I'd be glad to offer a post to Mrs. Quantz, Struan broke in.
I need a clerk, pays 15 shillings a week. I'll throw in your lodgings on the hulk for 1 year. After that, you're on your own.
May the saints preserve you, Tai-Pan. Done! Now thank the Tai-Pan, Maureen said.
Thank you, Tai-Pan.
Be at the office at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, Aristotle. Sharp now.
He'll be there, Tai-Pan. Don't you be after worrying. May the blessings of St. Peter be on you in these troubled times for looking after a poor wife and her starving children. Good day to you both.
They left. Longstaff poured himself a stiff drink.
Good God! I'd never have believed it. Poor Aristotle. You're really going to make Aristotle Quance a clerk?
Aye, better me than some other. I'm short-handed. Struan put on his hat, very satisfied with himself. I'm na one to interfere 'twixt husband and wife, but anyone who'd do that to old Aristotle's nae right to the title wife, by God.
Longstaff smiled suddenly. I'll detach a capital ship, if it'll help. The total resources of Her Majesty's government are at your disposal.
Struan hurried ashore. He held a closed sedan chair and directed the coolies. "Waiter, savvy?" he said as it arrived at its destination.
"Savvy, massa."
He walked past the surprised doorman into the parlour of the house. The room was carpeted, large sofas, chintz curtains, mirrors, and bric-a-brac. There was a rustle from the back, and then approaching footsteps. A small old lady came through the bead curtain. She was neat and starched and grey-haired, with big eyes and spectacles. "Hello, Mrs. Fotheringill," Struan said politely.
"Well, Tai-Pan, how nice to see you," she said. "We haven't had the pleasure of your company in many a long year. It's a little early for callers, but the young ladies are making themselves presentable."
She smiled and revealed her yellowed, false teeth. "Well, you see, Mrs. Fotheringill—"
"I quite understand, Tai-Pan," she said knowingly. "There comes a time in every man's life when he—"
"It's about a friend of mine."
"Don't you worry, Tai-Pan. Mum's the word in this establishment. No need to worry. We'll have you fixed in a jiffy."
She got up hastily.
"Girls!"
she called out. "Sit down and listen to me. It's about Aristotle."
"Oh, that poor bleeder's got himself in a proper mess."
Struan told her what he wanted, and the girls were sad for him to leave. As soon as he got home, May said, "What for you go whorehouse, here?" He sighed and told her.
"You think I believe that, here?"
Her eyes were spiteful. "Aye, you'd better."
"I believe you, Tai-Pan."
"Then stop looking like a dragon." He went into his room.
"Good,"
May said as she closed the door behind them.
"Now we see if you telled truth. We make love at once. I'm madly desiring you, Tai-Pan."
"Thank you, but I'm busy," he said, finding it difficult to keep from laughing.
"Aye-ya on you're busy,"
she said, beginning to unbutton her honey-coloured pyjamas.
"We make love immediate. I soon see if some mealy-mouthed whores took your strength, by God, and then your old mother'll deal with you, by God."
"You're busy too," Struan said.
"I'm very busy."
She stepped out of her silk trousers. Her earrings jingled like bells.
"And you better have busy plenty very quick."
He studied her and allowed none of his happiness to show. Her stomach was curved nicely with the child 4 months in her womb. He took her quickly in his arms and kissed her violently, and lay on the bed and let his weight crush her a little.
"Be careful, Tai-Pan," she said breathlessly. "I'm not one of your bosom-boned barbarian giants. Kissing does not prove nothing. Off with clothesies. Then we see for truth."
He kissed her again. Then she said in a different voice,
"Take off clothesies."
He leaned on his elbows and looked down at her, then rubbed his nose against hers, no longer teasing. "There's nae time now. I've got to go to an engagement party, and you've got to pack."
"What for pack?"
she asked, startled. "You're moving to Resting Cloud."
"Why?"
"Our feng shui's bad here, lassie."
"Oh, good! Oh, very terrifical good!"
She flung her arms around him.
"Truly go from here, for always?"
"Aye." She kissed him and quickly slid from under his arms and began to dress. "I thought you wanted to make love," he said.
"Huh? What for is that proof? I know you too much. Even if you had whore 1 hour past, you're bull enough to pretend and pull cotton over eyes of your poor old mother."
She laughed and flung her arms around him again.
"Oh, good to leave bad feng shui. I pack hurriedly."
She ran for the door and shrieked,
"Asama!"
Assam hurried up anxiously, followed by Lim Din, and after a tumult of shouting and jabbering, Assam and Lim Din scurried away, beseeching the gods in vast, noisy excitement. Mei came back and sat on the bed and fanned herself.
"I'm packing,"
she said cheerfully.
"Now I help you dress."
"Thank you, but I'm capable of doing that."
"Then I will watch and scrub your back. The bath is waiting. I am very gracious glad you decided to leave."
She chattered on exuberantly as he changed. He bathed, and she shrieked for hot towels, and when they were brought she dried his back. And all the time she was wondering if he had had a whore after he had arranged about the funny little artist who had painted her portrait so beautifully.
"Not that I mind,"
she told herself, rubbing him vigorously.
"It's just that he shouldn't go into one of those places. Absolutely not. Very bad for his face, and very bad for my face. Very bad. Soon those dirty dog-meat servants will begin spreading rumors that I can't take care of my man. Oh, gods, protect me from dirty gossips, and him from dirty doxies of all kinds."
It was dusk before she and Assam and Lim Din were ready, and they were all exhausted with the drama and excitement of leaving. Coolies took the luggage away. Others waited patiently beside the closed sedan chair that would carry her to the cutter. Mei was heavily veiled. She stood momentarily at the gateway of the garden with Struan and looked back at her first house on Hong Kong. But for the bad feng shui and the fever that was part of the feng shui, she would have been loath to depart. The twilight was pleasant. A few mosquitoes whined about them. One settled on her ankle, but she did not notice it. The mosquito drank its fill, then flew away. Struan went into the great cabin of the White Witch. The Brocks were all waiting for him except Lilibet, who had already gone to bed. Cullum was beside Tess. "Evening," Struan said. "Sarah sends her apologies. She's not feeling well." "Welcome aboard," Brock said, his voice rough and charged with worry, his face brooding. "Well," Struan said with a laugh, "this is nae way to start a happy occasion." "Bain't the occasion, by God, as thee well knowed. We all be bankrupted. At least hurt terrible by God-rotting malaria." "Aye," Struan said. He smiled at Cullum and Tess, and noting their disquiet, decided to tell them all the good news now. "I hear Longstaff's ordering an abandonment of Queenstown," he said nonchalantly. "By blood of Christ!" Gorth exploded. "We can't abandon. We be putting too much brass into land and buildings. We can't abandon. Weren't for thy god-rotting picking of that cursed valley, we wouldn't—" "Hold thy tongue!" Brock said. He turned to Struan. "Thee stands to lose more than us, and by God, yet there thee be, with smile on thy face. Why?"
"Father,"
Tess said, terrified that anger would spoil their evening and the unbelievable acceptance of Cullum.
"can we have a drink? The champagne's chilled and ready."
"Yes, of course, Tess love," Brock said,
But dost thee understand what Dirk's said? We stand to lose a terrible sum of brass. If we've to abandon, then our future be black as pitch. And his too, by God.
The future of the noble house is white as the cliffs of Dover, Struan said evenly. Not only ours, but yours too. Longstaff's going to reimburse all of us for the money we laid out in Happy Valley. Every penny, in cash.
That be impossible, Brock exclaimed. That's a lie, by God,
Gorth said. Struan turned to him. A piece of advice, Gorth. Dinna call me a liar more than once. Then he told them what Longstaff intended to do. Cullum was awed by the beauty of the arrangement. He saw clearly that though his father had never implied that he had influenced Longstaff's decision, he must have been instrumental in arranging it so delicately. He remembered his first meeting with Longstaff, and how his father had manipulated the man like a puppet. Cullum's faith in himself was shaken. He realized that what Gorth had said was not completely true, that he could never dominate Longstaff as his father had done, to save them again.
"That's almost like a miracle,"
he said, and held Tess's hand.
By all that be holy, Tai-Pan, Gorth said, I takes back what I said. Apologies. It was said in shock. Yus, I've to hand it to you.
Dirk, Brock began with grim good humour, I be glad, right glad to have thee as relation. Thee saved our necks, and that be God's truth. I've done nae such thing. It was Longstaff's idea.
Quite right,
Brock said sardonically.
More power to him. Liza, drinks, by God! Dirk, thee's given us an powerful reason to celebrate this evening. Thee's made the whole night, by God. So let's drink and make merry.
He took a glass of champagne, and when they all had their glasses, he raised his in a toast.
To Tess and Cullum, and may they be always having a calm sea and a safe harbour all their days.
They all drank. Then Brock shook hands with Cullum, and Struan hugged Tess, and there was friendship among them all. But only temporarily. They all knew it. But tonight they were prepared to forget. Only Tess and Cullum felt safe. They all sat down to dinner. Tess was wearing a gown that showed her ripening figure to advantage, and Cullum was almost helpless with adoration. More wine was poured, and there was more laughter and more toasts. In a lull, Struan took out a stiff envelope and handed it to Cullum. A small gift for the two of you.
"What is it?"
Cullum asked. He opened the envelope. Tess craned to look too. The envelope contained a sheaf of papers, one heavy with Chinese characters. It's a deed to some land just above Glessing's Point.
But there never be land for sale there, Brock said suspiciously.
His Excellency approved certain deeds of the village Chinese who owned land before we took over Hong Kong. This is one of them. Cullum, you and Tess now own an acre, jointly. The view's fine. Oh yes, and along with the deed there's enough building material for a house with 7 bedrooms, a garden, and a summer house.
"Oh, Tai-Pan,"
Tess said, her smile glorious.
"Thank you, thank you."
"Our own land? And our own house? You really mean it?" Cullum asked, dazed by his father's magnanimity. "Aye, lad. I thought you'd like to begin building immediately. I've made an appointment for both of you with our architect tomorrow at noon, to start the plans."
"We all be leaving tomorrow for Macau,"
Gorth said sharply.
"But, Gorth,
You won't mind delaying for a day or two, will you? Cullum said. After all, this is very important. Oh, yes, Tess said. And with the solution to Queenstown and the land sale, Cullum stopped and turned excitedly to his fiancée. Soza's the best architect in the East.
Our man Remedio'sh be better, I be thinking, Brock said, furious with himself that he had not thought of letting them build themselves a house. He had planned to give them one of the company houses in Macau as a wedding present, well away from Struan's influence.
Oh, yes, he's very good, Mr. Brock, Cullum said quickly, sensing the jealousy. If we're not satisfied with Soza, then perhaps we could talk to him. Then to Tess. You agree? And then to Struan. I can't thank you enough.
Nay, thanks, Cullum. Young people should have a good start in life and a place of their own. Struan was delighted with the way he had aroused Gorth and Brock.
Yes, Liza said complacently. By gummo, right, proper truth.
Brock picked up the deed and studied it.
"Thee be sure the deed be proper?" he asked. "It ain't regular."
Aye, Longstaff confirmed it, officially, his chops on the last page. Brock frowned at Gorth, his tufted brows a black bar on his weathered face.
"I be thinking that mayhaps we better be a-looking into these native deeds."
"Yes," Gorth said. He looked directly at Struan. "Mayhaps there bain't any left for sale, da." "I imagine there are others, Gorth," Struan said easily, "if you're prepared to track them down. By the way, Tyler, as soon as the new land lots are surveyed, perhaps we'd better discuss our position."
"My thought too," Brock said. "As before, Dirk, but thee pick first this time." He passed the deed back to Tess, who caressed it.
"Cullum, be thee still Deputy Colonial Secretary?"
"I think so," Cullum laughed, "though my duties have never been specified. Why?"
"Nothing."
Struan finished his wine and decided that it was time. Now that Happy Valley's abandoned and solved, and the new towns to go up at the Crown's cost, Hong Kong's future's assured.
"Yus," Brock said expansively, some of his humour returning. "Now that the Crown be risking along a us'n."
"So I think there's nae need to delay the marriage. I propose Tess and Cullum marry next month." There was a shocked silence. Time seemed to be standing still for all of them. Cullum wondered what was behind the smile that Gorth wore so badly, and why the Tai-Pan chose next month, and, "Oh God, let it be next month!" Gorth knew that next month would obliterate his hold over Cullum, and that, by God, this must not come to pass. Whatever Dar says, he swore no marriage soon, next year perhaps. Yes, perhaps. What's in that devil's mind? Brock, too, was trying to divine Struan's purpose, for Struan must have a purpose, and it boded no good for him or for Gorth. His instinct immediately told him to delay the marriage, but he had sworn before God to give them safe harbour, as Struan had, and he knew that such an oath would bind Struan as it would bind him. "We could have the first banns read next Sunday," Struan said, deliberately breaking the tension. "I think next Sunday would be fine." He smiled at Tess. "Eh, lass?"
"Oh, yes, yes," she said, and held Cullum's hand.
"No," Brock said. "It's too fast," Gorth snapped.
"Why?" Cullum asked.
"I was just thinking of you, Cullum," Gorth said placatingly, "and your uncle's sad loss. It'd be unseemly haste, very unseemly."
"Liza, love," Brock said throatily, "you and Tess be excused. We be joining thee after port."
Tess threw her arms around his neck and whispered, "Oh, please, Da," and the four men were left alone. Brock
got up heavily and found the bottle of port. He poured 4 glasses and handed them around. Struan sipped the wine appreciatively. Very good port, Tyler. It be the year of 31. Great year for port. Another silence fell.
Will it be convenient to postpone your leaving for a few days, Mr. Brock? Cullum said uncomfortably. I mean, if it's not possible, but I'd certainly like Tess to see the land and the architect.
With abandonment and land sale and all, we bain't leaving now. Least, Brock said, Gorth and me bain't. Liza and Tess and Lilibet should, soon as possible. Macau be healthful this time of year, and cooler. Bain't it, Dirk? Aye, Macau's fine now, Struan said, lighting a cheroot. I hear the inquiry into the Archduke's accident will be next week. He looked searchingly at Gorth. That were bad, Joss, Brock said. Yes, Gorth echoed. Guns be going off all over. Aye, Struan said. Just after he was hit, someone shot the leader of the mob. I did that, Brock said. Thank you, Tyler, Struan said. Were you fighting too, Gorth? I was for'ard getting afloat. Yus, Brock said. He tried to remember if he had seen anyone firing. He recalled only sending Gorth forward. Bad Joss. Mobs be terrible, and at a time like that, who knowed what